The following happened in a house my parents bought back in the late 80s. In the late 80s, my parents moved from one part of the state to another. It was due to my dad's work. We had to live in an apartment for a while before my parents found a place to buy. I remember going with them a few times to look at older homes. My dad wanted a deal and wanted to get a fixer-upper. Most of the older homes were really ugly and creepy, but my parents had settled on a house that was a 2-story, 5-bedroom house with 3 bathrooms. Sounds good. This house was twice as big as our other house. Seemed like a castle compared to living in an apartment for months. The house was very dated, and although, our house, there was furnishings and decorations and stylings that were late 60s, early 70s. The same weekend my parents bought the house, we were all expected to pitch in and be doing things like tearing out old carpet and painting and removing old wallpaper and sanding down cabinets. There were a few times during the renovation period that my parents left one or a few of us kids there alone while they went out or went to the apartment to rest. Almost immediately, things started to happen in that house. Strange things at first, like my radio my parents kept there to play music while we worked would turn on or off or just randomly. Lights would flicker, and if you were working downstairs, you would hear people walking upstairs. This happened so much that a few times I thought somebody actually broke into the house. After we moved in, things continued to happen. Some of the significant events were when my bedroom was upstairs and I heard somebody walking up the stairway. At this time, I was home alone and thought my parents returned, but they hadn't. Another time, I had heard a scratching at the window. It sounded like a tree branch was rubbing against the window itself, but there's nothing there and there's no tree more than 40 feet or something like that from my window. One time, a few friends from school came over, and it was like we were walking up the stairs all the way across, and there was a wall of mirrors along the stairs, and my friend had seen a lady walking up behind her and thought it was my mom and turned around to say hello, but no one was there, and she screamed and ran out of my house. Another time, a friend had stayed the night, and he slept in the room next to my room. He woke up to somebody whispering next to his head in a language that he didn't know. He jumped up and ran out of the room. We looked around and woke my parents up. My dad accused us of just playing a prank. And like I said, my bedroom was upstairs, and it was down a short hallway where my bedroom door was on the left and the bathroom door was on the right, and straight ahead was a guest room, or a guest bedroom, rather. In the middle of the night, I woke up to hearing a motor running or something. I remember laying in my bed hearing the noise so loud. Got up, opened my bedroom door, and noticed it was coming from the hall bathroom. It was a hairdryer. I rarely ever use that hairdryer, but it was in there sometimes because my sister would come upstairs to do her hair and do the makeup in the bathroom. My parents didn't want us kids tying up their bathroom, so she would use this one. The thing was, I can't remember when the last time my sister was in there, and I don't remember the hairdryer being left out. My parents would often take weekend trips. They'd go back to our old city to visit friends and family. So when I got older, I was left home alone. They would take my sister and my parents, and pretty often they had to foster kids too, and they went along. I would prefer it that way, so I would order pizza and have a few friends over and rent a movie. One of these weekends, I didn't get any sleep. Couldn't get any friends who wanted to stay at my house. I was stuck there home alone for a very long, sleepless weekend. Start of the day, my parents left. I think they took an early weekend and left on a Thursday morning maybe. So when I got home from school, the house was empty. That night I woke up to footsteps upstairs. It sounded like somebody was walking across the upstairs family room, but not stopping. Grabbed a bat and walked out of my room expecting to find a thief, or at least somebody who broke in. Instead, I see an empty room. I didn't sleep that night. The following events, I was upstairs and my friends had just left and I was home. I remember I was sitting upstairs and I heard a loud boom. It sounded like something really big had fallen over. like something really heavy. I jumped up, started to call out to my friend Chris and Mike. I was thinking it was them playing a prank on me. Ran downstairs and most of the lights were off. Front door locked, nothing was falling over. I searched every window and door and everything was locked and secured. Barricaded my room, locked myself inside. Later that night, my girlfriend called me and we talked, and I didn't tell her really what was going on because I didn't want her to think I was just some kind of kid being afraid to be home alone. During the conversation, I heard loud footsteps outside. I got really quiet and she was on the phone asking me what was going on. She said, "What's that noise?" I said, "You can hear that?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "I've been hearing that all night." She said to get out of the house now. I told her no, that it happened a lot. She stayed with me on the phone till about 4 a.m. and she eventually fell asleep. I started to fall asleep again and the footsteps started. When I left my room at around 7 a.m., I walked downstairs and found that one of the lights had, these are one of the lights that I'd left on, and it is now apparently off. Checked to see if it was a bulb that maybe burnt out, but nope, it was simply switched off. The final night I was home alone, I had grabbed my dad's shotgun and I kept it in my room with me. It was about 3 a.m. and I was startled awake by what sounded like the garage door from the garage to the house. You know, the regular door, not the big garage door. It sounded like somebody slammed it. I was sure somebody had broken into our house. It made sense that our car was gone and the house looked empty. I grabbed the shotgun, put a shell in it, and walked down my hallway towards the stairway. I'd turned on the lights for the front door as there was a switch for it at the top of the stairs. The front room was empty. I slowly made my way down the stairs and went over to look at the garage door. The door was locked. Looked at the front door and it was locked too. Went to the kitchen, turning on every light in the house, room to room, searching everywhere, including closets, the pantry, and the washroom. I wound up ending my search in my parents' room, which was the furthest point in the downstairs. That's when I was in my parents' bathroom and I heard just above me footsteps. Right about my parents' room was the guest room upstairs. I immediately ran upstairs, shotgun pointing as I ran. I bust open that door and I found an empty room with an empty bed. I don't know how I didn't pull the trigger when I bust open that door as my finger was on the trigger. I know bad trigger discipline, but I was expecting to find a murderer or a burglar in that room. I cleared the house twice, looking under beds everywhere. By the time lights started to appear outside, I ended up upstairs, sitting on the sofa with the TV on, half asleep with the shotgun still loaded next to me. I then emptied the gun and put it back before my parents found me with it. A while after that, still having some odd things in the house, like unexplained shadows, noises, lights turning off and on, I just sort of started to live with it. One summer, my dad wanted me to clean the garage, suggested that I use the attic above the garage to put the things in that we didn't use anymore. Just boxes of old toys and luggage. When I was up there, I noticed something. The attic above the garage was huge, like almost another room. Then there was a wall that went separated in the garage wall of the house. I looked at it thinking this really isn't the back of the restroom or the guest bedroom, like it didn't even make sense. I then jumped down out of the attic and went outside. I had never noticed this before, but between the upstairs and the area that connected over the garage attic, there was a huge space. On top of that, there was a metal vent the exact same size as the guest bedroom window. I went back inside the house looking for clues, and sure enough, there was a void. And at the top of the stairs, I looked at the wall and I thought, holy shit, there used to be a door there. I jumped up into that attic space above the garage, cut a hole in the drywall leading back to the house. I cut a hole big enough for my head to go through. I looked inside and it was another bedroom. That bedroom had its carpet ripped up, but it still had the strips along the wall that held the carpet. It had old yellow and pink wallpaper and it looked like it used to be in maybe a girl's room or something. Maybe one of those walls that cut into it. It was painted pink like Pepto-Bismol pink. I enlarged the hole big enough to climb into and found an old table-like bedside table, an old beer can, an old empty pack of cigarettes, and just trash like crumpled up newspapers. I had asked my parents if they knew about the room. My dad was kind of upset with me for cutting into the drywall. I told him that there's another bedroom and excited about finding it, and he said he didn't want to open it up and just leave it alone. I got the idea that, well, they knew about that extra bedroom, but for whatever reason didn't want to open it up or just deal with it. Pretty cool to find a random extra bedroom in your house. You see, my parents were very strict religious people. Any talk of ghosts, hauntings, or spirits was opening up an invitation to the demons to enter the home. I found out early on that I couldn't talk about things like noises, shadows, or footsteps without facing their wrath. Even to my own siblings, that would rat me out. I was already on really thin ice with not living up to their standards. Anyway, my parent had a long-time foster kid who was just a few years younger than me. One time I had found her sitting upstairs alone. At first, I thought she had gotten into trouble due to the way that she looked. It was like she was pale and almost in tears. I walked by and said something like, "Uh-oh, what'd you do?" She looked at me shaking and said nothing. Well, she said the words nothing. I said, "Why are you crying?" She said, "I'm just scared." I said, "Why?" She said, "I can't tell you." Thought it had something to do with the reason why she was a foster kid. I said, "Oh, okay, I understand." As I walked away, she said, "Do you think there are ghosts?" I stopped dead in my tracks and I looked at her like, "What'd you say?" She looked scared and started to be like, nothing, never mind. I came over and I sat next to her and I said, "Have you been hearing things or seeing things in this house?" She looked at me, almost like she was in shock. She was scared to say anything, like we'd get in trouble with my parents. I whispered to her that I know what you mean, but we have to keep this a secret. I wasn't sure what my parents would do if they found out that we were talking like this. We sat upstairs whispering together and sharing our experiences. She confirmed that she sees shadows outside her bedroom window. She hears the footsteps and she notices lights turning off and on. She thought she was going crazy or making it up in her head. I told her all about my experiences and how the same things happened to me, even telling her about the times that I was home alone. Well, not too long after this all went down, and my parents had to rush over to our old town due to a family emergency, and had said to my older sibling that they were going to come over and stay with me and the foster kid, but that time I was like 16. So I knew it was mainly because of the foster kid, so I had agreed. My parents ended up having to spend the night near the hospital or something, but they didn't make it back home. My older sibling flaked on coming over, so I was home alone with the foster kid. Now, my parents had foster kids since I was a baby, so I grew up in that situation. We ate dinner, and I think it was microwave corn dogs, chips, and soda. She went to her bedroom as her bedtime was like 8:45 or something, and I stayed upstairs watching TV. And to be honest, I was glad that she was home alone with me. At least there was another person in the house. I think it was around midnight. She ran upstairs and asked if she could sleep on the sofa next to me. I knew something happened, so I just agreed, but being a teen boy, I gave her some shit like, "You just want to watch TV or get away with things when mom and dad are away," kind of a thing. But deep down, I knew that she was going through something. We both ended up sleeping on the sofa. Well, it was a sectional, so she slept on one side and I slept on the other. I woke up at like 6 a.m. and I told her to run down to her room as I didn't know where my parents would be home, and she did. Most of my high school friends knew about my house, and for some, it just sort of became a popular place to come check out. Most of the time when there would basically be nothing happening. But of course, except for the one time. My dad was working out of town, my mom and sister and foster kids were out late with church people, and I was home alone. A couple of my friends came over and we were watching TV upstairs. We decided to raid the fridge. We were all downstairs, and since we had paused the movie on the VHS, we were downstairs and upstairs with no noise from the TV. We all looked up together as we heard the footsteps walking across the room just above our heads. My friends were like, "Oh shit." "That's it." I said, "That's right. Those are the footsteps that I hear." They were scared and thought, "No, man, someone's actually up there." I said, "Come on back upstairs and I'll show you." After that, one by one, they all wanted to get out of the house, especially one of the girls who was panicked, she's panicked so bad that she fell twice running out of the house. And by the way, this was all before Google and the internet like we know it today, so I had to go to the public library to look for anything about her old house and found nothing. I remember I even had asked the librarian if there was a way to hook up or see if somebody had died in the house, and her reaction to me was like I was a stupid kid annoying her. I knew that one of the homes on the block that my parents had once mentioned I were one of the oldest who'd lived in their house since the 60s. I found out which neighbor and decided to go talk to him. One evening he was working on something in his garage. I went over and started talking to him about the city and history and how it used to look when we first moved in, at least. Then, once I got him talking enough where I felt comfortable, I asked him if something ever happened in my house. He was at first like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, like if anybody had died there." He stopped what he was doing and he said, "Well, what have you heard?" I said nothing, but told him about the closed-up room and didn't tell him about the paranormal stuff. I just said that, it would make sense if something happened. Or, I guess that's what he said. He looked at me very serious and said, "Well, long time ago there was an accident. The family had teenage and older kids living in that house, but the accident involved a family member who didn't live at the house. He wouldn't go into details except, he said, maybe ask my parents about it. Surely they would know more of it than him." Then he changed the subject and didn't want to tell me more about it. And to this day I never found out really what happened, or even if it actually happened at that house or with somebody who lived at that house at some point. Eerie encounters. Abducted in the village of dark magic. In the year of 2010, Dane, his wife Kate, and their 10-year-old daughter Nancy traveled to a small village named Mayong in Assam for their vacation. Although the initial place was a different one, Dane had to change his plans because of his daughter's pressure. After packing all of the essential things needed for their one-week trip, the family boarded their flight to Assam. When the flight landed and the family got into a cab for their 30-kilometer journey, Dane felt that traveling to Assam was a really good decision. Being a wildlife photographer, Dane instantly fell in love with the greenness that surrounded him. Not just Dane, but both his wife and daughter liked the place a lot. All about Mayong. Mayong is a popular tourist spot because of its rich wildlife, archaeological heritage, and interesting culture of its people, and adventure and river sports. Keeping the good things aside, Mayong is also a hotspot for dark magic and is regarded as the most haunted village in India. This village is surrounded by eerie stories of people disappearing into thin air, people being turned into animals, and much more. In one such story, it is said that almost 1 lakh horsemen of an invader named Muhammad Shah disappeared during the 1330s because of black magic and witchcraft without leaving a trace behind. Most of its inhabitants know and practice black magic, and the village has had many doctors named Oja, who use black magic and witchcraft to treat illness. They are said to have ghosts working for them as assistants. Black magic had been practiced so long in this village that these practices had been recorded in many ancient books. These books can still be found in the Mayong Central Museum and Emporium. Human sacrifices to the goddess Shakti for attaining different powers of black magic had been practiced throughout the history of the village. Some, like Dane, claim that it's practiced even now. Part 1. Coming back to the story, Dane and his family went to sleep quite early that day, due to their tiring journey. The next day, Dane got up early in the morning and decided to venture out into the forest. He went near his resort to get a good glimpse of the village's flora and fauna before the other two woke up. But when he almost got into the tree line, the resort manager came rushing to him and warned him not to go into the forest alone. Dane thought that the warning was because of the dangerous wild animals this forest was hosting. Told the manager that he was a wildlife photographer. The manager told Dave, "Sir, the things that happen inside these forests are deadlier than the most dangerous animal. Please don't go inside." Dave was intimidated by his statement and decided to go back to his room. Later that morning, the family went to the Probitora Wildlife Sanctuary, or Pobitora, just as planned. The beauty of the sanctuary mesmerized the trio. Nancy, being a little girl, loved seeing the enormous one-horned rhinos in person. The place was so engaging that before the family could realize it, the sun had already begun to set. When they returned to their room after a memorable day, Dane and Kate put Nancy to sleep and sat beside the window gazing at the breathtaking beauty of the forest as it shimmered in the moonlight. Romantic tension started building up between the couple. Kate leaned in to kiss her husband while she was about to plant her lips on Dane's. She saw something weird near the tree line, which is around 100 meters away from their resort, and it made her speechless. She saw a couple of naked women staring right at her with eerie, emotionless smiles. With Kate's face turning pale, Dane understood that his wife was scared of something that she was seeing. When he slowly tilted his head to see what was frightening her, he saw these two naked women staring at her. One of the two women seemed to be gesturing something which wasn't clear because of the distance. He instantly opened his phone's camera and used the telephoto sensor to see what they were gesturing. What he saw caught him off guard. The naked woman gestured to a baby and then gestured cutting off its head. Before he could recollect himself, the woman magically disappeared. To make sure he wasn't the only one seeing this, Dane slowly nudged his still speechless wife's shoulder and asked her if she saw it too. Kate was brought back to her senses by the nudge, and the next moment she just hugged Dane in fear. She was crying. When Dane asked her what had happened, she told him, "Those ladies gave me visions of her daughter suffering." Kate stopped in her statement between, and she didn't want to say anything more. Dane understood that what she went through and just calmed her down. Dane got on top of the bed and pulled Kate onto his chest, and he started just tapping her on the back and put her to sleep. But it didn't work. The remainder of the night was filled with their sleeplessness. When the sun almost dawned, Kate requested Dane to cut the short trip short, and return back to their home. Dane, being a loving husband, listened to his wife and agreed to return back to their house, even though he wasn't really completely okay with it. But unfortunately, the flight tickets were sold out for that day, and they were forced to stay in the village for one more day. And this day would turn out to be a dreaded one for them. The couple sternly told their daughters not to leave the room for anything. They tried their best to stay awake and take care of their daughter. But because of not sleeping the previous night, they eventually dozed off. When the time was around 4 p.m., Dane woke up because of his urge to urinate. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly searched for his daughter to make sure she was all right. She was relieved seeing her lying next to her mother and went back to the washroom. When he walked out of the washroom, he found his daughter missing with the main door wide open. Thinking that she might have gotten out of the room, he ran toward the open door, but when he was about to leave the room, the door shut closed on its own. Dane pulled the door with all of his strength, but the door was firmly held in place by a strong invisible force. Kate woke up from her slumber due to this ruckus, and seeing that her daughter wasn't by her side, she immediately ran toward the window, through which she saw those women the previous night. As she peeked through it, she saw her daughter walk toward the tree line in a trance-like state. On the tree line stood those naked women whom she saw the previous night. Kate understood that something was terribly wrong and joined forces with Dane to try and open the door, but it just wouldn't open. With her eyes still on the window, Kate noticed that her daughter was almost into the woods. The vision she saw the previous night reflashed in Kate's head that moment. In her vision, she saw her daughter going into the woods after being lured by those naked women. Once she was deep into the forest, these women abducted her and took her into an eerily strange place in the middle of the forest. This place had a huge altar in the middle. It was surrounded by a circular wall of trees. Around this altar stood multiple naked women drinking what appeared to be blood. A few of these women undressed Nancy and tied her to the altar with her hands and legs spread apart, making an X shape. One naked woman, smeared with blood, walked toward the center of the altar and started carving out a strange symbol on Nancy's bare chest. As she squirmed in pain, this woman started plucking out her hairs one by one. It was at this point Dane nudged her shoulder and brought her out of her vision. Seeing her vision starting to happen in real life, Kate jumped out of the window to try to save her daughter, as the door wasn't opening. Since their room was only on the first floor of the resort, Kate didn't sustain any major injuries. Seeing her daughter walk into the forest, Kate ran toward the forest with blood oozing out of cuts made from the broken glass on her body. Despite Kate screaming Nancy at the top of her voice multiple times, her daughter never seemed to get out of her trance. Kate ran as fast as she could, but right in front of her eyes, Nancy disappeared into the thick wilderness. She followed Nancy's trail into the forest, but because of her inexperience in navigating through the forest and the fact that the trees were so densely packed, just after taking a few steps in, she felt completely lost. As she stood there wondering how to find her daughter, she heard "Mom, help me." It was in her daughter's voice, and it was continuously happening. Kate thought that her daughter was finally out of her trance and started walking in the direction the voice came from. As she kept walking in this direction, she saw her daughter's figure running away from her. Kate was relieved seeing her daughter and started chasing her. While chasing her, only one thought kept lingering in Kate's mind. Why would her own daughter run away from her, shouting, "Mom, help me"? This thought swiftly vanished as Kate tripped over a rock and fell down. It was at this point she realized she was running toward a huge cliff and her daughter's figure and voice were an illusion. Kate was completely lost, and she was feeling terrible for not being able to save her daughter. As she stood near the cliff with tears rolling out of her eyes, a hand firmly grasped her shoulder. Kate initially thought that her husband had followed her and placed his hand over her hand on her shoulder. She was, however, caught off guard when she heard her husband's voice approaching her from a distance. Before she could react, this hand on her shoulder started trying to push her off the cliff. Kate started to scream, asking for help. Hearing her cries for help, Dane ran toward his struggling wife and saved her. When Dane asked her what she was doing in that place, Kate explained everything that happened until then to him. Although Dane wasn't able to completely believe his wife, he decided not to question her as she was already worried. Dane and Kate had no clue about their daughter's location and sought to help in the local police. Dane was able to speed up the investigation with the help of his friend, who was an ex-policeman. But not even the police's canine units were able to trace down Nancy. After searching continuously for over 6 hours, the police decided to resume the search the next day as it was already 10 p.m. As the police left, Dane and Kate went back to their room helplessly. As Dane sat near the repaired window looking at the forest in which his daughter went missing, he noticed flocks of birds flying off trees in the middle of the forest. The flying birds were accompanied by the smoke of a fire. Dane immediately understood that something was going wrong in that part of the forest, and he instinctively felt that he might find his daughter there. So, taking his wife with him, Dane rushed into the forest in the direction that he saw the flying birds. As the couple got closer and closer to this spot, they heard the deafening sound of drums being played. The screams of their daughter were heard despite the loud drum sounds. Dane and Kate understood that they were getting closer to their daughter and increased their pace. As they reached the spot, Kate found Nancy tied up on an altar just as she saw in her vision. A blood-smeared naked woman was plucking out her hairs one by one. Kate ran toward her trying to stop her, but the two naked women that she saw the previous night held her tight and tied her up. When Dane tried to help his wife and daughter, the other woman present there tied him up too. The women tied both of them to a nearby tree, and one of them whispered, "I know you would come here. Enjoy the rest of the show," in Kate's ear. The blood-smeared woman started to carve out symbols on the body of the little girl right in front of the eyes of her parents. Nancy's shouts of pain and her parents' shouts of help overshadowed the loud sound of beating drums. As the woman kept playing with her knife on the poor girl's bare skin, the others started licking the blood that came out of the open cuts. One of the women collected Nancy's blood in a cup as it dripped off the altar and forcefully poured it into the mouth of Kate and Dane. When they refused to drink it, she closed their nostrils and mouth at the same time to make them forcefully drink it. The story's getting weird. When Kate and Dane closed their eyes to stop seeing the torture their daughter was going through, this woman who forcefully fed them the blood opened their eyelids forcefully and firmly held them open. She was apparently enjoying this. The couple were completely drained and had no strength to even shout for help as they were helplessly watching their daughter suffer. After filling Nancy's bare body with cuts, the blood-smeared woman raised her knife high to kill her. Dane shouted, "Don't do it, please," with his already dry throat, but she just wouldn't listen. As her knife almost pierced through Nancy's heart, Dane closed his eyes despite the woman holding his eyes firmly open due to a gun firing right next to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blood-smeared woman lying dead in a pool of her own blood, and the other women were running away from the place. Sensing that his daughter was finally safe, Dane closed his eyes in exhaustion. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital and his wife was laying in the bed next to him. He immediately got out of the bed and rushed out of the room he was kept in. He wanted to make sure his daughter was safe. When he got out of his room, he was greeted by the face of the resort manager. He asked Dane to calm down and told him that his daughter was stable after treatment. He walked into the intensive care unit of the hospital, and Dane confirmed that his daughter was indeed safe. So, how did she miraculously survive seeing Dane rush into the forest? The resort manager called the police asking them for help. When the police finally arrived, he led them into the forest in the direction he saw Dane and his wife run. They eventually reached the place where they were held captive right before Nancy was about to get killed. Seeing what was happening, one of the police officers shot at the woman holding the knife just before she plunged her knife into Nancy and killing her. Before the police untied Nancy from the altar, all the naked women present there were already disappeared, including the woman who was shot dead. Although it was strange, the police decided to save Nancy's life first, as she was already turning blue because of the blood she was losing. So they immediately rushed Nancy, Kate, and Dane to a nearby hospital and saved Nancy's life. The manager told Dane that the women were about to sacrifice his daughter, but because of her good luck, she survived. That seems... I need more information. A leaky ceiling upset my poltergeist roommate. Early in September of last year, 2023, here in Austin, Texas, I was woken up at around 0400 by my smoke alarm going off. It had been raining and several gallons of rusty brown water had pooled in the inaccessible cavity above my top or third floor apartment. The water had funneled into and drained through the smoke alarm in my living room, frying it and leaving a large slimy puddle on the floor. And yes, I slipped on it cartoonishly. I sopped up the mess and set up a large metal bowl below the leak. Then I went back to bed because I had to work in a few hours. I had had very few unusual problems with the apartment for the 5 years leading up to this, though I felt like I was always being watched and my foot was grabbed and wiggled once. It had only occasionally been woken up by shouts and breaths by my face. Complex was built in 2015, but a week after the initial leak, I started to find hand towels in my bathroom strewn across the floor. The first 5 times I didn't see how they'd ended up there, so I figured that maybe I was placing them on the towel rack precariously and the AC was knocking them down somehow. The next 6 times it happened, though, I saw the towels launch off the rack at a 90-degree angle from the wall with enough speed and force to bounce off the opposing wall. I was living alone with no pets and I was working from home, and each occurrence was during the daytime, which is when my AC was turned off. After the first 5 unseen occurrences, it would only happen when I was looking at it. The apartment's maintenance team patched up the first leak in my ceiling after about 2 weeks. Then we had a major hailstorm and the roof above my ceiling became even more damaged. Leaks bubbled and dripped across the ceiling in every room and weren't fixed for 3 months. I was extremely anxious about the ceiling potentially collapsing. The activity got worse and more frequent throughout this time period. In addition to towels still launching in the bathroom, and then in the kitchen pans flung into the ground. That was when they had been sitting in the drying rack next to the sink. One time I didn't even hear the pan move. I left it sitting flat by the sink after cleaning it and went into the other room. Then when I came back in, it was about 9 feet away over by the front door. During this time, I'd often hear loud stomps moving across the ceiling late at night, between 2200 and 0300. I was on the 3rd or top floor and there was no way to access the sloped roof. And it was far too late in the day for a lone roofing contractor to be up there with a 30-foot-plus ladder. The only rational non-paranormal explanation I could think of was that it was an auditory illusion. Maybe the stomps were being made by a person either below or to the side of my unit, and the vibrations traveled up through the walls and out of different places in my ceiling. The thumps were rhythmic and differed in intensity. They didn't occur during any other time of day, so I ruled out plumbing and HVAC. I also started to hear heavy scratching and scraping in the walls and across the ceiling near my bed, and only at night. But that could easily be attributed to pests and wildlife, and I had seen raccoons lumbering about the neighborhood. Given what happened next, though, it seems relevant. I occasionally addressed the entity throughout the 3-month period, stating something along the lines of, "It's okay that you live here as long as you're a good roommate. Please don't try to scare or hurt, or please don't break my stuff. I mean you no harm." The activity reached its first true peak one evening in November. I was sitting in my oversized beanbag chair watching YouTube, living the dream. That's when I felt a sharp sting like a paper cut on my right shin. I pulled my leg back as a reflex. Then I saw a single thin red scratch running 3 or 4 inches vertically down my lower shin. At this point, I went to put some Neosporin on it. Then I tried to dispel whatever energy had done this. I went into each room and rather cheesily asserted, "I reject all negative energy. I accept all positive energy. I project that positive energy back into the world. You may not harm me if you wish to exist here. I mean you no ill will." The tension in the apartment changed into something less hostile, though it still felt like I was trapped in a cage with a pacing wild animal calming down from a wide-eyed panic. The next night I felt another paper cut sting, this time on my right foot. When I looked down, I saw a fresh bite mark. A full semicircle with deep impressions of 3 gap-toothed human incisors. It encompassed 3 smaller ones. I felt a presence crouching next to me behind the chair, but it didn't feel hostile despite what had happened. It felt like a scared animal with its tail tucked, almost human. At this point, I understood that something that had been residing peacefully in the crawlspace was feeling displaced by the leaky roof and ceiling. It didn't like the situation any more than I did, but it was growing impatient. Whether or not this presence was the same one that bit and scratched me or the same one that had been throwing things, I'll never truly know. I put some Neosporin on the fresh bite mark and then I changed my assertion to, "Be at peace. They will fix this soon and you can finally rest again. In the meantime, do not touch me. I've done everything I can to speed them up and it's beyond my control. I mean you no harm, be well." And the tension and pressure in the room quickly dissipated. I stupidly didn't take any photos of the scratch and bite, primarily because I didn't want my feet pictures to be out there, but both injuries took about 5 to 6 weeks to heal and fade. The activity became limited to impatient stomping sounds for the next few weeks after the bite. Then it went into mid-December when they finally fixed and replaced my ceiling. Then the activity ended abruptly. The tension in the air was completely gone. For a time. Later in January, the roofers finally came and spent 5 days from 0700 to 1830 hammering and drilling and ripping apart the damaged roof and replacing it with a new one. This process was extremely loud and violent. The vibrations were strong enough to crack the tiles of my shower. During this 5-day stretch, the nightly stomping and daily towel throwing returned, and the lid of my garbage can violently flipped open and popped off its hinges. And this time I actually saw the upset presence sulking in the corner. It looked like a lean, emaciated adolescent with sullen, cataract eyes, gapped teeth, dark, matted hair, medium length, pale bluish gray skin. They were wearing a plain but sort of filthy white tee and boxer shorts. They looked damp, cold, and sad while sitting there between my chair and the wall, holding their knees. Clouded eyes searching my direction, taking deep labored breaths. I froze while looking at them. After what seemed like 5 to 10 seconds, they were gone. At this point, I didn't want to feed any more of my fear or anxious energy to it. I didn't even want to acknowledge or invoke the presence until I had found some way to protect myself. I didn't know if it was something to legitimately feel sorry for, or if it was something that wanted to trick me into opening myself up to it through empathy. I bought and started burning white sage candles the next day. I kept them burning almost any time I was present and awake inside the apartment. Given the history of things being thrown, I didn't want to leave a flame unsupervised. I'd occasionally carry one of these candles and cleanse every corner of every room, reciting, "I wish you peace and I wish you happiness, I wish you tranquility and I wish you rest." They seemed to keep things mostly quiet all the way up through late June when I moved out. There were still occasional stomps, and when I ran out the candles one day, I threw a figure off a shelf and broke a plate in the kitchen. Luckily, I haven't had any such experiences in my new apartment since. I'm not sure where this entity or energy came from. I don't know if it had been there the whole time or if it was something transient. I just know that I never summoned anything or went to any known haunted locations bringing home attachments, at least leading up to this time period. The electromagnetic field did feel high in that apartment, which could discredit anything weird I saw after 5.5 years of prolonged exposure. But that wouldn't explain objects moving or the injuries on my leg. I did have many posters and reflective frames set up throughout the apartment, some of which were facing directly across from each other. And one popular idea is that mirrors facing each other connect and create a portal or a vortex for energy. At the time, I was working at an exceptionally shitty job with an awful manager, and many documents that I processed for this job contained information for photographs of injured, maimed, and deceased clients. Several documents were quite graphic and distressing. A lot of my childhood trauma was beginning to bubble back up to the surface right before all of this happened. My unscientific speculation is that this is pure speculation, by the way. It's that my heightened distress fed into the surrounding energy. This coincided with the roof issues and amplified whatever was already going on. One or more entities could have been displaced from the crawlspace by the leaky roof, or they could have been attached to the land for maybe a longer time and were drawn to my heightened stress and negative energy. Or maybe it was all transient energy drifting by and somehow became trapped and manifested itself in different ways. The only thing that's certain is that there's no way for me to definitively know what happened. That's okay.
My house is full of jinn. In December of 2019, I moved into the house I still currently live in. Before moving in, my dad sent me videos, giving me kind of a tour of the house while I was still living out of state. I had just graduated high school that year and was currently in Tennessee building my photography portfolio. My initial thought was that the house seemed a little bit off. All the rooms were strangely lit, and the living room was exceptionally uncomfortable, being that it had no lights at all yet. All the rooms were a good size, though, and his two cats, Mulder and Tesla, didn't seem stressed out. When I moved in, I brought my cat Tiki. I'm mentioning the cats because they're pretty much integral to what's been going on over the past 5 years. For the first few months of living here, I was mostly by myself with the cats. The first night I spent alone here, that's when it started. It was about 12 in the morning. I was half awake on my bed, and just with the lights still on, with Tesla sleeping on my neck and Tiki on my legs. There was a loud banging coming from the basement. Let me mind you, this house is pretty old and still has an oil furnace. So with it being winter, I was constantly kicking on and off. Or rather, it. At first, I attributed it to that. I just let it go. But it happened again, and Tesla and Tiki were now on guard. I told them it was just the furnace, but they knew it wasn't. I don't know if any cat knows what a furnace is. It consistently happened while I was home alone at night for another 3 or so months. I was checking regularly for the first month. Eventually, I just started locking the door that leads to the basement whenever I was home alone. I figured it was the best thing to do to just kind of ignore it from now on. I was still pretty halfway convinced it was just the furnace. For a few weeks that seemed to work. The banging even stopped, but then I saw Mulder playing with something underneath my dad's bedroom door. There was a shadow that I could see moving back and forth, battling back at Mulder in sort of a playful way. Thought maybe I was just being paranoid, but it didn't stop. All 3 cats were playing with the thing under the door every single day. One day I watched Tiki accidentally push a squishy ball under the door and try to grab it. Just when he was about to give up, the ball rolled back to him. He stared at it for a second and then pushed it under the door again. Again, the ball came back, and this specific activity went on for another almost 2 years. But I never saw that again. At the end of 2020, one more notable thing did happen. There was a knocking coming from the attic above the hallway. My initial instinct was, okay, it's probably an animal. Let me spook it with the broom. Maybe it'll just go back out the way it came in. I gave the ceiling 3 hard taps, and all of a sudden, I got 3 hard taps back. No way. I did it again, about a foot or 2 away from where I originally was. Again, I got 3 taps back. Still in disbelief, knowing I had to test it one last time, I opened my dad's door and walked into the center of the room. At least 10 feet from where it originally was. You know that common doot knock people do? That's what I did. Sure enough, I got it back, and at that point I was running out of the room. That was the most I'd ever been directly interacted with yet. Somebody on the comments told me what that knock pattern was called. A cut and a shave in 2 bits, I believe. Something like that. 2021 was an exceptionally active year. One day a friend of mine, we're going to call him Adrian. I'm changing all the names to maintain privacy since quite a few people experience these things with me. So Adrian came over so that way I could bleach their hair. We were standing around talking about whatever and the knocking incident came up. They asked if I've ever gone into my attic. I said no because there's no ladders or stairs. Well, Adrian is over 6 feet tall, so they stood in a stool and opened it up. It was pitch black, so they pulled out their phone and recorded a 360 of the entire attic. There was nothing up there but spiders and a single box of ominous Christmas decorations. Probably 2 months later, Adrian and another friend Emma were over. We had only had 1 drink each before we decided that we wanted to go out. That way we weren't fucked up by any means. It was probably maybe 9, maybe 10 p.m. We were on the way out the door to go walk around town and bullshit. Adrian was already outside, and Emma and I were just walking out. At the end of the hallway, we both stopped. Across from us was a tall figure, probably 7 feet tall, covered head to toe in black. Silently, we watched as it walked from right across from us in the kitchen all the way into the living room. It then crossed paths, went past the couch, stood for a moment, and disappeared. We just looked at each other. "Did you see that?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, still staring at me with wide eyes. "We need to get the fuck out of here for a while," I said as we sped through the kitchen to the side door. Luckily, they both stayed the night that night, because I wouldn't have slept at all if I were alone. Things stayed relatively calm for the rest of the year, despite the new eerie feeling that something is now living in my closet, keeping close tabs on me, watching me especially hard when the closet is open. I don't think it intended for us to see it. Now, the summer of 2022. My current partner LP and I had stopped at my house. This way I could grab a few things real quick. When we go into my room, we notice that the planchette for my Ouija board was ripped out of its placeholder. It was sitting on top of the box, which was tightly closed on its side, between a small fold-up table and the wall. Except the dent and tear from where the planchette came out of the box. My cats aren't allowed in the room when I'm not home, so I know it wasn't any of them. They were all in the living room asleep when I got home. Well, later that night I came back in by myself when LP went to the gas station. When I walked in, the Alexa in the living room was playing somber classical music. It wasn't my dad. He wouldn't be home from work for another hour or 2, and he had left before I stopped at home earlier in the day. The Alexa didn't set off any alarms at first because it glitches a lot and had a 2-year running streak of playing Tupac at the most random points in time. I went to my room to set all my stuff down before I went to unplug the Alexa. Then I was reminded of that planchette. Tiki and Honeybun ran into my room in a defensive and protective way, and Tesla was on guard on the bar in the kitchen. Osmodeus was legitimately hiding. Tiki started growling in the hallway from my bed, and the banging I hadn't heard in like 2 years at that point started up. There was random shuffling and tapping around on the top floor of the house. At this point, I was crying, and I called up to LP and I told him what was going on. "I'll be right back." They came back, brought in with their Quran, and things calmed down for the rest of the night. The very last dramatic thing that has happened is that at the end of last year, my dad was on the couch asleep, and Tesla had woke up to the front doorknob aggressively twisting from the inside. There was not an earthquake or anything like that. The rest of the house was completely still, except for that doorknob. I wasn't home at the time, and he texted me in the middle of the night saying that he woke up thinking somebody was breaking into the house. There was no one outside. You could see the entire front yard and porch from the window behind the couch. He said the doorknob was twisting back and forth so quickly that it was shaking. He apparently realized that it was from the inside of the house when he looked out of the window to see no one, but the knob was just still going. He also said that Tesla was extremely concerned and was guarding him from front it, or guarding him from the front of it. Now that my partners kept a Quran in my room, things have calmed down considerably. Nothing crazy's happened in the past year. We think that this house is full of jinn, as well as the trail across the street from my house, where I once saw a full-body figure silently cross horizontally in the dead of night, which isn't possible, because on either side of the trail is uphill land. All of that's blocked off by lumber to stop people from using dirt bikes on the woods and muddying up preserved land. Let me know what y'all think.
Eerie Encounters: The Deadly Betrayal of Carol and Reggie. In the early 1960s, two high school classmates named Carol and Reggie fell in love with each other. They were inseparable and seemed to be perfect in every sense, but they broke up after completion of high school as they had different ideas about what the future should hold. After graduation, Reggie joined the U.S. Navy. That's where he served for multiple years. At one point, Reggie got married, but the marriage didn't last long. When he finally got out of the Army, he got a job at a railroad in South Carolina and settled down there. After graduation, Carol got married and divorced twice, and her second, failed marriage almost cost Carol her life. On February 18th of 1987, while Carol was living with her 10-year-old daughter, her second husband came to her doorstep and knocked on the door. When Carol opened her door, he drew out his gun and put 6 bullets into her right in front of her daughter. He fled the house after doing this gruesome act and shot himself to death. The bullet severely hurt Carol. She, did not kill her, okay? The bullet severely hurt Carol, and she was left to deal with chronic pain and complete blindness in one eye. Okay. After almost 8 years after the traumatic experience, when Carol was finally starting to get back on her feet, she was diagnosed with liver cancer. It would be figured out that the blood she was given after the accident was contaminated with hepatitis C, and it led to her cancer. Carol and Reggie reunite. Carol, being a strong woman, decided not to let this limit her and started to search for a job. After extreme efforts, she got a job as a customer service rep at a TV company. In 2000, a few years after she got into her job, she got back in touch with Reggie because of a random call at work. The duo madly fell in love for each other yet again, and within 6 months after their reunion, they got married. Within a year after their marriage, they decided to sell their house in South Carolina and move to Florida to retire. Although it was hard for Rhonda, Carol's daughter, to part ways with her mother, she was genuinely happy for her. The couple go missing. In July of 2005, Carol stopped answering Rhonda's phone. Although she wasn't concerned by this in the beginning, she started to grow worried after the first 24 hours of her mom or her stepfather not answering her calls, as both of them were not in great shape. So, after 72 hours of not hearing from them, she drove to the house to check on them. When she got to their house, she noticed that they were not in the house, but the house was not locked as well. The dog was still in the house with their dirty plate with leftover food still present on the table. Seeing these plates, Rhonda immediately felt something was wrong, as her mother would never do something like that. Also, she found their life-saving medications still in their bedroom, which solidified her conclusion and made her file like a missing complaint. On to the investigation. The police started off by tracing the couple's car down by putting the details of the missing couple and their car all over the news. Within a couple of hours of doing this, they found their car without a battery on. An isolated road. It was on an isolated road almost an hour away from their house. 5 hours after this discovery, they got an anonymous call from a young couple claiming to be Carol and Reggie. However, they failed miserably in their attempt at impersonating and
The police grew suspicious of this couple. When they waited for the traces of the phone call, the police started to track down the missing couple's card usage. While doing so, they found that a man who appeared to be in his early 20s was using their card even after their disappearance. Although his face wasn't visible on the cameras, the police were able to get a brief understanding of how this man would look like. Although the traces showed that the phone call was tied to a fake address, the police found out that the same number was used to book a rental car. The rental company confirmed that a person who called them looked exactly like the man they had seen in the ATMs. And they told them that the car was booked in the name of Tiffany Cole. The company told the police that their cars had a GPS for satellite tracking and guided the police to a motel where Tiffany stayed with her boyfriend Michael and his friend Alan. Tiffany was 24 years old, Michael was 23, and Alan was 19. When the police broke into their room, they found bags filled with the recently purchased stuff like video games, computers, clothes, and perfumes. The trio also had missing couple of keys and cards and personal belongings. The police immediately took these three into custody and started questioning them. Although stubborn, Tiffany slightly broke down and confessed to the police that they had just robbed the couple and a fourth member named Nixon was involved in it. The police immediately nabbed Nixon, and unlike the other three, he immediately confessed. His confession would make the investigation officers break down in tears. Actual events. Tiffany was well acquainted with Carol and Reggie since their time in South Carolina. Because of her traumatic childhood, the couple took her into their wings and treated her as their own daughter. When Tiffany's boyfriend Michael was thrown out of his house in Florida, Tiffany was reminded that the couple had moved near them recently along with their boyfriend headed to their house to spend that night as they had no money, no place to go. When they turned up at the couple's doorstep, Carol invited them with open arms and allowed them to stay in the house for as long as they wanted to. She prepared them a good dinner, and while they were having it, she unintentionally opened up about a huge profit they had made by selling their house in California. Hearing this, Tiffany and Michael immediately stared at each other with greed. The next morning, despite Carol asking them to stay for a little longer, Tiffany and Michael left their house. From that moment onwards, they started plotting to rob Carol and Reggie. A month later, after gathering 2 more people to help them with the crime, Tiffany and Michael decided to proceed with the robbery. Alan and Nixon knocked up on Carol's door asking her to allow them to call from her phone as their car had broken down. Although suspicious, Carl allowed them to use it because of her kind nature. Once they were inside the house with Carol, who was once Carl, they tied and taped her with duct tape. Hearing the commotion, Reggie rushed into the house from the garage, but they taped him as well. Alan and Nixon taped them so thoroughly that the only holes left were the holes beneath their nostrils. Once they finished taping, they called Michael and informed him of their work and it being complete. Upon hearing this, Michael, along with his girlfriend Tiffany, pulled over at the house and looted everything possible, but Carol and Reggie in the trunk of their car and left the house. They, along with Alan and Nixon, drove to the secluded place where Carol's car was found and made the couple sit inside the grave they had dug in that place. But now, Carol and Reggie were dragged out and hugging each other, hoping that their plight would end soon. After extracting every possible thing from them, Tiffany tore off Carol's jewelry from her face and started burying them. They slowly started filling the pit with dirt and mud as the couple squealed in anguish. The 4 of them seemed to enjoy their suffering and continued filling the hole until the mud reached the mouth of their tilted heads. Then they let them take a few painful breaths before putting mud right into their mouths and noses to choke them. Nixon told the police that, even after completely filling the hole and leveling the ground, they still heard the dampened sounds of Carol and Reggie gasping for air. Because of disclosing the burial site, Nixon was granted a life sentence while the other 3 were sentenced to death. Good. That was horrible. I'm failing to see the ghost relation here. Step into the paranormal with Paranormal M, where eerie mysteries await. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay updated on our latest thrilling tales. Prepare for a truly haunting experience. The Murder House of a Young Girl. Back in the 1990s, we did this type of work, and in our area, we were only a couple of companies with the experience and training to perform such tasks. When people asked me about my job back then, I would say that our job was to clean up nightmares. However, back then, I wouldn't really talk about it too much because it was a hard thing to really talk about. We would go in after the investigation's complete and sterilize the scene. Not only for biological hazards, but for visuals, as in the family came back to the scene and we'd make it look as clean as possible. Hardly any remainder of what had happened. This particular story isn't really a ghost story, but one of those scenes that in my many years of doing this, it really was messed up, sad, and tragic. But like so many other scenes, there was, well, for lack of a better explanation, a heavy sense of evil. This is why I'm telling this story, as nothing popped out at us. We didn't see shadows or hear anything out of the normal. But it was like walking into a nightmare, and the feeling of overwhelming sadness and dread affected myself and my other crew member. The crew member that went to this scene with me, he had been with me for a long time. I was the supervisor, and since this wasn't particularly a big scene, it didn't require more crew members to complete the task. The call. If memory serves me right, we had just got back to our office, and I was working on paperwork, and my crew members were doing some chores around the shop, and we were all just getting ready to call it a day. Must have been around 5 p.m. I get the call that was going to dispatch for us to go to a pretty suburban neighborhood about 50 miles away from the large city. For the family's privacy reasons, I'm not going to disclose the area, the dates, or the names. The crime happened days or weeks prior. I forgot how much time had passed, but the investigators had completed going over the scene and gathering evidence, and their job was completed. The house was a pretty normal ranch-style house, probably built in the 60s. I remember the front of the house had a lot of football decorations, probably from the dad's favorite team. If you passed by this house, there was nothing remarkable about it. It wasn't fancy and it wasn't unkempt. Just a normal suburban family house in a pretty quiet-looking neighborhood. Oftentimes it happened that I would see a news broadcast and think to myself, wonder if we'll be called out to that murder scene. We mainly performed our services inside buildings. Sometimes we did our services out in front of a house, as sometimes people travel as they're slowly dying and have a smear of blood leaving a trail of blood as the person is trying to escape. We would clean that up too. This case was different. The entire house just looked really normal. Like, imagine you wake up today and leave your house frozen like that for days or weeks. When we arrived, we were met with who I think was an aunt of the family member who lived there. They were staying elsewhere since the murder. I did all necessary paperwork. I did that with the aunt, just a form allowing us to enter and do the work, and another form that was authorizing us to dispose of any soiled materials that were of no significant value. And the typical contract, I'm sure, and that's where the invoice is for our services. She didn't go into the house with us, but told us which room it was. We never pressure people to enter with us, as most of the time seeing the scene is like reliving the nightmare all over again. We entered the house removing the crime scene tape, and like I said, it was frozen in time to that night that the murder happened. I remember seeing a laundry basket full of clothes on the sofa, probably just washed and maybe the mom was going to fold them. Shoes by the front door, dirty dishes on the table, mail on the table. That kind of stuff. We walked down the hallway and the police had dusted for fingerprints. You can see black smears all over the hallway, and we entered the room. The room was that of a little girl, maybe 8 or maybe 9. Pink bed sheet on the bed with dried blood. A white wooden headboard with splatters of blood that had gone past the headboard and splattered on the wall as well. The blood had also dripped from the bed to a little small pool on the brown carpet. The police had dusted for fingerprints all along the inside of the room. Most of the concentration of the fingerprinting dust was around the bedroom window. The cleaning up of all the black smudges took longer than the cleaning up of the blood, as I assumed the police removed all of the things that had blood on it.
such as maybe the comforter or the blankets. But the mattress held the majority of the blood, so we bagged it and removed it for disposal. We did clean the headboard and the wall. The police also removed a portion of the carpet, maybe for some kind of evidence. So we just cut out and removed the rest. The entire time we're working in this room, I just got overcome with such a feeling of sickness. Can't really describe it, but imagine just feeling like you leave an area, a mix of heaviness, evil sadness that twists you up in your stomach, almost to the point of feeling sick, but more of a foreboding, like if something was still lingering there. I didn't get the sense from the rest of the house, but once you entered that room, it was unescapable. I was working on the window ledge, cleaning up and removing the dusting powder from it. My crew members putting some trash in our truck, so I alone in there, I almost get the feeling that something's watching me. But more like something is feeding off of my feelings. So I leave the room to get more cleaning rags, and I find a crew member sitting on the floor at the back of the truck with tears in his eyes. This is a guy who's been with me on some really messed up calls. And as far as scenes being really graphic, it wasn't like many of the other calls. I try to just understand, and I try to let him be. I ask him if he needs to take more time, just sit there, and I'll be inside. I go back to the room, and I'm suddenly almost in tears too. I don't know why, but I look around the room, like really look at this little girl's room. I see little clothes, some dolls, schoolwork, drawings she hung up on the wall, and her dresser is all lined up with her Polly Pockets. I'm suddenly just standing there almost shaking at that point. Not just from being sad about this little girl that I described above. A whole mix of stuff. I forced myself to continue on, so I finished up cleaning up the room and start on the hallway, and outside the room the doorknob, and I see my crew member working inside the house. He says that he's going to clean the outside of the bedroom window, as the investigators had used the dusting on the outside as well. As I put some of our supplies back into the truck, I go around to the outside side of the house and see my crew member standing there at the bedroom window like in a trance. He's staring in the room, almost like he's seeing something, but just silently standing there. I don't want to startle him, so I stand there just looking at him. After what seems like a couple of minutes, I softly say his name. Shakes him out of the trance, and he looks at me, just turning his head, and his eyes are bloodshot red, and he just said, "I'm sorry, what'd you say?" I just said, "Well, if you're finished up, I'll take the final photos and we can lock up." He just continues to spray and wipe as nothing, so I get our camera and start taking photos of our completed work. You can see we do this as proof of how we left the condition of the home, especially if we're left alone on the property. The crime. Apparently, what happened was, in the middle of the night, some creep broke into the little girl's bedroom window. The police think he was looking to kidnap her, but she must have either cried out or fought him off. So he took out a huge Bowie-type knife and stabbed her to death. This all happened as the parents slept in the room next door and the other kid was all fast asleep. I believe he just walked out of the house and left. And later on, as we were driving away, I had asked my crew member about him standing at the window outside, if he was okay or needed to go home early. He just turned to me and said, "I put my 2 feet in the same spot the murderer stood just before he killed the girl." He was quiet for the rest of the day and didn't talk about the house again. I did passively keep up with the investigation for the next week or so, but it was in the news and eventually moved on to other scenes of crimes. Sometimes, now when somebody will casually ask in conversation if I'm religious, I just kind of say I believe in spirits or something similar. Sometimes it's because I've seen the works of evil, and sometimes it's because I want to believe that there's hell and guys like that will be burning for eternity. Agree. The house that no one wanted to enter. Back when I managed a crew that went to buildings where a homicide, suicide, and many other ways people have died or were seriously injured that have, caused a need for our services. We would do our best to sterilize the environment, not just removing biohazards, but making it so that it was visually sterilized. So that if anybody walked into the building, it would just look like a construction or a remodel project. This particular call was during a stormy day, dark and gloomy. Right out of a scene from any scary movie that you can imagine. Just go with that. Off in the distance, there's rumble of thunder, heavy rain, and it's cold. We get a dispatch call to a home in the hillsides. It's in a neighborhood, part of a larger city. For privacy reasons, I will not say which city, but this particular area I was not really too familiar with. It seemed like really, really rich neighborhood in an area where you'd expect wealthy individuals to live. The dispatch said that the representative was going to meet us. They were going to the site to release the property to us. I believe the guy that we met was an attorney, or at least some sort of real estate broker. He signed the paperwork, and we walked inside, and he said anything that we need to dispose of was fine, just keep a record. He gave me his fax number and said just fax the invoice to our services for any paperwork, and his office will take care of anything that we need. He handed us the keys and said to lock the doors from the inside and mail the keys back when we're done. My crew starts setting up, suiting up, getting ready to do what needs to be done. I go back out to my truck and I start to get ready. We normally used to take 35mm photos of before and after. Prior to this, we used to use those old Polaroid instant cameras, but we switched to 35mm film cameras for quality. We did this not for taking photos of gore, but documentation and to cover our butts. That says we had one case where a crew was accused of theft. Turns out not to be true, and that the missing item was taken by a family member before we arrived. The house. Well, like I said, it was in a very wealthy neighborhood in the hillsides. It looked pretty well kept from the outside. I remember the driveway was one of those that you can drive in on one side and it looped around. Looped around back to the street like a U-shaped driveway. But it served, kind of went all the way up to the house. Not sure if you can picture that in your head, but it was a long driveway anyway. It was a very large 3-story home. Since it was on a hillside, you entered the house in the middle level. There was one level down and one level up. Inside, my crew was a little bit confused. We were used to seeing fresh blood and fresh damages like bullet holes, broken windows, and typical murder scene stuff. I mean, yes, this house was the scene of a murder. I never got the information on who was murdered or how many deaths. The representative of the house didn't say anything, and it was strictly business, sign here, send me an invoice, and that's it. Since he already stated about, how to dispose of anything needed and to make inventory there's really no need to go into details about anything else, really. My crew eventually enters the master bedroom, and you can tell this is where it happened. Very odd thing was, it wasn't like a new crime scene. Probably happened about a decade or more ago. My crew consisted of 3 crew members and myself. 2 of them started getting the creeps, and pretty much almost immediately. They were the newer crew members, so it's kind of expected that a new guy gets creeped out at scenes. I noticed they did whatever they could to stay out of the house, run back to our trucks in the stormy weather to take trash or get supplies. Having done this job for more than 6 years at this point, I know the scene isn't fresh. The dried blood had almost turned black. But what really stuck out was the age of everything inside the home. It was half emptied, like most of the furniture and what you'd expect to be there wasn't in that bedroom. It was like they left it in some time in the 70s or early 80s. I remember thinking how old everything looked in contrast to the outside. The outside looked like it was kept very well, but the inside, it was like a layer of dust, and some areas had cobwebs like you'd see in some creepy movie. We noticed that the blood may have leaked to the floor below, so we went to inspect where the blood had pooled up at one point and see if it went through the downstairs. We located a dark spot in the ceiling below the master bedroom. The room below was like a den and bar area. I told my crew that we're going to have to remove all the carpet in the master bedroom and maybe the subfloor and clean the studs, remove the drywall and the insulation in the ceiling below. We also noticed that it had a leak down to the floor in the den below, so we moved a portion of the wood flooring below as well. During our work, our car drove up the driveway and flashed its lights at us. I went out thinking it might be the representative. I go outside to meet with the car and see what he wanted. I go out and I notice it's not the same guy, but an older gentleman, probably in his 70s in a very nice Mercedes.
Almost immediately starts yelling at me like, what the hell are we doing here? I let him finish. I try my best to explain why we're here, and I told him that I can show him the dispatch papers and the signature, but that if he wanted to call the police, I'd wait here, and I'd wait there with him. I think by me saying that, I put him at ease. He glanced at the paper and said something like, why are you here today? Why now? Can't really go into detail, but just say that we're there to clean up after an accident. He looks at me all confused. He said that the house has been empty for many, many years. I told him, well, we were called up to clean up and remove damages. He looked at me very seriously and said nobody had stepped foot in that house in years. I told him, well, maybe it happened years ago and is just now getting sorted. I knew that he knew what I was saying. He said, why now? Why are they finally dealing with this now? I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any answers. I'm just there to do what we were told to do, really. He said sorry for the way he acted towards me, and he lives next door and sometimes has to chase away teens. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't there causing trouble. I asked him if he knew the family that lived there. He said again, no one has been in that house in years. He did say something terrible happened in there many years ago. It was tragic and that it had been empty ever since. He looked distressed talking to me in the storm and said that, well, he'd better get back home. Our time in the house wasn't that long, as it didn't take long to do what we were there for. I did one last walk around the house as my crew were back in the trucks putting things away and removing their protective gear. I took some more pictures with my camera and looked around for curiosity's sake. The whole entire house was eerie, very creepy, like entering a tomb. Some of the lights didn't work, so some of the rooms I entered were dark, empty spaces. You can see the carpets, drapes, and remaining furniture that was left behind was old, but not as old as in like worn out, more like old as in style. I remember seeing some pink dog stuffed animal on the floor next to a lamp. I don't know why that stuffed animal gave me the creeps so much. We leave the house to get back to my office, and I finish up the paperwork and give everything to our billing gal, including the film roll. We had a service that would come every other day and collect our film from processing, and none of those pictures came out. It wasn't empty film, it looked like something tried to process, like blotches, like back in the day when you accidentally leave film and checked luggage at the airport and it would like sort of ruin the film. It was like that. The photos that were taken were browned out and smudged, so much so that you couldn't make it out. Luckily, we didn't need the photos for billing, but we couldn't explain what happened. Some people say that maybe the storm ruined the film, but we weren't directly near the thunder and it was miles away. We just heard it off in the distance. That was the house that no one wanted to enter, and my only guess was that the family had finally decided to sell the property after all the years after the murder. Old bad blood. I was asked to post another story here. This one is about suicide that happened in the house. I used to manage a crew, and our job was to go in after maybe a homicide, maybe a suicide, or unattended death, or an accidental death, or other cases that caused a lot of damage due to some type of an incident. Sometimes it was very minimal, and other times it was extremely graphic. Most of my stories are about how sad the scene was, or sometimes just crazy how some people managed to get themselves killed. I did this work in the 90s up until shortly after 9/11. We were usually called in after the investigation was over, so the coroner already removed the bodies or body. I never really saw the person, but I would see photos in the house and knew which one it was. I never really tried to think about it, just at the task at hand. I kept my crew very respectful. I never allowed anyone to smoke while on the scene. I didn't allow anyone to use bad language, and when we were inside, there was no music. We would almost whisper to each other. It was hard keeping workers in this kind of job. Some, even after their first murder scene, left the job and never came back. Don't blame them. I never blamed anybody. I wouldn't allow a new person to just enter the scene.
especially if they never encountered the sights or the smells. We all wore PPE, or protective gear. It was disposable in some cases. You wouldn't want to try and wash it away. But anyways, back to the story. One day we get a call to dispatch. There's a suicide. Most of our call-outs, we get some reason, they'd always happen either late, maybe middle of the day, maybe middle of the night. There must not have been much of an investigation for the suicide, as the scene was very fresh. We arrived to a lower middle-class house in a middle-class working older neighborhood. The neighborhood must have been built in the 1940s or 50s based on the way the house looked. My job when we arrive is to get the paperwork sorted before we enter the property. Normally on most scenes of public agencies such as fire department, sheriffs, police, or family representatives have a sign-off for us to enter the property and do what we need to do. It isn't uncommon for a family friend or even a neighbor to sign off as a representative, due to either the entire household being lost or no one else being available. We just have to have someone with stated authority signing our paperwork. When we arrive on scene, there's an older middle-aged woman seated in the garage. You can tell that she'd been crying, and I sit with her and I talk with her. I usually ask questions like, in an affected room, is there anything of sentimental or monetary value that you'd like to use or remove, or put somewhere safe? Is there anything dangerous left in the room? Usually the PD removes that, but I would still ask. I would also ask, can any soft materials like bedding, curtains, or furniture that you'd like for us to try and salvage if affected? I've always been told that I was very good at talking to people in that kind of situation, so that's why, shortly after I started working in the field, I was promoted to supervisor. This lady that I was talking to, she didn't seem distraught because of the death of her son, but that she was frightened that she was visibly shaking and kept looking at the front door. My crew was still in her truck suiting up. I'd asked her if she would like to show us the affected area or if we could just enter. She snapped back and said that I'm never stepping foot inside that house again, which is understandable due to the fact that her son had just taken his own inside that house. I said, okay, if you can just tell me which room it is. She said it's the first bedroom on the left, just as you enter the hallway. That's when I noticed that she wasn't looking at the front door, but the first window to the left of the front door. I motioned and she said that bedroom window there. She said, yeah. She grabbed my hand and said something like, this is going to sound crazy, but there's something evil in that house. I just stood there letting her talk. I did nod my head like agreeing with her. She said that I'm never going back in that house ever again. She said that you don't understand. Something real evil is inside that house. I told her that I understood and that if there was anybody that they could just call for her or something. She said that a friend was going to be by shortly. They're from another city. They were maybe an hour away. It's going to take her a good amount of time to get to the house. My crew leader came up and we told her that we were going to get started. We entered the house, and it wasn't much of a bloodbath inside, a very small pool of blood in front of the bed and a large pool of blood on the mattress. I also noticed what looked like vomit on the mattress. The thing that really stood out was the wall covered in writing, and the writing was in blood. The whole house seemed dark and heavy is the best way I can describe it. It was messy, not like a hoarder situation, but they obviously didn't keep it up well. As my crew was working on the scene, I went out to talk to the lady, and I wanted to make sure it was okay with her, that we bag up the mattress and dispose of it. When I went outside, she was sitting there facing inside the garage smoking a cigarette. I'd asked her if she wanted to salvage the mattress or if we can just dispose of it, like I said. She said something like, I wish we could burn the whole place down. Then she started to tell me about the house. She said it started with her husband. She said that a few years ago he took his own life inside the house in the master bedroom. She said about a year ago her oldest son took his life inside the house, and she said that she woke up to find him hanging in his room. She said that the house is evil, and evil spirits will live inside there and attack you. I sat with her and just said I'm sorry to hear about all that you've gone through. She said I don't blame them for leaving me. She went out just to say how demons are attacking anyone who enters. And the thing is, she didn't look crazy or talk crazy. She just looked very worn, tired, but mostly scared. Up to this point, I do have to admit that some scenes are just plain evil. You feel it. I can't describe it, but if you could ever feel evil, demons or bad spirits, whatever you call it, it felt like... I felt it many times. Let's put it that way. I felt it inside that house, mostly when I looked at the writing on the wall. The guy who killed himself had drank poison, slashed his throat, then took blood from his cut and wrote it on the wall. Now everybody who I've shared this story with asked me what was exactly written on this wall. And the truth is, I don't know. I couldn't make sense of it. I did make out some words here, like, "the little blue boy is," and some others that I forgot, but it wasn't in, like, another language. I guess as he was bleeding out, he couldn't write it well. The message he left on the wall pretty much covered the entire wall. My workers bagged the mattress, cut out the carpet, cut out the drywall, and were quickly, and that was it. They wanted to get the hell out of there. They hadn't heard what the older lady told me. As I told the lady and we were just completed, she sat there smoking a cigarette, shaking, just waiting for a friend to arrive. Felt bad leaving her alone, but it wasn't my job or responsibility to sit and stay with her. My crew talked about how fucked up that scene was. I think the writing had got to them. As we pulled away, I shared what the lady said to me. One of my crew members who always wore a cross said he felt like he wasn't welcomed in there. He was the one pushing to get the heck out of there fast. I know this isn't a typical ghost story, as we don't see a ghost, but I do think evil spirits drove all the male members of this family to kill themselves. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever find out. The Forbidden City. Located in the heart of Beijing, there's a sprawling palace complex that served as an imperial palace for Chinese emperors. Nearly 500 years old. Well, nearly 500 years it's been serving that way, rather. Its grand architecture and rich history make it a symbol of China's past. However, beneath its majestic exterior lies a darker, more eerie side. A side that has spawned numerous ghost stories and urban legends. Among the most famous legends is the tale of Empress Dowager Cixi, one of the most powerful women in Chinese history. It is said that her spirit still roams the halls of the Forbidden City, seeking to protect her empire, even in death. Guards and visitors have reported sightings of a regal woman dressed in... How do you pronounce that again? Qing. I should really know this. Dressed in Qing Dynasty attire. Qing? One of those. Sorry. Another chilling story involves the concubines of Ming and the Qing dynasties. The Forbidden City was not a place of power, but also of intrigue, betrayal, and tragedy. Concubines who fell out of favor, or who were caught in political sort of machinations, often met untimely deaths. Some by execution, others by suicide. Their restless spirits are said to haunt the palace grounds, their sorrowful wails echoing through the night. One of the eeriest spots in the Forbidden City is the Hall of Supreme Harmony. That's where numerous executions were carried out. Visitors have reported feelings like several things, including sudden drops in temperature or inexplicable whispers, seeing shadow figures flit across a massive hall. Some have even claimed to see headless apparitions, believed to be the spirits of those who were beheaded within these very walls. The well-known Nine-Dragon Wall, adorned with intricate dragon carvings, is another focal point of supernatural activity. It is said that the wall's dragons come to life at night, their eyes glowing and movements fluid, guarding the palace from intruders and keeping restless spirits in check. Exploring the haunted history of the Forbidden City allows us to delve into China's rich past, offering an opportunity to learn vocabulary related to architecture, history, and the supernatural. Comparing these stories to ghostly legends of Western palaces and castles, it sort of highlights the cultural differences between Chinese and Western beliefs about the afterlife. In Western folklore, haunted castles like the Tower of London, they're often associated with tragic events and vengeful spirits. In contrast, the hauntings of the Forbidden City often revolve around the themes of duty, honor, and unfulfilled destiny. Well, unfulfilled destiny and vengeful spirits, pretty similar. The spirits of the emperors, empresses, and concubines are believed to remain bound to the palace, protecting it or reliving their tragic fates. Whether one believes in the supernatural or not, the urban legends of the Forbidden City add a layer of mystique to an already rich history. The palace stands as a testament to the grandeur and drama of imperial China, with its ghostly tales serving as reminders of the human stories that played out within its walls. Li Wei, a historian with a deep passion for Chinese architecture and legends, decided to visit the Forbidden City one late autumn afternoon. The sprawling palace complex, rich with centuries of imperial history, had always fascinated him. He had heard the ghostly tales and the urban legends, but he dismissed them as mere stories meant to entertain tourists. With his camera and notebook in hand, Li Wei set out to explore the grandeur of the Forbidden City. As he wandered through the majestic halls and courtyards, he couldn't help but marvel at the intricate architecture and the historical significance of each building. As twilight began to descend, he found himself near the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The large hall, once the site of many executions. The Hall of Supreme Harmony is where people get executed. Very harmonious. He said that this was one of the most haunted spots within the palace grounds. So, a sudden drop in temperature sent a shiver down his spine. The air grew heavy and an eerie silence fell over the hall. Li Wei continued to explore, determined to capture the beauty of the place. As he raised his camera to take a photograph, he heard faint whispers echoing through the hall. Pausing, he looked around, but he saw no one. The whispers grew louder and a sense of dread washed over him. The stories of headless apparitions and sorrowful wails echoed in his mind. Just as he was about to leave, a shadowy figure appeared at the far end of the hall. The figure slowly moved toward him. Its form was becoming more distinct with each step. It was a woman dressed in Qing Dynasty attire. Her face pale, her eyes filled with sorrow. Li Wei's breath caught in his throat as he realized he was looking at the spirit of Empress Dowager Cixi. Frozen in place, he watched as the apparition glided across the floor, her gaze never leaving him. She stopped a few feet away, and in a voice that seemed like it was from another world, she spoke. "Leave this place. Your presence disturbs our eternal rest." Before he could respond, the figure had vanished, and the hall returned to its eerie silence. Trembling, Li Wei quickly gathered his belongings and left the hall. As he stepped outside, the cold air seemed to lift, and the oppressive feeling dissipated. He made his way to the Nine-Dragon Wall, hoping to find solace in its beauty. But as he approached, he noticed something strange. The eyes of the dragon seemed to glow, and their movements appeared fluid, almost as if they were alive. The legends of the wall's guardians flashed through his mind. Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, Li Wei decided to leave the Forbidden City. As he exited the palace grounds, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The haunting encounter had left him shaken, but also in awe of the rich history and the stories that lingered within the ancient walls. Back in his study, Lee Wei documented his experience, sharing it as a cautionary tale. He described the haunting beauty of the Forbidden City, the spirits that roamed its halls, and the reminder that the past, no matter how distant, could still touch the present. Random side comment, but where is it? Empress Dowager Cixi. Maybe that is what her name was, but that is not a very Chinese name to me. Moving on. The Old Waterhouse. Over the health, there was an ancient crumbling waterhouse. That's where the entire state's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water. But it did. It was made with bricks with a black slate roof and iron doors. Although at the time of this incident it was just a shadow of its former self. It didn't have any doors, the windows were all smashed in by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones at them. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath. They all told us it spooked them and their mates as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holiday. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats. So the boys said that they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat for us younger kids all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us to do, and so, half an hour later, everybody had their fruit buckets and we were off. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Grand's blackberry pies were the best. Grand's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through the other one and lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds. We were away again. On our way to our destination, the older boys told us spooky stories, as they always did. Half because they liked scaring us, and half because we used to beg them to. There's nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousin H or B. They were masters, and so believable. We loved it. We all stopped talking when we came to the waterhouse. Nobody ever dared to speak around or near the waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked and still does so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we reached our beloved blackberry field, but this time as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all more somber as we remembered the old wife's tale and urban legend that we all knew about the waterhouse. The story goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and they were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike, before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead. 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It's said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath. They hid out in the waterhouse. It was newish at that time, and it was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress between the remaining gang. Months, although it was never proven how, the bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later.
few years after the weird stuff and creepy noises started occurring near and around the waterhouse, mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelt around the area of the waterhouse. The eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there is a spate of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from that waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started giving the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth. That was because of the creepy history and the dark reputation. This dark reputation that left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That's why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, as a younger cousin built up enough courage to glance over at the building I'll repute, before being rounded up by the older boys, A put me in a wheelchair again and we set off to the blackberry field. We soon arrived at the field, where some other local kids we knew were already there, and spent a nice afternoon picking and eating the juicy, sweet blackberries, splashing in the river, and soon the sun was getting low. It was time for home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering, laughing, and the older boys were still winding up slightly. But being as it was getting later, we were feeling more wary and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close, kind of like before a thunderstorm. A, the youngest of the three older boys, got me out of the wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low, guarded voice, "Something moved at the back of there, bruv." B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anybody up for a laugh. But A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm going to go have a look." He passed me through and B and squeezed past us all. "Wait up." Having put me in my wheelchair, B moved forward towards his brother, where we all heard A shriek out in horror and disgust. The two boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of the wheelchair again, had told everybody to run. And we did. B picking up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up and just running with it. A grabbed the other two kids' hands and followed B, and H running with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand, and we ran and ran. A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but I saw nothing. We didn't stop till we got to the fence, which led back to the road on the estate, which we could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before that, we slipped through the fence to the road. B, holding himself up by the railings, asked, "What did you see?" "Yellow eyes and a hairy face." All us younger kids began to panic and scream. Each had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe and it would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the waterhouse as possible. When we got home, we all looked sort of bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and Auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that, got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell. That was quite common all over the place in Heath. Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell my mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and the hairy face, or find out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the waterhouse for a long time after. My best friend came back to say goodbye. Our parents met when we were babies. We were practically sisters. I came from a rough background, so I happened to be with them more than I was not. We probably knew each other better than we knew ourselves. We did everything together and we told each other every little secret. I was her amusement and she was my hype man. Later on in high school, our different personalities led us to different friend circles. We still talked and hung out, though not as often. When I was 16, she moved an hour away and we started talking even less frequent than before. Touching base only every now and then. Small, important little detail. Her mother's hometown is about 4 hours from her new location, 3 from mine. I had gone to class early one day, something I never really did. There was this girl that sat in the desk in front of me and her friend that sat across from her already there. It was the 3 of us alone, so I pulled out my books and preoccupied myself until everyone else poured in. Started tuning into their conversation as I hear them talking about one of the students passing away in a bad car accident caused by a drunk driver. The friend inquired in a curious manner who it was. That's when she said it. She said my best friend's name. I stopped her, my heart's pounding so hard. It feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. It hurts to the point that I want to throw up. I stopped them from proceeding with their discussion. I questioned her to describe the student in question. She describes my best friend. I feel like the breath has been sucked from my lungs. Can't breathe. I asked the teacher whose ultimate goal was to make my hour worth her hell. For the first time as tears built up in my eyes, she became human. She excused me from class. To say I had a panic attack is putting it lightly. I called my mom. She came and got me to take me home. I sat there on the floor of my room. I felt like my mind was crumbling. The unbearable pain in my chest, I can't think straight. I started throwing up uncontrollably and my head was pounding. My friend since kindergarten left school when she got word of the passing. She found a mess of me laying there. She asked me to go for a ride, something that we always did to find peace or just to talk. As I sat there in the passenger seat trailer and broken, I can't keep it together and I don't even know where to start. I'm helpless. I decided to Google, and that's where I find out that her parents are in critical condition in new locations in the hospital. I start throwing up again. I decided that we have to go to them. They weren't the family that I was born into, but they were the family that raised me. Being young teens, like driving to the city 3 times the size, we didn't realize how many hospitals there are and the HIPAA laws that apply. I returned home feeling failed. When I walked in the door, my mom seen what a raggedy mess of me existed before her. She just hugged me tight and I just cried. This was my first funeral, my first experience with death. I ended up getting the details of the funeral, and it's going to be in the mom's hometown. It's 3 hours from mine and my best friend's hometown. My friend that supported me through the worst day of my life. My best friend's death accompanied me to the services. The thoughts on that 3-hour drive were heavier the closer we approached. What about her parents? Can't even think how they feel. I would give anything to make all of this not the current reality. Why them, the kindest people I knew? As we pulled into the cathedral parking lot, I didn't know if I was prepared to do this. If I walk in there, this becomes real. I didn't know how much more of this heavy heart I could take. My friend grabbed my hand and said, we just went in. The services were beautiful. Something you would see in a movie. It still was so unreal. And then I seen them, her parents. As the services concluded, we stood in a long line of family and friends I recognized from my ventures under their roof. All who I hadn't seen in quite a few years. My best friend's parents included since they moved away. While in line, there was a guy about 7 years older than us talking about my best friend, to what I assume is his toddler son. He turns around and asks how I knew her. I say that we were best friends since babies. He says my name to me and I confirm.
We said our condolences to one another. My friend went first as I prepared my face my best friend's immediate family, or prepared to face. I didn't understand why I was so afraid to face them. It was the mom, dad, and sister standing there, bare to the room in front of them. I walked up to the sister who was first, and immediately she recognized me. When she stated my name, her face lit up. Her parents heard the commotion and turned and immediately embraced me. When I walked back to the car with my friend, I just felt exhausted. I sat in the car and just cried. Then I felt too tired even for that. It was the quietest 3 hours I think either of us were prepared for. As soon as I got in my bed, I was just in an even empty dream. My mind was too tired and too heavy to dream. I don't even remember the few days that followed. It was all a blur. Now I would like to remind you. I mentioned that I grew up in a pretty rough background. Dad used to violently beat my mother in front of my brother and me. And as a result, I suffer PTSD where I usually don't dream, and if I do, it's nightmares. Except this dream was different. I was at school and the hallways were packed. The noise was drowning. I was by the stairs, and then my best friend walked up to me and she didn't say a word. I was so excited to see her, I just hugged her so tight. I was telling her how much I missed her. She's just taking it all in with a smile, quietly, not even saying a word. That's when it hits me. It's impossible, you're not supposed to be here. I rushed to the stairs trying to make sense of what's going on, and I rushed into the class and I sat down in an unusually packed classroom of chatting students. She walks into the class and pulls up a seat across from me. The room feels deafening now. Not a noise as we were staring at one another. I get up and I flee out the door. The hallway's empty. Then I stop in my tracks. How can I run from my best friend? I turn around and there she is already standing in front of me. It's like she was talking to me with telepathy. She's telling me it's okay and I don't have to be sad. I don't have to be scared and it was okay. She said that she had to go, then she turned and walked away. I tried to grab her. I wanted so bad to stop her. With every step, she faded away as I tried to say, please don't leave. I can't do this without you. I'm lost without you. And then I stood all alone. I ended up working for her mom as a personal assistant years later when I had my daughter. And one day we exchanged accounts of our experiences to one another. My best friend came to her too, but in person. Different experience, but same message. My attachment. All my life, bad shit's happened and I've seen and experienced some stuff. I'm a strong believer of the other side, but I'm the type that has to look for common sense answer to things that happen. I can't just go and say paranormal. Nah, there has to be answers. I guess stuff started pretty heavy at my mother's house. Her first house, really. Never had any good luck. No matter what I did, I'd always come up short. But I always blamed it on how things just were. But eventually I would notice some things. For one, every now and then I would hear a very loud thud, as if somebody jumped on the ground but stomped with their heels on landing. She had a mirror that would face toward the basement. At night, I would see a black figure standing and looking at me or walking from right to left. I always thought it was my imagination. Until one day my brother asked me if I ever saw it. Just out of the blue, we weren't even talking about the paranormal or anything like that. I'd seen a black figure at my grandmother's apartment. It came toward me, and the worst part, I feel like it was fucking with me. I was sleeping over at my grandmother's house, and I was sleeping in the living room. I had to pee, so I got up and went toward the door, turned on the lights. It wasn't dark, just dim. But for some reason, I couldn't see it. Again, it was dim. You could see details of everything in the room without trying, so I said, fuck it, I'll use the other one. Turned my head toward the hallway, and down the hallway I saw a black hooded figure standing in the front bathroom door. thought it was my imagination, so I kept walking toward the light switch, but so did the figure. It freaked me out, so I walked fast toward the light switch and I turned it on. The figure stayed for a second, then disappeared. I didn't say anything because no one would believe me. The next day we drove down to Florida. That's why I stayed at my grandmother's, because we were going to leave for her place. My aunt said her family was cursed by a voodoo priestess, and a voodoo god is following us. It's a black figure. Fast forward, when it came down to family, jobs, money, and love, I always came up short. Eventually I got the job I have now, but my luck was always the same and efforts were for naught. I always came up short no matter what. Then my car's transmission went out. I had no money and I needed help badly. I'm estranged from my family, and with what I'm about to say, just know it's one thing of many other fucked up things that quote-unquote never happened. I called my father, and he's emotionally violent. He's seriously addicted to anger, but he likes taking it out on me. We would start a fight if you said the word fight. This has happened. As the conversation progressed, he said he's tired of my shit and been in my life for 2.5 years in total and would call max 2 times a year, but just to fight. I said he's a piece of shit, and this part I'm sort of ashamed of because I started crying. I called him out. I almost fucking died, and what the fuck did you do? You made it about you. How nobody asks how you're doing. For more context, I had asked years prior to offer an olive branch, but he spent an hour and a half telling me to shut the fuck up and mind my business and how I'm not good enough. He told me he didn't have time for my drama, and I replied with, yeah, because I'm such a fucking inconvenience to him. Then I hung up on him. I cried hard. I've done a lot of healing since starting my current job, but the part in all of this that makes absolutely no sense, as I was crying, I felt something. Given everything I said, this feeling shouldn't really be in the equation. I felt a warm sense of love, what I assume is like a mother's protection. I just felt safe in a sense of things being okay. I don't know why. I just had a fight with one of my abusers. Things progressed a while later and I bought dragon blood sage. My thinking was, if by off chance the curse is real, then this should help. I went outside and I lit the sage and put underneath me and waited till it went out. I rent a basement apartment. My landlord came down to talk to me and told me that he's heard loud thuds and went to say that it was my cat. So, he's heard the thuds as well, because almost everywhere I've pretty much heard them. Well, everywhere I've lived. But I always assumed it was the kids or the people or something dropping. Now I had confirmation that it follows me and it's not anything else. The following day after the sage, for the first time in over a decade, I had a nosebleed. I would have a lot afterwards, but I felt like things changed. I don't know how to explain it, but I continued on using to sage myself. For the first time in my life, I had sleep paralysis. It was a giant horned figure. I couldn't see much details, but the head looked like Mimir's from God of War. Horns shaped the same. It walked toward me and it stomped its foot in my bed. Best way I could describe this is like astral projection, maybe. That's because while physically my bed didn't move, I felt my bed and body reacting to it. My right shoulder moved a little bit. You have to understand, the top of my bed was on the ground because of its stomp. Then it got in my face, prayed to God, and went away. Since then I've been using sage and things have gotten better, knock on wood. But something else has happened. Remember that warm, loving feeling I said about earlier? Well, my cat would always look at the doorway. When I tried to record her, she would immediately look at me as if something told her. But here's where things escalated. One day I got some food. As I was taking off my shoes, I saw through the small gap in the door some feet up onto the ankles, or rather up to the ankles. Then they turned left and walked away. I thought I'm just tripping. Then the next night I decided to talk to whoever. I said, "Look, whoever or whatever's here, I want to thank you for that day. I needed that. Look, if you can help me, because I'm sure spirits can help, I want a condo. I'll work hard, but I need your protection. If I can get a condo, you can come with me. You can roam the entire building, and I promise I'll try to get a place in one of the nicest areas in the state. You'll never be lonely." The next day I woke up because I had to pee. At the time I had that Colgate 2 for 1, that kind that makes your teeth extra white. So as I was doing my business, one of the bottles starts moving, shaking actually. Ever since then, things have been going good for me. Money's coming in and I have plenty of work. At the same time, I actually got a certification for Cloud Plus. It's useless, but I wanted to see if I could do it. I've spoken to whatever's inside my crib and let them know of my plans. The House at the Top of the Hill. A few years ago, I finished college. I moved back in with my mom, who lived in a medium-sized town about an hour or two away from Birmingham, England. Shortly after that, her and her boyfriend decided to buy a house together and eventually settle on a big modern house built on the other side of town, in the more upmarket part. It had rooms for all of us and me and two of my brothers, as well as a partial attic conversion, sort of rather access through a staircase in my room. That would serve as a bedroom for my mom's boyfriend's son when he would come to visit. It was a nice house with a big kitchen, a huge conservatory that we essentially used as a second living room and a venue for parties, and 3 bathrooms. One connected to the kitchen downstairs, and one upstairs, and one en suite sort of accessed by a short corridor that ran behind the stairs connected to the master bedroom my mom and her boyfriend had. Right from the off, the house made me uneasy. Perhaps because of its facing, it was always dim inside, and Mom's boyfriend, who was rather tight-fisted, would avoid putting the heating on at all costs, meaning it was always a little bit cold too. Still, it was big there and lots of space. We were all happily moved in and got down to the business of unpacking, etc. As I mentioned before, my room was connected to the attic by a staircase. The staircase actually extended down into my room itself and had a banister, but no dividing wall. It also did not have a door to the attic at the top. We hung a curtain so that way Mom's boyfriend's son could have privacy in the weekends when he visited. I would hear things up there in the night, often coming semi-awake in the early hours to bumps and scrapes and even what sounded like footsteps. This was a modern house, though. The previous owners had been its only previous occupants. So I put the noises down in the cold light of the morning, birds or something. Even so, they made me uncomfortable. I was glad I hadn't opted for that room. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up in the night to a familiar sensation of a screaming bladder. I was 21, I liked beer, so this was nothing new. I got up blearily and opened my door, which faced the staircase down to the ground floor. Immediately, I was struck by the sense of dread. The house was in darkness, but midway down the stairs, it seemed much, much darker. Almost thick, as though if you were to put your hand into it, you'd be met with resistance. Like pushing your hand into like a treacle. Excuse me, what is that? Treacle. Triacle? Trestle? I went quickly to the toilet on the second floor. I did my business and went back to bed, though my attention stayed on the bedroom door for quite some time before I eventually went back to sleep. This would happen regularly, though not every time. It would also become readily apparent over the next few weeks that everybody else was reluctant to go downstairs to the toilet there in the dark. Even if the second floor was too occupied, other family members would just simply wait for whoever was in there to finish, even though logically it'd be quicker to go downstairs. Some years later, discussing that house around wine, we all just basically agreed. The darkness on the stairs was somehow too dark, and well, as they're saying it, expectant. Nothing really ever came out of that patch of too darkness. Probably because none of us had balls to walk into it. So, to the attic for now, then I should give you some background on my mom's boyfriend's son. He was the same age as my brother Glenn, 17, but he was closer mentally to my younger brother Anthony, who was 15. He was odd and sociopathic. He'd push people's buttons just to see them squirm. He'd torment our 2 cats, and I always saw that if I heard he was arrested for murder, I'd be utterly unsurprised. When he stayed, he'd stay in the attic room above mine, and I'd hear him moving around at silly times of the night, pacing around in there seemingly at random, making strange noises. Sort of like crashing books together. I believe to either wake me up or creep me out. It was his thing. While after we moved in, he bought a big 2-handed wood-chopping axe for no apparent reason and kept it up there. He once swung it at the head of one of Glenn's friends and stopped a few inches before hitting him because he thought it'd be funny, as he said. And like I said, I heard things from the attic, even when he wasn't there. I'd taken a job at a pub or a club nearby and sometimes didn't finish till 3 a.m. A night like that, rather than wake people up, I'd sleep on one of the oversized sofas in the conservatory. In truth, I'd sleep in there more and more often during my time there. I wouldn't be woken up in the middle of the night, wouldn't have to deal with boyfriend's son's oddities, and wouldn't have to confront that patch of eerie darkness on the stairs. Before long, I'd be offered a full-time job the next town over, and I'd eventually move out. Boyfriend's son got more erratic after I left. Boyfriend himself became more controlling, drank more, and wouldn't hear a bad word said against his increasingly unstable son. Eventually, Mom and her boyfriend broke up, and her and my 2 brothers moved out. But not without incident. My mom called me up one night out of the blue, rattled as if, all hell. Asked if I was free to have a drink, and it was pretty late, but something in the way she asked me told me she really needed to see me. She and her boyfriend had all but split up, and he was drinking a bottle of vodka at night and passing out on the couch, and things were pretty tense. Fortunately, her boyfriend's miserliness meant that he could afford to give her half of the money for the house outright. She was just waiting on the keys to a new place. That night, though, she'd been getting ready to go out and see her sisters. She was in the end suite just out of the shower, opened the back door into the master bedroom at the end of the short corridor, remember? That's when she heard and perhaps sensed something rush from the bedroom towards her. Quickly, she slammed the door only to hear the bang of the unseen thing hit it. My mom yelled, and her boyfriend, already quite drunk, rushed upstairs thinking that she'd fallen over. Of course, nothing was there. No marks on the door, but my mom knew that something had run full tilt at her and thrown itself, like bodily, at the door. They moved out a few days later, but I often wonder what it must have been like for her losing her boyfriend and his psychotic son alone in that big dim house at the top of the hill, along with all the noises in the attic and the stairs that are just a shade too dark, and perhaps something more substantive lurking in those shadows.
Looking for John Zegras. My story took place in Brazil. It was this year of 2024. I'm going to try to summarize it for you. I live in São José do Norte in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. January 2nd of this year, I was at home with my friend Carla. I was preparing lunch for the 2 of us. The doorbell rang. I went to see who it was. There's no one at the door, and about 5 minutes later it rang again. But again, there was no one, not even on the street nearby. A few more minutes passed. It rang a third time. When I opened the door, there was a black cat I had never seen around the neighborhood. It got startled by my presence and ran away. I went back inside, puzzled by the unusual situation. Carl asked me to turn on the TV. I returned to the kitchen. She grabbed the remote to check the channels, but the TV wasn't picking up any signal. All the channels were showing a green screen like a chroma key background. After flipping through several channels, she said there wasn't anything to watch. This had never happened before, so I just went to the living room to check it out. Indeed, none of the channels were working. After cycling through all the channels, I was about to turn the TV off when a voice came from the TV saying, "Wait, don't turn it off." We looked at each other startled. The voice continued, "My name is John Zegras, and I need your help. Meet me next Sunday at 5 p.m. at the cemetery on Hell Road. I have a very important mission for you." We couldn't understand how this unknown voice was coming from the TV without it being turned to any channel. Turned off the TV, checked Google Maps to see if there was a cemetery along Hell Road. This was the code name for the BR-101. It's a highway between the cities of Osorio, RS, and Sao Jose, and do Norte/RS. That's because it wasn't paved until 15 years ago. It used to have many potholes and mud when it rained, and looking at the map, we saw that the cemetery mentioned by the voice had to be one on Villa Bojuru, 70 kilometers from our house. The following Sunday was January 7th. We decided to go. When the day arrived, I took my motorcycle and Carla and headed to the cemetery. We arrived 15 minutes before the time the TV voice had mentioned. We stayed at the entrance of the cemetery, waited for someone. After a few minutes, a man around 40 years old really did appear, coming from inside the cemetery. He passed by us and seemed not to notice our presence. We asked if he was John Zegras, but the man didn't show any sign or seeing or maybe even hearing us, went right past us. He would go into the cemetery, disappear from our sight. Then he would come back out. He did this about 4 times, and each time he came out, we tried to talk to him. We even recorded a video of him for about 2 minutes, but for some reason, only the first 6 seconds of the recording were saved. We were afraid to touch him or to follow him into the cemetery, as it might have been a trap. The last time he went into the cemetery, he didn't return. We waited about 20 minutes for him to come back, but he never did. So we decided to head home. We tried to forget about what had happened. However, on the last Sunday of September, the 29th, I was home with Carla to watch the Inter versus Vitoria soccer match. I turned on the TV, and the same thing from the beginning of the year happened again. The TV wasn't turning into any channel. All of them were showing a green screen. While flipping through a random channel, I heard the same voice coming from the TV saying, "Don't turn it off. I am John Zegras. Meet me at the next eclipse at 5 p.m. at the cemetery on Hell Road. I have a very important mission for you." We went online to search for when the next eclipse would be. We found out that a solar eclipse was going to happen in 4 days, October the 2nd, Southern Hemisphere. On the day of the eclipse, Carla and I once again rode the motorcycle to Bojuru Cemetery. We decided to record everything from the moment we arrived. However, we left the house late and got there around 5:20 p.m. We thought John Zegras might have come and left already. So we waited by the cemetery gate, hoping he would appear. The eclipse was happening at that moment. In our region, the eclipse was visible at about 30%, but we hadn't brought special glasses to look directly at the sun. We did miss the natural spectacle. We waited a few more minutes, and by 5:40 p.m. we decided to head home, thinking that John Zegras probably wouldn't show up. Or maybe he had come at the time that he had said and left when we weren't there. As we were sitting on the motorcycle, a silver Nissan car approached the cemetery entrance. The driver was alone and parked next to us. He greeted us with a good afternoon, and we replied the same way. We left slowly, and when I looked in the motorcycle mirror, I saw the man get out of his car with a vase of flowers or vase and head into the cemetery. We took the road back home. A few days passed. I felt very frustrated not for having met John Zegras, but I was also determined to find him. So I decided to create a website to try to contact him. The website is at this address: www.zegras.com. Zegrus. On October 16th, I received a mysterious email from a sender called Group 7. The message said that they knew I was looking for John Zegras and had created a website to find him. The message stated that if I didn't find John Zegras within 10 months, Carla and I should go to the sacred place to try to meet him there. The message also said that I needed to be wise enough to decipher a riddle that was attached to the email and that I should post this riddle on the website so that John Zegras could be informed. And so I did. Today, as I write this account, it's October 20th, 2024. I'm still waiting for another contact from John Zegras. The only image I have of him is from the January recording, but it isn't very clear. However, I remember his face perfectly. If you can help by sending photos of John Zegras, I would be very grateful. Now that is an interesting story. I'm going to look at that website. I think my baby might have an attachment. I really didn't have an explanation about what was going on till my baby went with me and my mother-in-law for a sleepover. My mother-in-law used to dabble into witchcraft and the bad stuff. I don't really know, they all speak Spanish and I don't really understand that much. This is what my boyfriend has told me. They asked him if our baby was having trouble sleeping more than usual, which at first we thought was normal in babies, right? Like sleep regression. But honestly, I don't know. Dark bags under their eyes and has always been restless. Mind you, my child is only 11 months old. The bags started when my baby was about 4 months old and he still has them. They said something negative was attached and was taking energy from my child. After my mother-in-law's friends did a prayer and a cleanse on her and brought her back the next day, this was about mid-October. Don't get me wrong. I know about the basics. I've dealt with trickster spirits before, but the thing that worried me most was her saying something about an attachment. The only reason I'm willing to even believe it is because it makes everything make sense. We moved into his dad's house in October of 2023. I was about 8 months pregnant and my boyfriend and father-in-law worked all the time. They were barely home. So this basically meant that I was home by myself pretty much all the time. I also didn't work at that time. I'd normally stay in the room besides doing the usual cleaning and getting stuff ready for the baby. So anytime it would start getting dark, even with the lights on, I would see people standing in my peripheral vision by the door. When it would be open, by the way. And then disappear when I would turn to fully look at it. I always feel like I'm being watched even if nobody was there. I also forget to mention that I live in the Appalachian mountain range, so the feeling of being watched is pretty much normal at this point. We'd be laying in bed going to bed and I'd hear what sounds like the TV on and like an older show's playing. But when I look, everything's off and dark. But I swear I would see something walk from our nursery to the kitchen. The door would constantly open and shut even when the air would be off. It's like someone's brushing past it. My baby slept in there maybe a handful of times, but one night we were all sleeping, we heard a thud and the camera fell from the dresser. It was on the top of a diaper box at the time and wasn't rolling over yet. My baby had a blood-curdling scream. I sprung up, running to the room to see the camera on the floor, and my baby rolled over, face red. Before Mom shaming me and everything, my baby was able to hold their head up. My baby was about 4 or 5 months old when this happened. She didn't want to roll until they wanted to. I had no clue what was going on. Tried to calm my baby down, but no luck. My boyfriend tried too. No luck. We thought of everything that night, and our baby wasn't teething. Still no teeth. Sick, no fever, hungry, cold or hot. Didn't need to burp or poop, so I was up all night trying to get my baby to go back to sleep. Through the night, I would have a dim light and I would see shadows going past it. I've tried debunking it and everything that's happened. It's not possible for any light to come in our room because we had cardboard over the windows to block the sun. We had no animals then, so I really don't know what to think it was. But I did brush it off. After that night, even if my baby was in deep sleep, they would scream immediately when either of us would get ready to lay them down. So what's been going on in the last 3 months? Let me tell you, completely bullshit. I swear I feel like I'm going crazy. We switched rooms because his brother was moving in with his cat. Now we're all in the same room. Cat likes to go outside. When his brother and I were here and I was getting a bath ready for the baby, that's when I asked him to get me something. We walked about halfway down the hallway, and as clear as day, 3 loud knocks mounted the floor, right in front of the front door. We both looked at each other, and I asked him if somebody knocked. He looked out the door window, nothing. Then we realized it came from the floor. He was about to open the door, but I told him no and to lock it. I wasn't really sure what it was. Our bedroom door will swing open and shut, and I always remember to tell, and the AC wasn't on at the time, the fan in the room was off. The cat was outside, and it'll always happen when my baby's taking a nap. I've tried to get it on video, but I haven't had money or really much luck yet. This one thing that happened did genuinely freak me out and made me want to get the house cleansed. Our main couch in the living room sort of faces their dad's room. I saw the back half of a cat go into the room and my baby in the walker rammed the door shut. I didn't open it because I was chasing my baby back and forth trying to get the car keys. I made a mental note to open the door once I got the keys back. About 20 minutes goes by and I still haven't let the cat out. I know it's bad on me, but I genuinely got distracted. That was until his brother walked out of his room. My baby's old room. His old room before my child's. Down by his feet, the cat is walking out with him. I looked at them and I asked him when he came out of the room to let the cat out, and he said the cat was with him the whole time. I laughed a little, like, no dude, your cat was in there. Straight face, he looked at me and said, he was on my PS4 the whole time. I kept trying to get him to stay off of it. That's when I told him about what happened. I also forgot to mention that another reason that we're drawn to believing that it was my father-in-law's, his Bible had what looks like, I guess, something stabbing it from the bottom up. It's in a closet in the bathroom and an altar. The closet and bathroom door are always shut, and the cat nor the baby can reach it. Anyways, stuff is still happening, but just the little stuff that I've explained. My baby's still having the bags, but aren't as dark as they used to be. We're honestly clueless on what we're dealing with, but whatever it is, we want it gone. The intentions it has makes everyone in the house feel like something's there. We're joining the church and have already blessed the house. We're also working on finding somebody to cleanse the house. But my question is, what's going on? Does my baby have an attachment? Do any of us? I need opinions and advice. Any questions, please feel free to ask. My father intervened and saved my life from the other side. What follows occurred in 2005, when I was going through a very messy and painful, for me anyway, divorce. In looking back, I remember fighting so hard for so long to keep together a situation which was basically a lost cause for years. I set the stage this way to help you, the reader, understand that for months as this dragged on, I was not in a good place at all. And so it was on a certain night, after another day of too many cigarettes and far too much dark anguish, that I laid there waiting to go to sleep. Sleep was difficult during this time for me, but at some point I did fall asleep. And at some point the following experience happened. I found myself standing in about a foot of fresh snow, which at the time I thought was really interesting since it was summer, and it was, well, summer in the waking world at least. The dream was lucid, which is not, well, particularly rare for me, in that I remember looking behind me and there were no footsteps in the snow. I didn't walk here. It was night, and based on the enormous tree line surrounding me, I could make out in the moonlight I was in the middle of some vast forest. In front of me was a small cabin, lit from the inside with smoke trailing from the chimney. It was then that I started to feel the cold, and so I walked up to it. I knocked on the door, and I was shocked when my father answered the door. He had died in the year 2000. We were extremely close. I couldn't believe it, and for a few minutes it was hugs and just tears, and somehow I had all these pictures of my daughters in my pockets all of a sudden. So I'm taking them out and I'm showing him, telling him stories, and he's patiently smiling. But I could tell that he was listening for my benefit, and it soon set in that he had seen every one of these moments of me and my kids, seen everything. I still hold on to this day that he watches over my girls, and now his new great-granddaughter. Something struck me, though, as odd. Once I began to take this all in, my dad wasn't the rustic type, and in fact, he hated camping. In looking around, I could see the place was filled with books, etc., and it sort of made it comfortable, but this didn't really feel like his place, if you catch my drift. I must have mentioned that because I watched his face change into something a bit more somber, and he answered, "It's because I don't really belong here. I'm supposed to be somewhere else." I didn't understand what he meant, and he must have read it on my face. He went on, "I'm here for you, son. I came here to this place to help you, but we're running out of time. You're here because I have something to show you." In the next instant, we're back in the snow behind the cabin. The moon was really bright, and I remember because I could see it pretty clearly. We were standing in front of this gigantic kennel. Had a high fence all around it. I was confused. It was then that I could see two large shadows moving in the shadows in the back. I began to hear the sounds that they were making, and I'll never forget it. It was like a growl and a whine at the same time. I think they sensed who I was or something because they shot forward into the light and I saw them for the first time. They were two huge black wolves, but so horrible looking. They were so enraged and at the time, so sick. Their hair was matted in filth and gone altogether in sickly patches with blood spots where they had bitten themselves or each other. They were throwing themselves at the fence, almost blindly to get to me. I remember they were biting at the fence until their mouths were bloody. Once or twice they bumped into each other, and then they would immediately tangle in a bloody, violent fight. Dark blood fell in the snow. Somehow, I knew that this must have been going on for a very long time. The whole scene was so frightening, so repulsive, and so confusing. Again, this sort of thing was out of character for my dad, who loved animals. I asked him why he was doing this. Why are you keeping these things around? I remember my dad's face, so kind but pained to see, and he said, "Son, don't you understand? This is what I'm here for. In the middle of nowhere, hidden away out here, I am here to help you." He motioned to the kennel. "These two wolves are your anger and your fear, and they're tearing everything apart. I came here to keep them here, to keep you safe, but son, I can't hold them here any longer. You can't hold them here any longer. They will destroy everything. You aren't going to live much longer like this. I stood there in silence. Even the wolves had fallen silent, and I wanted to cry. All of it came into view. The beating myself up, the huge toll it was taking on me, my mental and physical health, all came up to the point where I was actually facing my own death. I knew that part to be true. I would be dead within days. All of it was because somebody didn't love me. But what was actually doing the most damage was, what was killing me was that I refused to love myself. I could tell by my dad's face that he saw me coming to this realization, and he smiled in relief. "Are you ready?" he asked. I was terrified that they would attack me, but I knew that there was no choice. With the whole world watching, it felt like I walked up with as much courage as I had, and I flung open the gate. With that growling whine that was deafening, the wolves leapt out of the kennel, finally free. They stood there for a moment, locking eyes with me, their hair standing on end. For a second, I thought they were going to kill me, payment for keeping them in a cage. And finally, without a look back, they charged together in the forest. Where they went, I don't know. I remember looking at my dad, not knowing what to do next. There were no more words, just a feeling that the experience was over. I knew that this place would never be here again for me, but my father would, which was more than enough. And it was when I woke up, and it was early morning, I felt mentally and physically drained, and somehow not the same. But there was also a knowing that the worst was behind me, that I wasn't going to die yet, and the wolves were released. Day by day, I slept better as the moving day approached. I found myself looking forward to a new life. My girls and I had the best adventures when we were together, and great memories we talked about to this day. I owe much of that turning point to my dad, who put himself in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, just to keep me from tearing myself apart. Not sure if this is properly paranormal or not, but this is our story. To begin, my fiancé and I both have had some form of experience with the paranormal, some of which could very easily be disputed, others not so much. For instance, as a kid, my siblings and I came home from being our, and found the back door wide open. We all swear it was closed, but could have been left open or unlocked and someone came in. Other experiences I've had where my dog was barking at my bookshelf, and then books that were sitting in there about an inch or two away from the edge fell off and ended all over the floor. My fiancée has had experiences in one of her old houses where her ex was pinned to their bed and one of her kids dragged down the hallway by a spirit, and other moments where her kids would see spirits in their old houses. Now that some of our history is said, let's fast forward to our experiences. This was a couple of years ago. It started one day while I was home watching TV. Our spice rack that was very much secured to the wall in the kitchen had fallen down, knocking over a knife block. The knife block and all the spices fell into the floor, with the one knife laying in the center of the hallway facing down to the room I was in. After that happened, my fiancé kept seeing shadows outside of her bedroom door. So, we set up a camera in our hallway that looked down toward our room. One night we were laying in bed and heard the camera switch between the night vision and daytime. I opened the camera and was watching while my fiancé watched out into the hallway. The whole time that my fiancé was watching the hallway, she didn't see anything. However, the camera picked up a light flash up near the ceiling with no actual, source visible to the naked eye. The shadows continued on until one night, our daughter, who was 8 years old at the time, came into her room crying and petrified. She proclaimed to have heard a knock on the window from the outside. She was sleeping in her brother's room, who was 3 at the time, but at his dad's house. We went outside to see if there was anything in the backyard. We couldn't see anything. apart from our dog laying by the door confused as to why we were coming out. We went into our elder daughter's room and asked if she and her friend heard knocking on the windows. They stated that they did, but they thought it was us. We then proceeded to get our younger daughter settled into her room, and about 30 minutes later, our eldest daughter and her friend came running into her room petrified, because they heard something say our daughter's name as clear as daylight. After which, my fiancé began to see a face at the top of our bedroom door. She described it as a pale face with long black hair and eyes that would change from black to red to spiraling in an angry form. However, she couldn't see a body exactly. With this, I began playing worship music. I attempted to pray over us, and I rebuked whatever it is. Once I had started this, my fiancé began to see bars going across our door frames, and that's where a bright, pure white color came. That night, we weren't able to get much sleep. Both of us had to cancel our shifts at work. Throughout the period after that, my fiancé continuously seen the face, as if it was tormenting us, and we purchased an EMF reader from eBay, which would continuously spike in different but more prominently in our youngest son's room. Our room and the kids' lounge room. Then one day our youngest boy, who was 3 years old, came home from his dad's house, began breaking down and full on crying. He was attempting to take his clothes off as if they were irritating him, and began saying to get out, to leave, that he doesn't want them there, and kept looking up to the corner of the lounge room and screaming, "Get out." We didn't know what to do or how to help him. Managed to eventually calm him down, and he had no real recollection of what was happening. After that, it was just the usual shadow figures in the face for a while. That was until one night, when we had my brother at our house and we were playing Murder in the Dark. He hid in our youngest's closet and came out midway through the game, stating that he doesn't want to play anymore. He looked physically shaken and proclaimed something grabbed him by his back. He had a look at his back, and there were scratch marks going down his shoulder blade area. Safe to say, we no longer played that game. Again, it was back to the shadows and faces, until one of the final straws for us at our old house. My fiancé and I were laying in our bed. We had our youngest boy, who was 4 at the time, and the youngest girl, 9 at the time, and our eldest boy, who was 13 at the time. They were out in the main lounge room playing Roblox or something. Our youngest daughter and eldest son came running into our room saying that there's something wrong with their youngest. My fiancé and I run out to the lounge room and found him laying on the couch, bawling his eyes out and speaking incoherently. We picked him up, and my fiancé took him to her room. I asked the elder two what had happened, and they said that he just got really angry and was going to throw an Xbox controller at something in the dining room. My fiancé asked our youngest what was going on, and he stated it was coming at us, and I didn't want it to. We managed to get him settled, and he soon fell asleep, after which we began to try and figure out what it was and what it wanted, using things like Ghost Tube and the EMF reader, and the responses we got indicated that it was allegedly evil and wanted our youngest and I, after we again rebuked it and only seen the shadows. We've since moved into our new house and finally started to get back to normality from it all. However, our youngest boy, who's now 5, now doesn't want to sleep in his room. We've begun hearing footsteps and seeing the shadows again, as well as hearing things bang throughout different periods of the day with no one near where it would come from. A couple of times at night when trying to fall asleep, I heard something yell in my ear, but it hasn't happened since. However, my fiancé and I are both really itchy on our arms and legs and have random bruises coming up. Could be low iron or something in the water. We'd gotten crystals to help cleanse the house, and it's supposed to ward off any spirits, but I don't think they work. I have a crystal that I wear, it's black tourmaline. I think it's helped a little bit for now, though. I just gotta say, I'm happy to hear that somebody else in their childhood, or now, played Murder in the Dark. I used to get chased around by my grandma with a cane.
Rest in peace. I might have accidentally made a deal with a demon. I've been bearing the consequences. A bit of background about me. I'm a Hindu, and I'm 20 years old, and I'm an Indian studying business law at the Institute of National Importance. That's a cool name. I'll be graduating in 2027. My background will better help you understand later why I've sort of claimed what I claim in the title. The incident goes back to my 10th grade, or what you commonly refer to as sophomore year in US. I was 15 when it happened. So essentially, our Indian high school followed this grade-based stream selection process, which is how you end up pursuing either science, commerce, or humanities in your +2. So my school is kind of one of the best schools in India. Not a very fancy private school, though. It's a co-ed institution which produces apparently a fairly decent alma mater. However, our school is infamous for toxicity. The kids engaged in all sorts of ruckus, and it's pretty well established that my scenario to say that they made it pretty much a living hell. Especially given how our culture is here in the east northern plains of India. The most toxic bit about our schooling ecosystem is after-school coaching institutes and the crowd of mothers that mingle outside where their kids further wreck their brains after 5 hours of grueling school lessons. Now, I was a very, very dumb kid. I never was ranked in class. I never even won any medal. So the time for our selection test at school comes. I flunked. So I did even for my pre-boards. I remember the day when our selection test arrived as if it were yesterday. I get the rank lists forwarded on my phone. My name's nowhere on the science list, and my mom starts crying. My grandfather had tears in his eyes. My father calls me up to tell me he didn't expect any return on his quote-unquote investments. And also, not only that I was like this because that's how God intended to me. Those were his words before he hung up the call. I was a failure, an official one. I knew word had spread through the network of mothers that my mother's son wasn't smart enough to get a rank in the list of 376 science students. This was happening from 3 to 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., I just can't handle the atmosphere at home anymore. I close the doors and windows of my room. I ready myself with a towel, a shower cap, and a paper cutter. First, I tried choking myself with the shower cap, but I experienced nothing more than a short-spanned blackout. I don't know what the thoughts were going on through my head, but I threw away the shower cap in a fit of rage and annoyance. Next, all the while crying and feeling my heart bleed, I sit up in my bed with my head in my hands. My thoughts were cloudy. I pulled out a pen and a notebook from my cupboard and started scribbling. I wrote a letter to, in quotes, any vile entity, living or otherwise, containing something along the following phrases. With the willingness to devour a soul, to end my suffering, to give me eternal torment in exchange for momentary solace, that I deserve to rot in hell because of the worthlessness and sinful kid I've been. In essence, I wrote what I think of now an open-ended contract to some entity. I had then proceeded to sign it with blood oozing out of my paper-cut wound on my left hand. I did all of this in a disturbed state of mind, and deep down what I could honestly tell is that I was praying that there would be somebody to listen to me. I feel ya, but not the demon part. To love me for the good person I knew I'd tried my best to be. But there's also a lot of pain and disturbance going on in my head. I don't know what struck me, but then I very much remember vividly I got up from my bed after having prepared the contract and taken the piece of paper with some matchstick near my windowsill. I opened the window and burnt the letter, then closed and then immediately go on and hang myself from the ceiling fan with the towel. As I made the noose, my grandfather started shouting my name and my mother. They were still distraught and crying, and they banged hard at my door. I told them multiple times to go away, but they said that they'd break in if I didn't open. They didn't want me to do harm to myself. As soon as my mother comes in, she's holding her phone in her hands, telling me that she's got news I was 6th in the wait list for science students. Whew. So fast forward. I started getting good grades without studying, by the way, and I believed it to have been my luck. Well, luck in quotes. So one way or another, getting pushed towards a specific purpose. I don't know what that purpose is yet, but I get some sort of premonition. I can't really tell if that purpose is good or bad, but so far I've managed to get into top management law school like a premium Indian institute and have been scoring fairly well, having worked a couple of internships at a pretty reputed Tier 1 law firm as well. I don't know if it's some sort of psychological deception or my mind on play pretend, but now when I think of it, that day I did what everything happens in a legal contract. Everything that's been in the norm in common law contracts. So looking at that incident from a common law perspective and applying the law of contracts from the jurist's ansins, whatever that is. 1, I had an intention to contract. 2, I had an offer of fair consideration in exchange for a promise that is fulfilled on my ask of redeeming me from the pain of being a failure. 3, I acted in free will, not in a state of undue influence or coercion. Note that I wasn't distressed, but that wasn't really caused or influenced by the other party, i.e. the speculated entity. I made the contract binding upon myself by entering my blood as signature. Besides, it's also identifying me as a person. The reason why I wrote it addressed to any vile entity is because during my depression days and my search for an answer to my pains, I looked up King Solomon and his lesser key. The legends of how the jinns and demons would help him be the ruler in such a large kingdom. He was hooked upon the remote abstract idea that they might just be true. But being a Hindu, I did and still do have the skepticism that even they exist. Why would they deal with a different faith? And if it is indeed a possibility, it poses so many questions about how I look upon the idea of God. No matter what your idea of God is. Sweet dreams. I remember reading this scary story some years ago. Happy I found it. It's called The Translucent Truck. You've never figured this out. And now the 3 living witnesses have to be good and drunk to discuss the whole thing. I was 7, my brother 10, my mom in her early 40s, and my grandmother, her mom, in her 60s. So we're all cogent. No one was too young or too senile to not recall this nonsense. Still, no bloody answer. Grandma lived in an isolated country road in North Carolina. It was named after her family since they were the only crazy fuckers who lived on that land for about 1,000 acres. And I do mean crazy. We have stories about relatives that start with, "Remember that time Uncle Bob was in the ditch with a shotgun?" Which time? Her house had been empty for several weeks while she'd been visiting us in Florida. But we were all back spending the weekend with her before trekking back to the Sunshine State. The house is in the for-real country, literally over train tracks past a salvage yard and her nearest neighbor, a cousin everybody's related to everybody who owns a house on the road, ain't within screaming distance. Yes, that seems to be a real system of measurement, screaming distance. It's early in the a.m., just like before daybreak. We're awake because these are farm freaks who wake up at the crack of dawn from sheer ingrained habit. We're eating cereal when we hear someone pull up outside. Curious, we all run to the big picture window that looks into the front yard. There's a strange truck there. No one seems to be behind the wheel, though the engine is idling. The truck is, well, old for one thing. It's old-timey, like maybe from 1930s. You could picture the Jode family heading to California in this thing. It's rusted, but it was probably once painted blue. We stared at the thing, bewildered. Mom asked Grandma if she knows who that is. Nope, Not a clue, says Grandma. She runs to get the phone to call her cousin and ask him to come up. He thinks maybe it's a hired hand and he's just maybe at the wrong farm. And just as she asks him to come on down, the phone goes dead. Well, that's unsettling. All at once, there's a loud, insistent banging on the front door. We all scream. My grandma, who's terrifyingly resourceful, huddles us all into the living room, away from a window where anybody can see us. Then, while Mom, me, and my brother just tremble there on the couch, she grabs a serrated bread knife from the kitchen and cautiously approaches the front door. She peeks out a side window very stealthily. She turns back to us and looks confused. She shakes her head like no one's there. We all kind of breathe easier. Then every goddamn door in the house is banging relentlessly. I can still hear it, rhythmic and terrifying, like all the doors are about to splinter and crack. There were 2 doors in the basement beneath us, so the sound is also a reverberation at our feet. The 3 ground floor doors are shaking. We can see them trembling and jerking on their hinges from our vantage point on the couch. Finally, Mom runs to the window. Either from a psychotic break with the reality or terror, I have no clue, but she cries, "Oh, thank Christ, cousin is here." We run to her and peek out the picture window. There's no one that we can see in the yard, but we can't see all the doors from our viewpoint. Cousin walks by a truck with a shotgun in his hand. Cousin, it should be noted, has pretty much every gun ever made. He looks puzzled, looking at the rear of the truck, and then he glances in the cab window and he stops. He goes pale, runs a hand down his face. Then he runs toward the house and towards us. My grandmother flings open the kitchen door as she sees him coming. He shouts, "Everybody get behind the couch, get down." He runs past us as we bolt for the couch. The banging starts again. All the doors, and now we can hear the windows rattling. Like a tornado or the end of the world. We're too scared to even scream. Cousin flings open the front door and fires a huge shotgun once. Bang! Deafening. As he does, the truck roars into life, and it sounds like a train. We scramble up, the banging stops mercifully. Cousin is advancing onto the lawn, gun leveled at the truck. We run behind him, wanting to be out of that shaking, quivering house and near the dude with the gun. The truck peels out backwards, cutting across the yard and racing into the basically breakneck speeds away, and tires squeal, rubber's burned. Cousin fires again, and we all cower behind him. He blows out the back window with the sound of 1,000 plates smashing into linoleum, but the truck never even hiccups, just roars down the road, no tacks, not even a vanity plate on the back. There was no one behind the wheel of that thing. When all had a clear view, everybody agreed. Not a driver in the cab. Well, not anything that we could see anyway. The police were called, and Cousin had to go home to his house to call, and this was way pre-cell phone era. The phone line had been cut. There was not a single boot print in the entire yard except Cousin's from where he'd run into and out of the house. Cousin reported that there had been no plate when he looked into the cab. It looked like, as he said, something from a horror movie. He said there were all kinds of weird restraints and handcuffs and clamps and nylon straps, and he said the floorboards looked covered in what looked to be blood to him, oozing out of the seats. Cousin said he thought he saw a blur of something out of the picture window and ran to fire the first shot, but missed as he said it. He said it was because once he stood there, nothing or no one was on the lawn or in the truck. Then it shot backwards out of the yard and out of our lives, leaving no answers. Just a deep sense of unease every time we'd visit. Grandma and Cousin have passed. Deeply religious people. They stuck by their unchanging versions of the story until they died. My brother and mother and I have never been able to figure it out. Neither did the cops. I think it should be noted that, well, we don't know how all of the windows and doors were banging, and we don't know why we never saw a soul anywhere, or how they could get around the sides of the house without leaving a trace in the damp earth.
Looking back now, this place had some things going on. My family had always moved often, but out of all of the homes that we rented, this 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath was my favorite. We moved to this brick home in the rural parts of my state during the summer between 5th and 6th grade. My parents would eventually move out when I was about 21 years old and serving in the military. I think the reason why we lived there longer than any other home was because the rent was cheap, the owners were the best people on the planet, and we had open access for hunting and exploring on our own surroundings. 15+ acres. My dad worked tobacco and hay for the neighbors across the street after his 9 to 5 on the weekend to stay busy and raise a bit more money for us to live on. My mom could have her garden, not really so much house to keep up. My older brother, younger sister, and I would play in the basement, the old barn, and everywhere else we could get to. I really grew up in this place. To give a bit of background on myself, while I lived there, I was a homebody. I liked, and still do, my alone time to do whatever I wanted and enjoy a quiet house. So any time that I could stay home alone, I would. My brother off with friends, my sister off doing something with the church group. Mom out getting groceries, Dad in the fields. I had a lot of time to just hang out. Now this house, I'd always estimated that it had maybe been built in the 1950s or 1960s. Brick house, ranch style with a basement. Possibly the 70s. I just tried looking it up online, and popular real estate sites have no idea on it. All parts of the house seemed original to it. The kitchen, all blue half-bathroom, aluminum storm doors. Single-paned wooden windows. All except for the additional room built on with old vinyl siding. Nothing really seemed out of the ordinary about this place. I remember on so many occasions in which I would be home alone working on some project in the old basement. That's when I would hear the storm door open and my dad's heavy boots walk through the kitchen to get lunch or something. I would go up and say hi, and there he would be. But there was almost just as many times when I would go up there and there would be nobody. No truck in the driveway, no nothing. But I heard it all. I spent many nights like this, mid to late 90s, mind you, where I would stay up in the living room till 3, maybe 4 in the morning. I would stay up and flick through the dozen or so antenna channels. Nothing but garbage on television, but I would stay up anyway. It was quiet. The way the couch was situated is I could see all the way down the hallway, and the television was against the wall so that if I laid on the couch, I would see down that hallway right past my feet. In the hall was my 12 o'clock and the TV was my 11. One night, somewhere between 2 or 3 in the morning, while watching TV and my household completely asleep, I saw her. An older woman in a dress, a white blouse, and hair in a bun, walking from the right bedroom to the left. I sat up, stared, and listened for the bedroom doors to shut, but heard nothing. Eventually got up and checked the hallways. All doors were shut. I gently just rapped on the doors where I saw the woman go. My younger sister's room. No answer. So I gently opened the door. She was asleep in bed, hair down and in shorts and a blue tank top. Mom had short hair. I decided to go ahead and call it a night. I must have fallen asleep and just dreamed. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward to years when my folks moved out of town and finally bought their first home. A place very much like the one I grew up in. It was Halloween of 2008. Many years had passed since seeing this old woman. I never once had thought of telling anybody about it, really. We decided to watch a ghost hunt live broadcast by some TV famous paranormal investigators, and our conversation turned towards personal experiences. That's when I brought up the old house. I told them, "You know, I've often wondered if the other house had something going on. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps, but found nobody home but me." Mom replied, "Oh yeah, I've always thought that. Never wanted to upset you all, though. Seemed harmless to me, though. You know, one time real late, I saw a woman in the hallway." My eyes must have gone wide, and I said, "White blouse and a dress?" Mom quietly, "Hair in a bun?" At thought often about that conversation. And about a year later, after my interest had basically peaked enough that I wanted to try and investigate known hauntings, which I never really did, I was able to get in touch with the owners. Mom and Dad still had their numbers. I received the funniest answer from them when I asked about possibly checking it out for any, possible hauntings. Here's the quote. "We miss your parents. They stayed there for longer than most of our other tenants. We have some good people in there now, and we don't want them to get scared away from someone asking about ghosts." He meant that in a sincere way, not a threatening or dismissive way. But I will say that you're not the first to have mentioned something to us about the place being haunted. He wouldn't say any more, but I wouldn't have forced it anyway. I left it at that. I'm all right with that being my answer. I'd driven past that piece maybe a time or two since. And yeah, getting teary-eyed at my fond memories there where I grew up. But every time I think about the place, I can't help but also remember what I experienced when I was alone. Note, all of this is true. I've recounted this several times to many friends. I always give this caveat. However, I always believed that a lot of things about what I experienced could be explained in many ways. I'm fascinated by hearing people's ghost stories. I hope that they enjoyed hearing mine. I've quote-unquote lurked on this sub for quite a while and finally decided to be brave enough to post my own. I'm a skeptical person when it comes to paranormal, and I believe there's more out there than what we experience every day. The story is based on my own experiences, which was backed up by someone else, my mother, who appeared to have witnessed something very similar. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm dreaming or not. I've had a lot of different experiences with the paranormal, most of them super mild. Grew up in a definitely haunted house, but things that happened here have kind of kept repeating throughout my life well after moving out. I did meet with a medium about a year back, and she informed me that I definitely have, the sight, as they said, as well as the ability to interact tactically, I believe, or tacitly. She mentioned that I had somehow turned off that ability as if I had a blindfold over my sight or something, which aligned with my timeline of experiences, as she mentioned that normally happens with some sort of scare or general fear, usually regarding the paranormal. I definitely had big fears. A week in my life that ended in my asking a pastor to bless my house. But I wanted to talk and ask about dreams in particular. I've experienced sleep paralysis for sure, though when I do, I can never open my eyes. Even so, I'm not really seeing anything necessarily. In fact, it's usually very hard for me to even tell if I'm awake. These experiences are very Inception movie-like, and have no idea what they really are. Normally they start with me presumably dreaming and waking up. If I don't have sleep paralysis, I can open my eyes and I'm always in the room that I fell asleep in. Even if I'm visiting someone else's home, which is pretty weird, it's very hard for me to tell if I'm really asleep. My first experience with this was in the haunted house I grew up in. That was the week that really scared me, and was accompanied with sleep paralysis. I would wake up and it was like I was out of my body and I could see myself lying down. I would be extremely heavy, and while I could see the entire room, I couldn't move a single muscle. Felt like my body was made of lead. There was nothing wrong with the way the room looked, but there was an overwhelmingly bad feeling. And I intuitively felt something's trying to possess me. As soon as I had that revelation, I would just try to fight my eyes open. Eventually, when I did, all the bad feelings would go away. Sometimes I would wake up 2 or 3 times within a dream before actually being awake in real life. After I learned I had the power to rebuke negative energy myself, spent one night doing that, and those dreams stopped for a long time. The next meaningful one happened about 2 years after. It was just one day that it happened, and it was the same feeling. Couldn't open my eyes or twitch my fingers, but I knew I had to. I was also living in a different place. My roommate was next to me and the light was on, and that one really wasn't as scary. That was the last time I experienced the paralysis, though. Years passed before the next one, and this is probably the scariest one. I was at my mom's, not the same house I grew up in, though. And I was sleeping in my brother's room by myself. I had a weird feeling because I had to go to sleep, and I had to go to sleep on the trundle since the dog had gotten up on top of the bed and peed directly in my shopping bag, soaking through the mattress pad and the mattress itself. Bastard. We assume it was her because, well, she was just... or there was so much liquid, but it didn't smell. Anyways, I fell asleep, and at some point in the middle of the night, I got up to go to the bathroom. I came back to the room, and I got back into bed to go back to sleep. When I was about to fall asleep, though, I heard a big knock on the wall that woke me right up and scared the crap out of me. I decided I did not want to be alone. I got up, went to my sister's room, as she has a futon in there, and at this point, I was definitely dreaming. Though I didn't know at the time, and I do know this because her room was clean. I laid down, started falling asleep, and something else startled me awake again. When I opened my eyes, though, I was actually awake and in my brother's room again on a trundle. I have no idea when that dream started, but safe to say I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Now, that was about a year ago. Last night, I had another experience in my new home. I quote-unquote woke up and turned over, and as, sometimes it does, or you do, or I do in this case. However, I noticed our bedroom door was open. It was closed previously. I remember being scared, alert, and trying to rationalize it in my head, and eventually decided that my husband had probably gotten up at some point for some water, forgotten to close the door again. I remember laying back down and turning to look at the door being opened several times because it just made me uncomfortable. Eventually, I got back to sleep, and when I woke up in the morning, though, it was closed again. I asked my husband about it, and he said that he hadn't gotten up to get anything. I was probably just dreaming that it was open. I'm just so confused. These dreams are mundane as they can be for the most part. They just involve things that are slightly off. Has anybody else experienced anything like this? I know this is long, but last tidbit in case it's important. A few years back, I was having a bad anxiety, and I was seeing an acupuncturist at the time, and she's very good at what she does and goes beyond normal acupuncture. She noted soon into our session that there was something attached to me. She said that she would release it. She said that's what was causing the anxiety and my chi to be blocked, basically. That night I felt fine and felt fine for a long time afterwards. Despite that, the client she had after me had come back the very next day and told her that she had experienced sleep paralysis for the first time in her life that night. Mysterious phone call on my deceased grandfather's disconnected landline. Okay, so the 31st of this month, Halloween Day, it has another landmark meaning to me. This year will be 2 years to the day since this happened. In 2016, my grandfather, who may as well have been my father, passed away. He lived in a small house which I had shared for a few years not too long before his passing. It was in a small town that I live in the south of Ireland. His passing was quite devastating to myself and my family, and for that reason, childhood memories and connections to the house make it quite difficult for us to visit the house. Fast forward to Halloween 2 years ago, and the Hoover that we use at the home broke, and we don't exactly have the money to buy new things at the drop of a hat. So my mother said that she was thinking of going to my grandfather's house to get one there. To spare her the emotional journey into the house, I volunteered to go, asked a longtime friend of mine who knew the house to accompany me. We arrive at the house at about midday, maybe as late as 2 p.m., and go inside. Nothing's out of the ordinary, just silent and hollow, with a void where my granddad used to be, my friend, who I'll call H, had known me since we were in 6th grade, about 8 years now. He used to come over all the time for years. He knew the house and my family inside and out. We walked around the house in a sort of nostalgic silence, speaking occasionally about memories that we shared there years before as we looked around. Eventually, we made it back to the back door of the house and out to the garden where the trampoline and a wooden shed were used to play stood. It still contained old things from our past, and this is where the main event of the day came. Having finished looking around out there, we turned to go inside. As I locked the shed door and the garden's gate, me and H heard a phone ringing. I didn't think anything of it as I'd seen the next door neighbor's back door open. Only a few moments before, and I assumed it was theirs, and that is until H called my name and I turned to look at him. He was standing right at the back door of the house. I was about 5 meters away, and he stared at me blankly and said, "The phone." I said, "Yeah, it's the neighbor's." And he replied, "No, it's inside the house," before swiftly turning and walking inside. I was confused and followed him quickly. Now, the layout of the house from front to back is this. You went to the back door, and you're in a small, maybe 1 by 1 meter square porch. From there, a door leads into the kitchen, which takes you up to the back half of the ground floor of the house. Then that connects directly to the much smaller sitting room. When I entered the kitchen, I stood looking at H, standing beside my grandfather's chair, where he sat every day for as long as I can remember. Next to the chair was a small wooden table with a landline sitting on it. The worst part is it was ringing. Me and H looked at each other shocked, as the phone line has been disconnected for more than 2 years at this point. The electricity was disconnected, meaning no lights, no nothing. H picked up the phone and answered, repeating hello. He did this a few times before saying there's no one there, holding the phone out for me to come over and take it from him. I did, and I said hello a few times. Is there anyone there? But I was not greeted with any response. All I could hear was a slight static, and the tone you would know if you'd ever heard like a wired landline. It's like the one you hear when you pick up and listen before dialing any numbers. The dial tone. FYI. After a few moments, I hung up the phone and left it for a short while and picked it up again, hearing the same tone. Slight static, nothing else. I picked it up and put it down maybe 6 or 7 times before leaving it after realizing that the phone line was not only disconnected, but was also plugged out from the wall. Me and H decided to try and call the phone from his mobile. It didn't ring, and instead we got the tone that indicates an invalid number. We tried again a few times to no avail, and then tried to call both of our mobiles from our house phone. Or the house phone. After dialing the numbers, neither of our phones rang, nor did the phone sounds indicate that it had dialed, or that it was ringing. A few more minutes passed, and we're sitting down wondering what was going on until I picked up the phone again. All the noises had gone, and as many times as I picked it up again, it never came back. This was very confusing and emotional for me. I'd consider myself a bit of a soft touch, but my friend would be a much hardier type. It takes him a lot to get upset, really. We both sat there in tears, wondering was this some sign from my granddad or something else. It's been 2 years, and on occasion I've been back to the house, and each time I pick up the phone to hear the usual dead silence. Today I was watching a video from the YouTube channel called That Chapter. They make videos about criminal cases and murders. That's when autoplay put on this video, and the title of it is 5 True Horrifying Police and EMT Stories. It isn't the usual type of content from him that I watch, but it was interesting, so I left it on. At the 18-minute mark, he speaks about somewhat similar phenomenon, which is different but prompted me to start thinking. Watch the last 1.5 minutes of the video and see what I mean. As I said, I'm new here and to this paranormal sub, but I'm pleading to anyone who knows of someone or has personally experienced something like this, especially if you can give me any information as to what went on, please.
Something keeps breathing on my neck and touching me at night. So this is a last resort, because I've looked on a bunch of forums, but I don't see much in terms of results. I've read it could possibly be an incubus, which sounds a little too mythical to me. I've never been a paranormal believer or a religious person, but I do respect it because of my grandmother. She believes heavily in this stuff, and even has CDs full of supposed captures of demons and angels. Lots of orbs, mysterious figures, and the like. I admit that they're a little strange. She's had them looked at, but was told to stop taking pictures. That's because there was something supposedly following her. It wasn't a good being either. She also reports experiences where she's seen my great-grandmother and grandpa. My aunt, being her daughter who's lived with her, confirms some of her own experiences as well. The four were very close when my great-grandparents were alive. Well, now I live with my grandma, but this thing has me on the fence of belief. I say on the fence because truly I could be going insane, I don't know. I don't want it to be real. Only mental problems I've had were major depression and anxiety. Join the rest of the world. My grandma, well, she does have a prescription for schizophrenia. She'd stopped taking that a while ago. But it's the cleanly worried about mess kind of schizophrenia. My aunt is mentally stable, never took a drug. I've also been having dreams of a sexual nature. I rarely remember dreams, but they've been vivid recently. And also one where I was being told some type of, secret. And that if I told anyone I was done for or dead or something like that. It was by a vague blonde man in robes. He was bringing me in to show me something. I sort of blurrily remember some type of necklace with an eye symbol on it. Every second of the day I feel something near me or touching me inappropriately. And I work from home too, so I really have to focus, and it pisses me off. I've prayed. I bought religious candles. I put a pillow between my legs, put my hair up from my neck. I wore tight clothing or no clothing at all. I turned off all the wind makers, closed the windows, held my breath to stop making any noises. Just to check and see if I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a draft or my clothing moving when I breathe. But it's still here. I think I maybe accidentally called it. My boyfriend is on a Navy boat. He's away currently, so I've been more wanting for certain things lately. And one night, about a week ago, was particularly bad. So I was, quote-unquote, doing maintenance. Eyebrows raised. That's when it started. I let it happen because of obvious reasons. But I was very confused and thought maybe I was dreaming. I now go to sleep bundled up around my groin area. It makes it kind of go away, but it still wakes me up either way around 2 or 3-ish every time without fail. In which I'll be in a completely different position on the bed with it touching me. Admittedly, it feels great, but I'm becoming kind of very annoyed at this point. I don't feel it's evil, it just has one-track mind, you could say. I tried talking to it, but it doesn't really respond. Just keeps trying to get it on. It sounds like a lot of people in real life. So I stopped talking to it entirely. I ignored it for hours. Same thing, it never leaves. I don't dislike the thing that much, to be honest. It's just kind of aggravating when I'm trying to work. More description on touching. Either it feels like it's, okay, so I read a millisecond ahead. Not very far, but a millisecond, and I will say as the narrator, fair warning. So, more description on the touching. Either it feels like it's inserting into me, stimulating me with something, possibly orally, or caressing my face, neck, and back or legs. Sometimes it seems to get angry with me and pinches my nose, which I've come to giggle at because it's so out of the blue. Or especially, to get my attention, it puts an odd pressure on my ear. It sort of makes it ring. Very uncomfortable. Also, depending on the temperature in the room, it's been a very warm touch or a very cold touch, 50-50. I thought traditionally that their touch was only cold, so this comes as a surprise to me. Sometimes I do tell it to stop, well, you know. Or rather, they wrote, sometimes I do tell it to stop. Dash, does this count as attention, ? I suppose so. I don't know if I believe any of this. Likewise. I hope I'm just crazy. I'd just like some theories and possibly help, or do I need to be admitted into a psych ward? Also, we stopped using gas for heating, so no, it's not hallucinations from a gas leak. Brand new tank. And I know it's not my boyfriend. If this is an actual ghost, it seems. I don't know, I just emailed him yesterday. Not dead. There's also no one else I can think of that would come to me in this way that's a dead man. Well, if men are anything like they are during life, I would imagine there's plenty of them. My own paranormal experience. I'm 16 years old and I've lived in the same neighborhood since I was around 6 or 7. It's a nice place. There isn't really problems with the neighbors and we all get along, but we've lived there like 3 houses in a row and 2 across, and behind the ones across it's an abandoned place. There's 2 small buildings and they both seem to be burned down. They've been like that even before we moved here. No one really lives there. There's like a wood fence. I don't know what it's called. It has holes on the bottom, and for some reason, no dogs like to cross over to the other side. And if they do, at nights you can hear them barking as if asking for help, and if they come back, they most of the time aren't the same. Well, when I was around 10, my mom's friend lived in one of the houses that was across, and she had kids around our age. My siblings and I's age. We got along very well. One night, we're on the trampoline, and it was my younger brother, who was 8 at the time, my younger sister, who was 6 at the time, and one of my mom's friend's daughters, 9 at the time. We were all alone since our parents had gone out to a bar and had left us with my older sister and oldest daughter of my mom's friend. They were both about the same age, 16. Well, we were tossing around a ball when one of us threw it too hard. It went to the other side, and since it was dark, none of us dared to go get it. But as kids, we were like, oh, I bet you won't ask if there's anybody, can we have the ball back? Eventually, one of us did. After a while of waiting, we decided to just go inside when we're all at the staircase. We hear a noise, but the front light wasn't very bright. We didn't see anything until it got close to us. We saw the ball. Yeah, that's the same one that went to the other side. We had no idea of why at to do, so we ran inside and decided not to tell anybody, thinking they would make fun of us. Well, as the year went by, none of us told anybody until I was about 12. My cousin had moved into one of the houses, and my mom's friend had moved. We told our cousin and had some of my brother's friends about the place and how we sometimes would see a shadow running around, even though no one dared to go in there. Well, at the time, we also had new neighbors.
they also had a kid around my age and became our friend. Their house is right in front of a big opening in the other side, so one day we planned to go to the other side. Keep in mind, it was our first time in there, so we had no idea on what to expect, but at the time, it was my cousin, my brother, my brother's friends, my brother's friend's brother, and our neighbor friend. My cousin and I were the only girls and the rest were guys, so they decided to go in first, and there was this building that was made of cement bricks that was half destroyed. It was also in pieces. The other half just seemed very old. There's so many toys, some in bags, some just there. Behind it was just empty. Old grass, nothing else but what seemed to be toilet paper all over the dead plants. In front, there was a small room, also made of cement, but this one had windows and was yellow. It was more of a small house with 2 rooms. There was 3, and the other 2 were untouched. Everybody except me decided to go and explore deep inside the places and the houses. I decided to stay near the entrance to our neighborhood. I was just walking around, trying not to go in too far. That's when I suddenly noticed something on the floor, and I reached out to it. I was surprised by what it was. It was a picture of what seemed like a family, and there was a very pretty lady, a little girl, and a man. In the background, you could see this exact same place, just not destroyed. The picture seemed very old, and it was folded with marks. I called over the guys and my cousin, and when they came, I showed them the picture. We just stared at it for a while when he realized that in the back of the lady there's a figure like a man or a shadow. And for some reason, when I saw it, I dropped the picture. Until this day I don't remember very well. But for some reason, something tells me that I dropped it because I felt it burn. And something tells me that if that's true, it may be because that was how this place got destroyed. As if I had been there, but I'm not too sure. But going back, when I dropped the photo, we heard a noise. A noise as of a glass had been shattered. And of course, there was only one place that had glass, which was the yellow house. My brother and friend ran to it and screamed. Our reaction was to go and check on them. When we got there, we ran without looking back. We went to my house. Turns out that when we got there, one of the 2 windows was broken, and on the floor was something written, "Get out of here." And it was written in what seemed to be blood. After that time, we never dared to go back in. But even to this day, we still see and hear things. Like one time when it was dark, my older brother and I were outside waiting for his girlfriend. There was no one home, but one of the rest were over at their aunt's house, and suddenly we heard a scream so similar to my younger brother's voice coming from that place, but at the same time, he was in Mexico. What? The truth is, ever since we decided to go into that place, things felt very different. Now, 4 years later, I still wonder about this picture. I know my story sounds so unreal. Sometimes when we talk about it, even we can't believe it. But we were there. You heard it. Seen something watching me as a kid that someone else also witnessed later in life. I felt like I was being watched for 13 years. What I'm about to discuss started happening from a young age and occurred until I was around 18. I'd like to say I don't believe it actually happened, but the creepiness of it and how it made me feel for those 13 years has stuck with me. So I'd like to at least discuss it and theorize with people. It's pretty vanilla, but how it made me feel was definitely not vanilla. 1996, age 5. My mom always read me a bedtime story when she put me to bed, and I always fell asleep. This particular night, I didn't fall asleep, and she stayed with me for a while longer until she fell asleep herself. But I was still awake. I was kind of bored and just looking around the room. I looked up at the window positioned behind my bed, and even though the blinds were closed, I was able to see through the cracks in the turned-down blinds. I immediately seen two reddish eyes looking in. Thought they were eyes because I kept looking for a while and they were moving around a little like they weren't completely stationary. And then they appeared to blink. I immediately turned over and I woke up my mom. She said it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. But to this day, I swear I've never slept and I was awake. My bedroom window is above our balcony, but you would have to be really tall or on a ladder to see into my window from it. I don't have any siblings. My dad was asleep when this happened. Not long after that, I did have a nightmare about what I saw. I dreamed that it was a wolf-like animal, and my dad was fighting it in the hallway to our bedrooms. I woke up and immediately knew that it was a dream, but to this day I still don't think what I initially saw was a dream. I developed a deep fear of the dark because of this. 2007, age 16. From 96 to 2007, I'd never seen any occurrence like what I saw that first time, but I switched to turning my blinds upwards so I couldn't see outside. For some reason, even before the nightmare, I had decided it was like a wolf-like animal. Not sure why. Still had a deep fear of the dark, and since it happened, I'd be intermittently having a feeling like something was watching me or I wasn't alone. Sometimes it felt like an unfriendly presence. Other times it felt comforting, like something was protecting me. I once went a year without getting the feeling, and it just hit me when I was driving home from a friend's house in the middle of the day. The drive from my friend's home was about 20 minutes of rocky barrens with patches of forest. An unfriendly presence hit me so hard that I pulled over, checked the car, and got out of the car. Climbed up a small cliff to the roadside to look out over the barrens, but there wasn't anything there. Got back in the car and kept driving. I visited this friend's a lot, and I started to find that feeling would just hit me at the exact same spot in those barrens, day or night, but only in the night around my parents' house. This same friend slept over one night. We went out on my deck so she could have a cigarette, and I got the feeling of an unfriendly presence. It wasn't her. At this point in life, I was screaming at myself that I was being irrational, that nothing was there. I didn't see a wolf-like creature, I just thought I saw it. As I was thinking this, I realized my friend was looking out into the small patch of forest behind my house, squinting. I asked her what was wrong. She said she could swear she saw something watching us and moving around almost like a dog, but a lot bigger. At this point, I was shitting my pants and kind of coaxed her inside. I'd never told her about this story, so she would have never known about my speculations. 2009, age 18. Still haven't seen any evidence myself since I was 5. Only my friend's observation, which aligned with what I think I saw as a kid. I still felt like something was intermittently watching me, or both at home and on the drive to that same friend's house and even around where she lived. Started dating somebody that lived not too far from her, so we all hung out a lot. At this point, I'm still scared of the dark. Sometimes I could walk up and down a trail by myself and would be completely fine. Other times, I was crippled with fear and ran or had somebody lead me. One time, I was camping and I felt the presence so bad that I had to get my boyfriend to lead me to her tent while I shut my eyes and covered my ears. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every noise scared the shit out of me, and I didn't help really that other people were around. I remember driving home the next day, and I did feel like something was watching me, but this was one of those times that it felt comforting. More comforting than it had felt before, at least. 2010. Age 19. Driving over to see the same boyfriend, and I realized I hadn't felt that feeling like something was watching me in a long time. Probably since I had that last comforting feeling. I drove through the barrens almost every day without that feeling popping up. It was gone just like that. Moved away from my hometown soon after. Present day age 29. No more sightings. No more feelings like something is watching. My crippling fear of the dark went away, and even though the dark still makes me feel uneasy, I prefer to go for runs at night. I've lived back home for a while, but mainly lived in the city and have since moved out of the province entirely. To this day, I've never returned and appear to have just stopped abruptly. But it's probably the thing that's stuck with me the most over the years since I was a kid. The Black Horseman. This is an actual experience I had. Still freaks me out to this day. Growing up, I had multiple little paranormal experiences, you could say. I was always very skeptical, so the experiences I had I considered genuine. I tried my best to explain away, and I just couldn't. Many of them would happen even with company or family around to see it as well, so I know I wasn't imagining it. As a teenager, I started getting a little bit too interested in the paranormal and not being scared of anything. I got a little bit cocky at times, and at some point I guess I started to dabble with something I shouldn't have. So it got a bit too intense for me. I would talk about the things that happened or mention spirits or attempt to talk to presences that I couldn't see. It would be as if I like to call it like stirring shit up. This 2-part story is the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life. So, when I was a teenager, I had this friend. He would be in mid-conversation with me and randomly trail off on some weird shit that sounded creepy and didn't make any sense. Then he would come to and not have any clue about what he said and be like, "Whatever, man, I don't know what you're talking about," and continue on the normal conversation like nothing happened. Usually it ended like that, but when we were 15-ish, he was into one of his things, kind of like a trance or whatever, and we were on the phone. He said something like, "Follow the tracks to your right, and then on your right again near the end you'll come to their resting place." I'll explain the layout of where I was living, because it is important for the next parts. I lived in a pretty nice trailer park. Ooh, spooky, I know. It was off a main road in a small town, heavily wooded and nowhere near town. The main driveway came down the middle of the trailer park and dead-ended at the rear. A little past that dead end was the embankment, and at the bottom was a railroad track that was very rarely used. To the right, it dead-ended in some woods, with one side being at the back of an abandoned old mill. The other side had a pretty dense set of woods behind the neighborhood. So, I followed his weird, cryptic directions after getting off of the phone. It was late afternoon in summer. I head to the railroad tracks, and I head right before the end. At some point before the end, I hear footsteps in the middle on my right. Being curious, I head up the embankment and toward the noise. There was nobody there, but I did see a small graveyard curiously tucked away in these woods behind a neighborhood. Likely a small family plot, perhaps, ranging from early 1700s to very early 1900s. Only about 20-something markers. I was intrigued and, of course, brought that friend later, and he was pretty weirded out. He insisted that he had no idea it was there. He wasn't the lying type, so I did believe him. It became sort of a hangout spot of mine, as I was dumb and brave, and I would go there at night at all hours, acting fearless. Nothing really weird ever happened there. So, moving on. Another day, another conversation. And Buddy randomly breaks into another trance, I guess. He says, "Head to the tracks, cross them, and when you enter the woods, you will see him." My cocky self immediately does just that. Late afternoon once again. This time I head to the tracks behind the trailer park. But I cross them. which goes through a bit of the woods, comes into a clearing with an old mill. A different one because it's an old mill town and it's on the left, and on the right is miles of cutout for power lines. Sort of cuts through the woods, supplying all the random neighborhoods scattered throughout the area. Straight ahead across the street for the mill is pretty much just more wooded area, pretty dense. So following those directions again, I head towards the tree line and the movement. I just set into this tree line and I'm hearing branches snapping. Immediately I see just the black shadow, or maybe a silhouette of a guy in all black. He's on a black horse. He's galloping through the woods away from me and toward the left, disappearing into the trees. I was a bit shocked. It wasn't common to see horses around my town at all. But being cocky and brave, I decided to, just head to where he came from, which was to the right of the edge of the tree line, followed the cutout of the power lines. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old collapsed horse stable. Literally nothing else near it. There was another neighborhood about a mile in the direction of where he disappeared, but nothing else around the stable. So being intrigued and a little bit freaked out, I go to call my buddy and tell him. Following day, I bring him with me to show me my findings. Well, I show him my findings. He just refused to believe me, and I was getting suspicious of him playing stupid, possibly. But the most unbelievable part is we entered the tree line where I saw the horseman the day before. We both saw him taking the same path as I did previously. Broad daylight. Clear as possible. There's no way we both imagined it. Both of us were a little bit freaked out, but we continued and I showed him the stable also. The strangest part of it all was I brought a couple other friends to see the stable, and each time he appeared to us. Well, that's pretty awesome. Creepy man in truck. So this story happened to me when I was 25 years old. I was living in Las Vegas with my then husband and our son, who was 4 years old. Our schedules were pretty much the same every day. My husband would leave for work at 5:30 a.m. and I'd get home around 4 o'clock p.m. Monday to Friday. I was a stay-at-home mom. Usually, after he got home from work, I would take our son with me to the grocery store, grab dinner a few hours later, and give him some time alone to unwind. The Smith's grocery store by my house was literally less than a 2-minute drive away. It's one of those grocery stores with the gas pumps in the parking lot, so once a week after grabbing groceries for dinner, I'd go to the pumps and fill up my car while my son slept in the back seat. On one of my daily trips to the store, that included a stop at the gas pump, so I was pumping gas and a truck pulled up to the pump on the opposite side of mine. The man quickly did whatever he came to do and pulled off. As I was finishing up and walking around my car, he pulled up alongside my car and rolled down his window and said, "I just need to tell you the only reason why I pulled up here to the pump was to get closer to you. I saw you and I just had to tell you how beautiful I think you are." He looked like Ted Bundy on crack. I was nice though and polite and told him, "I'm flattered, but I'm happily married with a son." He responded with, "I know, I just had to let you know how I felt." Started to sort of, pull off, but stopped and backed up and rolled his window back down and said, "By the way, if you tell me your husband what I said, I'll be fucking killing him." And then he sped off. I was shocked and immediately got in my car and called my husband and told him what just happened. He told me not to drive home in case he followed me. Just to run to the first light I come to and speed, and when I get pulled over, tell the officer what happened. I did, and the officer who pulled me over was very understanding and drove me to the substation near my house, where he left the car and he took my son and the groceries and, took everybody home, and my husband went and picked us up in the car the next day. I thought that was the end of it, but somehow I knew it wasn't. I told my husband how it bothered me how sure of himself the guy seemed when he
he'd kill him and how he responded with "I know" when I told him I was happily married with a son. Was it possible that he already knew where I lived? How long had he been stalking me before he approached me? A few nights later, my husband realized that we were out of cigarettes, decided to run to the store to go get some. He was late, so our son was fast asleep. I was playing on the computer. He left through the laundry room door into the garage where our cars were. Not long after he left, I heard the laundry door open again. Somebody came inside and I called out to him. "Honey, what'd you forget?" But I got no answer. However, I could hear somebody moving around in the laundry room. I called out to him again, this time a little bit nervous. "Honey, is that you? You're freaking me out." Still no answer, and I'm realizing that I'm completely unarmed. My husband is a U.S. Marine and a federal employee, so we had an arsenal of weapons, but they were all in our master closet on the top shelf, and I'd have to run past the laundry room to really get to my room. There'd be no way if somebody was in there that I could really get to my gun before he got to me. So I just sat there frozen and terrified. I could feel the weight in the room as a fear, waiting for him to round the corner, knowing that with my son sleeping down the hall, I'd do anything he told me to keep my baby safe. That, and when my husband returned home, he'd have the element of surprise in his side, not to mention his family hostage, so he wouldn't stand a chance either. My heart was in my throat and I couldn't breathe as I heard his footsteps coming toward me when I suddenly, from my bedroom, I hear the deep growling of my two pit bulls, Ruby and Darlene. Before I could think, I saw both dogs dart into the laundry room. At that moment, I heard the garage door open and slam shut as a man screamed. I shot up from the computer desk with my phone in hand. I bolted into my son's room and shut the door, locked it, and sat against it. I quickly called my husband, and I said, "Please tell me you're home and just messing with the dogs." But I couldn't hear in the background. The cashier bringing stuff up and knew he was at the store, and whoever was in my house was definitely not my husband. "Somebody in the house, get home right now." So I'm explaining for him to please be careful when he gets here, and I don't really know if he's in the garage, and I'm hiding in our son's room with the door shut and locked. He told me to stay put until he got home and came and got me. Waiting in the dark in my son's room while he slept, while my son slept, waiting for my husband to come home felt like an eternity. When he came to get me from our son's room, I was relieved, but for months afterwards he never left us home alone after dark. I know he was just as scared as I was that the man would come back, but about a year after the incident, we moved out and bought a new home. I always think about what would have happened if he hadn't let the dogs in before he left that night. I don't know what he had planned for me, but I know it wasn't good, and my son would just be a tool to control me. My husband would have just been something out of the way to get rid of. I have no doubt that Ruby and Darlene saved our lives that night. Now that they've crossed the rainbow bridge from old age and my husband and I are no longer together and our son is grown, we all still sleep with dogs in our rooms from that night. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the eerie is just the beginning. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay in the loop on our spine-tingling stories. Get ready for an experience you won't forget. My old house. At my old house in Lakemore, Illinois, it was a decent house, except for the basement, specifically only one side. My dad's not easily scared by much, but this was one of the few things that did. Now, let's get into it. When I was way little, I used to see this figure in my room every night. His name was Joe. Obviously, there was no person in my room, but I was absolutely positive that I saw something. This happened 2 nights in a row, and then my dad finally noticed too. He would start asking me questions about the figure. "Joe," he would ask, Is Joe nice? Yeah. What does Joe do? He sings to me. What is he singing? You are my sunshine. Does Joe like mommy? Yeah. Does Joe like daddy? Silence. More silence, and Joe doesn't like daddy. Does Joe want to hurt daddy? More silence. Light head shake, yes. Don't worry, Joe won't hurt daddy. Later that night, Mom and Dad discussed about this issue that went on for weeks. They thought about taking me to the doctor, but that wouldn't help anything anyways. Went away for about a week, but then one night at 2:30 a.m., I came sprinting out of my room hyperventilating. I see somebody. What the hell? That night, Daddy, Joe is walking to you. My dad then turns to my mom. He mouthed, what the fuck, and he then saved the entire house the next day. Okay. Summer of 2015. We're now moving out a year after that stuff, and my dad's cleaning stuff. The TV turns on out of nowhere. Now, the remote is in the kitchen. My mom is outside mowing the lawn. It turns off by itself. On, off, and now it turns back on, and so does the PlayStation. Then they both turned off. Once we've moved out, my dad stays in the house by himself for about a year due to mental health reasons. Came home from work for lunch, and he sits at the top of the basement stairs, and he starts playing guitar and singing. He then hears a little girl's voice harmonizing with him. He stops. Nothing. He plays again, and it happens again. Then he stops, and it stops too. Later that day, he tries it again after work, and it never happens. 2 months later, he's in the kitchen making oatmeal, and he feels a tap on his shoulder. He turns around, startled, and there's nothing. He continues to make food, and he feels a slight tug on his shirt. Now he's freaked out and jerks around. Nothing. Then he hears a super-duper faint whisper. Mario. Mind you, Mario's my dad's name. He scurried out of there. Later that day, he's doing laundry in the basement. The light on the other side of the room turns off. He says, fuck nah, runs upstairs. He had a dream that night of a house in the 1800s in the same house that he lived in then. There was a young girl named Ernie, short for Ernestella. Her dad would often take her to the basement to whip her if she misbehaved. One time she was beat to death. Then as the dream started to end, he heard whispers saying, help me, help me, help me. The next day, he calls his friend who just so happens to be a certified ghost hunter. He got an EVP mic set up and gave it to my dad to borrow. He didn't set it up for a few weeks. Once he heard random bangs in the basement, he knew something was up. He finally set it up, and the next day he finds a loud growling noise in the recording. It's like a loud noise, and then it ends. He then went downstairs behind the stairs to find a boarded-off area made of drywall. He unscrewed it all, and when he looked down, a whoosh of cold air hit him fast. Then the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He ran the fuck up those stairs the fastest he's ever ran. His friend told him to board it up and never go down there again. He did, but he first shined a flashlight in there. It all looked light until it hit one corner, where it didn't light up. He went down later space. He wrote a Bible psalm on the wall to command it out. The banging continued for several nights. One day he'd had enough. He went down with Sage and started yelling random commands to get the fuck out like a maniac. After that, nothing else happened. He went to get the records in the house because he was curious. The only record is that it was built in the 1920s, and that my parents bought it in 2010. Him and the agent both thought it was weird, especially that there were records. They went missing in '99. The only thing they found is that the place that house was built on was a Native American epic battleground in ancient times. A lot of people were dead and buried there, who moved in with us after that. No other things have happened ever since. Trauma's never a big deal until you're one with it. I'm scared to death hearing all the shit that my dad told me. Good night, y'all. A very haunted hospital. In a bustling city in Indonesia, there stood an old abandoned hospital that once had been the pride of the medical community. Now it lay in ruins, overtaken by nature and whispered about by locals. The hospital was said to be haunted by the spirits of those who have died there, unable to find peace. The legend told of a doctor who had performed cruel experiments on his patients during the hospital's operation. His malevolent spirit, along with those of his victims, was said to haunt the darkened halls, creating an atmosphere of dread and fear. One night, a group of friends, curious and seeking adventure, decided to explore the hospital. Arif, the leader of the group, was fascinated by the paranormal, and he heard numerous stories about the haunted hospital. They equipped themselves with flashlights and courage, setting off as the moon hung high in the sky. As they approached the building, the air grew colder, and an unnatural silence enveloped them. The once grand entrance was now overgrown with vines. The windows were shattered, creating eerie shadows inside. Stepping into the hospital, the friends felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The air was thick with the smell of decay. The faint sound of whispers seemed to come from every direction. They ventured deeper into the hospital, the floorboards creaking ominously under their feet. In the old operating room, Arif and his friends found rusted surgical instruments scattered about in remnants of a bygone era. As they examined the room, a sudden chill swept through. The whispers grew louder. The friends examined nervous glances but pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. The whispers were growing louder, echoing off of the peeling walls and rattling the rusted equipment. And suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated down the corridor, heavy and deliberate. The friends froze, their flashlights flickering as if in response to the approaching presence. "Did you hear that?" whispered Dewey, clutching Arif's arm. The air grew colder, and an oppressive sense of dread settled over them. Arif nodded, his heart racing. "We need to keep moving," he said, trying to steady his voice. "Let's head to the basement. That's where the most activity's been reported." Reluctantly, the group followed him, their steps hesitant and unsure. As they descended the narrow staircase, the temperature dropped further, and the whispers turned into anguished cries. The basement was pitch black, their flashlights barely piercing the darkness. They entered a room that appeared to be an old storage area. Dusty shelves lined the walls, filled with forgotten medical supplies. Suddenly, Dewey gasped, pointing toward the corner of the room. There, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure. It was a man dressed in an old-fashioned doctor's coat. His face was gaunt and hollow-eyed. His gaze was fixated on them, filled with an unsettling mixture of anger and sorrow. The friends stood paralyzed as the ghostly figure slowly raised a hand, pointing at them. "You shouldn't be here," the ghostly doctor hissed, his voice echoing with a metallic tinge. "Leave now or suffer the same fate as those before you." Panic surged through the group. They turned to flee, but the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. The room seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing darker and more oppressive. Desperate, Arif remembered a story that he'd heard about appeasing angry spirits. "We mean no harm," he called out. "We're here to understand your pain and to help you find peace.
ghostly doctor seemed to hesitate, his form flickering as if caught between worlds. The anguished cries in the background softened. They were replaced by a low, mournful wail. Arif took a step forward, holding out his hands in a gesture of peace. "We want to help you," he repeated. The doctor's ghostly eyes bore into his, and for a moment, the air seemed to grow warmer. The figure slowly lowered his head, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. "Find the diary," the doctor whispered, his voice filled with sorrow. "In it lies the truth." With that, the ghostly figure faded, and the door swung open. The friends wasted no time, racing up the stairs and back into the main part of the hospital. They searched every room until they found an old leather-bound diary hidden beneath a loose brick in the doctor's office. The diary revealed a doctor's tragic story. He'd been forced to perform horrific experiments on his patients by corrupt officials, driven to madness by his guilt and despair. Understanding his pain, the friends decided to take the diary to the local authorities, hoping to finally lay the spirits to rest. From that night on, the old hospital remained abandoned, but the whispers and cries ceased. The legend of the haunted hospital lived on, a chilling reminder of the dark history that lingered within its walls. I feel bad for that doctor. That sounds nightmare while alive, or while awake. I still don't know what really happened. A little while back, I read a thread asking if anybody had a haunted house story and how you reacted. It brought forth a memory of how one evening, when I, a female, was 17, I was alone at home on the phone with a friend. It was cold and I wrapped a blanket around me as I sat on my bed. I felt a tug in the blanket part that hooded to my head, and enough so that my head slightly jerked back and the blanket slid off my shoulders. Not stopping my conversation, I turned around, peeked out into the hallway. I looked under my bed. I glanced out my bedroom window that looked over the driveway and the back door. No one else was home. My cat sat on my back porch. I couldn't find what could have done this. As I sat back down on the bed, I covered back up by the blanket. I spoke to my friend to mention the high weirdness. Hey, But before I could finish my sentence, my blanket was yanked off of me, was thrown across the room. I gotta go by. I threw the phone, I ran out of there, ran down the street to my aunt's house. More than that happened at around the same time, but right before it all happened, it was close to Halloween. I was sleeping at my aunt's house as my uncle worked nights. My aunt was a double amputee and legally blind due to gestational diabetes. She could still see, just not well enough to drive. She loved the paranormal too. Her youngest brother, who's my uncle, died a few years earlier, and she had recently got into using a Ouija board and other methods of trying to contact him. I didn't believe in it, but also learned from all the horror movies I've digested growing up that you don't mess with it regardless. My friend B, a 17-year-old male, lived across the street from my aunt. He saw the Ouija board and asked if we could borrow it. That afternoon, me, B, and my boyfriend, the 17-year-old male, and my friend S, a 17-year-old female, all sat on B's bed to play with the board. Nothing happened. I placed it on his keyboard next to his bed, still open and the planchette sitting on top. We all settled in to watch a horror movie. Next thing I know, I hear a knock at B's door. The credits are rolling on the screen. All four of us are just waking up. We were all side by side like we were when we sat on B's bed, but all slumped to the left. My little brother was at the door. That was because my mother was looking for me. Before I left, I put the Ouija board away and left it at my aunt's before heading down the road home.
Asking my friends later, no one remembered falling asleep, and the last thing that anybody could recall was the opening of the movie, then the knocking at the door. Didn't think much of it, oddly. I'm only recalling it now because of all of that thread and the recent visit of my uncle. Around the same time as my blanket incident, my friend B was on his bed reading when he suddenly sunk into it. His grandmother had to help pull him out of it, and it was an old mattress, but they assumed some board broke under it or something. But the bed was somehow fine afterwards. He couldn't recreate how he sunk into it and never considered it to be related to what I experienced. But thinking back, it was all too weird to be a coincidence. Staying at my aunt's was pretty fun. She was my favorite person after all. And I often stayed with her off and on in my childhood because my home life really wasn't too great. When I slept over, I shared the same bed with her. One night, close to all of that, I woke up in the middle of the night. It felt like the bed was moving. Not exorcist moving, but like there was a conveyor belt and rollers under the fabric instead of springs. Or like a giant snake rolling around. The bedside table's lamp was on dim, but I could see my aunt was awake next to me. Her eyes were huge with fear. She clutched a red throat to her chest. She noticed me, looked over, and asked if I felt it too. Before I could fully respond, everything went black. I swear it was as if I blinked and suddenly it was morning. I looked over at my aunt and she was sound asleep. I slipped out of bed and got ready for school. I thought that it was all just a strange dream. I was tying my shoes when my uncle came home. I told him about the strange dream and his face went white. As cliche as that sounds, it really did. He told me the reason he asked me to stay with my aunt at night was because she kept complaining of the bed moving, but he never paid it any heed. Was it the Ouija board, or were we just victims of some other paranormal event? My aunt passed away when I was 24, and I did keep her Ouija board, but I've never touched it after that. My uncle moved away but still owns the house. He visits for a few weeks at the anniversary of her death every year. My aunt always said that if she died first, she would try to contact him. He leaves motion cameras, pencil and paper, and other things out just in hopes that she leaves him a message. Been about 10 years. Hasn't seen, heard, or felt anything yet. I've had a lot of high weirdness all throughout my life. But that was the first instance that it was confirmed by multiple people. Glad I don't live in my family's house anymore. I'll preface this with saying the houses I've lived in the past maybe 5 years or 100 years old, and they're mining houses. Lots of sad shit happened in our town. Each one of these houses has felt like home. Quiet, warm, peaceful, even in the dead of winter. My parents' house, well, built in the 70s, normal suburb house. We're the second owners. Nothing sad happened there or traumatic. Old family passed natural and their sons kind of used the house as a party house. We renovated it when I was a teen and I don't really live there anymore, and I'm fucking glad. I have no idea what's up with that house. Each person in our family has had an experience, even my skeptic mother. So I'll just go down the list and give a timeline for activity kicked up and when it quieted down. 1. First couple of months, about 6 months. Living in our house, we'd all be consistently hearing our names in like another voice, basically in a calling you over sort of tone. Each time we got to the person who called our name, they'd literally just be vibing in the room and go, "Nope, didn't call you." Cue awkward stare and shuffling away. Happened multiple times to everybody. I'm honestly convinced that it happened to her dog too. She'd just walk in like randomly and look at you like you called her name. She was old too. But she was also a dog and loved love. I think this next one was within the first years of living there. Can't remember exactly when, just that I was in high school, I think. Entire family went to bed, which means that we're all in our rooms and awake still, but setting up for sleep. I thought I heard someone or something walk down the small hallway that we had between our rooms. I brushed it off because, well, terrified. That was until my dad comes in. He was almost asleep, apparently. Asks me if I ran down the hallway and why I did. Well, I had not. He then asked my sister, whose room was right next to mine, and obviously her answer was the same. I hadn't heard her get out of her bed or see her walk down the hallway. So once again, awkward pause. Well, good night, guys. Kid you not. I should mention that he did say it wasn't the dog because, well, the dog was on the floor in their room when it happened. 3. The house got really quiet. And always, and still does, get pretty tense in there. This next one is probably just a horrible sleep paralysis nightmare, but I couldn't really sleep or go into the living room at night alone for several days. I basically had a very, very vivid dream that me and my sister were in our living room and being chased and harassed by what I'll call a demon. It's kind of what I remember. I remember that in the dream, me and her were on the couch and we'd watched some sort of shadowy figure crawl up the curtains, went to the top of the rods, then disappeared behind them or vanished. In my dream, I told my sister to get her parents and that I'd watch it. Then I remember being chased around the coffee table, knocked to the ground by whatever it was and trying to scream. I was also trying to scream in real life, apparently, which is why I think it was like a case of a bad nightmare and sleep paralysis. I remember waking up to trying to scream, like I felt like I couldn't and I was in like total fight or flight mode. Took me a minute, then my teenage ass just went to tell my mom. My dad was out of town. Then I slept with her. Couldn't sleep the rest of the night, and the next 2 nights I really couldn't sleep. I was too fucking scared. 4. That was the last of it for a long time, which, well, it was a relief. Until recently. In the last couple of years, my sisters told me whatever's in the house has kicked up activity again. Mostly by opening and closing cupboards at night when she's, solidly knew everybody was asleep. Then during a time I was visiting, it happened to me. I was laying in bed with my mom, because my old room is now an office. I was staring at my phone. She's asleep and snoring, and her new family dog was also sleeping with us in the bed. Then I heard several cabinets in the kitchen open and close. Kinda just stopped for a second. There was no other noise it could have been, because I've heard that sound for years. I texted my sister to see if she was awake because we both stay on our phones at night, like everybody else. She said yes and asked if she heard that. She said yes, then asked if it was Mom. I said no, and I asked if Dad had gotten up, even though I hadn't heard him leave his room or office. There is a couch in there. She obviously said no. I obviously freaked out a little and told her good night, and she said the same to me. Next day we talked about it more, of course, and we're just scared. At this point, we're kinda used to it after a majority of the scary things happening earlier on. But it was just a reminder, and still is, that there's something in that 70s house that shouldn't be there, that my historical homes lack. I don't know, that house has made me a believer, and my entire family. Even my mom gets uncomfortable occasionally. So anyway, yeah, that's it. Nothing groundbreaking. But just reasons I hate going home anymore and walking in that house at night to this day. Pretty convincing. Hantu Jeruk Parut. Or something that sounds vaguely similar to that. I hope. In the outskirts of Jakarta, near an old cemetery, a chilling legend has haunted the locals for generations. It's the story of Hantu Jeruk Parut, the headless priest who roams the cemetery at night, accompanied by his black dog. The tale begins in the colonial era, when the cemetery was still new. There is a priest named Father Alim who served the local community. He did this with kindness and with dedication. However, one fateful night he was brutally murdered. His head was severed from his body. His spirit, unable to find peace, began to haunt the cemetery, searching for his lost head. Years later, the legend of Father Alim had become a ghost story told to frighten children and thrill-seekers. However, for those who had encountered the Hantu Juruk Perut, it was no mere tale. One humid night, a group of teenagers, eager for a thrill, decided to test the legend for themselves. Led by Raka, they made their way to the old cemetery under the cover of darkness. Armed with flashlights and fueled by nervous laughter, they entered the cemetery, the air thick with anticipation and fear. They followed the narrow, winding paths through the gravestones, the moon casting eerie shadows. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew heavier, and the faint howl of a dog echoed in the distance. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but pressed on, determined to find the headless priest. Suddenly, one of the teens, a girl named Sari, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Her voice was trembling. The others paused and strained to listen. From the darkness ahead, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approached, heavy, measured, and accompanied by soft patting of a dog. The teenagers' flashlights flickered and dimmed, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and writhe among the gravestones. The air grew colder, and an unnatural stillness settled over the cemetery. Then they saw him. The figure emerged from the gloom, clad in tattered remnants of a priest's robe. His body was tall and gaunt, but where his head should have been, there was nothing but a gaping black void. By his side padded a large black dog, its eyes glowing with unearthly light. Raka and his friends were frozen with fear as the headless priest slowly advanced, the dog by his side growling softly. Father Alim's spirit seemed to search for something, his movements deliberate yet hauntingly slow. The boys realized that they were in the presence of a restless spirit, trapped in an endless loop of torment. Desperation surged through Raka's veins as he racked his brain for a solution. He remembered an old tale that his grandmother used to tell, a way to appease restless spirits by offering prayers or items that they held dear in life. So with courage, Raka whispered a prayer under his breath, hoping that it would calm the spirit. The headless priest paused, as if listening. The ghostly dog's growling softened, and for a moment, it seemed as if the air grew warmer. But just as quickly, the priest resumed his eerie march. His hand reached out as if searching for his lost head. Thinking quickly, Raka took off his jacket and threw it over a nearby gravestone, creating a crude head-like shape. "Please, Father Alim," he begged. "Find peace and rest." The ghostly figure hesitated. The void where his head should have been, it turned towards the makeshift head on the gravestone. To their astonishment, the headless priest knelt before the gravestone, his form shimmering as though he was fading. The dog sat down beside him, its glowing eyes dimming. The friends watched in awe as the spirit seemed to bow in acceptance. With a final mournful look, Father Alim's ghost vanished, leaving only the echo of his tragic tale behind. The dog disappeared into shadows, and the oppressive air lifted, replaced by the natural sounds of the night. The teenagers hurried back to the village, their hearts racing, but their spirits oddly relieved. Or relieved, I bet. The legend of Hantu Jaruk Perut lived on, but they knew they had witnessed something extraordinary. From that night on, the villagers held regular prayers at the cemetery, ensuring the headless priest's spirit remained at rest, and Raka and his friends would forever carry the memory of their encounter with the headless priest and his black dog, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. What is in my house? Firstly, I will preface with I am open-minded, but I don't instantly jump to thinking something is supernatural. I like to find a logical reason for something happening, and if anybody can bring logic to the situation, I will gladly take it. It's hard to know where to start, so if I jump back and forward, I do apologize. So my home was inherited from my partner's parents after their death. His dad died 15 years ago. His mom 6 years ago. We lived in the house with his mom for about a year before her passing, and in that time, I was her full-time carer. We became very close friends. When she passed, we were distraught, but knew that it was coming. She had stage 4 lymphoma and passed in the hospital. She was Irish Catholic. After she passed, she was cremated and her ashes never came back to the house. I don't know if that's important. My partner's dad didn't pass at home either, but his passing was much more sudden. He suffered a heart attack at work and died before the ambulance could get to him. Again, he was cremated, but his ashes did come into the house. Both have since been buried in a family plot in Ireland. After he passed, I do believe I saw his spirit in the mirror. When I entered the home one day, I saw him look in the mirror in the living room to check who was passing in the hall. He's done this many times before when he was alive. It wasn't long after his passing, and I can't really be 100% sure what I saw due to my grief, but this is not what I'm writing about today. The issue I'm currently experiencing is a little bit more mischievous. Now, if I really think about it, this has been happening since we moved in, but it's really picked up momentum in the last few months. It started very simply. Something would go missing in the house, and something that wouldn't really normally go missing, such as an ornament in the living room, something that you'd have no reason to move. You would notice it was missing and go look for it, get to the point of almost giving up, and then bam! It's there almost right in front of you and always somewhere you've definitely checked before. More recently, things that I need are going missing, i.e. my keys or my debit card or TV remotes. The same pattern happens though. You look for said missing item, and just when you're about to throw in the towel, no matter where you've already looked, it will appear in an incredibly obvious place where you've definitely looked. Now I know what you're all thinking. You're just misplacing items, not looking hard enough and then finding them. That may be true, but it's happened to both my partner and myself, and both of us collectively. The thing that happened yesterday, however, is what's making me wonder what the hell is actually going on. My partner's an idiot sometimes. He doesn't see an accident that's about to happen until it's too late. So he had his AirPods in his pocket. He pulled down his pants to use the toilet, did his business, pulled his pants up. When he did that, his AirPods fell out of his pocket, straight into the loo that he had just pressed the flush for. Whew. He saw the AirPods disappear in the water, and they were no more. Rest in peace. He told me immediately that he was obviously disappointed because they weren't cheap, but he was more mad at himself for being an idiot. Put the incident behind us and moved on with our day. At the end of the night, we did the close down for our house, turned things off, got the dogs to go to bed, and were about to turn ourselves in. That's when he lets out a little scream. I run to him and the AirPods are sat on top of the fireplace.
They were definitely the same ones as they have a little marking on the inside and have like a teal silicone cover. The logical response is my partner playing tricks on me. But this has happened when he's not been in the house and couldn't have had anything to do with it. I also don't know if there's a possibility I'm just losing my mind. I keep remembering the stories my mother-in-law told me from her childhood. She grew up in rural Ireland, and oh boy, she has tales. Ghost stories, banshees, screams. Her sister swears she saw a leprechaun one time too. That's a different story. I'd be here all day recounting all these. She used to tell me about when she was a child, and that things would go missing in the house that she used to shout, "Okay, it's time to give it back now," or something to that effect, and within minutes the missing thing would be back in place. Is this the same thing now? Was something attached to my mother-in-law and now she's no longer here and it's with us? There's also sometimes a feeling in the house. It feels heavy. I felt physical pressure in my shoulders. This usually comes when I feel down or scared or any other big emotions. The heavy feeling isn't unpleasant, it's not comforting, but it's not bad either. I will also add that we have carbon monoxide detectors and they're checked frequently along with the smoke heat detectors. So they are working. So, what's happening? Am I just mad? Is something paranormal happening in my home? Any input would be appreciated. I live in an active house. Myself, a 26-year-old female. My partner, a 28-year-old male. My sister, a 30-year-old female, and my toddler moved into a rental a year ago. Before we moved in, we were informed that the house has a history that's disturbing. A woman was murdered here, rather horrifically. We said we were okay to still move in, and that it doesn't bother us. Because, well, it doesn't. Most houses have something dark and twisted in its history, and we're well equipped for cleaning and making sure the space feels like ours. The house is 2 stories, and it's a pretty self-contained unit downstairs. Before we moved in, I spent 3 days cleaning the house to make sure it was ready for us. During that time, I was sort of bringing my 4-month-old son along. I would take breaks often to entertain him, feed and play and sing songs. I noticed that every time I would sing to him, something would fall or move or bang. Granted, there's no furniture in the house, just my vacuum cleaner and cleaning products. He would spend a lot of his time sort of cooking at something that really wasn't visible. This initially didn't bother me, as I've always been a little bit more in tune with this stuff. I brushed it off as a lingering energy or someone hanging around, although the banging irritated me. Once we had our stuff moved in, were unpacked and starting to settle down, things started to get a little bit heavier. We were all feeling like we were constantly being watched, especially if we were alone. Our stairs curved down and around to the right in the corner in line with our kitchen door. So making bottles or coffee, etc., we'd be standing there and just feeling like someone was boring a hole into the back of our heads. It didn't feel bad, just heavy and very intense. Then one day, this changed entirely. We had the wardrobe door fixed. They'd been taken off the track and left in the spare room. Builder came and reinstalled them for us as the track was broken. Suddenly, we had a floor-to-ceiling mirror looming over our bed. The night started to get rough for us. I started struggling to sleep, and I would sit upright in the bed and immediately look at the mirror. My partner, who's very closed off to this type of thing, started doing the same. Sometimes we would just be waking up together, sit up, and look at the mirror. Our son uses white noise to help him sleep. He's used this since birth. Never really had any issues with it until this house. The white noise would get loud, then quiet, then start warping. Then our son would wake up screaming in the night. This wasn't common for him. His baby monitor would trigger when he was fast asleep. You could hear a clicking sound or movement in the room.
One night, after being up with our boy for 2 hours as he just wouldn't settle, we put him into our bed with us. Not the usual. We followed all safe practices with this, and he had a Pepe pod for those nights. Peppy? After maybe an hour, myself and my partner woke to a loud bang and also startled our son. We look over to the mirror and it's like it was filling up with black smoke. My partner turns on his lamp and we can both see it as clear as day. A dark hooded figure standing in our mirror. I immediately went and grabbed a spare sheet and covered the mirror. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night after that. Our sleepless nights continued until I was so fed up with it I called a priest. We had the house blessed and things calmed down. Although I still keep the mirror covered, I'm not fucking with that again. We've had maybe 8 months of bliss, until me and my sister started working on clearing out the garden beds in preparation to plant some fruit and vegetables. So we're happily clipping away at it. Then we find them. A mirror that's been attached to our fence with an upside-down cross drawn to the side. It had previously been entirely overgrown by bush. Creepy-looking dolls made from twigs hammered into trees and an old grandfather clock with an upside-down cross drawn on the side. Again, completely overgrown by trees and bush. We think it's all a bit strange and put it down to the previous owners being into things that, well, we aren't exactly into. That's putting it lightly. But since we uncovered it, the feeling has come back. We're being watched. The banging has started again. Our lights are flickering, specifically in the living room and the master bedroom. We've literally had electricians over here trying to fix the issue and they just can't see any reason for our readings because they're normal. We have cold spots in our home. My hair stands up in the back of my neck at random times. My partner's seen dark figures flit past him. Sometimes it sounds like somebody's come through our front door, even when we're all home. And it's a loud lock. Squeaks when it's turned. Doors are found open in the morning even though they were closed at night on our way to bed. My cats are going absolutely mental at night. And this isn't like them. Our son's sleep is disrupted again and he keeps waking screaming. The priest came back and did another blessing, but this time nothing has changed. We just don't know what to do anymore. It's becoming a little too hostile for us. They go in threes. I was working at a nursing home, and for the sake of HIPAA laws, we'll call it the home. I've only worked here for about 2 months, and it's been scary, to say the least. It's a small nursing home, a population of around 20-30 people. I'm not totally qualified yet. I passed my CPR test before I started working, but I'm still considered student nursing assistant. So for those of you who don't know, I do everything a CNA does. I wipe butts, I change people's clothes, and I provide ice water as needed. I've started working third shift. That's 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's the greatest mistake of my life. We take great care of people here, but it's not enough. I know that people come here to die ultimately, but the way things have been going makes me uneasy. A resident passed away the day before I started working. I didn't really think much of it. These people are mostly old and fragile. They come here for end-of-life services. Not even a week later, we had, well, new admit, you could call him, who unfortunately passed on my shift. She was placed in room 213. She was decently healthy, and she came in for rehab as her legs were swelling and caused issues with her walking. The night she passed, our call lights quit working, but just in her room. We didn't know until later. Instead of making a ding-ding noise, the lighting in the bulb position above her door, it made like a D noise, as if somebody pushed the call light and turned it right back off. So a quarter ding. Our nursing home is quite old. It doesn't see renovations as often as it should, so it was simply dismissed as an electrical short. She passed peacefully in her sleep. Her heart just stopped beating. At 3:30 a.m., she was pronounced dead. I don't think it was even a full 2 weeks later when the next unfortunate lady fell victim to it. The call light quit working again and again. It was just seen as a malfunction. She'd only been with us for a few months, which is honestly a long time in a place like this. And at 4:45 a.m., she was pronounced dead due to cardiac arrest. It was different this time. It felt heavy. It felt like something was there with us. I tried to brush it off as anxiety. Staring at the dead lady isn't exactly comforting. I was just possibly overthinking it all. Yesterday was the hardest of it all. A woman who I'd become close with passed. It was a calm night, despite the feeling that something or someone was here. It's just that bone-chilling, heart-racing feeling. The call light was doing that thing again, and this time it was really bothering me. I had no way of knowing who it could be, because the light above the room sort of refused to flick on. I started bed check, the nurse went to do a rounds for med pass. I dismissed the feeling and I started working as I had totally forgot about it. The next few moments would traumatize me forever, making me question my life choices. The nurse starts screaming my name, telling me to go look at the resident. In room 111 sat Mary, name changed for HIPAA reasons. She was blue. Her CPAP mask was lifted off her head. Her mouth hung wide open and shriveled lips cased her teeth. Her blue eyes were glued to the door. She looked like something literally scared her to death. She was a full code, but after 20 minutes of CPR and AED reading, no shockable rhythm, she was pronounced dead. I'm at work again tonight. I've been writing this post in my downtime. I keep seeing someone out of the corner of my eyes. I feel like I'm being followed. The whole nursing home feels off in a way. I hope I'm just paranoid, but I feel like I'm next. I talk to the nurse on duty and she feels that heavy feeling too. She insists I'm safe though, as they go in threes. Everything seems off. I'm thinking about quitting. This place has rekindled my childhood fear of the dark that had long passed. The end of 200 Hall was the worst. I feel as if something will strike me down any second. 100 Hall isn't as bad, but room 111 has a terrible feeling seeping out through the 4-inch thick wooden door. The light's on, and I desperately want to know what's on the other side. I'm just too chicken shit to open it. As of 4:37 a.m., I'm ready to leave and never come back. I'm so anxious I jump at every little noise. The doors at the end of 200 Hall just opened, set off the alarm. There's no one out there. They just flew open. The CNA I'm working with has promised me that it's just the wind. But how the hell would wind open a locked door? Ask Reddit. When I was 5, my family moved to a house and I didn't like it. They said I hated it from the moment I saw it, like a fervent, fearful hatred of it. The moment my eyes noticed it, I never understood why I hated it. It was instant. But I do remember begging them not to move there. Begging them not to make me sleep alone in what was to be my new bedroom. Begging for us to move again as soon as possible to any other house, because this one was quote-unquote bad. Sometimes, if I was naughty, I'd be put in timeout. And I didn't really mind being in timeout. It was sort of peaceful, and it meant no one was yelling at me anymore. But sometimes they would decide that I'd spent time, out alone in my room. Then I would absolutely freak out and beg them not to make me because of the quote-unquote wolves. I would hear howling, growling, sniffing, and scratching.
Sounded like it was coming from all the rooms upstairs at once, but never in the room I was in. Sometimes I would try and sneak back down the stairs, about halfway down, just so I could run to my parents' in the living room before the wolves got me, if they came out. I would spend the entire time out just staring at the top of the stairs, waiting for the wolves to come and get me, frozen in abject horror, but ready to run if I needed to. The kitchen had one window over the sink. It was looking out over the back garden, which was just an empty space and sort of a square garden with an old creepy shed on one side and you could call it a forest on the back end. My mom has since told me that this forest was just a thin line of trees separating the back gardens of our street and the next street over. But in my memory, it's still a thick, impenetrable forest that went on forever. So one evening in winter, my parents and I are all home. We're watching TV in the living room and I go to get a drink from the kitchen. I get a cup, I turn to the sink. But then, I see in the kitchen window, clear as day, a gray-skinned old man, bald, melancholy, motionless, expression on his face. He was wearing a tan-colored long coat with a big collar, like a smart shirt would have. A smart shirt. The collar is unfolded and tipped up like you might do if it was windy or raining, which it wasn't. I was frozen in fear, tried to scream, but it came out like a whisper. And this went on for what felt like forever, but was probably maybe a minute. The sad old man, staring at me inches away from the window, lit up only by the kitchen light. Me, motionless in the middle of the kitchen, staring back at him, repeatedly whisper screaming. Eventually, I managed to get my voice and shout for my mom, still staring at the man, him still staring at me. She comes into the kitchen, and as she does, he just fades away. Not backing away from the window, still motionless, it just looked like he slowly became invisible. She could see I was distressed, asked me what was wrong, and I just kept saying, "There's a man in the window. There's a man in the window. He's staring at me." So my dad comes into the kitchen too. He picks me up, shows me my reflection in the window, and tries to say I probably just saw that. But I wasn't having it. I wouldn't have been able to see my own reflection because I was too short for the angle to make sense. The window was above the sink. I was shorter than the sink. He had to pick me up, or rather, he had to pick me up for me to see my own reflection in the window. I just kept repeating that he was outside, and he was right there at the window, and he looked sad, and he was staring at me. My dad went out to check, found no one, then came back in, and they spent the rest of the evening trying to calm me down. Cut to years later, and I'm recounting that story for friends. I'm doing that with my mom there, and she was shocked that I still had all the details of the man's appearance in my head. The details of how it all went down. She didn't know about the whisper screaming. That felt like it lasted a lifetime because I never brought it up at the time. My mom then remembered all the other things that I hated about the house. Asked if I remembered the wolves, and I said yeah. Then she tells me they got a good deal on the house, and they apparently bought it from a friend who was selling it because it was her parents' house, but her mom died unexpectedly from a quick illness, and her dad later hanged himself in the shed. The daughter just wanted to get rid of that house as soon as possible. The parents were pretty much looking at the right time. So one of them died upstairs and the other in the shed. I felt haunted upstairs, and the shed was in the back of the garden where I saw the sad old man. I do remember that we only lived there in less than a year, and that the event in the kitchen must have affected my parents' view of the house, because when we did move, they asked me how many times while we were viewing houses and what I thought about them, and asking if it was a bad or good house. They picked the house they still live in today. It was the only house the still 5-year-old me said felt good. Baby's cries in Dead End Alley. When we reached 10 years old, my cousin and I were allowed to play in the street, just outside my auntie's house. There was a busy lane which ran down beside the side of the house where all kids used to run up and down, kick a football around, rode their bikes, and generally just messed about. I liked it because I had a long walkway to practice pushing my wheelchair without the danger of the main road, and my cousin, our friend, and I spent hours just fun running and wheeling up and down that lane. There was a funny little dead-end alley that leads off that main lane which always had a weird vibe around it. There was only one house at the end of the dead-end alley, is all the kids used to call it. The house was different from all the other houses around it. The others were bright and colorful and cheerful, full of life with neighbors talking over fences with one another and always ready to tell us kids off, tongue-in-cheek, for making too much row, a typical slang term for noise in West London. Row? The house down Dead-End Alley was always dark. Even on a sweltering hot summer's day, it always seemed to have a gloom hanging over it like a dark, ominous cloud. Obviously, we, being merely 10 years old, were banned by my mama and aunt from going anywhere near the alley, let alone the empty, abandoned house. Although my older cousin and his mates, who were 13, hung around Dead-End Alley from time to time. They had the sole purpose of frightening his little sister, and me, with horror stories of the house and its imaginary monstrous inhabitants. Having heard rumors about the dark history of the house, although not knowing anything concrete, the house had its dubious reputation as a haunted house. One typical summer's day, my cousin and I were playing in the lane with our friends. We kept hearing a baby crying. Now, being in the middle of a council estate, it's not uncommon to hear a baby cry, so we don't really pay attention. However, as the afternoon wore on, the baby's cry became louder and constant, almost deliberate. That got our attention. We all decided to investigate the noise, so we stopped playing and began to look around. To our horror, after searching for the route of the noise, we realized that the baby's cries were originating from the front garden of the Dead-End Alley house. One of her friends, who's slightly older, said that he would go nearer to have a look. We were all concerned by now it seemed obvious to all present that it was a real baby who was in distress. But everybody present also pleaded with him not to do it. But he was, and still is, a very principled, moral person, and his conscience overcame him. We waited for 10 minutes until he came back. He looked awful. His face was white as a sheet, and he looked physically shaken. He told us that he went into the garden, but there was no sign of a baby anywhere. His best mate asked him if he saw anything else, and he just nodded and said, "I don't want to talk about it." Nobody forced the issue, in fact, and I think everybody was secretly relieved about it. We left very quickly and returned to the safety of home. Years after, my cousin and I were talking to her mom, and she began to tell us about the history of the local area. The subject of the Dead-End Alley house came up. We were horrified by what my auntie told us. It still gives me chills talking about it now. In the 1940s, the area where their family lived was way more rougher than it was present day. Lots of domestic violence, gangs, prostitution, and unwed mothers. Also, a high pregnancy rate, which is to be expected in some ways with that war. Along with it came a fair percentage of unwanted babies. It turns out that the house in Dead-End Alley was a baby farm, where women took their babies and when they couldn't look after, or rather didn't want to. They gave them to women or couples, and for a fee, they would take these abandoned infants in and find good homes for them. It was said by the locals that the couple running the baby farm were quite an unsavory pair. There were rumors at the time of coercion and intimidation of young unwed mothers to give the awful couple their babies, neglect and abuse their young charges. Then the scandal was uncovered. In the 50s, my auntie didn't know the full facts. The remains of several infant bodies were found in the front garden in a shed where the husband kept his gardening tools. The couple were obviously charged with murder, and because of the number of remains discovered, they were put away for a long time. We don't really know what the truth is of what happened on that hot summer's day long ago, but my cousin and I have our theories. My cousin still lives in the same house with her own family and my auntie, and every time my husband and I visit them, I still get the chills when passing by Dead End Alley. And our friend who went to look for the distressed baby, who my cousin and I are still friends with, has never revealed what he saw in the garden of the Dead End Alley house. You should ask. Guangzhou's Suicide Shopping Plaza. Liwan Plaza in Guangzhou has long been shrouded in mystery and fear. Many Cantonese see it as no coincidence that the curvassive-like character Guang, it's got like a little picture of basically it looks like a divided by sign, a little half box. So this character that looks like the dividing sign, called Guang, outside the plaza bears an uncanny resemblance to the word for corpse. It looks just like that, but turning that divided sign into a capital P. Since 2004, about a dozen suicides have occurred in the premises, with some witnesses claiming that a supernatural force seemingly pushed the victims over the railings. The mall's deadly curse, according to local residents, began many years ago. That's when it was first constructed. If you've ever watched Poltergeist, you know never to build on ancient burial grounds, or if you've ever heard anything. But you wouldn't expect a bunch of real estate developers to know that, would you? Home to a Qing Dynasty sacrificial chamber, inspectors failed to notice 8 empty coffins were erecting Liwan Plaza, now a large jewelry market near Shenzhangzhou pedestrian street. It was unearthed during construction. Some say the coffins were the cradle of strange noises and mysterious deaths that kept storefronts ruinously empty. To counteract the malevolence, architects made the building resemble an octagon, like the Bagua. Nice. Eventually, a Taoist priest informed landlords that the empty coffins had originally been buried to thwart evil influences. The catch was that they were not to be disturbed for 1,000 years. Whoops. So since then, several incidents have been reported, many on the 5th floor. At least 2 of the landlords had managed the plaza have allegedly died suddenly of unknown causes, at least according to some online bloggers. I'll take that with a pinch of salt then. Despite Guangzhou's toasty climate, Chinese netizens claim that it's always a few degrees cooler in Liwan Plaza, and just walking through the building at night, they say, brings a chilling feeling of despair. As with most supernatural affairs, no concrete evidence exists to prove the plaza is haunted. Skeptics argue the prevalence of suicides there could be due to Liwan Plaza's infamous reputation or insensitive media coverage, both of which may facilitate successive suicidal acts. Regardless, the building's occupants now mostly consist of non-local business owners happy to make a quick buck while the silent run amok. It was a sunny afternoon when I decided to visit my uncle at Liwan Plaza. A place notorious for its eerie history, as we heard. The plaza had earned its nickname Suicide Shopping Plaza due to numerous unexplained deaths over the years, many attributed to supernatural forces. My uncle's shop was located on that 5th floor, the very floor where many of the mysterious incidents had occurred. He had always kept an 8 trigram. It's a Taoist symbol known for warding off evil. It was hanging above the door. However, the nail holding it in place had started to come loose,
my uncle decided it was time to take it down and fix it. As he removed the trigram, a strange, almost palpable chill filled the air. My uncle, usually a calm and collected man, seemed to be in a trance. His eyes glazed over, and without a word, he started to walk toward the higher floors. It was as if an invisible force was pulling him. Realizing something was, terribly wrong, I quickly followed him. By the time I caught up, he was dangerously close to the edge of the rooftop, looking down with a vacant expression. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached out and grabbed him. I pulled him back just in time. It was then that my young cousin appeared, running towards us with an 8 trigram in his hand. The moment he placed it back above the door, my uncle snapped out of his trance, bewildered and shaken. Later, as we pieced together what had happened, it became clear that removing the 8 trigram had disturbed the restless spirits tied to the plaza. From that day on, my uncle never tampered with the protective symbol again, respecting the thin veil between the living and the supernatural. And fun extra fact, Bagua, which is, we just learned was a shape. It's like a octagon, it's an 8-sided shape, is also a martial arts style. It's very neat. I went over to a small village near my town. After this, never again. Hi, I'm Achilles. I'm 16 and I live in Preveza, Greece. So please excuse me if my English is below decent. I like going on long rides with my bike. It's relatively new, so I usually don't have trouble with it, like the chain dislocating or something like that. Jealous. The last few times I went to ride my bike, I went to a small village. Pantokratoris. That's conveniently near. So I decided to go there. At first it seemed like it was a good idea because the moment I went there, the seaside view was amazing. It goes very nicely along with the fort there. After the fort and the park accompanying it, there's just a relatively big street full of small houses with a small port for fishing boats. If you go to the port with even more amazing views, there's a small forest full of olive trees near there. And by near, I mean right next to it. The forest is really small to be considered a forest, so let's call it a small cluster of trees. Even though it's a small sort of range, it was full of darkness. It was pitch black under the trees, as if something was blocking sunlight from going under the trees. That little cluster of olive trees was somewhere I both wanted and didn't want to go at the same time. But I ended up not going. There was a fence. After going around the cluster of trees, I took a short, disappointed look at it. It's because I wanted to see how cool being there would be. I immediately regret it. I saw something move. I have myopia. Myopia. Jeez. 15 degrees to be specific, which is a lot, and because of that, I couldn't make out what was that thing that moved. I stopped my bike to take a closer look, and I saw a 4-legged thing. At first, I thought it was a wolf that was really close, but it was far away and much bigger than a wolf. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like 2 or 3.5 times my height. The worst part is when it turned around. It was looking directly at me, as if it knew I was looking at it. That was the moment I determined it wasn't an oversized wolf. It had human eyes, human teeth, along with canine teeth and a really long human nose. The lack of sunlight in the forest made it hard to see, so I might be wrong about some of the features. But its bright yellow glowing eyes is what scared me the most. It was like a ray of light that was coming out of its eyes and was being pointed right at me. The moment it started to move, I realized I had a couple of seconds to look at it a bit more before I should start booking it with the bike. It stood on 2 legs instead of 4, and it started chasing me, moving like a human.
That's when I got on my bike and just went away as fast as I could. Didn't go to my hometown, I just wanted to get away fast. So without thinking, I went further away into the Pantocratorus, something like that. But that turned out a bad idea, because I saw another cluster of trees, and that's when I saw the true horror of the village. A very tall and skinny thing just standing there. At first, I thought it was a tree, but as I was moving with my bike, I saw it had 2 legs. When all of this was happening, it was 8 p.m., so there was still a bit of sunlight. Though when I saw the skinny figure, I realized the wolf thing wasn't chasing me at all. It never left its tree cluster. So I thought the same thing would happen with the pole-looking thing. Oh, how wrong I was. Its legs were larger than I thought. They went all the way up to its head. It had no torso. And that's when I saw its arms. Oh God, its arms. They started off normally, but as I looked further down its arms, they split multiple times, as if they were branches, but with fingers at the end. That moment was perfect for me to go as fast as I ever could on my bike and go back home. As I was almost out of there, I took one last look at the thing. It had the same eyes as the other monster, bright glowing yellow eyes looking directly at me. I almost fell off my bike when the thing screamed. It was a very low frequency sound, but it went up gradually. I know that this thing was screaming because it opened its god-awfully terrifying mouth. It was like its small, skinny head that looked like a straight line expanded like rubber to look like a sphere. After going home that night, which was yesterday, I decided to never go to that village ever again. I never told the story to anybody, because they would tell me to stop trying to scare them to piss off. If you'd like a Greek translation, DM me. I'll probably see it. I so apologize for my Greek, or lack thereof. Halloween Post, My Paranormal Stories. My first paranormal experience happened when I was just a kid, probably not more than 10 years old. I was visiting a friend who's male who lived in a small town. That's while I lived in the city. We used to spend afternoons playing video games together. My friend lived with his grandmother in a big house. His grandmother's brother, who was terminally ill, also lived there. He was a frail old man with pale skin, white hair, and light blue eyes. I rarely saw him, but I always felt uneasy around him. We referred to him as quote-unquote uncle. His room was right across from my friend's, and one of the house's rules was no closed doors. So one day we were playing and making a lot of noise, and I saw the grandmother's brother sit up on his bed through the partially open door. I saw his legs move up as he sat up, and I told my friend and another friend who was with us to keep the volume down because we'd woken up his uncle. At that moment, my friend turned to me with wide eyes and asked me to repeat what I'd just said. I told him again that his uncle has just pretty much awoken. My only concern was that he'd tell us off for being too loud. Then my friend looked seriously at me and said that his grandmother's brother had died about a month and a half ago. I insisted that I'd seen him sit up in bed, and even saw him move. We all got really scared and ran out of the room. We ended up telling his grandmother, and she said that she sometimes still felt her brother's presence in the house and wasn't surprised that I'd seen him. She herself sometimes thought she'd seen him out of the corner of her eye while doing chores. After that scare, we moved the game console to the downstairs living room. My friend even switched bedrooms with his grandmother. He was pretty shaken up and told me he couldn't sleep ever. The second story happened during my high school years. I don't remember exactly what year, but I was still young. One summer I went to visit my grandfather, who lived in the countryside. That night there was a party in the community. My mother and brother decided to go, but I stayed with my grandfather. After dinner I went outside to play with my grandfather's dog, since he was watching the TV. The patio was dark, except for the porch light meters away. I played with the dog when I suddenly saw a figure moving on the porch. The figure was ethereal, like a white mist moving in the air. Couldn't make out all the limbs, but I could see the shape and movement, which was exactly like my grandmother's. My grandmother, who had died earlier that year, had walked with difficulty, always using crutches, and she had a very distinct slow way of moving. I wasn't sure what I was seeing. Thought I was imagining things. The dog didn't seem disturbed, though we were a bit far from the porch. But I watched as the figure walked across the porch and went inside the house. I was more confused than scared. So after a while, I went inside and started looking for the strange figure. At first, I didn't see anything. But then I went into the guest room where my mom, brother, and I usually stayed. Just as I was about to change into my pajamas, I saw a small ball of light float from the bedside lamp. It moved from the lamp, or maybe from the pillow, I'm not sure. It then drifted toward the door that led to the living room. I peeked in, but it was gone. When my mother came back from the party, I told her everything. But she just said I'd basically imagined it, asked me not to tell my father or brother. Apparently, my grandfather had been having strange dreams and visions lately, and this would only make it worse. These are two paranormal experiences that have really stuck with me, but my first encounter with a ghost happened in my own home. One day, I was in the living room with my grandmother, who lived with us in her final years. We were having a snack together, and that's when I went to the bathroom. Before reaching the hallway, I saw a tall figure with a hat walking toward me. Instinctively, I stepped aside to let it pass. I was left shocked, not knowing what I'd just seen. My grandmother noticed something was up and asked me what was wrong. When I told her about the man in the hat, she just scolded me and told me to stop talking nonsense. So that was the end of it. I have to admit, even though these stories sound scary, I was usually more confused than frightened. Except when I saw my friend's uncle's ghost. That time I was terrified. My aunt, my mother's sister, had also seen ghosts since she was young. So I guess it's somewhat normal in our family. My aunt has had several paranormal encounters and even saw her grandmother's spirit after she passed. Her house is also supposedly haunted by a dog spirit. She once claimed to have seen my grandmother in her bedroom. If anybody has theories or explanations for these encounters, please feel free to list them in the comments, or let me know if you've had similar experiences. I'd love to hear them. Somebody please help. What the hell was this? I'm not really a believer of the paranormal. I've always found it interesting and I've always been skeptical. But after last night, I'm not sure what to believe. This story happened on November 3rd at around 4:30 a.m. I had just gotten out of a relationship with my ex, and for the sake of keeping her anonymous, we'll call her V. Now, V and I were in a relationship for about 1.5 years before we had mutually agreed to end things. Still wanting to be there for each other, we both agreed and we'd still want to be friends. On November 2nd, we planned on hanging out at the beach. So that's what we did. We went to the beach and had fun. Freshly broken up feelings were still there. I'd be lying if I said we didn't kiss or hug or anything like that. After the beach, I dropped V off at home and I went home myself. He called and texted full of excitement because of our day of being with each other again. Then I tried to be funny and I made a joke about how I should sneak over to V's later that night and we'd go for a night walk. Stupid teenager things, I know. Anyway, so that's what I had done. She didn't fully know I'd show up, but she knew I was serious about it. I took an Uber around 2 a.m. and I showed up. I snuck over to her window and I woke her up. Confused and tired, V agreed to come on a night walk with me. We began walking and we talked. Of course, there are still some underlying feelings between us because we had started talking about it. As we continued walking, I turned down the street that led to the park, hoping that we could just sit and talk. But V froze. She told me that it was a bad idea to go to the park and that she had weird feelings about it. So we just continued to walk around her neighborhood. V and I got back to her house, and by the time that we'd gotten into an argument, well, not an argument, but more so we were talking about how maybe being friends isn't healthy for us right now. We stood outside and poured our hearts out, both hurting and in pain. By this time, we had started hearing things like footsteps. Ignoring it, we continued to talk. The more and more we started feeling hurt and vulnerable, the more the noises started getting louder. They were footsteps from all directions. Movement seemed from the corner of our eyes. Suddenly, V stops. She slowly walks to me and whispers, "I think someone's out here with us." Then we heard something move, like the crunch of a leaf. We jolted and looked, but there was nothing. And the next part still freaks me out. After hearing that sound, we began to hear this noise like music. It was not music. Maybe it could have been in a different language and a different genre I've never heard of, but this was not music. It sounded like an imitation of it. I turned to V and looked at her face, and it was full of fear. She hugged me, and this feeling was nothing like I felt before. Absolute dread. It was sickening to my stomach. As if, like her hug made me disgusted, and I felt trapped in the hug. V let go, and we both knew what to do. She ran back to the side of her house where a window is, and I followed. The music got louder, and I couldn't think straight. All I could feel was dread. As music got closer, I told V to get down. This part of the story is where I need answers from. I pulled out my small pocket knife, and I was telling V to go and call the police. The music was getting louder. It was like it was an itch, an urge. Something was pulling me to it. Something in my brain was telling me to go to the noise, but I fought it. It was so loud, like it was filling up my brain. I couldn't think anymore. The only thing I knew to just try to keep V safe. The music sounded like it was only a couple of yards away from us. Something was there. I began to tell her to call the police, and she pulled out her phone and froze. I kept repeating myself, but she wouldn't cooperate. The music got closer, and I couldn't hear anything. V began to dial 911, and she stopped. She turned her phone off and put it down. In that moment, I felt like it was over. The noise was getting closer. My brain wouldn't think. I felt so scared and so weak. I knew what needed to happen. If it was going to approach us, I knew V was going to be kept safe. This instinctual feeling came out of me, and I don't even know if I was controlling myself. I grabbed her hand and I said, "You need to call the police now." It looked like she had woken up from a trance. V opened her phone and dialed the police, and then stopped. The noise stopped and the feeling went away. The rest of the morning was a blur. I tried to describe what happened to the police, but of course they didn't believe us. I called an Uber and I helped her back into her window. Went back home and we called. We tried to gather our thoughts and we came up with some explanations. It's later in the day and I'm still shaken up. You'll be okay. Ask Reddit. It's been a good while since I posted this story. It's not mine, it belongs to a guy who posted under the name of Darth Tang. Here's the story, unedited by me except to break into parts so it'll fit. Frankly, I don't expect this to be believed, but I'm going to tell it anyway, simply because it's been weighing upon me. So I ran into Flash last weekend. They were back in town and he spoke to me about it. Knowledge of the physical environment is essential to a Leo in patrol. It is one reason why seniority counts for a great deal in this line of work. The longer you work in a given jurisdiction, the better you know it. Locals who become police officers quickly learn that growing up in an area does not mean you truly know it. Part of it is that of a Leo, unlike most people, have no perception of private or personal space. We can go anywhere given correct circumstances. And because of that, a great deal of idle time or routine patrol is spent exploring. Can you get a patrol car through the gap in that fence? Where does that track lead? Is there a way to get from this parking lot to another? If you walk this easement or power line access, what will you see? This is essential because at some point this knowledge can mean shaving 30 seconds off a response time, or catching a fleeing subject. In every police jurisdiction of any size, in my experience, there's always at least one strange place. Not the spots you take rookies to play mind the mud hole, or the crime scene you use to scare explorers, but the real thing. The places that nobody talks about much. The places you don't find out about until you have to go there. The places you only go if you have to. We have a place that's sometimes called the Patch. It's about 35 acres of very broken ground covered in scrub oak on the edge of town. It's completely isolated from everywhere else. Out beyond an old brick plant that now makes clay pots. Nothing as far as I can tell has ever been built there, nor is it really good for anything. It's at the base of a tall ridge that currently marks the west boundary of our burg. It's cut by numerous gullies, and whose red clay soil is about useless from growing anything. The city seized it for taxes in 1932 from a land company. It was listed as wasteland. No commercial use back then. It's really a strange place. I've been on search teams across it 6 times in 11 years. And every time I've been on it, creeps me out. Gave me the willies when I first explored it shortly after being cut loose on my own. You can't get a car very deep into it, and frankly, a short walk on foot into it gave me such a bad feeling I never went back without a reason. It wasn't until about 18 months later that I learned that I was not alone in my reaction to this place. One factual thing that bothers me about the place is that I get lost in it. I have since I was old enough to really think about such things, an unnerving instinct about the direction of north. I can always find it. Nighttime, snowstorms, forest, whatever. Give me a few seconds to concentrate and I know which direction north is. Even the desert, which screws many people up, never bothered me. The army taught me land nav to a fine degree. I'll run compass courses with multiple dog legs and hit my target location every time. Even on featureless terrain, such as Fort Hood, where one bit of scrub is identical to every other bit. But every time I've been to the Patch, I've gotten turned around. Broad daylight with a ridge line a quarter mile away that's only a couple degrees off a true is only a couple degrees off a true north-south axis. After the first search, I started taking the compass with me. Near the center of the Patch is a structure that we call the Playhouse. It's a building made out of sheets of old galvanized tin nailed to thick posts and 4x4s. It has a dirt floor. We call it the Playhouse because there's absolutely no rationale for its positioning or design. Firstly, it can't get a vehicle larger than an ATV or dirt bike to it due to washouts and gullies. Maybe a jacked up 4x4 if it was dry and you really didn't care about your paint job. Secondly, because the place is big, about 3,000 square feet, as near as we can tell. But has no purpose. There's no animal pens near it, nothing. Just a wood framework with tin nailed to it. No tar on the roof seams, no doors. But several doorway-sized openings. No windows at all. Inside it's split into at least a dozen, rooms, I guess. By, tin sheets, partitions made out of old packing crates from a railroad. Some of the rooms are completely isolated from the exterior walls. My childhood home still haunts me. I used to live in the suburbs of Georgia. I was in a pretty quiet neighborhood. I spent 16 years of my life at that house, and I experienced a lot of unusual activity. Actually, my entire family has. Guests and close friends of mine who've spent some time at my house have always left feeling unsettled. For the rough 16 years my family and I were living in the house, we never spoke a word on the unsettling events that we experienced, until we moved out. It was 16 years later when we broke the silence to each other and made my childhood experience less of a what if and into a scary reality. My mom told me that when she first bought the house, she had invited a lot of her church friends to come in and bless the home. One of the church members, upon entering the home, felt inclined to go upstairs into the master bedroom. Mind you, this is her first time visiting. My mom was confused, but allowed her to do so. When the friend walked into the master bedroom on the second floor, she apparently looked like she was seeing something that she shouldn't have. Abruptly pulled my mom aside and told her to pray. Apparently because the room was flooded with unwanted spirits. Then the blessing of the home proceeded more intensely with the group. Interestingly, my grandmother, who was visiting for the first time, had made a comment about this room as well, saying how it doesn't have a good atmosphere. And by the way, she's not religious. My sister and I slept in that room every night as children, since we preferred sleeping with our grandparents rather than by ourselves in our dedicated room. I remember having sleep paralysis every single day and waking up at odd hours of the night staring into the dark cracks of the bathroom doors. Then chills and back to sleep. This was a daily occurrence. When my sister and I got kicked out to official move into our shared room when I was 9, it was the same thing always. Sleep paralysis, wake up several times in the middle of the night, stare into the cracks of the doors, chills and sleep. One night stood out amongst many of the others that I could never forget. My bed at the time was situated where I was against the wall. The foot of the bed meets the entrance of the door. Super bad feng shui. I had woken up in the middle of the night again. I think my mom forgot to close the door behind her after tucking us into bed. So, the door was wide open. My eyes were, for some reason, hyper-fixated straight onto the master bedroom door, which I couldn't see straight ahead on the right side. It was like I was expecting something to happen. And I see the black slit of a crack growing wider. The door was literally opening, and I saw a white figure come out of the room. I saw her so clearly that I'd never forgotten her sight. She was an old lady, wearing a white Victorian dress, tight bun sitting at the nape of her neck, hands poised in front of her. She never turned in my direction, thank goodness. Literally made her way across my room and onto the staircase on my left, which was out of vision for me. I remember being frozen in unexplainable fear. I never shared this with anybody at the time. That was probably the major story. But a frequent visitor I'd see lurking in the dark was a young girl, also wearing a white dress. She'd come in my dreams, stare at me from a corner, and do her ghostly shit. My sister and I realized that we had the exact same dream of her. As I got older, I got more numb to these activities. Daily sleep paralysis was still a thing, and I started to get annoyed at them than being scared. I learned later that a friend had a dream of that girl standing at the end of the master bedroom closet staring at him. It was when he moved into my neighborhood after this dream that he realized the master bedroom of his, then new home, was the one he had seen in the dream. No girl, but he felt unsettled. A friend of mine later told me that when she slept over at my house, she had woken up to the girl staring at her. To then, she was able to describe the girl a little bit clearer. A dirty white dress, long brown/black hair. She was 12, maybe 14. The list continues, and more abnormal stuff did occur. A dog barking into the darkness in the middle of the night, hearing my name when nobody called me, footsteps when no one is there. The sleep paralysis and all the paranormal stopped when I moved out. I wondered if it had to do with the land the home was situated on. I tried to see if my country had any records of what the land was used for, but to no avail. What do you guys think?
Painting that hung in my childhood home. I don't know why I got an uneasy feeling remembering this. It was some 35 years ago, but I recently saw an old painting online and suddenly this memory came back. For as long as I could remember, my parents had a painting hanging on the wall. It was just past the entryway to our old home, just before you entered the hallway to the bedrooms. This was a very old oil painting, and apparently my parents had found it when they bought the house before it was born. But it was up in the attic, and they thought it was nice, and they hung it on the wall. I was too young to remember if it had always been in that same spot, but for as long as I can remember, it had always been there. The painting was about 2 feet by 3 feet in size. It had a wooden frame, very ornate, with golden accents, like gold leafing. The painting itself was like the Greek or Roman building in ancient times, and there were stone pillars and people laying around and some people talking to each other. It looked sort of like a scene from some kind of ancient meeting place. It must have been 30 people in the painting. They were all wearing white robes and some had red sashes. I don't remember when this first happened, but it had to have been when I was maybe 6, maybe 7 years old. This one time, I stood out in front of the painting almost like actually seeing it for the first time. You know, one of those things that are always there and you don't really pay any attention to it until one day you really look at it and study every detail. I remember looking at all the people. I remember a lady laying down on an old stone bed. She had grapes. I remember there were 2 men who were more in focus. They were closer to the center of the painting, too. They looked like they were having a heated discussion. There was like a fountain also in the picture, and people were around it. I remember being so fixed on the painting, staring at it for what seemed like forever. That was until the people started moving. I stood there, seeing the little people moving and talking with no sound. Then they started to look at me. I got freaked out and ran away. I know I wasn't home alone at that time, but I don't remember my parents or siblings being near me. After that, I hated walking past that painting. I would do what I could not to glance at it, and if I was ever alone in the room with it, I'd try my best not to look at it. I mentioned what had happened later to a childhood friend when one time we were talking about scary stories. He dared me to look at it again for 5 minutes. I did. And the people didn't move that time, but I swear they were in different places. Anyways, over the years, we had this oil painting hanging until one day we moved out of that house. This was when I was maybe 13. We moved to the other part of the state, and I never saw that painting again. Fast forward, and now I'm in 10th grade in high school, which was probably the last time just before really now thinking about that painting. I remember it had something to do with the school. Not sure if it was a project or an assignment, but it was about ancient times. I remembered that painting that used to hang in our old house. I'd asked my mom, "Remember that painting that used to hang in the front room just before the hallway, the Greek or Roman painting?" My mom didn't know what I was talking about. I said, "You know, the one that Dad in the attic found. You know, when he bought the house before it was born." She said, "Oh, that painting, well, we never hung it up. I think your dad sold it in a yard sale many years ago, maybe when you were a baby." I said, "No, it used to hang in the front room. You know, when you would walk in the front door to the right of the wall and start at the hallway." She said that we had a mirror there. So I dug through our old family photos of every picture of that front room. There are many photos, but none of them had that right angle or was taken from the other side, not showing that small area of the wall. I was insistent with my mom about the painting that used to hang in the front room. I went into detail about it, about the Roman or Greek-looking people and the fountain and the stone pillars. She looked at me like I was on drugs and said, no, the painting that they had found was like a flowers in a field with a little house in the back.
I know what I saw. I know what was there. Yet we had a mirror by the entryway door of the front room, but it was on the other side of the wall, closer to the jacket. It's by the closet by the front door. I'd asked my siblings about it. My sister was the only one who was kind enough to remember the painting. But she said that she thought it was in the hallway, which was not the case because my mom only used her hallway for family photos. What do you guys think about this? Right now in my head I can see this painting. I would suggest that that painting was somewhere else kind of impactful because the lady of a house knows what decorations are in her house. The Dollhouse, Unattended Death Scene. An unattended death scene can be worse than most of the other scenes due to the smell. Usually when an unattended death happens, it typically is where someone's living alone who died of natural causes and had gone pretty much unnoticed for some time. One afternoon we were dispatched to a house in a nice family suburban neighborhood, nothing too fancy, kids playing in the street kind of thing, you know. The house looked a little bit unkept from the outside, overgrown brown grass full of weeds, pile of junk on the side of the driveway. We were called out by the homeowner's daughter and the son-in-law. The lady who had died went unnoticed for approximately 10 days. The daughter lived out of town and must not have had regular communication with her mom. I can't recall the details of how exactly she was found, but I think it was a neighbor who went to check on her. The police had entered the home to do a welfare check and discovered the body. Then the coroner just removed the body from the house. She died in the hallway of the home, and I think it was a fatal heart attack. Somebody knew about her company and recommended that we come and take care of the house. When a body lays dead for days, several things can happen. I won't go into all the details, but sometimes the gases build up due to decomposition and the body pops. Then there's also the leakage that happens just before. This is the situation that we're dealing with. The homeowner had been found just before popping, but something else started happening inside the house. There's usually a fatty film that builds up on the inside, maybe from the off-gassing of the corpse that seems to cover every surface of the house. Also, thousands of maggots and flies. Our job was going to be a big one. We had to clean the house and get rid of the smell. Ugh. The house. When we walked in, the smell was the first thing that hits you. Penetrates everything on you, and you, even wearing a full-body suit, it still feels like you smell the corpse for days. However, aside from that smell, what really freaked us out were all the dolls in the house. I'm not talking about a doll collection, but in every room there were creepy dolls that were all posed like people. In the front room, all of the seats and the sofas and chairs were like the dolls were having a family reunion. On the dining room table, there were dolls in every chair, as if they were expecting dinner to be served. In the den, there were dolls set up to watch TV, and the lady had a bar area in the den, and there were dolls sitting on the stools waiting for their drinks. And when I say these dolls were all set up, I mean they had plates, glasses, and some of them had magazines in their hands. Most of the dolls were big ones. They had weird clothes on, like many of them looked like clowns. Some of them were ventriloquist dolls. In the other bedrooms, there were dolls laying in bed, sitting on chairs in the bedrooms. Here's the weird part. Or at least the weird part I didn't notice. But it was one of my crew members did. He said this whole place has dolls except one room. The master bedroom. The dead lady's body, room rather, was void of dolls. The other thing is he pointed and said why that she should have a deadbolt and a door lock on her bedroom door. Okay, odd coincidence, but we had work to do. Like I said, this was a job that took a few days to complete. We'd remove all the carpet, clean the walls, and we'd ask the daughter and the son-in-law there if anything inside, and they wanted us to try and keep it. You know the drill. I asked them not to try and enter the house, as the smell was very overwhelming. But when I'd mentioned the dolls, she looked confused. She said, I don't know, but it's okay to throw any toys away. I said there were probably about 100 or more of the dolls, and she looked at me confused and said, I don't know anything about dolls. I didn't think much of it, so I said soft goods can be laundered separately, like blankets and towels and bedding.
She said, no, it's okay. We're only going to take important papers and family albums from the house, and there were a few items that belonged to her dad in the garage. I told them that the garage wasn't affected. It was detached from the house. Her husband was going through the garage as we worked inside. My guys started collecting all the dolls and putting them in huge plastic bags for removal. I remember the husband looking puzzled as he'd never seen the dolls before. On the last day we were out there, we got a really, really late start. Ended up trying to finish that house towards evening time. That last room we finished was the den. Most of the clown dolls were in there. Now I didn't see it, but one of my crew members ran out of the house saying, "Fuck this." He said that one of the clown dolls that was sitting at the bar turned his head to him. We all joked with him about it afterwards, but deep down I wouldn't trust these dolls. Especially the way they're all over the house creeping me out. Especially since the deceased lady's own family, didn't even know about them. And they certainly took over the house. I would have left them all there. Ask Reddit. I was young. Let's say around 4 or 5. And I was an extremely sneaky little shit. I loved sneaking snacks. I loved food. My mom didn't like this, so this made me become so incredibly sneaky at a young age. And trust me, this is relevant. Anyways, I refused to sleep in my room at this house. I felt so scared and uncomfortable to be in my own bedroom that I'd sleep in my mom's bed or on the couch in the living room, but never in my room on my terms. I felt uneasy and sick when I was in there. Cut to the night after the ring washer incident, and I'll explain this after. And I have to sleep on the couch. It's the only place I can lay and be comfortable with my arm, which was wrapped in I forgot what. But it was not a cast. Couldn't really move my arm too well, and anyways, I wake up hard. Not the slowly waking up you naturally do. I was just suddenly extremely awake and coherent. I laid there eyes closed for a few minutes before I opened them, and I immediately wished that I didn't. As I see this enormous, weirdly shaped grayish blob moving just out of sight down the top hallway. Imagine a roundabout. That's how the house is laid out. Mom's bedroom is on the far side of this roundabout, and I'm on the left of the couch in the living room. That's with the stairs going up at the bottom. The stairs going down at the top, sharing the hallway to the bathroom, hallway closet, and my room. The only doors are for the bathroom, the hallway closets, and my room, and there's no doors closing this roundabout. That means my mom's room had no doors and was open to the rest of the house, basically. Anyways, I see this thing moving down the hallway, and I'm immediately terrified. That's not my mom. I don't know who that is. We're the only people living in this house, which has passed down to the family for a while. I watch this thing for what I believe is about 4, maybe, passes through this hallway. When it turns around to go back down the hall towards my mother's room, I flipped off the couch and switched to the bottom side of this roundabout, silently moving and watching this thing turn around in the hallway right outside my mother's room and start moving its way back towards the living room. I make my way to the movement, and it's just gone, jumping into the bed and then closing my eyes. My big plan was to wait for another pass before I pulled the covers over me. My biggest mistake. I'm waiting, it's silent, and then I open my eyes only to gaze at this gray blob thing, which is now literally standing over me, bent over, about a foot away from my face, not even. I don't know how it happened, but I remember my vision going black, and then I was waking up at 2 p.m. and something I never really did before. I was always awake before my mom. I was under the covers that time. No one believed me until the house started going batshit crazy after the birth of my baby cousin, which at that point my aunt and uncle lived in the house and owned it. There was this robotic human-sized Santa that was constantly moving on its own. I don't mean like going off, nope. That fucker was literally moving spots in the house. They threw it away when it showed up laying on the couch when they were gone.
My baby cousin started jerking his head to snap and look at corners of the house, and then he'd start screaming and crying without breaking eye contact from these spots. Things escalated in the house until one day they sold it and moved out. As my aunt was carrying the baby and walking out the front door, the door slammed shut in her face. A broom that was leaning against the wall next to the door fell, then lifted, literally blocking the door in like a sort of cross shape. It wouldn't budge, and she ran outside the door, and they came back after an hour, and the stuff wasn't packed yet and was moved around and thrown. Things that happened before I was even a thought in this world was that my mother and her siblings all played with the Ouija board in the basement. It spelled fire. They heard a loud bang and all ran outside to see that a black car, all black, was on fire in the driveway across the street. To which they said a dude just got inside it and drove away. This freaked them all out, and I don't think they ever said goodbye on the Ouija board. Something minor that happened before my mom and I moved out was that we lived in the basement at the time while my aunt and uncle were moving in, and we were buying the house from her. I woke up and tried to leave the bedroom down there, only to find that the doorknob wouldn't move. It wouldn't budge. It was a door that was unable to be locked. I was stuck there for 2 hours desperately screaming for help because, my God, I had to pee. Aunt finally came down and opens the door, and it weirded me out by saying it was locked. Haunted by my deceased neighbor, or what? I live in an apartment-style condo. All of our entrances are private from the outside. Think like a motel. This summer, new renters moved into a unit downstairs. It's catty-cornered to me. They were a very sweet older couple in their 80s. I spoke to the wife a bit when our paths crossed, waved to the husband when I saw him. One morning in late August, I heard a loud smashing and crashing sound. I ran to my sliding glass door, and I see that one of the exterior tempered glass windows had shattered. I go outside to investigate, and I don't see anything, or at least anything that could have caused this. I check my security cameras, nothing. The glass just shatters out of thin air. I shrug it off and go about my day. A few hours later, my parking lot is filled with emergency services. There's a fire truck and an ambulance. I see the state police pull in, and I think, oh no, something's happened to the couple downstairs. I rush out to make sure that they're okay. The EMT gives me a look. I see the wife is on the porch with her son bawling. Since she's someone to support her, I go back to my unit and I give them space. Later, I found out the husband had passed into sleep somewhere between 9 a.m. when the wife woke up and noon when the son came to visit and found him. The window shattered at 10:29 a.m. My neighbor swears that it was related. I'm skeptical, but what do I know? Fast forward to 3 weeks ago. I hear a knock on my slider door, followed by a slam. My dog gets up and is facing the corner looking at something I can't see. Her hair is standing up and she's growling. Things in the corner of the room start falling. I calm her down. It was strange to say the least, and I think back to the old man in the window and I shrug it off and go about my day. This past weekend, I'm getting in my Tesla. As I go to sit down in the driver's seat, I catch a glimpse of the radar showing a human figure walking along the car toward the driver's side front door. I close the door and I look up to see nothing there. I turn back to the radar and I keep watching. On the screen, I watch as a figure walks up to my door, turns to face it. It then pauses for a few seconds before walking to the back driver's side door, where my dog was actually waiting for a joyride. Turns to face it, pauses for a few seconds before vanishing. A few days later, I tell my husband. He says, oh yeah, that happened to me yesterday. It's a system and a glitch. I saw a human figure walk to the driver's side front door, pause, and vanish. It was the system lagging and showing me walking to the car and getting in. Here's the thing. I don't think that's what was happening. The Tesla radar system has never showed a lag to my knowledge. It's never done it in thousands of times I've gotten into the car. The other problem with that theory is the figure didn't follow the path that I took. I let the dogs into the car and then went back inside to grab something I missed. When I returned, I went to the driver door and I got in. It doesn't track. Fast forward to last night. My husband turns out the lights in the kitchen and the living room and goes to bed. That's while I'm in the shower. So I get out of the shower and I head for bed when I notice the kitchen light is on. I grumpily and begrudgingly turn the light out to go to bed. In the night, I wake up and I notice the hallway seems illuminated by light from the kitchen and living room. I ignore it and I go back to sleep. My husband gets up before me to go to work. And this morning, my husband asks me why I left the kitchen light on last night. I didn't. I turned it off, and I know I did. My friend made me download some ghost tube app today. I had it on for a few minutes while talking to her on the phone. I thought words or phrases would just appear on the screen, but apparently the app sort of plays audio that it's quote-unquote picking up. So out of nowhere, the app started speaking, and I freaked out and I shut it off. I didn't want to do it. It was against my better judgment because I don't even like thinking about stuff like this. I definitely don't like to mess around with it. I also didn't want to use some potentially scammer app and increase my paranoia. But here we are, spiraling on Reddit. Check Reddit about that app. It's phooey. Shadow figures. Yesterday, my younger sister saw a shadow figure. It was seemingly watching over the room, slightly bending, leaning against a cat scratching post. It was as tall as our single-action pedal harp, 170 centimeters beside it. She woke up in the middle of the night to some noise, but she doesn't remember what noise it was. That's when she saw the figure. The light in the bathroom behind the closed door was on, which is strange because nobody left it on. The figure was just standing there, leaning against the cat scratching post, as if it was watching over the room. My sister spoke to it thinking it was me. She asked, "Who's there?" No answer. She asked 2 more times, and when she got no answer, she turned to the other side of the bed in fear and didn't look back at it. She asked me if I went to the bathroom in the night, which I did, but I didn't turn the lights on there. I never do. It wasn't on when I went in there. Also, I didn't lean against the cat scratching post and didn't hear anything talking to me, so it definitely wasn't me. After my younger sister's experience with the shadow person, we talked a lot about what happened. We talked about it throughout the day and into the late evening randomly. But there was this feeling in me that maybe it was some ancestor of ours watching over us, protecting us. My sister felt that too. She didn't feel like it had bad intentions, and the fear she felt was more a fear of the unknown. However, late in the evening, she asked me to move the cat scratching post to the other side of the room. The room's only partly divided by a wall. It's like 2 separate rooms, but with, no doors, making it one big room with the wall splitting it in 2 halves with 2 entrances with gaps big enough that you could fill several doors, with one on the farther side and 2 doors on the nearer side of the stairs that leads to the room. So, I moved the cat scratching post there, went to bed without much worries. It definitely was in my head, but I didn't feel bothered much and my thoughts were positive. I prayed like I do every night for the past 2+ weeks and tried to fall asleep. I just couldn't. I was turning in my bed and I felt like I was asleep for a little while, then I woke up and it continued like this forever. Then at some point I woke up from a short sleep again in the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was, but it could be any time from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. I opened my eyes facing the side of the room where I moved the cat scratching post. I saw something standing there right at the entrance to the other half of the room. I was shocked and I was paralyzed. I didn't recognize the shape of it, but I strongly felt there's something there. and it was tall. The moon is waxing these days. I could see the, Jalousies. Jealousies? Jalousies. I'm going with Jalousies. I could see the Jalousies illuminated by the moonlight, but then they turned dark, as if a shadow passed in front of them back and forth. I also remember seeing something like a little red light dancing in that part of the room. I thought to myself, great. So yesterday you scared my sister, and now you're showing up to me. I asked it to leave, but I only asked it in just my thoughts. Right after that, I heard a loud noise as if something hit the window. Like when a bird crashes into a window, then another noise followed, like as if something scratched the windowsill. After a while, another windowsill scratching sound followed, and then it stopped. My initial thoughts were, so it left out of the window. After that, I felt like there's nothing in the room anymore. But I did feel scared afterwards and couldn't fall asleep again until much later. I felt like whatever it wasn't bad. It just felt curious, playful, and maybe even a little bit mischievous. I also remember that the bathroom was dimly lit again, but nobody left the lights on. The light wasn't as bright as when the light switched on, but it was like half that bright. Could be the moonlight, though. I still wonder what it is and how to make it go away. I'll keep praying and asking it to leave us alone. I just want my sound sleep back. The Chinese Ouija. In the bustling city of Hong Kong, the game of Chinese Ouija, a method of psychic divination adapted from the Western Ouija board, was widely popular amongst thrill-seeking students. The game involved placing a small dish in the center of a piece of paper, surrounded by words. Participants would place their middle fingers on the dish, inviting a spirit to move it and answer their questions. However, it was taboo to ask the spirit about its death, as this could provoke its wrath. One evening, a group of curious students decided to play Chinese Ouija. Not only that, but they decided to do this in an abandoned building after school. The old dilapidated structure added to the eerie atmosphere, perfect for their supernatural experiment. They set up the paper in the dish in the center of a dusty room, lit a few candles, and began the ritual. At first, the dish moved slowly, answering their mundane questions. The students, thrilled by the movement, grew bolder. One of them, a boy named Jian, asked the spirit's name. To their relief, the dish moved smoothly and smelled out a name. Encouraged, another student asked the spirit's age. Again, the dish moved without incident, providing a number. Feeling confident, Jian then asked the following question. How did you die? The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The candles flickered violently, and the dish began to spin uncontrollably. The students' faces paled as they realized their mistake. The dish whirled around in the paper, faster and faster. The ghostly whispers filled the air, growing louder and more menacing. Desperately, the students tried to remember the rule. They must not lift their fingers from the dish. And they had to ask the spirit to return to the center. Through their fear, they chanted together, "Spirit, please return to the center." But the dish continued to spin wildly, ignoring their pleas. The tension in the room was unbearable. The dish turned faster and faster until, with a final violent jerk, it shattered the paper beneath it and cracked into pieces. The room plunged into silence, but the damage was done. From that day on, the students were haunted by the spirit that they had angered. Strange occurrences followed them: whispers in the night, cold drafts, and warm rooms.
and shadowy figures lurking in the corners of their vision. The spirit wouldn't let go, seeking retribution for their breach of the rules. Terrified and desperate for help, Jean's parents sought the aid of a local medium. The medium conducted a powerful cleansing ritual, and after a strenuous effort, she managed to chase the spirit away. The atmosphere lightened and the strange phenomena ceased. However, the ordeal had taken a severe toll on Jean. The spirit's anger had left Jean half mad, forever trapped in a state of instability. He could never return to a normal life. He was haunted by the memories of that fateful night. His eyes held a distant, haunted look. He was plagued by nightmares, unable to ever find peace. The group of friends, though relieved that the immediate threat was gone, carried the weight of the guilt for what had happened to Jean. Their story spread through the school. It served as a dire warning to the others about the seriousness of respecting the boundaries set by the spirit world, and the peril of playing Chinese Ouija carelessly. The legend of their haunted experience became a part of local lore, a haunting reminder that some games are better left unplayed. Which brings me to a general curiosity I have about, well, what languages ghosts can or cannot understand, or speak. So, for instance, if you had somebody that didn't speak any Spanish and they were surrounded by Spanish ghosts, do they even try? This happened to me as a child, and I can't explain it, and it still baffles me to this day. I'm 25 in 2 weeks, and I have this vivid memory that I'll always remember, and I can't explain what it was or who it was, and I want to know if anybody experienced the same thing. I was 4 or 5, 20 years. I was 4 to 5. 20 years I've held on to this memory. I shared the room with 2 sisters, and we had 2 sets of bunk beds. I shared mine with my baby sister, and she was below me. My sister had her own, which had a couch underneath it. My bed was parallel to the door, snug between the wall on my right and the cubbyhole wall that was a quarter length of the bed, if on my left side of the bed slotted so well that little gap. My other sister's bed was vertical, and in the other corner of the room our wardrobes were situated in the middle of us. But I still could see my sister's bed, especially the opening where she climbs into. I've always had a bad feeling about the room. I suffered with constant nightmares, which I have no clue why I dreamt about what I did. We're never really allowed to watch certain things, bear in mind. Well, allowed in the room where horror movies wear on. I also became very sick in the room several times. I had a bad asthma attack and stopped breathing, and weird stuff happened where somehow it felt like we was getting controlled by something bad. Everything bad happened in that room, and our behaviors changed when we was out of it. But as soon as we entered and stayed in it, we all kicked off again. One night, I can't shift it from my memory. I was told it was a dream, but I know I was awake and conscious because I hit my leg and I remember the pain. I woke up and jumped out of my sleep to see 2 neon greenish eyes staring back at me. These weren't shaped like circles. These were parallel, pointed, oval-shaped, very big and very weirdly lit. Slightly taller than my bunk bed, just standing there very tall and very lanky bald. I was frozen in fear. I could not move. I couldn't scream or anything at all. All I could do was stare back in disbelief. Whatever it was, its body seemed like a shadow. It was hard to distinguish it. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It had no warmth emitting from its body. It was just there. Eventually, I pulled up to quilt and I hid underneath it, shaking. Still could not find my voice. I
I peeped over to see where it was, and I seen it stand over my sister's bed watching my sister. Again, I covered my head with the quilt, and not so long after I looked around again, and the room seemed brighter with the light from the moon shining in. But the thing was, the thing was nowhere to be seen. It also never happened again. However, the next morning, my mom came in to her surprise, and the window was wide open. With it being cold and rainy, it was closed and remained closed, so we didn't get sick. All my life I've been thinking of what it could be. I thought, maybe it was a cat that got in or something reflecting through the little glass bit on top of the door. But there's no explanation at all. Nothing, and it still baffles me to this day. I always thought I had something watching me or something was with me constantly at least. When I searched, nothing really that explains my experience. But one said it could be linked to a demon or a goblin. I currently don't really believe in anything like I used to. I don't believe in ghosts, God, and the afterlife. I used to, but as I got older and currently going through realization of morality, I don't really believe in anything, and I know that sounds depressing, but that memory is something I still can't explain. I've tried to tell people about it, and they've looked at me as if I'm crazy. No one else has experienced this who I've spoken to. Does anybody know what this could be, or even, has anybody experienced anything like this? Shadow Man hates Rengoku. Ever since I moved into a rental in New Zealand, I swear I've been seeing something out of the corner of my eye. He always hangs out in this little crossroad section of the hallway. The front door to one side, lounge entrance on another. My bedroom entrance on the other side, and the fourth side is leading down to the rest of the hallway. I see him from both the lounge and my bedroom. I've always put it down to just me seeing things. Maybe it was the cat, maybe I caught sight of the corner of my headphones out of the side of my eye. 2 years ago, my friend gifted me 4 displates. Displates. They're all anime themed. Rengoku from Demon Slayer, Shield Hero, My Hero Academia, and Bungo Stray Dogs. Followed the instructions, cleaned the wall before applying the magnet, etc. Rengoku kept falling down, off the magnet, kept hanging it back up. Happened 3 or 4 more times before the entire magnet was ripped from the wall. So I put the magnet back up and it gets ripped back off. Changed the backing to some stronger adhesive, gets ripped off within the week. Replaced the backing several times with the same issue. Okay, fine. Swapped the picture around and put the Shield Hero there and Rengoku there. Rengoku and the magnet it's on get ripped off the wall again. Maybe it's the wall. Put it on a different wall. Falls off. Fine, it's the magnet. Skip that altogether and just apply a strong adhesive to the displate. And as we speak, the displate is sitting upside down in my closet because it got launched down the hallway one night. Earlier this year, my 11-year-old daughter and I watched a ghost show on TV. One of the first topics they talked about was shadow people. "Oh, I've seen one of those," my daughter pipes up. "Fuck off, you have. Where?" "He hangs out in the hallway right there. Sometimes he peers into the lounge." I've seen the exact same things. So my daughter and I just kind of look at each other like, oh, our house is 100% haunted. The room is nice and pretty toasty. I have a heater on and it gets freezing around us. A few nervous giggles and, oh, hi, to the open hair, and it just leaves. Seems to have taken a liking to my daughter. However, it follows her outside the house. It has possibly invited other friends with it. We've saged the house to cleanse negative energies twice, and they all remain. We don't think they have ill intent. Well, I think they're just happy that they can, be seen and sensed. She's seen the shadow figure at her neighbor's house when she has sleepovers there, standing in the kitchen. It also follows her to her grandmother's house. It hangs out by whatever bed she sleeps in, basically. Usually she sleeps in a bed against a window. Says that she can feel it standing outside the house and watching through the window. About a month ago, she slept in her grandmother's room. A shadow figure came into the closet, and grandmother's partner is very religious. Read a passage from the Bible and left the Bible open in the closet. My daughter says the shadow person didn't return for the rest of her stay. On her third night of coming home, she called me around 3 a.m. telling me that there was something in the house. They'd been peering around the corner and into her room, and she clearly saw his head and shoulders. No one was in the house. I had her sit with me and talk out loud to them, telling them that they were scaring her, that we couldn't help and to please stop, etc. She built a wee fort over her bed and hasn't had any issues for the past 3 weeks. I'm not sure if it's because she's mad or if she really can't see out of the fort or because they've listened and toned it down. She said that she hasn't sensed them either. Bonus story. My daughter saw our quote-unquote cat run across the road and disappear into thin air. He'd just been hit by a car earlier that day and sadly didn't make it. She didn't know this at the time that she saw him. Confused by and interested in my own experience as a child. So I've been thinking about posting about this somewhere on the internet for a long time. I don't really talk about it as an adult, but nor did I talk about it then or stutter as much as I do now. I thought maybe the situation had resolved itself, mainly because it's honestly not very exciting or interesting as far as ghost stories go. I do find it fascinating though, and it's been on my mind a lot lately. But I'm so curious to hear opinions about my experience as a small child from the ages of approximately 5 to 7. I was given as much details as I can, but I'm 31 and this happened when I was very young as a child. I'm not sure how long the sightings went on for. It was definitely recurring, but that was for a few months or a couple of years. I genuinely don't know. I also moved home when I was almost 8. I'm not really sure if this is what put an end to the sightings or if they stopped beforehand. I will describe the sightings and then add some additional things to note. My own research has been more focused on signs of psychological factors, but nothing I can see lines up with my experiences. The quote-unquote paranormal experiences that I've been referring to were as a young child I would see as a recurring phenomenon the very clear, solid, and color image of a woman in my family home. You see, we lived in a 3-story home, and I would usually see her emerging from corners, maybe popping her head around the living room door and then disappearing. The woman was very distinctive in appearance. She was almost dwarfishly small. She had heavy makeup with deep-colored foundation, bright eyeshadow, bright lips. She wore a leopard print coat and had quite dated hair. There was nobody in my life that I'm aware of who would even vaguely match this description. The sightings would be very brief. There were no audible noises or voices that I remember. I would feel frightened and shaken up by the sightings, but don't remember articulating this to anybody except for my dad. And I have a feeling he found the situation amusing, as I was into creepy stories as a kid and I liked to tell them. He might have thought that I was just being imaginative. Things to note. I do not have a diagnosis of any relevant mental issue, at least anything associated with hallucinations, and my life at that age was stable. I had a 2-parent household, and I also had a stay-at-home parent. There were issues in my life, mainly centered around my siblings, and these didn't really emerge until later. I do have anxiety, which is very bad, from the ages 11 to maybe 20. I did also, from the age of 18, have extremely vivid and frightening episodes of sleep paralysis. very first night it happened, I woke to my entire bed shaking. I thought something was truly, truly wrong with me, and I did think that it was paranormal. I remember being so shaky but relieved to learn about sleep paralysis. My episodes of sleep paralysis after that were mainly hearing and seeing a woman or a child. One of the most vivid episodes that I've ever had was the sound of children's footsteps running into the living room where I was sleeping, running a circle around me and running back out. I also had alongside the sightings of the lady in the leopard print coat 2 imaginary friends. They were really quite vivid, but they were nothing like the lady. That's why I remember being so spooked and why I've held on to it. Because I know what it's like to have imaginary friends, even with a vivid imagination, and it's not the same. I'm just really interested to hear if anybody else out there has anything similar or even close. Most stories I hear about are, very ethereal and sometimes disembodied. They talk about things like lights or moving objects or unclear forms. This sighting was the opposite of what I'm used to hearing when it comes to ghosts. Haunted Attic Corner. Growing up, I had several weird experiences in my parents' house in Orange, Virginia. Where we lived, it was a few miles away from a Civil War battlefield, which may explain some of it. But the entity that lived in my room was an entirely different story. I've seen ghosts before, a UFO, and some other strange things, but this one was the most constant. My bedroom was the attic, probably close to a 500 square foot room that was oddly shaped and had a stairwell leading downstairs. To the left of the stairwell was the main bedroom area. To the right was a small and unsettling alcove. The attic was fully furnished and had some small attic doors along the windows, which were creepy on their own. But that's an entirely different story. The alcove had a small window, maybe about 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide, if that. To the right of the window was an access door to the attic fan. Underneath was a bookshelf. To the left was one of those storage doors. Now, to the left was always a little bit darker lighting-wise for no real reason, even when I had a black light glowfish tank there. It was the corner right in front of the door. From my bed on the left side of the room, I could clearly see this alcove. It was maybe 20, 30-ish feet away. Most nights when I went to sleep, I would feel a weighty presence emanating from that corner. When my back was to it, I would feel heavily that something was staring at me. In the shadows, I couldn't make out a figure, but the feel of that gaze would send shivers down my neck and spine and prickle my skin. Never bothered me much beyond that. I think it liked me better than the previous inhabitant of the room, my older sister. She has told me stories of things being displaced and weird feelings as well. One stands out in my mind. Shortly before she moved out, her best friend came to live with us. My sister had the room set up similar to how I did, except you couldn't see the alcove from her bed. In this particular day, her friend had her suitcases stacked underneath the window. Her and my sister were talking and writing a story together when all of a sudden, bam! Her top, full suitcase was hurled from underneath the window and hit the bed. Mind you, this is 20, 30 feet away. It's not like it just casually fell. There were some other experiences that my sister had that my mom told her not to tell me and my younger brother. My mother would always dismiss these claims, either she was in denial or whatever it was didn't affect her. I kept feeling this particular presence until I finally permanently moved out. First night in this room, I saw a sort of apparition of it. It looked like a small red fox. Came from right next to the closet door, which was on the other side of the stairs. The fox didn't come from just anywhere. I saw it appear as if it were walking from that corner. I was young, maybe 13, 14 at the time, and I ran downstairs and told my parents what I saw. They sort of laughed at me at first. I got offended, and that's when I suggested it was supernatural. I kind of told myself I was imagining things, and I went back up to bed. Never did see that fox afterwards. When I was in college, I would go home sometimes on breaks and feel the presence strongly at night after I turned the lights out. I remember once I was home alone and I was downstairs with the door to my room shut and all the pets in front of me. That's when I heard heavy footsteps coming from above me, right where the alcove would be. My sister had similar experiences, but it was more aggressive with her. The last time I was at that house was when it was going into foreclosure. That was since my mother could no longer afford the mortgage. Got the rest of my stuff out and took the essentials with me. I was there with 2 friends of mine who were helping me, and for the first time in my whole life the presence wasn't there. It had seemingly vanished since no one had been inhabiting the room. Haven't been back since. Presence still haunts my memory, and even now I can vividly remember the feel of its gaze upon me. (1997) in Cambodia. I was about 12 or 13 years old when I first experienced a spirit appearance in Cambodia. I say spirit and not ghost because I feel that there's a difference. Quick background on me. I'm Cambodian, and I was born, raised, and lived in California. I'm now 40 years old, and I've lived in Cambodia for over a year, 1995 to 97, due to my mother working out there. The night I seen the spirit flew or floated across the second-story window at the house my mom rented. My mother and I just got into an argument, and it was nighttime. My mom went to bed, and I stayed up watching Baby's Day Out. Not sure to bed when I saw the spirit. What? Oh, excuse me. Not sure how long it's been since my mom went to bed, but when I saw the spirit, the second-story window was to my left and the TV was in front of me. I don't know what made me turn my head toward the window. Could have been my peripheral that made me turn my head, but when I did, the spirit floated across slowly, was all black like a shadow. I didn't see any details, just the shape of a human form. One thing that stood out and sort of puzzled me was that the spirit had a spike on its shoulders. I always related those spirits to Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat. As I was looking at the spirit floating across, my first thought was somebody who's trying to rob the house. That feeling you get when some strangers at a place in your house where they shouldn't be. Like seeing robbers in your backyard in the middle of the night. I can't explain the feeling fully. I also want to mention that where the window's at, outside there's really no walkway. That's because where the stairs to get to the second story cut out, and that's where the opening's at. So when the spirit had passed, I knew it wasn't some robbers or strangers. I ran to my mom's room, told her straight up what I saw. To my surprise, she believed me without question. She lit incense and slept in my mom's room. Oh, I slept in my mom's room. The next day I carried on like a normal day. I wasn't scared. Probably because it was daytime. My mom was telling the neighbors, and I was there listening. One of the neighbors, 2 houses down, asked my mom if we had just gotten into any argument or something. My mom told her that we did, and mind you, I'm listening to the whole conversation, and this lady's confirming everything. The neighbor lady said that the spirit I had seen was a good spirit, and it would protect the house from bad spirits. She said her son saw the same thing. No mention of the spikes on the shoulder, though. After they had gotten, into an argument, so the lady said that the spirit sometimes shows itself to the kids when kids are in distress. She said that it's the spirit way of trying to show the kids that everything will be okay. I don't really believe that part, but who knows? I don't know what happened after that conversation. My brain only remembers the important part of that time. So fast forward to today. I live a normal life, building muscle cars as a hobby. I'm not traumatized or really anything. I know what I saw,
and that it was confirmed by the neighbors. I only tell people that really knows the story. People that know me, well, no, I don't just tell lies like this or tell lies in general. Even for them, it's hard for them to fully believe me. I mean, we are talking about spirits and ghosts. If somebody told me they'd seen a ghost and was serious, even myself, I'll be, maybe it was something else. Maybe you thought something was a ghost. Others will never fully grasp the experience of the person who had seen the ghost or spirit. I tried Googling Cambodia spirits, good spirits, protector, kids seeing ghost. I tried Googling a lot of keywords. Nothing comes up. Maybe somebody else with the same experience can Google something like this and, well, maybe this will pop up for them. The Haunted Grave, a local legend realized. At first, I was skeptical, but I've come to know without a doubt that my partner is gifted with necromancy, or the ability to communicate with the dead. Golf claps. He says that he inherited this gift from his mother, who was quite versed in her craft. She was a witch, and a very good, kind, and holistic one at that. Sadly, he lost his mother when he was 17. She was only in her early 40s. Such a young life cut short, but she passed on something special. In my small, mostly rural hometown, which is a 3-hour drive from the larger city where we live, is a cemetery which contains the grave of a little girl. A girl who tragically passed away at only 2 years old, 1886. I'll omit her name out of respect. Stories say that she and her mother had made a batch of apple butter together. The little girl got up in the night and went to the kitchen to sneak some remnants of the sweet, spiced delicacy from inside the pot. Unknown to the family, the pot was made of lead, and it had been corroding. Sadly, the little girl was poisoned by the lead and did not live beyond those tender, innocent 2 years. According to local legend, the little girl's grave is said to be haunted. The gravestone itself is a life-size statue of her, which her parents had commissioned. It was rendered from an actual portrait of her taken shortly before she died. The statue of the girl is on top of a pedestal made of the same type of stone, so the gravestone is about 7 feet tall in total. In the statue rendering, the girl's hands are folded in her lap, and somehow the statue always holds flowers inside the clasped hands, though no one knows who leaves them, because no one's ever seen placing them or removing the old bouquet. The flowers are just always there. One local legend states that if somebody snatches the flower bouquet from the clasped hands of the statue at midnight, they can hear the little girl crying. Although I've always taken interest in ghosts and the supernatural, I never attempted this because, for one, I was too scared. But mostly the mere thought of doing it made me feel sad. My partner and I took a trip to my hometown to visit my family. This was the first time ever visiting my neck of the woods, so it was totally unfamiliar to him. Naturally, after hearing the local legend of the little girl who haunted her own grave, my partner wanted to visit the cemetery to see if he could get any readings from her. So we made the short drive there. It's only a few miles from my parents' place. As we approached the cemetery, he said that he thought he could faintly hear a little girl's voice, but all he could really make out was, "My feet hurt, my feet hurt." It didn't make any sense. Whoa. This little girl was only 2 years old. Why would she have sore feet? Was this even the entity that we intended to reach, or was some other spirit trying to connect? The voice grew slightly louder. That was once we entered the cemetery, even more so as we got closer to the site. Though still very faint, we could now definitely hear "feet hurt" as clear as day. When we finally reached her gravesite, we were shocked to discover that her statue had been vandalized. The feet had been knocked off.
This occurrence really opened my eyes as to how real my partner's gift really is. There have been other instances over the time which have given me even more solid confirmation, but I'll never forget the chill I got from this one. He misses his mother every day too. I wish I could have met her and that she had been a part of my life, but from what I've heard and experienced and witnessed over the last 5.5 years, a part of her is most definitely living on within the person I love. I have a feeling that she is indeed a part of my life, and not just in the way most people experience here in the physical world. Conversation with my wife last night about her experiences working at a hospital. My wife works at a hospital that specializes in traumatic injury, long-term care, and end-of-life care. It's not just an old folks' home, but she has had several young people, and one was a gunshot victim, another motorcycle accident, and things like that. We watched a movie the other night that was a ghost movie, and last night we were talking about it because she recommended the movie to a coworker, and that led to a conversation about where she works. I asked her about how did she feel working at a place where people sometimes die. She said in her years working there, hundreds of people have died, maybe 1,000. Some might even say 2,000. Which is not to say a bad thing about the place, but it's the kind of place where people either end up dying there or get transferred to ER care and die there. Sounds kind of bad to me. She doesn't work directly with patients, but in administrative, so she doesn't really go into the rooms or venture out into the floors that much other than delivering paperwork to family members and sometimes getting signatures from caregivers. She told me about the time that when she had to work overnights there when she first started doing staffing issues, she needed cover for one of the other managers, and it was a brief number of times that she had to do that. But she said if she had to work those hours, she would find another job. I asked her what did she experience. She said that during the night, that staff was significantly less thorough, or rather throughout the building. Like all the nurses and the medical staff were there, but out of the other part of the building. But that night they'd turn off most of the lights near her office, as most of those staff members were day shifts, only like billing and admissions and etc. So her office was in the middle of all of those. She would just keep busy and have music or a podcast playing in the background while she worked. However, she hated going to the restroom, or going to get a snack as she would walk, quote-unquote, through a dead office space. Sounds like a lot of office spaces. She said that sometimes she would hear moaning, like somebody was in pain, and the first time she thought she had a wanderer and went out to investigate. Saw no one. So she called the nursing station for them to do a check. She thought for sure somebody was out of their bed, which it sometimes happens, a patient who, for whatever reason, will have a moment of strength and get up out of the bed and wander like a zombie. The first time it happened, it freaked her out. When my wife called the nursing station about a possible wanderer, they called her back like 15 minutes later, reporting that they did a bad check and everybody accounted for. Bed. She said that she got chills and goosebumps. She also said that the deaths always come in threes. She said that the nurses also notice it too, and it's always one right after another. She also said that for some reason in the hospital garden, stray cats always come when the deaths occur. She did say that people in the hospital will sometimes feed the cats, and family members visiting will feed them too. But that when a death occurs, a bunch of cats show up in the garden. She said it's an odd thing. She told me about a time when she had to get some paperwork signed. Family member was going to meet her in the grandmother's hospital room, that she went to meet the family member, got there before the family member arrived, and that the patient was basically in like a coma. She sat in the chair next to the bed overlooking the paperwork, and the lady started talking in another language. And as soon as the family arrived, she stopped, and my wife was like, okay. Legalese is the language. She asked the family, oh, what language does your grandma speak? They looked at her puzzled and said English. Lastly, during COVID, it was really hard on all of them. We lost a lot of patients during that time, but not really COVID-related. She said that I think when they stopped family members from visiting, a lot of them just gave up on life. During that time, she would come home crying almost every day. My CT house. My family moved to an upper-middle-class town in Connecticut when I was about 8 years old in 2001. The house was on a quiet dead-end street. It was built in the 1960s, so needless to say it was not old or creepy by any stretch. When we moved in, I remember just being creeped out by the sort of new sound the house made, as any 8-year-old would. From about 8 to 14, I never really experienced anything strange, other than the very occasional feeling of being watched or seeing something in the corner of my eye. When I was about 14 or 15, there were a lot of changes going on in my life. My older brother moved away to college. Both my grandparents, who I was very close with, both became very ill at the same time. It caused a lot of stress on my parents, who were supporting them financially over this time. My first real experience was when I had a very strange dream. I woke up to the sound of a very heavy breathing that was coming from my room, like within feet of my bed. The noise went on for about an hour before I got the courage to sit up in bed. When I did, the noise moved to my brother's room down the hall, then to my parents' room. The noise continued from when I originally heard it at around 2 a.m. until about 5:30 or 6. It was unmistakably a heavy breathing sound. When I asked my parents and my brother about the noise, nobody heard anything. My father was the only one who acknowledged me, saying, "Sometimes I have bad dreams too, but I pray and it goes away." Shortly after this happened, I had moved to my brother's room in the basement. That's when he went to college. As anybody would, it took me a week or so to get used to the new noise in the basement, and the fact that I was alone in the basement. The second occurrence was much more evil in nature. I remember waking up in a very strange dream, again about 1:30 or 2 a.m. When I woke up, I was unable to move any part of my body other than my head. I'm sure many people will attribute this to sleep paralysis, which I still suffer from. But this occurrence was 100 times more intense than any other SP event. Shortly after realizing I couldn't move, I saw a face. The best way to describe it was skeletal or smoky in appearance. The face appeared mere inches from mine and it smiled at me, but in a very evil, Joker-style, wild smile. I was eventually able to say the name of Jesus, after probably 5 seconds, which felt like 5 hours, and the face and the presence left instantly. I commanded the spirit it was not welcome and commanded it to leave in the name of Jesus. Once I did that, the air in the room became lighter immediately. Fast forward to when I was about 23. I had left home and joined the military for several years. I moved back home for about a year when I left the service. I started dating my now wife shortly after returning home, who would get snowed in a lot at my house, wink wink. But being a strict Christian house, we were not allowed to stay in the same room, so she slept in the spare room in the basement at least once or twice a week. After a few months of this, I was getting her room ready, and she told me that she hated sleeping in the basement alone. Now, mind you, I hadn't told her of any of my encounters to this point of the fear of her thinking I was lying. When I asked her more specifically why, she said that she frequently hears the sound of very heavy breathing moving around in different areas of the basement. She also said that she hears somebody walking around upstairs, like pacing for hours in the same area. The area she specified where it was coming from was the upstairs living area, an area seldom used, and definitely not early in the morning for hours at a time. Unrelated, but in the time I lived there and had friends over, a number of them said they didn't like staying in my house. Most of them refused to stay the night. Hopefully it was because of the house. My paranormal experiences. My apartment is haunted. Here are all the encounters that I've had in my apartment. 1. The cabinet. One day during the summer, I was in the living room with my 3 cats. I only thought 2 of them were with me. Then I heard a cabinet close in my mom's bathroom. I was so sure it was one of my cats that I went into my mom's room and bathroom saying, "Aw, which cat's playing over here?" Because my cats have accidentally opened and closed the cabinets before when playing. But when I looked around, none of my cats were there. When I checked back in the living room, my other cat was sleeping under the chair that I was sitting on before. 2. The Ghost Girl. One night when I was laying in bed on my phone, with my door cracked so my cats could get in and out, but I saw something at my door out of the corner of my eye. I saw a little girl whose night was right below the door noob. With long black hair and a white dress and a nightgown staring at me. But when I actually looked, she disappeared. 3. The Hand. First off, we have a hallway that leads to our front door that you can see from the living room. So I was sitting on one of the chairs in our living room when I saw a big hand go around the corner of the hallway. The hand was about 5.5 feet up, but when I turned that way and looked where I saw the hand, there was nothing. The Black Demon Man. This is my most memorable and crazy experience. So we have a shoe area by the front door hallway that I talked about in the last post. I was sitting in the same chair from the living room when I saw something again. In the corner of my eyes, I saw a tall figure, about 6'7". They were all black and they were kind of hazy and just standing facing me, about 3 feet away from the shoe area. But when I look, of course, it was gone. But me and my mom hung a Harry Potter candle in the same area/hallway for Halloween. And guess what happened? In the same exact spot, a candle that we hung up kept turning on by itself. And you might think it's a glitch, but then all of a sudden it just stopped working. I'm assuming this is an electric candle, because fire doesn't just stop working. It was a new battery, which we just got from the store. My mom replaced the battery, and what do you know? It started happening again. So me and my mom just took the battery out and haven't put it back in. And when it was in and all the candles were on, just that one would sometimes be the only one who wasn't. 5. My ghost cat. This one's been happening all the time, but we do have a ghost cat. Actually, we have 3, cats or kittens. Biscuit, who was our first one, Orange, Gravy, nice name, who is siblings with our third cat and is gray, and Honey, who is orange with white paws and a chest, siblings with Gravy. So, what has been happening is that I've been seeing a cat walk or move in the corner of my eye. Just a bit when I turn to see who it is and to pet it, and there's never anything there. 6. The noises. So recently, me and my mom we've been hearing noises in our roof, like somebody's walking or moving. But the thing is, we live on the 3rd floor. So my theory is there's something maybe on our ceiling that runs and does stuff, or maybe even lives in our ceiling or roof. I'm not too sure about this one. My mom doesn't believe me about really any of this stuff, but I do. Well, I'm glad that you believe you. And it's a good start no matter what the circumstance. Kind of a spooky thing that happened to me in Gettysburg.
Back in 2020, at the tail end of the major part of the pandemic, I decided to take my family on a trip to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. I love the history and I love reading everything about the Civil War. Now, Gettysburg is supposed to be a very haunted place. You'd expect to see things out of battlefields and cemeteries and old buildings. The following happened at our hotel. Upon checking into our hotel, I had asked the hotel about laundry facilities, and we didn't arrive directly to Gettysburg, but landed in Richmond. Did a bunch of battlefields along the way, too. So by the time we arrived in Gettysburg, we needed to wash some clothes. I tend to pack light and, well, light enough and bring enough clothes for maybe half the trip, but then I do a mid-wash midway. Since this trip was mainly for me and my son, my wife was like, "Nope, you are doing the laundry." It's her way of making me pay for the boring trip. That, and I had to buy her lots of pretty things along the way. This evening, we got back to our hotel rather late in the evening. I had asked the hotel if it was still okay to do laundry, as there was a sign that said no laundry, maybe after 8 p.m. or something. The woman at the front desk said there was no one staying in the rooms, at least near the laundry room. I had to run back to the room to gather my laundry, and then again to go to the front desk. That's because I ran out of quarters. So by the time I started laundry, it was well past 9 p.m. The hotel had one set of washer and dryer there, so rather than run back over to my room, I was looking up things to do the next day. I was looking at my phone watching videos. I had my body facing the washer and dryer, so off to my left-hand side was the interior hallway that leads to the other rooms and the double doors to the outside. The noise from the washer was a bit loud when you were in the room, but then when I had my clothes in the dryer and washer, it was even more loud. I was only paying attention to my phone, not looking down the hallway, however. I had heard a door open and close. I didn't look, I just assumed somebody was down there in the hallway. Off at the side of my view, I saw a shadow walking toward me from the very end of the other hallway, so I poked my head up and looked down the hallway, totally expecting to see another ghost or hotel employee. As I turned, there's no one there, just assuming maybe they went into a room. I thought it was in my head that the hotel told me that nobody was staying near the laundry, but maybe in the main part of the hotel. You also need a hotel key card to get in from the outside, so it wouldn't have been a random person off the street. I go back looking at my phone. I turn facing the washer and dryer, not really paying attention. I'm going down the hallway. A few minutes later, I hear a loud boom from down the hallway. It sounded like metal poles falling over or something. I jump up and look down the hallway, and I see nothing again. My load that was in the dryer is finished, so I'm putting the load in the trash bag and putting the load from the washer into the dryer. As I'm doing this, I see again someone down the hallway off to the side of my eye. So I turn, and the lights looked dim down the hallway. No one was there. Started to feel very uneasy, like somebody was looking at me. I have to wait maybe 30 more minutes for this load to finish. I started to not face the washer and dryer anymore, but face down the hallway. I can't tell if my eyes were playing tricks on me, maybe a little tired from the trip, or I just kept expecting somebody to pop out or jump out and attack me. I go out into the hallway to make sure that there's no one there. I look around, and it's just an empty hallway. The outer doors leading to this part of the hotel are closed. As soon as my load finishes, I start packing it in another trash bag. I'm in full get the fuck out of here mode. Now that all the machines are off and I can hear pretty clearly, pack up my stuff and I start to head out. Just as I get to the door leading to the outside, I hear footsteps. I turn thinking somebody's walking up to me, and again, nothing. I leave that wing of the hotel and I make it back to the lobby and then back to my room. My wife looks at me like, "What happened to you?" I said I totally believe all those stories about Gettysburg being haunted. A shadow person encounter I had when I was 12. Can anybody give me any more insight into it? This story took place in October 2019. It's when I was 12 years old. I was watching a Goosebumps movie with my family. I wasn't scared or even on edge in the slightest. That's because Goosebumps is far from an actual scary film. try telling that to me when I was a kid. I'm scarred for life. We were about halfway through watching it. I got cold because the downstairs of my house is very frosty, so I went upstairs to grab a blanket from my room. So I walk out of the living room up the stairs into the landing. It was about 9 p.m. It was all dark apart from the light that cast in through the bathroom window because of the street lamps. Nothing was out of the ordinary, so I strolled into my room, took the blanket from my bed, and got back into the stairs. I was about 3/4 of the way down when I stopped. I got this sudden intense urge to just look up onto the landing. So I did. Right above me, illuminated by the light from the window, was a full black figure, head cocked, slowly waving down at me. There was no way this was a shadow. I'd never seen a shadow like this before. It looked like a living person who'd been covered in black paint or had put on a morph suit of some kind. I screamed. I ran back down to my family, shivering and crying along the way. And it didn't stop there. My mom has always been spiritual, open to this kind of stuff, so she believed me. She'd let me sleep in her room with her until Christmas Day. Even when I was sleeping with her, I had maybe 3 or 4 of the exact same dream. In the dream, I was on the stairs. I looked up at the figure again, but every single time I would turn to my right and throw up this thick, viscous black liquid. It was unnerving. I still don't know if it was the figure giving me the dreams or the anxiety that I'd felt because of the event. Though that wasn't the last time I saw the figure in person. Maybe a month later, so around November, I was home alone, just having gotten back from school. My mom was out because she was sort of picking my younger brother up from primary school and my dad was at work. So there was only me in the house. At this point, I was getting quite nervous. It was almost 5 p.m. and they still weren't back. I crept out of the kitchen and just out into the fully lit hallway, and all the lights are on and even more daylight streaming in through the room and the front door. It had windows. Once again, I got that intense urge to look toward the stairs. Reluctantly, I did, feeling the fear rise up in me as it had done a month before. And then, there was the figure again. Broad daylight. No way of being a shadow, except this time it was hanging down. It was upside down from the landing, staring at me. I was so scared that I immediately started to cry again. I grabbed my keys from the kitchen, unlocked the door, and ran outside. I slammed the door behind me. With that, I ran down the street, sat on the curb alone, crying until my family got home. It's about January 2020. My mom suddenly sat me down on the sofa. She informed me that she had spoken to my granddad who lived in Cornwall. They had many witchy friends, told him about my experiences. He had one of his friends somehow cleanse her home and sent her spirit guide and husband to get rid of the spirit. I was overcome with emotion and I just cried. I don't even know why. Since then, I've never seen that figure again. But we do, think that I'm somewhat, at least a little bit, psychic. I don't really know. I've seen other things since then, but they've never been that clear. Can anyone tell me what this could have been? Like my mom says, it could have been the spirit of the man who lived in the house before us, but I'm not convinced. Why would he do all that to scare me? And the dreams? Just makes no sense. I would be completely dismissive of the paranormal as unexplainable things. That was if it weren't for one experience. I've had a handful of paranormal experiences in my life. Maybe all could be chalked up to anxiety, maybe an overactive imagination, or being high. Except for one. It was pretty minor, but I still haven't been able to explain it no matter how I rack my brain around it. Back when I was a child, and still a Christian, specifically of the evangelical flavor, I'd often theorize about things that I read in the Bible as if they basically were any other story. My church mates and pastor weren't really fans of my hot Christian lore takes, if you were wondering. And one notion that I'd taken to was the idea that demons scare people because that's what gives them power to escalate and do everything else. So, the few times I found myself in the situation that I decided might be paranormal, my approach was to firmly and pointedly ignore it. My childhood best friend lived in a house that she had strange experiences in. Not only her, so did her dad, and according to her, she often heard footsteps. Felt like she was being watched. Things went missing and showed up in odd places. Random chills in the air, that sort of thing. Pretty stereotypical ghost tropes. I heard the footsteps once, but that could have been house sounds. I definitely experienced the random chills and sudden distinct feeling of being watched and loomed over. But that could have been anxiety, and you know how fear can be contagious around other people, especially if you're already predisposed to believe in ghosts and demons. I definitely had nightmares more often in that house, but that could have been subconscious fears. I heard children laughing once. But I do have an overactive imagination, and I have had audio hallucinations more than a handful of times. The one thing I could never explain was this. I'd been coming to this house since the age of 8. I was now 18. I was staying with my friend and her dad for a few months. I wanted to try living somewhere that wasn't with my parents for a while. Well, I was alone in the house at the time. I was on my computer and I heard some sort of odd banging. Immediately after, I got that being loomed over feeling. That being stared at feeling, and oddly enough, I got the distinct notion that something was very angry. I responded by cranking my computer volume all the way up on headphones. Of course, putting on like an ASDF movie compilation. ASDF. As somebody who did a lot of maladaptive daydreaming, I've already gotten used to ignoring scary things I don't like. I was also pretty quickly able to remove my mind from the entire situation. Except that angry feeling never went away. I didn't dwell on it, but it was still present. And as I refused to acknowledge it, I distinctly remember feeling that anger swell. And then, completely alone in the house, a penny was pitched at the back of my head. It was hard enough that I left a tiny goose egg afterwards. You'd think that, well, that would freak me out. At least, it startled me, of course. But immediately after I actually burst out laughing, I think I said something along the lines of, "Paranormal Activity really hyped you fuckers up, didn't it?" And then promptly returned to watching stickmen vomit rainbows. The feeling dissipated. I remember noticing sometime later that I never got any weird feelings in the house anymore, unless I was around my friend. I'm still dubious about the paranormal. I'd be outright dismissive if it weren't for that goddamn penny. To this day, it still bothers me deeply, and I have no way to really explain it. Who is in the water? Bedok Reservoir, often referred to as the Suicide Reservoir. It's been long shrouded in mystery and fear. There was a time when suicides were rampant, heartbreaking incidents occurring almost every few weeks. The local lore whispers of water spirits that dwell within the reservoir, luring unsuspecting victims into its depths. One of the most chilling incidents was the discovery of a mother and her young son, both found lifeless near the water's edge. The mother was dressed in all red, a color said to empower the deceased to return and haunt the living, or worse, seek revenge. In the evenings, it wasn't uncommon to see joggers circling the reservoir, trying to enjoy the cool night air. Among them was Priya, an avid runner who found solace in her evening runs around Bedok Reservoir. Despite the reservoir's dark reputation, Priya had always felt at peace there, until one fateful night. It was a typical Friday evening. Priya set out on her usual route. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. As she ran, the rhythmic sound of her footsteps and the whistling or rather rustling of leaves filled the air. She reached the halfway point and stopped to catch her breath, gazing out at the calm surface of the reservoir. Just then, she noticed something strange, a faint ripple in the water, though there was no wind. Dismissing it as a fish or a bird, she resumed to run. But the sense of unease grew stronger with each step. The usually serene environment felt heavy and oppressive. Suddenly she heard a soft, sorrowful wail. She stopped and looked around, seeing no one else in sight. Her heart raced as she scanned the area, her breath forming small clouds in the cool air. The wail grew louder. She realized it was coming from the reservoir. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, Priya cautiously approached the water's edge. The surface seemed to shimmer, and for a moment she thought she saw a figure beneath the water. A woman in red, her long hair floating around, like her dark tendrils. Priya's blood ran cold as the figure's eyes locked onto hers, filled with a haunting sadness. She stumbled back, her mind racing with thoughts of stories that she had heard. The figure slowly rose, breaking the water's surface, and Priya saw the apparition's outstretched hand, as if reaching out for help. Terrified, Priya turned and ran as fast as she could, the eerie wail echoing behind her. She didn't stop until she reached the safety of her home, heart pounding and lungs burning. That night she couldn't shake the image of the woman in red, and the haunting realization that perhaps the stories were true. Priya never ran by the reservoir after dark again, but the memory of that night stayed with her. She shared her experience with others, warning them of the restless spirits that lingered in Bedok Reservoir. Whether it was the spirits' tragic past or their unfulfilled desires, one thing was certain: the reservoir held secrets best left undisturbed. Not quite sure where that location is, Bedok, but I will say that reservoirs, sometimes at least, or where I was from especially, are often areas that were previously towns and other things. So they dam them and they flood them. So, in my experience, they have been rather eerie places. And not just paranormal in a ghostly sense. If you know, you know. Share with us an encounter with the paranormal that had a profound impact on you. I don't have blurry video for this. I have no way to convince you that it was real or that it happened. And to boot, I'm a hardcore skeptic, and thus disinclined to believe the vast majority of things on this sub as a general rule. However, 20 or so years ago I lived in rural Wales, in a tiny village near other tiny villages, probably most recognizable from the hotel featured in the first episode of the detective show Hinterland. My best friend lived in the next village over, and there were two routes between his and my house. The roadway, which took an hour and a half, and the path through the forest. That took about half an hour and required crossing the Miners' Bridge. The Miners' Bridge got its name because it was built in the same location as the much older bridge used by the silver lead miners, or rather lead, used by the silver lead miners when they went to collect their weekly pay. It was halfway down a narrow ravine carved by the waters of a fast stream into the valley floor, accessible on either side by switchback gravel paths and barely touched by the light from the village at one end. I would walk that way a lot after hanging out with my friend, saving an hour and a half like walking around stumbling through the forest in the dark, occasionally being unable to see my hand in front of my own face when the moon was thin, spending anxious minutes trying to find the path with my feet. Anyway, I digress. I'd been hanging out with my mate, drinking tea with too much sugar and smoking thin roll-ups, wishing that we had money for booze or weed. We were very much not having that. It got to 2 a.m. and it was, home time. Summer was fading, but it was still warm and the moon was still near to full. So I probably wouldn't get lost in the woods this time. 30 minutes this late beats an hour, and picked my way down the switchback gravel path, feeling the stones underfoot, hearing them shift, and walked out into the bridge. The moon was up and everything was bathed in pale light. Down in the ravine, all you could really hear was the water at the bottom, sort of chuckling through its speed, and the ravine amplifying it and drowning everything else out. I got halfway across, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. All I could hear was the water, but I knew something was different. Everything was suddenly wrong somehow. I stopped walking and I turned around. Standing at the end of the bridge from whence I'd come was a thing. It was at least 3 feet taller than I was, and it was completely motionless, standing at the end of the path at the foot of the bed or bridge and looking. I was sure it was looking directly at me. I don't want to tell you I could make out features. I just couldn't, though. It was a figure that made its way down a gravel path. I can't imagine a Shaolin monk walking without making noise. Taller than the tallest person I've ever seen and radiating such hatred that it almost felt physical. I froze. I guess I was stuck there for barely 30 seconds. Just long enough to recognize that this thing had limbs that looked as though it had been repeatedly broken and reset wrong, and that it despised me before my fight or flight just made a decision, and I ran faster than I ever had home. I slept with the light on for a week and never went anywhere near the Miners' Bridge again. I don't know what I saw. Like I said, I'm skeptical, but I have absolutely no rational experience for what I saw that night. As a consequence, I don't dismiss anything out of hand. Have you ever seen or experienced something that had a comparable effect? You betcha. See ya. First encounter with a ghost. Since I was 3 to 4 years old, I am less than 21 AMAB. AMAB? Capital A, M, capital A, B. This shouldn't make me this confused. So, I, a less than 21-year-old AMAB, was playing in the other room. Probably with Legos or something. Well, I don't really remember, but anyway. My parents was in the kitchen. After a while, I came to them and complained about an old lady being, annoying. They asked me what I meant. I told them that I was playing, but I couldn't focus, since an annoying old lady kept asking me questions. They followed me back and said that there weren't anyone there. I looked at them and said, "Yeah, there is. She's annoying." They asked me what was her name, but I don't really remember after so many years. Anyway, it was my great-grandma's name. What? Thought you didn't remember. Oh, anyway. She died some years before I was born. My parents, to this day, bring this up pretty much every time we talk about ghosts. Our house is haunted, but it's just by our family or people that we knew. We haven't had an encounter with ghosts that we don't know. This encounter was the first day of 30-ish encounters with a ghost. They don't visit us as often, and they don't make themselves known barely ever. But they haven't had a huge reason. We think why my great-grandma visited me was 'cause she wanted to check how it was going with her grandkid, or my father. Saw me, his kid, and was happy. Just wanted to get to know me. I miss the ghosts, though they are scary sometimes. But I wish I could get clear answers from them. Instead, they're just using their body to express themselves. I had to talk about this since it's the first encounter with a ghost that we didn't know. It's quite short, though I have to talk about it. It was 2 or so months ago. My dad suffers from a weak throat, since he ate wrong in his youth, and genetics. He snores a lot, and you can hear it from across the house. He started to use equipments that help him breathe, since he can't completely due to the weak throat. So he stopped snoring completely when he has it on. So anyway, this was before all of that. So he snored at the moment of this encounter. My mother and father were sleeping. My mother woke up due to a sense. She saw father's leg in the air, almost 45-degree upwards. She woke him up and told him. He was still half asleep when he looked down the bed, but he saw her. And old lady, not somebody that we knew. They were holding his leg up. He got scared, pulled his leg back. He looked back up at the lady, but she was gone. He looked into the corridor outside the bedroom, which the door was open to. He saw the lady looking at him. You'd think it was because he sometimes stops breathing. Not anymore. But he did when this happened, as stated before. The lady probably was scared that he would die, so she took his leg up to wake him. But we don't know who she was or how he saw her, but it happened. And these stories aren't made up, but they're real. So either they're really rare due to coincidences, or they're really real. We think that they're real. What do you think? I feel like I'm haunted. When I was younger, we moved into a really old house. The property had history. There used to be a different house on top of it, but some kind of drug lab had been set up in the basement of the house, and it exploded. From what the landlord told us, not 100% sure if it's true. But a lot of weird things happened in that house. The earliest memory I have, I was laying in bed one night, maybe 12 or 11. Felt something start to push up on the bottom of my mattress, to the point I felt the mattress lift off the metal bed frame it was on before it suddenly dropped. I jumped out of bed and immediately went and got my mom, but she checked and there was nothing there. Said that I was imagining it and sent me back to bed. A few weeks later, I remember my sister talking about an old lady in our room. I asked her what she was talking about, and she said that at night there was an old lady who sat in the chair in our room and talked to us. I never personally saw it, but I do believe her. My little brother's room was the worst of all of them. He said he constantly heard things at night and that his toys would move. I was the only one who believed him for a while. But one night his Elmo doll that made noise wouldn't stop going off. So we took the batteries out and it stopped for a while. But in the middle of the night it started right up again. I was the first one to be able to hear it through the wall and went in there as he was freaking out crying on his bed. And sure enough, in the middle of the floor, the Elmo doll we took the batteries out of was on and playing music. The third and final experience I had at this house was solidified in the thought that it was haunted, and, well, it was one night I woke up because I heard something in our closet, or at least walked to it, it seemed. I look up and I just see a little boy carrying a blanket just walking out of the closet. His face wasn't very clear, but he didn't seem to acknowledge me. He walked to the edge of my sister's bed and sat down, and that's all I remember. I think I fell back asleep after that. Thought about this for a long time. We moved between apartments a lot, and I constantly remember hearing things, feeling like I was getting random little touches. I remember one day I was sitting in my room in one of our old apartments, and clear as day, I hear a little girl's voice saying hi behind me. When I turned around, there was nothing. I remember hearing, like, multiple times, my mom's voice and her calling for me when she wasn't home. One time I had had a dream and a sudden black figure appeared in it. It woke me up immediately, and when I opened my eyes, it was next to my bed. I sat up and practically screamed, but when I blinked, it was gone. No one else in my house seemed to experience these things. Even when I was in my room at night, everyone turned off the lights. I just felt watched. I feel like this could all be real, or it could be paranoia. I just moved about 5 hours from the area I grew up in, and it all stopped. I don't feel watched anymore. I'm not having weird dreams, no slamming doors, voices, or seeing figures. It just all stopped. And just to say I've seen plenty of psychiatrists, this isn't a mental thing. I have anxiety, but that's it. For a long time, schizophrenia seemed like maybe a reason for some of this. But trust me, it's been ruled out many, many times. But to note, during this time I did have a lot of mental health issues surrounding depression. Since I was 12, I've been known to have random extreme bouts of depression that have led me to being hospitalized 3 times. I do think my mental issues are related to some of my experiences, but not all. Reminds me of the chicken and the egg. See ya.
My last encounter. This happened about 6 years ago. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a cold breath on my ear. It jolted me awake, but I didn't open my eyes out of fear for what I might see. I lay there motionless, pretending to be asleep. I could hear and feel every inhale and exhale. The breath was unnaturally cold. Like the blast of air when you open a freezer, was right there, brushing against my ear. For what felt like a few minutes, the icy breath lingered. Then it stopped. I felt a weight settle on my side, pressing down as if something was sitting on me. It was a little difficult to breathe with the pressure on me, but I was too terrified to move. I stayed frozen, praying whatever it was would leave me alone. After about 15 minutes, the weight lifted off of me. I heard the breathing again. It was above me on the ceiling. It hung there, heavy and slow, moving to the center of the room. Then it drifted to the corner above the door. Still too afraid to open my eyes, I tried to wait it out. It had to end sometime, right? Please let it end. In my mind, I was trying to think of a logical explanation for what could be happening, as this bird screaming at me. But none of it made sense. Thank you. I'm a skeptic of the paranormal, but this felt inhuman. I lay there paralyzed, listening to the breathing for what felt like an eternity. Roughly half of an hour went by. All I could focus on was the heavy breathing coming from that corner of my room. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something. Just lying there hoping it would end felt more terrifying than confronting it. If I stayed still, it might never leave. That thought was worse than fear. I remember the flashlight on my nightstand, and I had to grab it. I had to shine the light in the corner, expose whatever was there. I rehearsed the plan over and over. How far was the flashlight? How would I grab it? How fast could I turn it on? I went through every detail like it was life or death. It was because it felt like it was. If I messed up, if I fumbled, I thought I would die. It sounded illogical, but this whole situation was illogical, damn it. Finally, I decided it was time. In one swift motion, I grabbed the flashlight off my nightstand and turned it on. As I lifted it up, this must have taken less than half a second. If this was an Olympic sport, I would have won gold in that moment. As I shined the light into the corner of the room, I saw nothing. There was nothing there, and the breathing stopped. I sat there trying to compose myself, trying to calm my racing heart as I shined the light around the room, searching for whatever had been tormenting me for the last hour. There was no one, no thing, and I was alone. I got up, turned on the light, and then I sat there waiting for daylight to come, too scared to sleep in case it came back. I don't have a logical explanation for what happened. How could I? How could I explain a chilling breath directly in my ear that I not only heard but felt? Crazy dream? No, this woke me up. I was having wonderful sleep before this. How do I explain the weight of something sitting on top of me? I didn't own any pets, and I'm somebody who likes to analyze things and, well, thinks them through logically. But this is one thing that just doesn't have a logical explanation. I have since moved from that house, and have not experienced anything like that since. Knock on wood. Sweet dreams. Kept seeing a little boy in my bedroom. A few weeks ago, I had to have an operation to correct something that had been an ongoing issue with me. When I got home from the hospital, I kept myself in bed most of the first week. Occasionally, I would get up to use the restroom or to walk to the kitchen to get a drink. My wife and son did their best to take care of me while recovering, but I had asked if I could sleep alone. As is our norm that they'll all sort of lay in bed with me to watch TV, but I didn't want much movement, and the painkillers in the hospital gave me kind of kept me in and out of sleep all day and night. I'm pretty much a wimp when it comes to pills, so a lot of things tend to knock me out. The pills that were prescribed to me were Norco, 800 milligrams of ibuprofen, and I didn't like the way the Norco made me feel. So as soon as I could stand it, I got myself off of them. Only took the ibuprofen. I had the operation the prior week and was home that Saturday. And sometime around 3 a.m. or so on Sunday, I was alone in my room, half out of it, but there's different lights that make a soft glow in my bedroom. Like one being a charger port that makes a soft blue light. Another in the fan that's like in my dresser, and there's also like a soft blue light there too. Lastly, there's a motion night light in the master bedroom bathroom that's connected to my bedroom that turns on when it detects movement. I opened my eyes because I saw the light in my bathroom turn on. I was in a daze and thought my wife woke up in the room next door and went to use our bathroom. As I'm looking at the bathroom, I turn my head because there's a boy standing halfway out of my closet. He has his left arm across his chest, like holding up his arm, like trying to hide his face. I'm looking at him thinking it's my son, but it wasn't. Turned my head back to the bathroom because the light went out, and then turned back to the boy and he's gone. Tuesday morning. I honestly don't know what time it was, but it was still dark outside. But the light was starting to come up. I'm laying on my left side facing the closet again. Again, the boy's standing there and he looked almost afraid that I saw him. Then he vanished before my eyes, and his place inside the closet is it's a rack that my wife keeps her purses and scarves and other crap. Thursday around 2 a.m. there's a soft glow in my room, but still dark. I turn over from my left side, as this side is where it's the most comfortable with my surgery, and I turn to lay on my back as my left side's going numb from laying on it. I feel you. As I do, there's an elderly woman standing at the foot of my bed. She's all dressed in black and has white hair. I reach to turn to my bedside light and she's gone. Friday night I went to sleep really early. I knew my wife and son were downstairs watching TV. On Fridays, it's our customary thing to let him stay up a little bit later and watch movies, play board games or whatever he wants to do, really. Must have been around 10:30 or 11 p.m. My bedroom door was closed and I could hear the muffled sounds of the TV from downstairs. And this time the boy appeared in the corner of the room by my bedroom door. He stood there and it looked like he had a baseball hat on that was kind of dark tan in color. Then he just disappeared. Maybe it was the painkillers I was on. Maybe it was my imagination, or maybe I had visitors. I don't know what to think, but I didn't at all at the time. I just felt very scared and just shocked for a bit. I only had one experience like this before due to a medical procedure about 8 years ago. I was admitted to the hospital for a bad infection. I was sedated, and the day after I was in a room and I saw the dead son of my best friend. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed holding a toothbrush in his hand, smiling at me as if he was playing with my toothbrush. I think I might have found a cult's worship area. I live in Oklahoma. In the part of the state I'm from, there's always been rumors about this Catholic church out in the middle of nowhere. 30 minutes from the closest town, and that town itself isn't even on the maps. Huge Catholic church, beautiful windows, crosses and all. But no one really goes there. Only the priest and monks live there, and I assume nobody else is really welcome. There's also a big cemetery connected to it with a black metal gate around it. Friday, September 23rd, 11 p.m. So I and 3 friends decided to go look around the cemetery. 'Cause, hey, it's Friday and it's late and it's creepy. You know, normal spooky season shenanigans. We're looking around gravestones, mausoleums from the 1910s. Cool stuff. One of my buddies noticed a kinda hidden little path. Just overgrown grass and debris in front of it. We go down maybe almost a mile and the path comes to an end to a clearing in the woods. What do we see? Another cemetery. This struck me because there's no roads or clear paths out here. How odd. Anyways, we find a path through the woods out to the right of the cemetery and head down it. Not even half a mile, I noticed drums. Everybody else noticed it too. I pointed it out like those big bum 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 type drums. But they had a rhythm. A taiko drum you're thinking of, perhaps. We all thought how insanely weird that was because of how far out we were. Not even another 500 feet and glowing lights through the trees appeared. I said, screw that. I demanded that we leave, so we did. I ran 'cause I'm a bit of a baby. Saturday, October 1st, 1 a.m. So my buddies talked me into going back. I thought about bringing weapons, but decided not to. We were going out there and we noticed tons of fresh footprints all throughout the trail from the second cemetery to where we decided to run from. That was creepy as fuck to me. When we finally got to where the lights previously were, there were no light, no sound, no one, just 2 buildings. The first was a small stone temple-looking building, not very big at all. The second looked like a maybe 1890s abandoned house. The stone building had a wooden floor that had a fat padlock on it. There was some other language on the door, just a single word. My friend kicked the weak wooden door till it split from the wall. Inside, there was like a 8 by 8 foot pentagram, with the candles and all the places you see in scary movies, unlit random words painted on the walls, little figurines of animals, and at the back of the room a small satanic statue. Maybe like a foot big, maybe. On the second floor, there wasn't much. Cups, plates, lighters, red nail polish, and a couple of jars with crystals and salts and liquids in them. 2 tiny rooms stacked up on top of another. What really creeped me out was there's a kind of a cowl with a hood with, the things that you see monks wearing. Second building was the house, a little bit bigger than the stone building, but completely empty. 2 stories, swept floor, closed, non-broken windows, and functioning door. There was an attic, but we couldn't get into it. Definitely a super old house. Anyways, we left after checking it all out, and I want to know, what do y'all think of this? I want to know how much the rent is. It sounds like it's free.
Hungry Ghost Festival. In the vibrant heart of Singapore, the Hungry Ghost Festival was an annual event filled with rituals and respect for the departed. Streets would fill with the scent of incense and offerings lined the sidewalks, intended to appease the wandering spirits. But not everybody took these traditions seriously. Wei, another one, a young man full of skepticism, scoffed at the superstitions that surrounded the festival. To him, it was an excuse for people to indulge in ghost stories and frighten themselves. One evening, as the festival was pretty much in full swing, Wei decided to make his disbelief known. Walking down a street lit by the eerie glow of burning joss sticks, Wei kicked over a few offerings, laughing at the idea of spirits being angered by his actions. See, nothing happened. He jeered at the group of old men sitting nearby. They shook their heads, warning him of consequences, but Wei just shrugged and continued his walk. Maybe joss sticks or incense sticks. As night fell, the streets emptied, and Wei found himself alone. A chilling wind swept through the narrow alleyways, carrying whispers that seemed to echo from the shadows. Wei felt a shiver run down his spine, but he brushed it off, refusing to let the stories affect him. He turned a corner and saw a figure standing in the dim light. It was an old woman, her face obscured by a veil, holding a lantern that flickered ominously. "You should not have disrespected the spirits," she said. Wei laughed nervously. "They're just stories," he replied. But the woman's piercing gaze unsettled him. She pointed down the alley, and Wei felt an inexplicable urge to follow. As he walked, the air grew colder, and the whispers grew louder. Wei's confidence began to wane as his eyes felt like... as he felt other eyes watching him from every shadow. He quickened his pace, but no matter how fast he moved, the whispers followed. Suddenly, the streetlights flickered and went out, plunging him into darkness. Panic surged through Wei as he fumbled for his phone to light his way. The faint glow revealed ghastly faces surrounding him. Their hollow eyes were filled with anger and sorrow. "Do you believe now?" a voice whispered into his ear. Wei spun around, but there was no one there. The faces were drawing closer, their ghostly forms reaching out for him. He stumbled back, heart racing, desperate to escape. In his frantic flight, he tripped over the very offerings that he had mocked earlier. He fell. The world around him seemed to blur, and he found himself in a dark, empty void. The whispers became deafening, and Wei realized the true extent of his mistake. "You have disrespected the dead," the old woman's voice echoed around him. "Now you must face their wrath." Wei felt a cold hand grip in his shoulder. He screamed, but no sound would come out. The spirits closed in, and the darkness consumed him. When the sun rose, Wei was found unconscious on the street, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. He never spoke of that night again, but his once confident demeanor was replaced with a haunted look, and from that day forward, Wei became one of the most devout practitioners of the Hungry Ghost Festival, always ensuring to show the utmost respect to the spirits that he once mocked. I would say that's a happy ending. Spontaneous combustion, or paranormal activity. This happened to my husband and I just was a witness to it. So I'm going to do my best to convey his part of the story from his perspective, the way he told it to me. But first, I'll start with mine. We were living in a small one-bedroom apartment in Tucson, Arizona. I was with my 12-year-old pit bull and our Siamese kitten, Simon. Our bedroom door was directly across the hallway from our bathroom door, and when I was laying in bed watching TV, if the bedroom door was open, I could see the bathroom door. So while I was laying in bed watching TV, my husband was in the bathroom taking a shower. The only thing I heard from my bed was Simon meowing and yowling like a crazy person outside the bathroom door while he desperately clawed at the door. Irritated, I yelled at him until my husband came out of the bathroom, white as a sheet. He was holding his burnt bath towel in his hand. But even though our walls are so thin I can usually hear the water running in the bathroom, I realized it was weirdly quiet in the bathroom from where I was sitting, which was very to the contrary of what he told me was going on in the bathroom. Not to mention, he couldn't even hear our kitten Simon losing his mind just on the other side of our door trying to get to me or yelling at him. All my husband could hear was that he, described to me the sound of like a coming train, sort of coupled with the sound of an old lady moaning. That's a weird one. When he pulled open the shower curtain to see what was making this strange sound, to his horror, his bath towel hanging from the towel rack on the wall was suddenly on fire. He said in the moment he was panicking about the fire and didn't consider it spontaneously ignited on its own in a steam-filled bathroom on a damp towel. He just saw it burning, jumped out of the shower and started smacking the towel and trying to extinguish the flames. But as he did this, from the top down, he said the flames just seemed to move down the towel, or as he put it out, just the bottom had reignited in the top and vice versa. Even stranger, the flames were mostly blue. He said they didn't feel hot. As soon as he finally got the fire to completely extinguish, he quickly grabbed the towel and brought it out to show me. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would have believed him. Or rather, I wouldn't have. I know that he wouldn't lie to me about something like that, but I'd be concerned about his mental health. But I did see the towel. I saw it. I touched it. I even smelled it. It was a thick, oversized, dark gray towel, and it was like down in the center, and there was 2 burn marks in the shape of a hockey stick, for lack of a better descriptive word. But even though I could clearly see it had been burned, at least in that area that it burned, it didn't feel burned. And even stranger, it didn't even smell burnt. I took a picture of the towel, and then we quickly disposed of it. I don't have any idea what happened or how it happened. But I didn't want it in my home, and the picture sat on my iPhone until last year when I lost the picture forever and my phone went missing. Still trying to find a copy of it somewhere, and if I do, I'll add it to the story. This happened in 2018, and we've had several paranormal encounters since then, but nothing compares to the self-burning towel. It still freaks us out to this day. I mean, what the heck happened? I will say that I've been in the shower while there's been a fire, and you can sort of touch the fire and it won't hurt because your hands are all wet. But that does not explain the towel catching fire. The story of my haunted 55 Chevy. Since Halloween is around the corner and my last story about here blew up, I figured I'd share a story that happened to me personally. A few years ago, I bought a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. It's two-tone, sky blue, white four-door. It had a high nickel 350 small block, a Holley 600 carburetor, and a Hurst 4-speed transmission. As a car enthusiast, I was in love with it, despite my girlfriend at the time and even my mom calling it hideous. I had big plans for it. A fresh paint job, reupholstered seats, and new rims with white wall tires. When I first got the car, it had 2,800 miles on it, but as soon as it hit 28,587 miles, the odometer broke and stayed stuck on that number. About 10 days after I bought the car, strange things started happening. For instance, I'd come home with all the windows up, but by morning, one or all of the windows would be down. Then there was the night I heard low rumble from the garage. When I checked, the car was just idling, even though I turned it off earlier. Items like drinks, hats, and tools would disappear if I left them in the car overnight. One night, the horn once blared uncontrollably, forcing me to disconnect and get some peace. There was one instant where the hood fell on my hand. I ended up needing several stitches, but that might have been my fault, honestly. But other things felt more eerie. Like one time, I was sitting in the car with a buddy. When I started it, the radio began playing a song that directly tied into our conversation. It was unsettling. My girlfriend at the time had a best friend who was a medium. She was terrified of that car. She refused to go near it. She said the car radiated a dark energy, something she couldn't fully explain. When she visited, I had to park the car facing the wall because my garage had no door. She'd swear that it felt like something was watching her whenever I parked it facing outward specifically. The activity wasn't limited to the car either. After I got the Chevy, strange things started happening in my house too. Doors and cabinets would slam. I'd feel cold spots in heated rooms. And there were nights with knocking on the walls. Sometimes I'd even hear footsteps in the kitchen late at night. Eventually, a family friend who's also into classic cars and had owned several Tri-5 Chevys offered me $10,000 for the car. Since I'd only paid $8,000, I took the offer. That was in September of 2021. After I sold the Bel Air, the paranormal activity in the house calmed down. Although the house is over 100 years old and still haunted to some extent. But I can't shake the feeling that the car somehow amplified these hauntings. A few months ago, I was talking to the new owner. He had fully restored the Chevy, making it into the beauty I'd always envisioned. He loves the car, but when I asked him if he's noticed anything weird, he admitted that every now and then strange things do happen. The oddest incident happened one morning while he was having coffee with his neighbor. His neighbor asked him what he was doing out late the previous night, saying that he'd caught a glimpse of the Bel Air driving down the road, and it returned about an hour later. The new owner, though, swore he hadn't left the house that night, let alone driven the car. The Little Boy. I grew up in a rural area that at one time bore witness to an atrocity carried out by native tribesmen and the European settlers living there. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with what I'm about to tell you. When I was a child of maybe 6 or 7 years, my bed was situated against a bank of windows. I would lay looking out into the night until I fell asleep. One very moonlit evening as I lay there, I distinctly remembered seeing the shadow of a boy run across her yard. This was extremely odd given that her house sat atop a small hill, approximately 150 feet from the road. Being a child, I wanted to run outside after him, but he moved so quickly that he was gone before I stood up from my bed. As the years went on, I thought about this many times. I wondered if it was just my youthful imagination. Fast forward, now I'm 16 and started sneaking cigarettes from my mother's pack. I was out sitting on some concrete steps enjoying one of my, ill-gotten smokes. And I was keeping a close eye and an ear against being caught smoking by my parents. And that's when it happened again. I'll be damned if that shadow didn't run past again quickly and silently, not 10 feet from where I sat. Mind you, there's no physical body to cast this shadow. No sound of feet falling on the lawn, just the unmistakable silhouette of a child running as fast as he could across our lawn toward a thick section of woods. This section of woods ran along the northern line of her property. I was blown away to say the least, but didn't mention this to anybody for several days, till one night I brought it up to my older sister, who by the way seemed to be pretty much an antenna for supernatural events at that point, who at once lost all color in her face. Abandoning all cheerful expression, she looked at me blankly and said, "You see him too." Apparently, this little apparition appeared as a solid living boy of about 9 or 10, wearing overalls with a well-worn newsboy-style hat upon his head.
He beckoned to the girls to follow him into the woods. Only females saw him in this form, and as far as I know, I'm the only one to see him as a shadow running. After I explained to my sister what it all was that I saw, not a full figure of a child, but a merely shadow cast by an unseen body, she informs me that her older sister saw him too, and several of their friends. My mother and 3 of my aunts, apparently. I asked my cousin about this years later, and before he could finish the questions, he describes the boy in the overalls and the hat just as my sister had years before. And if that isn't creepy enough, a couple of years back I was hired to do an electrical installation at a new home of the daughter of one of the girls who used to frequently visit our farm. This girl had stayed in touch with my mother and continued visiting Mom even after my sister married and moved away. One morning as I prepared myself for work, she approached me. She asked if I was aware that she often visited my parents' home with her mother when she was a girl. I said I did remember her being there with her mother. Then out of nowhere she says, "Did you ever see a little boy in overalls and an old, hat over by the woods?" This gave me quite a shock, as they had mentioned this in many years. I guess he's still there, though all of us have gone running through the deep night from some danger long ago and trying to entice the girls to follow him into that small patch of woods.
Some jail stories. I worked in a jail for over 10 years in the control booth, running doors, cameras, radios, phones, you name it. I still work for the agency that runs it, but I no longer work at the jail. I saw and heard a lot of stuff, but most of it was non-paranormal stuff. You'd often hear strange noises and banging, but it's always an inmate or a door noise. The side of the basement where the staff locker and the weight rooms are admittedly creepy. I often felt watched when I was down there by something other than the cameras, but I've heard a couple of stories from trustees saying that they see a black shape of a person standing in an empty cell or wet footprints in the kitchen when no one's been there all night. Our IT tech also claims to have caught EVPs while in the jail. I haven't heard them. I have 2 stories, one from a coworker and one that happened while I was there. One night my coworker answered the phone. It was a mother calling about her son. She gave his name and her name and said that her son had just been arrested for driving under the influence. She wanted to bail him out. My coworker explained that her son hadn't arrived at the jail yet. They'd have to go through the booking process before he could get bailed out. My coworker explained to her how to bail him out and where the jail was and to give a call a little bit later and get an update. She asked that he let her son know that she was going to bail him out. The son was eventually brought in by the arresting officer, and my coworker had a correction officer pass on to him rather, that his mom was bailing him out. My coworker listened and watched the entire exchange between the son and the officer as the officer told him the message. The son was shocked and stated loudly, "No, she's not. You're fucking with me." The officer said, "I know my guy. He wouldn't fuck with you." The son said, "My mom's dead." They confirmed the mother's name with the son, and it was the name given by the woman on the phone. My coworker swears up and down that he talked with a woman saying that she was his mom. The man, he wouldn't be on the roster yet, but it could have been somebody who heard his name called over the police radio or somebody who was with him at the time who was trying to mess with him. My story happened not long before I left the jail. A few years before the incident I'm talking about occurred, a man killed himself in one of the cells. The night I'm talking about, one of the officers was doing his regular check of the units. He came up to the cell. The man had killed himself a few years before. The man we had housed there was sitting up in his bed facing the door, which was near a window. He had a blank look in his face and his eyes were wide open. He looked the officer straight in the eyes and said, I'm assuming officer, You couldn't find the man who killed himself's first name in time, and you won't find me in time either. The man was brought down to a cell where he could be monitored, and we went from there. The officer said that he had to yell and shake him to get him to respond as if he was waking him up from his sleep. He was asked later what we know about that cell or if we knew the man and what he had named. Okay. He said he didn't and claimed he didn't remember saying anything. And yes, the officer in this story was working the night that the man killed himself. A little bit confusing there. My dead grandmother spoke to me on the phone. I have an endless list of paranormal encounters in this haunted house that we bought and moved into toward the end of 2020. I hope to write out and post many of my experiences here in the near future, but I've been dying to tell somebody about this other thing. That's because it's absolutely flat out astounding. I'm excited to be able to talk about it here amongst people who can understand and or accept that these things can happen. I'll try to keep my backstory brief, but informative enough. Basically, in my entire family on both sides, moms and dads, my Nana, my mom's mom, and I have been the only two people out of everybody who believe in the afterlife and the paranormal, or any of the unexplained and not understood. She died a couple of years ago. About 3 months ago, I was talking on the phone to my grandpa, my dad's dad, on the other side of the family, though. So, they're my last, real living grandparent, and they're sick with leukemia. My grandpa lives with his wife and their dog, and his wife on that day was a few hours away at a concert with her daughter. Grandpa kept noticing that his dog was being weird, going to the door, saying that she normally only does that when his wife gets home, but she's not back yet. So that's bothering him, and he tells me to hang on because he wants to know what the dog keeps looking out of the door at. They have a landline telephone for the hard of hearing, so since it's weird, he had to set down the receiver. I sat there and I waited while I went to the door to see what was going on. While I waited with my phone at my ear for my grandma to get back, there's suddenly some kind of static and interference, and clear as an absolute day. I mean, this from the depths of my soul, really. I hear my Nana's voice, sounding confused, which was pretty irregular because she was kind of dippy. Lexi? I've heard it a zillion times. This was always the way that she'd pick up the phone when I called, and her husband answered and gave the phone to her, letting her know it's me. Every time. Lexi? My brain couldn't compute everything it was thinking at the moment, like I was remembering that she wasn't alive anymore, that I had just been talking to my grandpa on the other side of my family, and I was just completely dumbfounded. I just said, hello? That was it, though. She said nothing more than that. Another minute or so passes, and I'm still in absolute disbelief when my grandpa finally makes his way back to the phone, and I say to him, Grandpa, holy crap, you're never going to believe what just happened to me. Unlike my husband or pretty much anybody else I've told this story to, my grandpa did believe me. He didn't think that I was crazy. Maybe by the time you're 80, nothing surprises you anymore. It's different than other incidents I've heard about and read about with people having phone experiences with their deceased loved ones. Mostly because I didn't receive a call from her, but she interrupted one I was already on. Even still now, 3 months later, thinking about it and mentally reliving it trips me out and makes my stomach flip-flop. But thing is that really ultimately brought me so much comfort. That's because these experiences reinforce for us that we haven't or never really will see the last of the people that we've loved and have loved. Does anybody else have any experiences like this that they'd be willing to share? Ask Reddit. When I was 12 to 14, I had a close friend who lived in Falls Church, Virginia.
Her family owned a massive Victorian house that must have been built in the late 1700s. It was a family home, and it was purchased several generations back. I was young, so I didn't ask many questions about the house, but I did know that, much like many of the original homes in the area, theirs had been an impromptu infirmary and command base during the Revolutionary War. Holy moly, was the residual energy in certain areas of the house palpable. One bedroom would randomly smell of cigar smoke, usually in the mid-afternoon. Their sitting room was always freezing, eerily quiet, and gave me the heebie-jeebies. It always felt like somebody was watching you from behind the curtains. There was a garden reception area with beautiful domed glass that was rarely used. It was because even on the sunniest days, the room wouldn't really get warm. As an adult, I think it may have been used for TB patients. I know old houses are prone to shifting, and doors can fail to shutter open as wood expands and contracts. But the door to my friend's room would constantly swing open. It even unlocked itself during a sleepover, absolutely terrifying myself and the other girls. My friend was so nonchalant about it and claimed it was her grandfather's spirit coming to check on her. She said that he had died the next room over. She called him Mr. Scrump, after Lilo's deformed doll from Lilo and Stitch. I even heard her grandmother, admonish him for leaving doors open all over the house. But the worst was their cellar. It was renovated into a unit for her older sister and her husband to live in. I only went down once. At the base of the stairs, so narrow and so steep, by the way, that was their living room. To the right was their laundry room. Just as I started to step into their living room, her sister shouted at me to stay in the stairs. I emptied a laundry basket, flew past, and right where I would have been standing. So an empty laundry basket's just flying. She told me to introduce myself and that quote-unquote new people have to ask for permission. Looming in the laundry room was the darkest shadow I've ever seen. At least 7 feet tall and standing within the lights from the living room. It's so hard to explain the sensation that shot through me, hot and cold at the same time. I was embarrassed for some reason, but mostly I was just terrified. I'm the sort of person who tries to sort of confront their fears, but I couldn't bring myself to step down there or give it my name. The big sister claimed it was a doctor or a nurse or maybe a ranking military official who had died there. It was polite, but only if you were respectful first. Her husband said it could be a real dick or something to that effect. She told him to knock it off and actually apologized to the Shadow Man. I never crossed the threshold, but as I sat on the stairs, he shared several stories about how they'd learned to live with it. She said it never tolerated her husband raising his voice, and as much as it was a nuisance, claimed that it had protected them from a break-in several years prior. My friend told me later that animals couldn't live down there. The family dog wouldn't ever set foot on the stairs. He would just stand at the top of the stairs, barking and growling.
Sofas at graveyard. I'm an amateur ghost hunter. I only have one tool, which is an EMF reader. Well, I didn't really use that anyways. But anyway, I had the goddamn weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Let me explain. One day I was feeling a little crazy. Decided, you know what? I'm going to a graveyard. I have no idea what courage I got that day, but it was some weird shit. Anyway, I got a few friends and we took a look over at the graveyard. We didn't really see that much at first, so we split up into groups. The other group didn't find anything significant. And when I say that, I mean pretty much nothing at all. And neither did my group. We decided to group back up, and then it got weird. We saw a small hill and decided to look down. And we saw 2 random-ass sofas. This was especially weird because it was a pretty long-ass hill and there were 2 sofas on the bottom.
A pretty short road leading to that path, which also had a dead end. Went down the hill, saw the small bit of woods that wasn't affected by modern-day life. My friends got scared and decided to stay back. I got closer and closer. Then I heard rustling in a nearby bush. I looked behind me. My friends were sort of just standing there. I bolted back and told them that we should get out of here. We decided to climb up the hill and go back to the area that I live in. Part 2. I noticed some people were saying that a homeless would live there. I understand that that is a possibility, but this next thing solidified it. I got cocky. I decided to go back there with only one friend that wasn't there previously. And I regret that decision so bad. We were walking there, and there were more cars than normal, weirdly. This could have been a coincidence, but there were at least 15 to 20 cars that went by just when crossing a road. When we arrived there, my friend, I'm going to call him Jack, was acting really weird. He never acts as cautious as he was at the graveyard. When we made it to the sofas there was an extra glass table. There's like a note on the tree, apparently. We went down, and Jack and me heard something in the bush again. We noped it the hell out of there, and while we were walking a few dogs that were looking at me, one stray decided to look me dead in the eyes and run away. We were less than a kilometer away from my house, only an extra 100 meters maybe. We looked behind us. A black-robed person is standing there. Looking back, I think I saw a skinwalker a few times there. Considering that I live in Canada, and I believe that crawlers, or skinwalkers and wendigos, are the same thing, by the way, there's a lot of proof if you're still not convinced. A few more days before this happened, there was a non-human handprint on my window. It's now gone, but it was really weird. I will add that after the first time with the group of friends, all of them received faint scratches, except me. If any of you have any more questions, please comment them. Just as an average male, I have to point out that a dead-end street and a hill. Good place to throw a couch. Well, out. For free. Hatman or some old spirit, or some ghost. Okay, if you sleep in room A, then you can see the stairs and the door of room C. One day my mom saw a men figure that looked at her and then went downstairs. She couldn't say anything at that moment. But then she thought it was a boy that my sis or I sneaked. She goes to our rooms. I was in room B and my sis was in room C, but we were sleeping. Later one day I was alone in the house. We had a dog and he started barking at room C. So I go there and I see nothing. It was daylight. Then by this time, because this thing does not have a pattern, my brother moved to room C, which was empty since my sis moved out. We moved there with his wife and baby for a few months. One day they were chatting in the living room downstairs and listened to the monitor of the baby. Just sound, no image. One of the toys had turned on, the kind of toys that you move in lights and sounds on. So they go upstairs and they see that the baby's still sleeping and the toy is not even near the baby. Also, I need to clarify that a lot of people, I have 2 brothers and 1 sister, have been living there for a few weeks or months with their partners and kids. It's not a big house, but we have a lot of space. Till this moment, I haven't really seen the thing. One day I was in the TV room. If you sit there, you can see the beginning of the stairs and part of the kitchen. Is a house very open, and with everything connected with no doors, so the first floor is a very big thing with few separations. Okay, so I was there watching TV, and then I see someone coming down the stairs and going into the kitchen. I waited to see the light of the kitchen turn on or see someone crossing the kitchen, but no one was there. And this is the first time I saw it with my own eyes. At this time, I had this boyfriend coming over. He was helping me cook something, and I was in the TV room choosing something to watch, and he says, "I saw you." And I was like, "Not in the kitchen." So I go there and I ask what he is talking about. So he explained to me what he saw. Someone walking behind him exactly the path that I saw this thing walking. Is the same every time. End of the stairs, walks down, then to the kitchen. Later, a cousin of my sister-in-law was visiting the city, so she came over and refused to sleep in the house because she stated that there was something there. These stories took place from 2005 through 2015. But again, in 2020 to 2021, when COVID was in its strongest phase, my dad got sick, and by this time at the house, only my parents, myself, and my daughter lived there. Since he was really sick and attached to oxygen, my mom and he slept in the TV room. One night, both of them saw this thing, this figure walking the same path I saw before. This ghost spirit thing has never hurt us, but it doesn't have a pattern, but it looks like the headman and a shadow-like. Bloody Mary. In a small town nestled in the heart of America, a group of friends decided to have a Halloween gathering at an old creaky house owned by one of their families. The house was known for its eerie atmosphere, adding to excitement. As the clock inched closer to midnight, the conversations grew bolder, and the laughter louder. Among the group was Sarah, who loved ghost stories and pretty much anything paranormal. "Guys, we should play Bloody Mary," she suggested with a mischievous grin. A nervous tension filled the room as the others exchanged uneasy glances. The legend of Bloody Mary was infamous, summoning the vengeful spirit by chanting her name 3 times in front of a mirror. The thrill-seekers among them couldn't resist the challenge. They decided to do it in the upstairs bathroom, the spookiest room in the house, mind you. The old mirror above the sink was tarnished, casting eerie reflections in the dim light. The group huddled together, the room growing colder by the second. "Are you sure about this?" Jake, the skeptic of the group, asked. His voice was barely hiding his fear. "Absolutely," Sarah replied, her excitement undeterred. "It's just a silly legend." They turned off the lights, and the room was swallowed by darkness. Using their phones' flashlights, they illuminated their faces, casting long, eerie shadows. Sarah took a deep breath and started to chant, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." Silence followed, thick and oppressive. The air seemed to grow colder, and the shadows around them deepened. For a moment, nothing happened, and they exchanged nervous chuckles. They were thinking it was all just a joke. But then, the mirror began to fog up. A faint outline appeared. The figure of a woman, her face pale and eyes hollow, materialized in the glass. Her long, dark hair hung in tangled strands, and a malicious smile twisted upon her lips. Jake's phone flickered and died, plunging them into near darkness. Panic surged through the group and they scrambled to leave the room, but the door wouldn't budge. Sarah's heart raced as she realized they were trapped. The figure in the mirror moved closer. Her hand reached out as if to grasp them. "You called me," she whispered, her voice like that of rustling of dry leaves. The friend screamed, banging on the door and pleading for escape. Just as the spirit's hand seemed to break through the glass, the door flew open. They tumbled out, breathless and terrified, slamming the door shut behind them. The group raced downstairs,
the fear lingering in their eyes. They huddled together trying to make sense of what had just happened. The house, now silent, seemed to hold a sinister secret. The legend of Bloody Mary was no longer just a story. It was a terrifying reality. From that night on, the old house was known not just for its eerie atmosphere, but for the chilling encounter with Bloody Mary. The friends vowed never to summon her again, haunted by the memory of her twisted smile and hollow eyes. Some other strange occurrences I can remember. For a start, let me say that my current home was built during the 1940s to replace buildings destroyed during World War II. The previous owner of the house before we moved in was an old man. He died inside of the house. The first story is from my mother, a devout Christian who also practices Jewish traditions, and is pretty basic textbook ghost sighting. She claimed that she saw the previous owner of the house in the corner of the living room, which he ironically probably died in, smoking a pipe looking right at her. She smelled the tobacco in the air and a slight chill and everything. Not an experience I specifically had, but I saved one of those for later. One time me and my sister were at the park. She had told me about an encounter that she had while home alone one day. She was sitting in her room, and I can't remember if there was anything before this, as I had heard it a while ago, but she heard a baby crying from my room. When she came into the room to investigate, the crying immediately stopped and was replaced by a scream coming from outside of the room. She immediately noped out of the room, and on the way she looked down the stairs and saw a female figure holding a dead baby in its arms. I haven't asked her since whether this was true or not, so she could have just made it up to scare me. But I was old enough to not easily be tricked by stories like that, so I'm not sure if she would even try to scare me at that age. Final one I can remember for now is the Marble Man. This is one that's occurred many times over the years. It's been noticed by multiple people at a time. Every once in a while, we would just start hearing small, hard balls. Marbles are the best fit for the noise, which is why we call it that. We'd hear this rolling around in the attic. This wouldn't be weird normally, if it weren't for a few factors at least. First, this has happened to many, many times. Second, it's always one marble at a time, as though somebody's taking one out and rolling it deliberately instead of simply falling down. And finally, there's not enough room up there to comfortably roll a marble on the ground. As far as I know, the attic is filled almost to the brim with bags, boxes, and other junk that's pretty much accumulated over the years. I'd chalk it down to mice if I could. I like how this guy's chalking things down instead of up. But we've had a couple up there before, and they sound completely different to marble. They have a very distinctive pitter pattern of their feet, and at least from what I've noticed, they often vocalize as they move. But Marble Man seems pretty chill. Maybe it just likes playing games with them. Never had any negative experiences from him, unless it's actually a certain other fellow I've met simply letting us know he's still there. I consider myself a very logical, skeptical person, but I can't think of any logical explanation for the occurrences that we've seen in the house. Granted, we haven't had much activity, even from Marble Man, in the past maybe a year or two. But it specifically is recent enough for me to know for a fact that it wasn't some mass delusion that we had. I would like to rule out the possibility of any natural explanation for these before I consider them paranormal, but I really just can't think of any. Creepiest Home Alone experience. When I was around the ages of 12 to 13, I would often be left home alone after school. My parents and my younger sisters normally didn't arrive for about an hour and a half. I normally didn't mind being home alone at all, I could eat whatever I wanted, watch TV at a loud volume without being yelled at, and yell about how shitty my day was to my friends on FaceTime without being interrupted. On that particular day, I walked in the door and dropped my bags. All I wanted to do was to eat a fresh bowl of mac and cheese and cry. I was exhausted, so I got to doing just that. Nice combo. As soon as I began to boil the water, I heard the unmistakable sound of somebody wearing big, heavy snow boots walking around downstairs. I knew it couldn't have been anybody in my family because my father, who was always feeling like the first one home besides me, wouldn't be home for at least another hour. Even if he had gotten home early, he would have messaged me, and I would have clearly heard the garage door open at the very least. To stop myself from panicking, I told myself that the washing machine was most likely uneven and I should go and check on it. I turned the stove off, and just in case somebody was breaking in, I grabbed a giant kitchen knife, went downstairs. The washing machine or the dryer wasn't even running. My brain was basically frozen. I stood in front of the stairway for a good minute trying to figure out what I had heard, trying to put some kind of calming explanation behind it. That's when all of a sudden the room went freezing cold. I felt somebody standing behind me. Then whoever this was breathed down my neck and it was over. I full-on sprinted up the stairs, not only hearing footsteps behind me, but also hearing heavy breathing. When I got to the top of the stairs, I remembered I was holding a knife. I spun around to teach this motherfucker not to go into people's houses. When I did, nobody was there. I assumed that the intruder had retreated downstairs. So I locked myself in the bathroom and messaged my dad. He told me to stay put and not to make any loud sounds. When I asked him if I should call 911, he said no. There I sat in the bathroom, trying not to cry because my worst nightmare had finally come true. When all of a sudden I heard the sound of heavy boots again, but this time they were walking up the stairs. I quickly messaged my dad to see if he was home, and he said no. Felt my stomach drop as the footsteps came closer and closer. They were basically right at my door. I covered my mouth with my hand, but that still didn't cover the sound of my heavy breathing. It was due to the sheer panic. I could see the shadow of this person's feet in the crack underneath the door. I could hear him breathing on the door. I stood there, silencing my cries, tears rushing down my face. I was horrified. All of a sudden, I heard my dad's garage door open. A rush of relief filled my body. I heard the intruder run into my parents' room. My dad checked the entire house. There was nothing, no broken windows, all the doors were locked, and of course, there was no intruder. The only thing that was wrong was the basement. It was trashed, and my mother had cleaned it that day. My dad joked about how it was just my imagination, and he said I was paranoid, but to this day I still can't explain it. I know what I heard, and I know what I felt. The increasingly unsettling Airbnb stay. In 2019, me, my boyfriend, my best friend, and her partner stayed at an Airbnb in Sandusky, Ohio for a convention. There were several red flags about the place, but it was much cheaper than the hotel near the convention hall, so we opted for there. The first red flag happened as soon as we arrived. The owner greeted us and made a point to tell us his house was directly next door. As in, if there weren't any trees, he would be able to see into the windows of where we were staying. Okay, so he had a few houses on his property, no big deal, right? Wrong. It only got worse from there. Per instruction, we were forbidden to go into the basement under any circumstances, unless there was a tornado. Being the curious young adults we are, we opened the door anyway. We were going to investigate, but stopped in our tracks as soon as we saw the direction the stairs were facing, directly towards the owner's home. In the darkness, there was a faint electronic glow. We quickly shut the door and barricaded it with luggage, and again, the owner's home was just so close that there could have easily been something connecting his house to this basement.
A little weirded out at this point, we went and looked at the rest of the house. It was a nice and spacious place with a narrow staircase to the second floor where our bedrooms would be. We selected our rooms and began to unwind after a long drive. In my boyfriend and I's room, there was a single random sprinkler in the middle of the ceiling that looked out of place. We were tired from the trip, so I didn't really think much of it then. But looking back now, there's a high chance it was a hidden camera. Things only got weirder from here. We were gone most of the next day at the convention, and when we returned, one of the outside doors that we definitely locked was unlocked and slightly ajar. My friends and I collectively shared a look of panic and closed and locked the door. My best friend's partner suggested that maybe the owner needed to get something out there while we were gone and didn't close the door completely on the way out. We made sure all of our things were still there and, well, soon forgot about it because we discovered something more pressing. The locks on both the bedroom doors were now ineffective. We told ourselves that they were already like that and we just didn't notice. I'm not sure if I really believe that. Our second to last night, my boyfriend and I were both restless over what had been happening at the Airbnb and the day's activities. So we decided to try to find something to watch on TV and take our minds off of it. So we were flipping through the channels on the TV when suddenly we came across a Windows 10 lock screen. No computer in sight. I opened the cabinets and looked around trying to find one. The dresser the TV was on was too heavy to move to look behind, but seeing there was wires, they were sort of positioned where they could have very well gone through the wall and into the basement. We were too frightened to see the basement for ourselves to confirm or deny our suspicions of surveillance and the owner interference. And who knows what else. Needless to say, we left as quickly as possible the last day and didn't look back. And hopefully left a review online, ? The Giggling Girl. I was at my ex-girlfriend's house and I was staying the night. We were up late anyway, so it was roughly 1 a.m. I was up in her room writing music on my laptop while she was downstairs working on her coursework for college. It was very silent in her room, almost still and eerie. The music I was making sounded too clean. Her bedroom door suddenly flung open and caught her sideboard, making a huge bang, scaring the life out of me. It just broke the silence like thunder. At that point, I was already scared shit. A couple of seconds later, whilst the door swings shut, I hear a faint girlish laugh coming from the corridor. The more I focused on it, the louder and clearer it became. I assumed at this point it was my ex outside the door playing a prank on me. I decided to play her ruse, and so I started counting down from 10 out loud, saying that I was going to open the door and tickle her. Well, I started counting down from 10, 9, 8. The giggling turned into laughing, and it increased in volume. I sounded playful, almost, or I'm sure it sounded playful, almost bordering on maniacal. The longer I counted, the door started to shake as if she was banging against it herself. I got up off the bed and crept towards the door. 5, 4, 3. The laughing continued to tease me, maybe even enticing me. I reached up to the door handle and gripped it with my hand. I swung the door open with all of my strength, jumped through the doorway, planning to land on her and tickle her. Well, I landed in the corridor. My feet slammed down, and in that same moment, the laughing abruptly stopped with no warning. I was now alone in the corridor. It took me a few moments to gather myself, and I proceeded to pace the corridor looking for her. The slow realization that she was never there started to dawn on me. I sprinted down the stairs, feeling as if a presence was following me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see her. I opened the living room door to find her hunched over her books, headphones, full volume. I grabbed the headphones off of her and she looked at me all surprised. I asked her if she'd just been upstairs, laughing outside of her room, and she swore to me she hadn't left that spot in front of the TV since she started her revision a few hours earlier. I told her about what just happened. She didn't really look surprised at all, which made me really confused. She told me that the whole family has experiences, this little girl in the house. 2 months later, I was back at her house and we were in the garden. I was stroking the cat outside and my ex tapped me on the shoulder and looked at her bedroom window. We could see a figure of what looked like a little girl standing at her window. I was very stunned and it shook me to the core, but to them it seemed like an everyday experience. Her mom knew that I was curious about it, so a few weeks after, she was just taking pictures on her phone of my ex's bed to sell. Here are the photos, and I'll let them speak for themselves. I have to put them in the sequence that she took them in. I would like to see.
Odd experiences. So this whole situation is incredibly hard to explain. But since having a son and seeing him react to these events, I have to reach out to others who may know what's going on, or who can relate. Since I was younger, I've always been able to see things. I've had incredibly vivid dreams that came true. I've heard voices and I've seen things. And on occasions, my friends and family have heard or seen what I had as well, which they didn't believe me until then. These dreams I've always had, they've been disturbing, really. Mostly involving this creature that shapeshifts and scares me in my dreams. It has no eyes, and I always called them abyss eyes as a kid. The creature has appeared to me as a cat and as a lizard. It always appears in a very traumatic period in my dreams. It's spoken to me on many occasions. Recently, I was speaking with a good friend of mine about one of his friends. He mentioned that friend could sense and see things. Well, he mentioned how this friend had seen something in the back of who they call the quote-unquote creepy kid. Which, keep in mind, creepy kid had been complaining of nightmares and seeing things. The creepy kid left one night, and the friend said that he saw this being on his shoulders. It was all hunched, had a long nose, and absolutely no eyes. I flipped out. I didn't know what to think of it. I hadn't mentioned those dreams I had to anyone. And this is just one of the things that I've been dealing with. There's also this. I guess you could call it a family legend. It's of a shadow creature that we call the Black Cat. He's not a cat. He's a shadow being that's tall, slinky, and fast. My great-grandmother, who's extremely Mormon and skeptical of most things, said that it chased her and her son throughout the woods years ago. There have been numerous occasions where I've seen him slinking in the house as a child, or even whispering to me, even though I'm unable to make out what he's saying. My friends have seen him numerous times. They're also freaked out by the occurrence. Recently I was gifted tarot cards, which I found out I'm incredibly gifted with. I haven't given an inaccurate reading yet, but since receiving them, what's been going on has intensified. I've woken up in the middle of the night to voices, shadows moving, and more. My son has even reacted to these events. He's afraid to go to sleep on his own. The other night I woke up to something standing above me. It was horrifying. This is only a couple of occurrences. There's so much to explain, but if anybody's interested, and, well, I want to explain as much as I can without being confusing. I've never reached out over this subject before, and this stuff has occurred since I was a child. There have been many more disturbing experiences that actually involved my family.
I just want to hear thoughts from others. White, iridescent green-colored flash of light illuminates entire room at Moana Surfrider Inn. This is an entirely real story. In July of 2019, I went to Hawaii with my then girlfriend, now wife, for a vacation. The first night there, we lay kind of jet-lagged, talking about nothing. It was very late. I had my eyes closed, and I had been suffering from severe anxiety recently, which led me to pretty initially ignoring the sudden burst of light which bled through my closed eyelids. Gave them a reddish color. Shine a flashlight on your closed eyes, and you'll see what I mean. My past experience with extreme anxiety had led to some strange occurrences. Being woken up hearing my name being called, or feelings of being thrust into my headboard. When anxiety gets bad enough, it can really mess with you. I was ready to ignore this light burst, but my girlfriend then asked me, "What was that?" I held a contained altitude typical of anything I assumed to be supernatural and expressed relief that she saw it too. Hold on, you held a contained... Oh, I thought you said altitude. Still sounds weird and AI to me. She had her eyes open, and according to her, the room just got very bright for a quick moment. Snap your fingers and it was that fast. She described it as green and bright and may as well have been white. What makes the story even crazier is that Moana Surfrider Inn is listed as one of the most haunted hotels in America. I swear to you, I did not know this prior to looking it up during the days following this event. Also, we had blackout shades on the windows. This was not an errant light that flooded our room from the road below. This was, as far as I can tell, a genuine encounter with the spirit. Some other events took place while sleeping here, but nothing as significant or as obvious or real as this was. This story, along with a couple of others that I tell, makes my eyes well up with tears, makes my hair stand on end and my skin become covered with goosebumps all over. Sharp and intense goosebumps that almost make me feel cold. Guy went extra in on the goosebumps. Every time I would fall asleep, I would be jerked awake immediately, feeling often that I was being grabbed, and there was always a disturbing image associated with this disruption. I felt a heavy darkness around me. I felt tingly, almost around my head, and like there was a swirling of energy. I felt like a kid again, not wanting to move. This went on consistently for about 30 minutes, and then I decided to take a sleeping pill. I'm very sensitive to medications and was soon asleep, sleeping throughout most of the night. I woke up the next day and left right away to get driving. The problem I'm having is that ever since that night I've changed. I'm constantly paranoid and looking over my shoulder. Very depressed and periodically crying multiple times throughout the day. I feel off and out of sorts, not connected to reality, not functioning. I don't feel alone when I'm sitting here alone right now. I feel as if this thing has attached itself to me. I've asked it to leave multiple times, and today's day 3 of feeling this way. If you've made it this far, I want to thank you and also ask for any advice. I need to fix this immediately. You heard him. I grew up in a dark household. Throughout my childhood, I would recall several instances where no explanation could be derived. Here are a few. 1. We were watching a movie when a picture frame that had hung on the wall suddenly lifted and crashed to the floor. It had been there for years with no issues prior to this. 2. My older sister, 18 at the time, was home from college, about to head to work. She talks to my mother from another room and tells her, "I love you, Mom, I'm going to work, bye." My mom replies with, "I love you, bye," and my sister begins driving down the street when she sees her mother driving past. My sister hits the brakes. My mother recalls seeing a shocked expression on my sister's face and her running pale, and my sister says, "Weren't you at the house?"
My mom was coming home from the store and hadn't been home for 45 minutes. 3. My little sister, 10, and I, 12, were home alone, too afraid to leave the family room due to having a weird, creeped-out feeling. My father comes home from shopping and asks us why we moved the cat tower from his room to the hallway, blocking the door. We never left that room, and no one in our family touched it at all. 4. My father, sister, and I are in my parents' room working on homework. We hear the front door handle being messed with and hear the door open. My mother and sister were on their way home from my sister's dance class, so we yelled hello. Our dogs run to the door to greet them. We hear frantic, loud footsteps all throughout the home and even outside around the house. They never responded to us. We hear the footsteps approaching the door and stop at the bathroom door, or rather bedroom door. And getting worried, my dad yells for my mother. Realizing something was wrong, my father grabbed a Glock from the safe. He searches all throughout the house, and when he leaves the room, the footsteps stop. My sister and mother text our group chat to tell us that they're on their way home. There was no one else in the home and no door opening or closing signifying a person exiting, but something entered. 5. Seeing my sister walk past me in the kitchen as I prepared my lunch for the next day. I asked her if she wanted me to make her some as well. She doesn't respond as she enters the family room. Confused, I walk after her. She wasn't in the family room. I enter her bedroom down the hall. I ask her why she ignored me just then. She tells me that she hasn't left her room for over 20 minutes and she was doing homework. I could feel the blood draining from my face. And our home does have a dark history. I found a calendar shoved in the floorboards from the 1930s, which mysteriously disappeared. Our home was a meth lab in the early 2000s. A couple who lived there died in a police chase. Even her grandmother said that they would have claimed there was a man watching us in her room in the bedroom, which she said creeped her out due to the fact that a man died in her bedroom before they moved in. She ended up passing away in that very spot. Very Breaking Bad of a house that you have. See ya. I almost became a missing person. I'm from Gaithersburg, Maryland. And back in 2018, I had a part-time job in Silver Spring. I didn't have a car, so I'd have to take 2 buses to get to a downtown Silver Spring. The commute was about an hour each way. I worked nights, so on weekends I'd get out especially late, around 11:30 p.m. or so. Buses stopped running around midnight, so I'd usually manage to catch the first one. But if I was unlucky, I'd have to walk home for the second station. The second station was Shady Grove Metro, which wasn't too bad since it was just up the road from my neighborhood, about a 1.5 mile walk. The sidewalk ran alongside a usually busy intersection and highway, but at this hour it was dead quiet. I was 18 at the time and I always had my headphones in, completely unafraid of my surroundings. That was until this encounter. Halfway through the walk home, I was about to cross a large intersection. That's when a lone car drove past me, went a little bit further up the road and then stopped. It opened its passenger side door. Didn't think much of it at first, assuming somebody was just getting dropped off. Montgomery County is generally a safe place, so I didn't feel any immediate concern. But as I kept walking, I noticed something odd. No one was stepping out, and the inside of the car was deathly black. Like you couldn't even see any glowing knobs or radio, Apple Play, nothing. The normal car lights that usually would turn on when you open a door were turned off or just didn't have any. I tried to make sense of the situation. Was this a taxi or an Uber stopping to see if I wanted a ride? But there were no markings, stickers, or anything in the car that indicated it was a taxi or an Uber. Maybe it was an acquaintance offering a lift.
I knew various people around the neighborhood, but I didn't recognize this car. Nobody was calling out to me either. Finally, I started feeling sketched out. I stopped walking, quickly glanced behind me to make sure no one was sneaking up, and then looked back at the car. It dawned on me that I could easily be snatched up and kidnapped here without a single witness. It was 12:30 at night on a dead silent highway intersection. My fight-or-flight instinct kicked in. I puffed out my chest and I tried to look intimidating, hoping that would deter whoever's in the car. A tense minute passed with no movement from me and no sign of life from the car. Then finally, the passenger door shut and the car drove off into the night. I walked the rest of the way home with my headphones out, more aware of my surroundings than ever. I was only 18 and I'm 25 now, but I still think about that encounter to this day. Was this a potential kidnapper, human trafficker, or murderer? Or could it have been something even stranger, like a paranormal encounter? Or something less strange? That's my sixth sense. I think a murderer, or a trafficker, or a kidnapper would try harder than that.
Spooky Northern New York. We moved to a house on Fort Drum. It's in northern New York. We had a 3-year-old TV in my daughter's room. She was 4 at the time. She liked to watch about 20 minutes of TV each night to make her eyes tired. Every night at the end of 20 minutes, she'd be asleep. I would come in and turn off the TV. In this Fort Drum house, however, the TV seemed to have a mind of its own. I'd come in to turn it off, walk to my room, and then I would hear it turn back on. When I would turn around to turn it back off, it would turn off by itself. Almost every night I would play this game with the TV. I thought there was an issue with the timer, or maybe my daughter was laying on the remote. But there was no explanation. The TV was working perfectly normal for a few weeks, at least earlier in our previous home. After that, things would come up missing. They'd show up in bizarre places. At night, particularly when my husband was working, I would hear strange bumps downstairs. One night, my husband was away for 24-hour duty. My daughter was asleep, and my dog and I were in bed in the master bedroom. All of a sudden, we heard somebody slowly stomping up the stairs. I immediately thought my husband had come home to grab something. Maybe I just didn't hear the door unlock. Once the stomping got halfway up the stairs on the landing, the stomping turned into running. My dog went to the edge of the bed, wagging her tail, thinking Dad was home. We, the dog and I, sat frozen in bed, waiting for my husband to come through the bedroom door. No one was there. The very next day, my daughter and I were talking over breakfast. Daughter: I can see ghosts. Me sort of playing along. Oh, you can? Cool. Daughter: there's one in my room at night. She's old and her ears are covered. She has a kind face. Me: daughter: her name is Ruth. Me: what does she do? Does she talk to you? No, she just stands in my closet and watches me. My daughter didn't seem to be alarmed or frightened in the slightest. I was, but I played it cool. A few nights later, after again playing the on-off game with the TV, I was in bed. I heard the usual small bumps in the night. Then a big crash. I ran downstairs to find that a wooden sign had been flung across the room. It had broken a vase. Or a vase. Or both. Both. I started crying in fear. I sort of yelled, "You're scaring me. We have to live in this house for now. Please stop scaring me and leave us alone." Afterwards, I felt really stupid as I walked back upstairs, and nothing really ever happened again. Not even the TV. My daughter never mentioned Ruth after that night.
The Ghost of Lou Gehrig. So this story needs a little bit of a background to paint the full picture. For those of you who don't know, Lou Gehrig was a Hall of Fame baseball player who played for the Yankees for 17 seasons. He also was the guy who died and is the namesake of Lou Gehrig's disease. Sorry for pronouncing that wrong in the beginning. All too familiar with this. So, Lou was an adamant fisherman and moved to our town and would spend his free time fishing in our bay over where we would catch some pretty big striper and bluefish. Back in the early 20th century, our bay always had water in it, but during the Great Depression they built a bridge to an island and did a lot of public works. So now at low tide we only have mud. This is going to be an important detail later on in the story. So, in 1941, Lou passed away at the age of 38. So this is where my part of the story comes in, and my dad's. So my dad gets up early for work and would always see this eerie figure fishing off the rock pier at the dock. We would always vanish with the fog, and my dad would just assume leave to go to work. I had never seen him before, but my dad mentioned this man he saw every morning at around 5 a.m., but we never really thought anything of it. Jump ahead to January of 2020. That's when I was working on a construction site and had to start waking up very early in the morning to go to Long Island by 6 a.m. Every morning I would see the man fishing in the fog. Never really thought much of it until one particularly snowy day at low tide. So, this morning I saw the man fishing on the pier, on a day where it was below freezing with high winds and snow falling, which I thought was pretty strange, but to each his own. While I was sitting in traffic on I-95, something clicked in my head that makes no sense for somebody to be fishing in these conditions. On top of the extreme cold, there's literally no water where he was fishing. Then I started connecting the dots and realized he's always fishing at the same time, with or without water in the bay, and always vanished with the fog. For a while, my dad and I were joking around about the ghost of a fisherman, but didn't take that really seriously or give it much thought. That was until we talked to some of our neighbors. They lived in the community a lot longer than us. According to the old-timers, they claim it's the ghost of Lou. I can't confirm these details, and I don't think anybody really can because I wasn't alive in 1941. But allegedly, Lou was a regular at that fishing spot and was a big morning fisher. According to my own research, the man would fish all day, so I don't know how relevant that is. And also, allegedly, the ghost didn't appear there until shortly after he passed away. Again, 1941, pretty hard to corroborate that. Anyway, I don't know if it's actually the ghost of Lou Gehrig, but I certainly hope it's a ghost. Otherwise, some poor soul has absolutely no idea you need water to fish. Ask Reddit. Most of the really scary things in my life have gotten explanations eventually. The one that remains very scary even after learning what was going on was a hike that I took. My husband and I, and our baby, we took him to her parents to meet them. It was calving season, so they could leave the ranch and didn't want them to miss out on the newborn phase for our baby. Once there, my husband gets to work working on the ranch. I was still recovering from a difficult labor, third-degree tears, etc. So I was absolutely not allowed to help pull calves or haul hay bales. Certainly not. So, I decided to use our baby carrier and take some slow walks through the canyons around the ranch. It's a beautiful area. For the first time out there, I saw butterflies. Not just one or two, but a whole little cloud of them. I followed them a little dry canyon where I could see like a little stream a little bit ways beyond. There were 4 or 5 different types of butterflies, and just dozens and dozens of each type. When the wind shifted, I smelt intestines. Looking around, I realized that there were a lot of dead things nearby. They were in various states of skeletal remain. At least 1 cow, an elk, and a mule and a deer. A few bones that looked like coyotes. Lots that were just old and scattered. But there was one that looked like it was recent, really recent, just laying under an overhang. That was the one I'd smelled when the breeze shifted. I had passed on my way into the canyon without seeing underneath the butterflies and had to pass it again to leave. Later, my father-in-law would explain that butterflies in the desert will drink sweat, and tears from mammals to survive. And if there's blood around, they'll drink that for the salt. Also, cougars and mountain lions like to find canyons or dry washes that lead to streams. Those tend to funnel wildlife through narrowed paths. The mountain lion sort of perches above on a rock or a tree branch. They wait to drop down on the animals passing beneath. They'll hunt along wildlife corridors and overpasses for same reasons. This method allows the mountain lion to take down animals larger than itself, like elk or cattle. There wasn't hardly any meat missing from that deer, maybe a pound or 2. I had interrupted the lion's meal when I walked into its funnel. That particular cat was well known to the ranch. He was about 15 years old at that point and had been hunting closer and closer to the barns that were around that year. To the point he'd been seen in between the house and the barn, and some of the barn cats had gone missing. Cougars get desperate for easier prey as they age, so it's pretty uncommon for them to live as long as that one did. Finally passed at around 16 or 17 years old. I don't know much about them, but seems if it would smell that bad, they wouldn't be interested. But what do I know about cats? Knocking on the door, and how I got rid of it. Back when I was in college, me and my brother are living in the same apartment in Manila. Our room is at the back of the apartment building where the access to our water tank and the circuit breaker is. That's because this room is cheaper. The only way you get to our room is through a thick metal door. I am a nursing student, and sometimes I'm on night duty, so me and my brother don't see each other often. Then one day my brother was angry at me, asking if I was lending our keys to other people. I told him of course not. Why would I do that? He said, because I can't sleep last night. Someone keeps knocking on her door. I told him that's probably your neighbor's door that you're hearing, which is actually quite impossible given the location of our room. I find it ridiculous until it happens to me. It was in the afternoon and I was sleeping as I was from my night duty, when I hear someone knocking on our door. I thought it was my brother and I was mad. I ask him, "Don't you have your keys?" And when I open ours, no one's there. I still have my doubts. Maybe it's some kind of acoustic illusion or what. So I just ignore it, and it happened several times more. It even happened when me and my brother were in a room together. We're trying to investigate what it is, and after hearing the knock, we even rush to go outside, open the metal door, check if somebody's pranking us. Check if it's coming from somewhere else, maybe. We try to find out what it is scientifically, but the knock is really coming from our wooden door. So I theorized a plan to get rid of it. Back when I was in college, we had to submit a thesis as a requirement. Me and my group were doing research in Manila Boys Town. This is where minors who are in conflict with the law are sent. So like a sort of Philippine version of juvenile hall, I guess. And this place is said to be haunted. Though this place looks nice, full of trees, fresh air, it feels like this place is very depressing. Most of these children have a history of abuse from their parents or relatives. So you can see the psychological reason why these children had committed crimes. Some children even had committed suicide. But what makes this place more haunted is because of its building caught on fire and killing some children. So in my theory, one of the spirits of these children followed me. I think spirits are attached to extreme emotions, and that's why it followed me. I was emotionally disturbed at that time because I found out my mother's having an affair while my father's working abroad. I could also relate to these children as he was also a victim of abuse when I was younger. So what I did was I told the spirit to follow me again. I'm going to go back to middle of Boys Town, and we went back. I said a short prayer and went back again to her apartment. And guess what? The knocking stopped, and to be honest, it's not a scary experience for me. I don't know why, maybe the spirit's not evil. Hope these children eventually find peace here on Earth or in the afterlife. My old apartment was haunted and eventually forced my wife and I out. So, like the title says, my old apartment was haunted. My wife and I both had separate experiences in that house. I can't speak to all of her experiences, but a few that stood out for me were as follows. Shortly after we moved in, my wife and I were in bed sleeping during the day. We both worked third shift, and I heard the sound of a kid saying, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," from her side of the bed. Thought it was my stepson and rolled over to see what he wanted. When I rolled over, I saw a shadow from a child on all fours over top of my wife. I blinked to clear my eyes of sleepiness. It was gone. Something you should know about this apartment was that it was a house with two apartments divided between the top floor and the bottom. I looked at both floors before choosing the bottom floor. That's because it was bigger and had a basement. Anyway, a year or so later, one night I'm just getting home from work and I look at the house and I see a pale face looking out from an attic window. The upstairs apartment did have tenants at the time, but I know for a fact that the landlord had bolted the attic shut. That's because when I asked if I could look up at the upstairs apartment, he said that. There were numerous other smaller incidents. The usual footsteps when no one was around, seeing shadow people out of the corner of your eye. Random feelings of being watched and dread, but things really escalated when my wife got pregnant. Things started happening around her more often. When her belly started to show, she would sometimes wake up with scratches on it. Once she swears some unnatural force of some kind straight up knocked her down. But what really forces us to move was after we had my son. He would have random scratches in his body, and after the first time we found him, we just made sure he went to bed with mitts on. That was because baby fingernails are razor blades in their own right. And we also make sure that he's always wearing a onesie to protect him from getting scratched in some other way. That was the last straw. We could tolerate the attacks on ourselves, but not the baby. We packed up and moved before his first birthday to a home that we bought ourselves. This home is also haunted, but not in the malicious way like the last, and that's a series of tales for the future. As we were leaving, we felt the obligation to warn the new tenants, but didn't want to look crazy either. There was a section of wood paneling in the basement that could pull off the wall to get access to the water main. I figured that any sufficiently curious renter would eventually pull that panel off to see what's behind it. I did. So I left a note there addressing the next tenants, in quotes, taped to the inside of the panel detailing what went on and warning them of what they may encounter. He may call me an ass for not telling him outright, but I didn't feel it was right to potentially scare off anybody that would be renting this apartment, since our landlord was a good person. That's rare. The landlord being a good person part. Little Jimmy at the bakery From 2008 to 2013, my uncle owned a bakery where I worked during my college years. Sadly, it closed when he died unexpectedly. The building itself was a very old one. It was basically just a long rectangular shape. We divided it up into about 3 rooms and added the actual bakery part onto the back. The first room where you walked in, obviously, was the storefront, with a door to the right that led to our quote-unquote cake decorating room. It's what it sounds like. A room where we would decorate cakes and store things and just use it as a general back room. Continuing through that room was the second back area with freezers and a storage closet and a mini office room divided off from that. Continuing from there through the original back door was the bakery. Anyway, that building had actually been a lot of things in its life. It was multiple bars, a hair salon at one point, and it was even a brothel. This was a place where some pretty famous gangsters also passed through back in the day. So even its basement had hidden rooms from the times of Prohibition. But this is all just a backstory for what the building itself is or was. As for what happened to us working there, it was just a lot of strange things. The first thing I can ever remember happened was like a cupcake holder flying across the room. We kept it on a shelf on the right side of the cake decorating room by the door. And one day we heard a loud crash that scared the heck out of us. Me and my coworker went back there to see what fell or broke, and to our surprise, we found the cupcake holder all the way across the room by the other door laying on its side. We didn't think much of it though, as, well, before we would even suspect a ghost or whatever. The second event occurred maybe a year or so later, and it happened in the middle of the night while my uncle and the other staff were baking. One of our coworkers turned around to see what appeared to be a little boy in like an old-looking hat. It freaked her out, but apparently she was part of some ghost hunting team and said that she was used to this sort of thing, she said. That night I remember me and my parents went over there as well, but of course we didn't see anything. After this, things started getting a little bit more weird or annoying. Things would randomly go missing and show up in other places. We'd hear loud footsteps in the back as somebody headed to the front. But rather than opening the door and walking to the storefront, they would stop at the door and nobody would be there and we'd open and look. Same thing would happen a lot in the back room as well, where you'd hear somebody's boots climbing up the ramp from the bakery, but then vanish at the top of the ramp. Eventually, my uncle started calling it Little Jimmy. Whenever something weird would happen, we would just blame it on him. Strange things like this continued for years, up until we had to close down. Now the place has been reopened as yet another bar. Can't help but wonder if they experience the same things as well. Check it out. The Legend of Joro Gumo. In the ancient forests of Japan, there lived a fearsome yokai known as Jorogumo. This creature was a half-woman, half-spider that could transform into a beautiful woman to lure unsuspecting men to their doom. The Jorogumo was notorious for her cunning and deadly allure, making her one of the most feared yokai in Japanese folklore. One evening, a young samurai named Hiroshi was walking through some streets of a small village. The sun had just set, casting long shadows across the path. As he made his way home, he was accosted by an alluringly gorgeous woman. Her beauty was mesmerizing. Her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly charm. She approached Hiroshi with a seductive smile, her voice as sweet as honey. Despite her enchanting appearance, Hiroshi sensed something was amiss. His training and instincts as a samurai made him wary of the woman's intentions. As she tried to seduce him, he noticed subtle signs that betrayed her true nature. Her movements were too fluid, her gaze too intense. Realizing that she wasn't human but some kind of yokai, Hiroshi's hand
instinctively went to his sword. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and plunged it toward the woman. She let out a shriek of pain. Her disguise faltering, she quickly retreated into the shadows. Hiroshi followed the scarlet trail of spotted blood, determined to uncover the truth. The trail led him to an old abandoned house on the outskirts of the village. The air was thick with the scent of decay. The walls were covered in cobwebs. As Hiroshi stepped inside, he was met with a horrifying sight. Dozens of bodies bound in spider silk, their lifeless eyes staring into the void. In the center of the room lay a giant Joro spider, its body grotesque and monstrous. The creature was dead, its injuries matching the wounds Hiroshi had inflicted on the woman. The samurai realized that the Jorogumo had been using her beauty to lure men to their deaths, feasting on their flesh and leaving their bodies to rot. Hiroshi's heart pounded as he took in the gruesome scene. He knew he had narrowly escaped a terrible fate. His resolve to protect the village from such horrors grew stronger. He left the abandoned house, vowing to warn others of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. The legend of Jorogumo spread far and wide, a cautionary tale of the deadly allure of the yokai. Served as a reminder to always be vigilant and to trust one's instincts, for not everything that appears beautiful is benign. Being home alone versus being alone outside. Recently, I had a conversation with a friend who's now divorced, and for the first time in decades is now home alone. He's over 50 years old, and he had trouble adjusting to being alone in his home. His home, probably one of the oldest homes in his city, certainly among the top 20 oldest homes, is fairly large, like 5 bedrooms and almost 300 square feet, or rather, 3,000. This home also has on record 3 deaths. 2 were from natural causes. We were talking about how can grown adults, especially guys, still be scared of the dark in a way. I told him that I've camped in the past all alone in the middle of nowhere, in a campsite or campgrounds in quotes. But just going out in the middle of the desert and camping out, or in the mountains, or hiking or camping for the night. I have on occasion have been home alone with the wife and kid out for several days. And yeah, it's hard to fall asleep because to me it's like things are all out of normal. But not that I'm particularly afraid, but that I do hear every noise, creak, and sound that sort of alerts me. He's not been camping out by himself before. He said that he thinks that he would do better camping alone than he does at being home alone. He recently had a family member move in with him, and he's been doing better just knowing another person's in the house. He doesn't believe in ghosts except for one time he had an experience that he couldn't explain, but he just said that he hates the feeling of being alone and heightened senses of every bump in the night. I told him one time, I was camping out in the desert one time back in 1994. I wasn't originally supposed to be camping alone, but what had happened was I had a 4x4 truck and met some of my friends out in the middle of the Mojave. We did some shooting, set up targets, and they left in their truck to go get some supplies. They never made it back. I didn't find out till the next day it was car trouble, so I was left alone. So what happened was, out there you can't really camp on the ground like normal camping, due to scorpions. But mostly fire ants. I'd set up a campfire, made dinner, and put my sleeping bag out in the bed of my truck. I fell asleep before I really got worried about my friends not coming back. I woke up at about 2 a.m. due to the night turning colder. I got up and went to go get an extra blanket from the cab of my truck. I noticed my friend's neighbor came back and started looking around for them. The feeling of being the only one out there with only moonlight and all that, and the noise of the land. While I can say that I personally think being alone outside at night in certain circumstances might be more scary than being at home alone, but I think for me being home alone is just a matter of things just being different. like not having a good night's sleep in a hotel room. Of course, if your home was known to be haunted or camping in an area that maybe has seen many haunted cases, I imagine those circumstances take a big part of the conclusion. What would you think would be more unnerving? The one without walls. Halloween Horror Nights. It was a dark and stormy evening in Sentosa. That was as Lisa and her friends eagerly entered Universal Studios Singapore. The air was thick with anticipation. They were here for Halloween Horror Nights, the spine-tingling event that transformed the park into a realm of nightmares. As they ventured deeper into the park, the screams of delighted terror and eerie music set the perfect backdrop. They passed through haunted houses, each one more horrifying than the last. Their laughter echoed through the fog as they dared each other to enter the next maze. Finally, they reached the last attraction. It was a haunted maze. It was themed around the infamous old Changi Hospital. The stories of ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences in the abandoned hospital were legendary in Singapore, and now they would face those legends firsthand. Lisa shivered as they entered the maze. The atmosphere was unnervingly realistic, with flickering lights and the sound of distant footsteps. The group huddled together, making their way through the narrow, dimly lit corridors. As they turned a corner, Lisa felt a sudden chill. She glanced behind her and saw a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. Her heart raced and she grabbed her friend's arm. "Did you see that?" Lisa said. Her voice was trembling. "See what?" her friend replied, looking pretty puzzled. Lisa pointed, but the figure was gone. Shaking it off as part of the attraction, they continued. But that sense of unease grew stronger with each step. It felt as if they were being watched. In one of the rooms, they encountered a life-size mannequin dressed as a nurse. Its head slowly turned toward them. Lisa let out a startled scream. But before she could laugh it off, the mannequin's eyes blinked. Something it definitely was not supposed to do. The group froze, and in a moment of silence, they heard it. A soft whisper, almost inaudible but distinctively human. "Help me," the voice said. They bolted, running blindly through the maze, desperate to escape the unsettling presence. As they finally burst out into the open air, they collapsed onto the grass, hearts pounding and breathless. "What just happened in there?" one of them panted. "I don't know," Lisa replied, trying to steady herself. But that didn't feel like part of the show. Later that night, as they recounted their experience to the park staff, they were met with uneasy glances. One of the employees leaned in and whispered, "The maze is haunted. A real ghost from old Changi Hospital is said to have followed us here. People have felt its presence before." Lisa and her friends left Universal Studios with a story they would never forget. One of a real ghostly encounter amidst the manufactured horrors of Halloween Horror Nights. Weird experience in Yellowstone. Hello, I used to be in the Boy Scouts, and I've done a lot of hiking and backpacking deep in the woods. I've seen my fair share of odd things, too. What happened to me in Yellowstone National Park leaves me with questions and a slight amount of paranoia. Anyways, I'll begin by saying that I was around 14 or 15 at the time, and I was completely sober. There were two things that happened that I can't explain, and I'd like your guys' opinions. The first happened while walking along a ridge line to a campsite about 5 miles into the woods. Down to the left is a steep drop-off with very sharp rocks down near the bottom. And at any rate, we got tired and stopped to have lunch. Sitting on a rock looking down into the ravine and eating my sandwich.
That's when I noticed movement in the rocks below. This is strange for two reasons. One, there's no possible way to reach the bottom of it without having to literally fall down into it. That's because there's no trails, and two, there's nothing but jagged rocks and a few small trees, so it was confusing that anything was moving down there. At first, I just thought it was some kind of animal. About 2 minutes later, I'm still looking and I see what appears to be a head and two eyes. They're peering from behind one of the rocks. It was around 150 yards away, so I couldn't see it all too well. But it didn't look human. It didn't look like any animal I've ever seen either. Only its arm and torso were visible. It had very long arms, and when I noticed I was looking at it, it ran behind the rocks and I never saw it again. I have no idea what I saw, but I didn't mention it to anybody else, thinking I'd sound crazy. Maybe I just, maybe it's the light or something. And this is starting to get long-winded, so I'm going to keep this next one short. Basically, during one of the nights of us camping, my friend and I just decided to go out and explore before it got too dark. Keep in mind, we left at 4 o'clock. We wanted to go back around 5:30 for chow. So we went off south about a quarter mile, turned right to make a circle around the campsite just to see what's around. Eventually we start to notice that we're seeing the same trees and bushes over and over again. We stop and pull out a map and compass to see what's going on when the compass needle just starts freaking out. And by this point, it had felt like about an hour. We decided to head back and we made our way back. The adult leaders asked us why we didn't stay out very long. We said that we'd been gone for almost an hour and a half. They looked at us with a weird face. They said that we'd only been gone for 15 minutes. And sure enough, when we checked our watches, it said 4:17. We were both freaked out, but we said that we just got lost and decided to come back, not wanting to sound too crazy. These experiences keep me up some nights and drive me crazy when I try to think about what could have been. What's y'all's opinions? The haunted phone number. In the bustling city of Guangzhou, whispers of a haunted phone number began to circulate amongst the locals. The number, they said, was cursed. Those who dared to dial it would hear terrifying screams and wails from the other end. And worse still, callers might experience terrible misfortune, or even death in the days following the call. The story first gained traction when a curious university student named Wei decided to test the urban legend for himself. This sounds an awful lot like a Wei we know. Wei was known for his skepticism and his love for debunking myths. I like him. One evening, he gathered his friends in his dormitory, and with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he dialed the cursed number. As the phone rang, the room fell silent. On the third ring, the call connected, and a chilling, blood-curdling scream was filling the room. The sound was so horrifying that Wade dropped the phone, his hands trembling. His friends looked at each other in shock, the color draining from their faces. For the next few days, Wade couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. He started experiencing strange phenomena. Electronics malfunctioned around him, and he often felt an icy breath on his neck when no one was there. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and he was plagued by nightmares of a screaming voice. Despite his efforts to ignore the creeping dread, Wei's misfortune escalated. His grades plummeted, and he lost his part-time job. His health then began to deteriorate as well. One evening, as he was crossing the street, a speeding car nearly ran him over, missing him by mere inches. Wade couldn't deny it any longer. The curse was real. Desperate to break it, Wade sought the help of a local Taoist priest. The priest listened to Wei's story and performed a ritual to cleanse him of the malevolent energy. The priest explained that the number was indeed cursed,
linked to a spirit seeking vengeance. The screams on the other end were spirits' tormented cries, and those who called the number invited its wrath upon themselves. After the ritual, Way's life slowly returned to normal. The strange occurrences ceased, and the nightmares faded. Though he was no longer haunted, the experience left him forever changed. He shared his story as a cautionary tale, warning others to steer clear of the haunted phone number. This legend of this haunted, cursed phone number continues to the day, a testament to the power of technology to spread fear and superstition. You ain't kiddin'. Unrelated from ghosts. It serves as a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and that modern technology can play a pivotal role in shaping urban legends. Eerie Midnight Call to Radio DJ. In the heart of Kuala Lumpur, a popular late-night radio show hosted by DJ Rizwan had become a staple for night owls. His show, known for its mix of music and eerie stories, drew listeners from all over Malaysia. One night, however, it would stand out from all of the rest, becoming an urban legend whispered about for years. It was just past midnight when DJ Rizwan opened his phone lines for listeners to share their stories. The usual flood of calls poured in, but one caught his attention. The caller's voice was calm, yet it carried unsettling tone. "Good evening, DJ Rizwan," the caller began. "My name is Amir. I have a story to share. It's about an accident I witnessed on the highway a few nights ago." Intrigued, DJ Rizwan invited Amir to continue. The studio lights flickered as Amir's voice filled the airwaves, setting a chilling tone. "I was driving home late at night on the Karak Highway," Amir said. "The road was nearly deserted, just me and the occasional truck passing by. The moonlit cast long shadows, and the atmosphere felt heavy." Amir recounted how he saw a car overturned on the side of the road, its lights flickering. Concerned, he pulled over to see if anybody needed help. As he approached the wreck, he noticed a figure standing nearby, a woman in a white dress, her long hair obscuring her face. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Amir called out, but the woman didn't respond. She simply just stood there, motionless. He took a step closer, and that's when he saw them. Dozens of eyes staring at him from the shadows, each paired with an eerie glow. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He quickly returned to his car, his heart racing. "I called the police and I reported the accident," Amir continued. "But they found nothing when they arrived. No car, no woman, just an empty stretch of highway." DJ Rizwan listened, captivated by Amir's story. "That's quite a tale, Amir. Thank you for sharing. Have any idea what you might have seen?" Amir hesitated, and his voice dropped to a whisper. "Some say it's the spirits of those who died in accidents on the highway. They say if you see them, it's a warning to drive carefully or you might join them." As the call ended, DJ Rizwan played a hauntingly soft tune, letting Amir's story linger in the minds of his listeners. The eerie call became an instant legend, passing around in hushed conversations, and adding an extra layer of mystery to the Karak Highway. To this day, late-night drivers on the Karak Highway often turn up the radio, hoping to hear DJ Rizwan and perhaps catch a glimpse of the supernatural through the airwaves. This is the another story I want to share with you guys. I read it from Facebook Ghost Confession Group. About 10 years ago, I got an invitation to attend my cousin's dinner party. I've never seen my cousin before and only spoke to him on the phone. I was surprised that his family unexpectedly invited me after all these years. The invitation had an uncharted address that the GPS was unfamiliar with. I used a map and I pinned its location. As I'm driving, I tend to notice how far I've ventured off from civilization. Trees after trees, farms after farms. Where the fuck am I going? Finally found a similar address that might be it. Approaching the house, I notice how dull and dreary it looks. It's completely engulfed with leaves and branches. This can't be it, I said to myself. As soon as I entered the rocky driveway, my aunt and uncle came out to greet me. They seemed excited and welcoming. Like walking into the house, I asked where my cousin was. Answering immediately, he went to run a few errands. He should be back later. We spent the whole couple of hours talking about my mother and family. My aunt made delicious homemade pot roast, and I finished off in minutes. After dinner, we played an enduring game of Uno. It was surprisingly fun and competitive. When we finished Uno, it was almost dark and still no sign of my cousin. Regardless, I had to leave. It was almost dark and I would have trouble getting out of this dreadful place. My GPS was ineffective, so I asked my aunt and uncle the most efficient way onto the highway. They gave me a puzzled look. I thought you were staying the night. I told them I couldn't because I had work tomorrow. Couldn't afford to miss another day. It's much better if you leave tomorrow morning. Trust me, you'll get lost. I shrugged it off and told them not to worry. I'm an adept navigator. I could get out of the Sahara Desert. Looking aggravated, they strongly advised me to stay the night for my own sake. At this point, they were getting angry, which scared me a bit. I sighed. Fine, I'll stay the night, but I have to get up early for work. Both of them seemed strangely ecstatic that I was staying the night. As soon as they went to go, I went to my bedsheets and pillows and ran out the door to go to my car. I hastily pulled out of the driveway. It took me a while, but I found my way out of that depressing place. I got home an hour later than expected. It was 11 and I didn't want to wake my parents up. Climbing my fence and entered the back door, I noticed the kitchen lights were on. As soon as I took my first step in the door, I see my mom sitting there looking impatient. "Where were you?" she asked. "I was at Aunt Deborah's. You knew this." "Then why did she call saying you never arrived?" Till this day, I never knew who I visited. That's actually creepy. Possible skinwalker encounter. Aggressive dog. It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a coworker and roommate, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes. It seemed to lack shadow. My roommate and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, dog," kind of excited. As for me, it proceeded to sit entirely still in cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy black dog, lazy ears similar to a Newfoundland. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscled, and had pointy ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then we immediately felt a wake of dread falling over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant yet extremely clear, high-pitched, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner and the creature was unreasonably far up the road for the short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paths, and walking oddly. When it turned left around a corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind paws. It was walking on two legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects slightly moving place, nudging a bit and settling. It quickly became more aggressive. But then, just as we were about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went out to our cars. On the drive home, I tried my best to just blast music and ignore what I'd just seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. Couldn't quite make out any words. It just sounded like whistling almost. But get this. I saw a random antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road, in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker? I was watching the sidelines of the road for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in front of the road a good 50 feet ahead. Slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. A friend told me in a dream that he was murdered before I even knew about his passing. I had a dream in April of 2021. It was nighttime and a friend of mine was hovering in the sky above me. He was invisible, but I could sort of sense that it was him. He was urgently asking me for help. He said that I was murdered. I've been trying to contact somebody, but no one can hear me. You're the only one spiritual enough for me to get through. I didn't understand how I could help him. I was at a loss of direction. The confusion caused me to wake up, and it was an extremely odd dream that I've never experienced before. It definitely perplexed me, but I wrote it off as a really weird dream, and I tried to ignore it. But then, about 3 to 7 days later, I got the news that he had passed away. Literally, nobody would tell me how he passed. I didn't want to be insensitive, so I didn't pry. I just patiently waited until maybe I would find out. But fast forward to yesterday, October 10th, 2022. I finally decided to be more intrusive, respectfully. And I messaged a friend on his Facebook that posted on his page that I didn't know personally. I messaged a girlfriend on one of his good friends as well. I asked them if they happened to know how he passed. Copy and paste what the guy's friend told me. Good morning. He went to a desert party and overdosed on bad drugs. They believe foul play was suspected. There was and is an investigation to figure out what really happened. I tried to find out more, but I'd no luck. I moved across country a few years back, therefore it was difficult to talk to the people face to face. Then I'll copy and paste what the girlfriend of a good friend of his said. It's really intense. He was on psychedelics and slit his throat with a bottle. It was at a party in the mountains and everybody was fucked up, so by the time he got to the hospital it was too late. Apparently it was a shady crowd, but I'm not sure really who. Demonic shit for sure. So it turned out that it was fake ketamine. Honestly, I sensed the people he was around were dark. This feedback from them makes me believe that he truly did visit me, and it wasn't just an odd dream. It makes me believe he probably was murdered because he specifically told me so. Getting the vibe everybody was on bad drugs and foul play did happen. And I'm just also getting the feeling maybe he was asking me for help because he just died. Maybe he was afraid and desperate to get back to his body. I don't know. But I'd like to think that it just happened, but right after visiting me. It went to the light, I hope, and is a good place now. I don't know how the afterlife works, but this is really sort of selling me on the afterlife for sure. What are your guys' thoughts? Anybody experience something similar? What's the strangest place that you've had a supernatural encounter? or the strangest supernatural encounter that you've had. Using mobile, so sorry for mistakes. Noted. I haven't really had any strange police encounters, but a strange one that happened for me once. It was to do with a reoccurring dream. I was in my house, but it was some weird suburb instead. I live in the UK, so I was really at a place to see a council house there. Council house? All that I know happened for the first few times was wandering around and always waking up back in bed the next time. These dreams happened maybe once or twice a week. Apart from the last time where I woke up on the kitchen floor, I was confused, so I went outside for a bit, and I've always been able to have really lucid dreams, so this wasn't really abnormal to me. But after some walking and finding nothing, I turned to head back, and that's when I kept hearing this clicking. Think when you pop a bone, but more crisp sounding. No matter how many times I looked back, I couldn't find the source. So I just kept going, and it stopped when I went back to the house, but it felt off. Like uncanny almost. Of course, I knew I was dreaming, so I didn't get all that freaked out. I just decided to head to my room again. So I started walking upstairs, and that's when the clicking started again. It was about halfway up. I quickly turned, and I was suddenly filled with fear. I didn't see anything that I remember, and this is honestly the part that I struggle to remember in general. But I just remembered this horrible primal fear. So I sprinted up those damn stairs, crashed into the wall, and knocked and just panted. As luck would have it, my room was at the end of the hall, so it took a few seconds, and by the time I did, the clicking was at the pace of a clock ticking. I ran into, or rather through my bedroom door, and heard the thing thud into like a scratchy climbing sound. Then something scratching the little window. I have a small window above my door, if you know, you know. And after that silence, I woke up not long after, and the first odd thing was that I had fallen asleep in front of my door. Despite going to bed previously, second odd thing was chips of paint and wood outside my door, but the door itself was completely fine. The third was the fact that the painting I'd bumped into was no longer straight, but slightly tilted. Nothing else came from it, but it was still a strange experience. I've never been able to explain it, really. I have plenty of dreams and odd spooky stories like this, but this one always stuck out as one of the few that really did stick out. Probably a few details that I missed, but this was almost 2 years ago, so I'm going to give myself a pass. Four-fingered handprints on my legs. My whole life I've dealt with the paranormal, but this one incident has haunted me my entire life. It's been the hard evidence that I needed to prove myself that I'm not crazy, that my experiences weren't some dream or hallucination of some sort. The spirit realm is real. When I was 8, I woke up and started my morning like any other day. My mom had gotten my clothes ready for the day while she started my bath. I tossed my clothes on my bed and sat on the floor still sleepy. I'd loved to sleep in a big t-shirt and undies as a kid, so I looked down at my bare legs and there were 3 different handprints on my little thighs. They each had 4 long fingers. I'm an artist, and I know the way our human bodies are precisely proportioned. If you measure the length of your middle finger, it'll be the same length as your palm. These fingers were about twice as long as the palm. I had at least one on one thigh, the biggest handprint, and 2 on the other. 1 medium and 1 small. And all I could do was stare at them with like a feeling of dread. I was used to being bothered by spirits, and I was tired of it. My mom told me that it was time to get in the tub, so I did as I was told. The water was still low in the tub, and my mom had left the water on to continue filling up. I submerged my body in the water, but it wasn't high enough to cover my legs just yet. I sat quietly and I tried to remove the handprint somehow. It wasn't like a bruise or a red mark. It was white as if the hands were pressing down on my legs. I didn't feel right either. The water kept rising until it reached the handprints. I expected it to wash them away, but it didn't. The water covered my thighs except for where those handprints were. I screamed for my mom and she ran in. She watched as the handprints quickly covered over with water and turned to bubbles. I frantically wiped the bubbles away and the handprints were finally gone. My mom ran off crying to call her pastor. I just sat there relieved that she saw them. According to my mom, it wasn't the first time that it happened. She said I told her some days earlier that I woke up with my legs covered in, pretty similar but much smaller handprints. She didn't believe me and sent me off to school. I remember going to the bathroom in the middle of class to check if they were still there. Luckily, they were gone. I just can't wrap my head around how the handprints in the tub reacted. I am into the paranormal and I am wanting to become a paranormal investigator, but I am skeptical at all times even though I'm religious. But not being able to explain that experience away has made it hard for me to find comfort at pretty much any time of night for 30 years now. Who are you? Hello everybody, I'm a girl. I'm 18 years old and I'd like to tell you a few stories that happened to me. Let's discuss them together. 1. In the 8th grade after school, I usually do my homework in my room. I had never closed the door to my room before. As usual, I came and I sat down at the table, turned on the computer and started watching my homework. Watching your homework. I was alone in the apartment. My parents are working until late. Suddenly I heard something falling in the apartment. I strained, but I decided to check because it was daytime and it was light out. I checked my parents, the kitchen, the bedroom, but there was nothing there. There was a bathroom where I went right away. When I went into the bathroom, I saw that the shampoo on the shelf behind the partition had fallen. I was puzzled because if you don't pull the shampoo abruptly, it won't fall off. The shelves have a medium-length partition, so the shampoo couldn't fall in any way. Well, I put it back, looked in the mirror for 2 to 3 minutes, turned off the light in the bathroom, and went to my room. As soon as I started to sit in the computer chair, I heard a sound again. I didn't even have time to sit on the computer chair yet. I immediately realized that this sound was from the bath again. I already realized that I was scared because I put the shampoo back and stood in front of the mirror for a while. I repeat, there was a partition on the shelf. I go into the bathroom and I see that the same shampoo is in the bathtub. I quickly put him on the shelf and almost ran into my room, closing the door behind me. I still don't know what it was, but after this incident, I always close the door to my room. 2. The second story is not as crazy, so I think it confirms the existence of ghosts. It was 2018, my favorite pet named Muzia died. I have a laminate floor at home, and it was funny when my pet was running, knocking his claws on the floor. Some time after Muzi's death, I started getting ready for bed. I lay down in bed and I can hear someone running on the floor, just like Muzia when she was alive. Then I heard it trampling in one place and then jumping. My edge of the blanket stretched down sharply. And no, I wasn't scared. I think it was Muzia who just came to say goodbye to me. By the way, it was similar when 2 of my grandfathers died. When I went to bed, I felt like somebody was stroking my head. It stopped when I told my mom everything. Do you think ghosts exist, or are we just trying to pass off ordinary things as weird ones?
I think I camped at a burial site. A few years ago, my family and I went fishing and camping in the same area that we usually go to. But I guess it was occupied. So we settled in the nearest empty space. Well, the nearest empty space that could fit 2 trailers. We didn't really walk around or explore the area around it for the first 2 days. That's because we were at the lake fishing. But when we did, it was me and my grandpa looking at the scenery, specifically a small stream that I thought looked nice. However, the closer we got, the more uncomfortable and just nervous I felt. But I didn't know why. That was until we found a small grave. I'd say that it was about 1 foot long, the type a small dog or some sort of animal could fit in. The dirt in it looked fresh, or at least noticeably more dug up compared to the moss and grass around it. And it had a cross made out of sticks. It was standing at the top of it. Next to the grave was a shovel. It looked a lot older than the grave itself. It was really rusty and looked chipped at the edge. It honestly scared me a bit. I just wanted to leave the site alone, and my grandma wanted to look around more. Or grandpa, excuse me. I stayed away from there for the rest of my trip. I didn't want to touch or disturb anything, but my grandpa, on the other hand, he took the shovel. I don't know why, but he did. I think he still has it now. I used to have pictures, but I got a new phone since then, and most pictures and files failed to be transferred over. However, I'll post them if I can find them. I'm not completely sure if the next details are related to the grave, but I still took mental notes about them. On the log fence a few feet away, the kind that marks where you can and can't trespass, there were strange symbols painted on it. It didn't look like any language, however, and I think one was some sort of circle with an X going through it. This could just be some kind of graffiti, though. On top of a wooden stump next to it were 2 pennies sat next to each other. One was facing tails and the other was facing heads. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. Usually you could hear small animals and, well, at least tens of birds all the time. But you could only hear soft rustling and like 2 birds in the distance. When I brought my parents to the place, my mom stayed for a bit and looked around when something hit her back. She was standing upright, and unless gravity just decided to screw around with us, it has to have been flung by something or someone. There were nails with torn fabric, like someone rushed to rip it off the nail. Assumed it was just from a hammock from a previous camper, but why on the scattered trees that weren't even across from each other? And why rip it off the nail instead of just using a hammer or something to take it out? Sounds like something I would do. The Halton Shoe Tree. I was 20 years old and recently entered the gay dating world. Was seeing this guy for a bit introduced him to my best friend. My date suggested that we all go on a late-night drive along the rich country estates and past a massive shoe tree. I recently had 2 pairs of worn shoes and boots I didn't need, so I brought them to add to the tree's collection. Despite my best friend's objections, I hung the 2 pairs of shoes. On the drive back to the city, my date Google searched the shoe tree at that intersection. Supposedly, people hang shoes on that tree to commemorate a couple that were murdered at that intersection about a century ago. The next night, my date took me to the movies. We drove back to my house and chatted in the car and at the end of the driveway. He was telling me about work when I noticed the porch light activate about 14 houses down the road. I noticed a figure in the driveway. They were very tall and they wore a white flowing sheet over their head with a distinct long sleeve. I pointed out to my date and we both started getting a bit nervous as it's staring right at us and it's unmoving. After about a minute, the figure turns toward the porch light. The light goes out and the figure disappears. 2 houses closer to us, the porch light activates and the figure's standing on the porch, swaying back and forth. The light goes out and the figure disappears again. Again, 2 houses closer. The porch lights activate and the figure is standing in the driveway. At this point, we're freaking out and my date drives us away before it gets any closer. Eventually, I made it home, but I didn't get much sleep. The next day, my parents went out and I was loading up the laundry in the basement. I heard my dad's footsteps come back in the house on the main floor. Must have forgotten something. I heard him walk from the front door to the back door, back and forth, over and over. As I go to check it out, I hear my dad climb the stairs to the top floor. I reach the main floor, the front door is still locked, my parents are gone, and someone is in my house. I don't know where the courage came from, but I ran up those stairs to confront them. When I reached the top floor, it was silent. There are 5 rooms upstairs, and the bathroom in front of me is the only room that I can see inside perfectly. I run inside the bathroom and I lock the door. The footsteps start again from one end of the hall to the other, slowly getting louder and louder until they're stomping right outside the bathroom door. I yell, "Leave me alone!" and the stomping ends. My parents arrive a few moments later. These are the only 2 experiences I've basically ever had. All I know is I'll never throw old shoes in a shoe tree ever again. What in the world is a shoe tree? Shoehorn, shoe tree, ? Vista Hermosa ghost sighting. Back in 2016, I used to frequent Vista Hermosa in Los Angeles in the park after hours. I was young and adventurous, and I would simply drive out there, jump the fence from the back street, sit on the bench, smoke a blunt, enjoy the night lights, and then head back home. I always sensed a presence that I wasn't alone, but I always mentally told myself I was just paranoid high and didn't think much of it. It never showed itself until I visited with someone else. Here's the story of that night. Upon jumping, like I always did in the past, I met a gray cat in the stairs. I'm not one to be scared of animals, but it was weird to me that the cat didn't move or flinch or run away, like a normal cat behavior would. It stared right back at me until I was about 2 steps away, and then I jumped in the water and pond area. Also, I must state the cat had green eyes that glared bright in the reflection of the light. Anyways, we walked in to sit and bench, spark up the blunt. Couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was watching. Sure enough, when I turned back, I'd seen a white figure playing peekaboo from one of the bushes located across the field from behind the bench. At first glance, I thought it was just a homeless person in the park with painter's uniform clothing or something like that. I didn't get scared. After all, painters do wear all white. It was after the 3rd time that I looked back. Each time they'd hid back in the bush, I told the person I was there with them I felt uneasy and we should go. Without hesitation, we turned off the blunt. Both got up and made our way back to the exit from where we came from. As we're approaching the stairs again, the white figure crossed us. The whole time, it was their back, so we were about 20 feet away. And in a split second, the figure drops into all 4s, hands and feet, then did the exorcist type of walk and looked back towards us. I seen the exact same glare the cat's eyes had. In that moment, I felt my heart stop. I was scared. I asked the person I was with if they'd seen that. Their response was, "What?" Then I said, "That," pointing toward the figure. But when they turned to look, it was gone. I find it interesting that it decided to show itself as we were exiting the park. I find it even more interesting it decided to show itself only to me, the only time I decided to visit with someone else. I'm wondering if anybody's had any similar experience there, or similar to my story. Please let me know. I'd love to hear you guys.
Me and my sister's shared imaginary friend attacked us every night. Me and both of my older sisters, we shared an imaginary friend when we were children. I was unaware of this and invited him into the house, where he basically began tormenting us every night, scratching us in our sleep. When I was very little, I would often play in a park within driving distance of my house quite often. I hardly saw my friends outside of school, and my siblings were either not there at this specific time or were playing without me. I was a very socially awkward child, so I didn't want to approach anyone. But one time I was very bored and lonely at this park, and I decided to make up a friend to play with. I named him Thomas. He was slightly older and taller than me and had short black hair. I don't recall what we did at the park, but I brought him home with me afterwards. Fast forward a while, and me and my older sister began having, joint night terrors involving him. We both slept in the same room at this time, and I can only recall one dream that we had. It was a dream in which he was crawling on the wall and ceiling like a spider. It was only at this time that I found out that my older sister had an imaginary friend that looked exactly like him, and was also called Thomas. In addition, my oldest sister, who slept in a different room, also had this imaginary friend when she was around my age. It's crazy because I genuinely thought I made him up on the spot at the time. Asked my sister about it, and it turns out that she also remembered him at pretty much the exact same time as I did. I'm not sure what that really means. Additionally, whenever we had one of these night terrors, we'd wake up with long scratches on our bodies. Waking up with scratches on my body continued for years after the night terrors actually stopped. Sometimes they were in places that at least I could have accidentally scratched myself in the night, but sometimes they would end up in places that would be impossible for me to have reached. Me and my sister didn't share a bed, so couldn't have been her either. I believe my mother, being a Christian, assumed that he was a demon or something similar. Did some prayers over the house to get rid of him. But thinking about it now, I wonder if he ever actually left me alone. I kept waking up with scratches for a long time after, and for as long as I can remember, I've always considered myself unlucky. Additionally, the synchronicity between me and my sisters remembering him at the same time makes me wonder if he's going to come back soon. We're planning to move house in the near future. I've always considered myself a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural, but I just can't explain this occurrence. I've asked about it, and this definitely happened. There is a 0% chance my sister's lying about this happening to us. Encounter with a thief in white. I wouldn't normally post something here, but this morning I have a very bizarre encounter with what I'm coming to believe is a spirit of some sort. Normally, when waking, I might see floating shards of black stone in a static position. It'll be sort of unmoving, and it'll slowly vibrate out of existence after a few moments of waking. They don't really visually vibrate, but something about their, uninteractive stillness feels latent with potential energy that always gave me that impression. Anyways, this time when I woke up there was no stones, and my fiancée happened to wake me up by eeping herself awake from a nightmare. Eeping. But when she did, and my eyes shot straight to this extremely irregular thing, mind you, there was a young-looking feeling and male, possibly a teenager wearing a attire that you'd expect somebody snooping around at night, except he was wearing all white. A white hoodie over the head, a white cloth mask covering the mouth, white sweatpants. Odd, but sure, and this would probably be a hallucination of waking up, right? Well, the thing for me is, when my fiancée squeaked herself awake, he seemed to get startled too. From floating just above her face to face position, he popped into the air when she made the sharp motion upwards, threw his arms out to catch himself in sort of a free-fall position, complete with some unsteady floating above her before eventually blipping away.
She's been having reoccurring imagery about large spiders lately. They were something mischievous about this whole event, really. It felt like somebody was pranking her. I just wanted to share this because I've never heard of people speaking of modern attire spirits and wondered if anybody else had a similar experience. My waking hallucinations are always dark floating shards. I was having a completely unrelated dream before this moment happened. Never have I woken up to such fluid movement in my hallucinations. He visually got spooked, popped up above this woman and caught himself with his arms out to float in place like he's new to this being a ghost thing. This is probably the third time that she's had these nightmares. Normally I don't wake up with her to see this, but it makes me insanely suspicious that this bozo in white is playing pranks on my sweet pea every now and then. It doesn't feel malicious or anything, but like I've never seen something move so clearly in the purest translucent white right after waking. It's normally my usual static, distinctly black dream leftovers fading away. Has anybody else experienced a spirit getting shocked or startled with this kind of reaction? Ask Reddit. I doubt anybody will read this, but I have some time to kill, so here it goes. Years ago, my buddy and I were going to a quote-unquote haunted tunnel in Niagara, Canada. It's called the Blue Ghost Tunnel, for anybody who wants to look it up. I'm just about the biggest skeptic you could ever meet, so I wasn't scared. It was a long walk to get to the tunnel itself, so we were taking pictures along the way. And sure enough, there were the orbs in the pictures. It was a bit unsettling, but I knew damn well it was moisture in the air or some other surely explainable phenomenon. So we kept going, and eventually we got to the tunnel. There were some quote-unquote ghost hunters there still, and it made, I guess you could say, a little bit creepier. But my friend refused to go into the tunnel because apparently he doesn't fuck with that stuff. So I went in with one of the ghost hunters, and it wasn't scary. We walked nearly to the end, and we had a flashlight. While we were out, the people at the entrance said, "Whoa, man, there's a huge orb above your head." They later showed me the picture. Pretty creepy, but again, easily explainable. So they left. Just me and my buddy now. I said, I'm going to go in by myself. It's not worth it unless I actually scare myself a bit. So I did, without a flashlight. And I'll admit the adrenaline was going, even though I knew there's, no such thing as spirits. I made it all the way to the back and then out again. Nothing happened. So we were just outside the tunnel and it was time to leave. I did the obligatory, "Okay, ghosts, we're leaving now. Now's your chance to show yourself." And I turned around and I took a picture of the entrance of the tunnel, and if anybody cares, I can upload it and I can send it. What I was photographing was a dark space with a clear view of the tunnel entrance. Some shrubs on either side. That's it. What we photographed was that plus a blatant swirl of smoke. It clearly shows its movement from the tunnel as if it's flying in. Right smack dab in the middle of the smoke is a noticeable face, clear as day. I posted on Reddit once before, and they said it was just that scientific thing where your brain makes it look like a face even though it's not. And sure, that may be true. No. But what explains the swath of smoke itself? This was a picture in an open area. And no, fuck that. It's abundantly clear that it's a face. To this day, I can't explain it. I don't believe in ghosts, so it must have been something else. But definitely creepy. A fun way to hack your brain out of that phenomenon would be to look at it upside down. If it still looks like a face, more points to you. The Tale of Oiwa. In the Edo period of Japan, there lived a stunningly beautiful young woman named Oiwa.
She was married to a samurai named Lemon. Really? He was a petty man who only loved her for her head-turning looks. Another woman, Aume, was madly in love with Lemon, and out of a jealous rage devised a sinister plan to win him over. Aume tricked Oiwa into using a cream that was laced with poison. Unbeknownst to Oiwa, the poison disfigured her face. This caused one of her eyes to droop and her hair to fall out. The transformation was so gradual that Oiwa didn't notice the changes until it was too late. Disgusted with her new appearance, Lemon wished to divorce Oiwa and marry Starting again. Disgusted with her new appearance, Lemon wished to divorce Oiwa and marry Aume. The despicable samurai held his friend Tokuetsu to rape Oiwa, so that way he would have grounds for divorce. However, when Tokuetsu saw Oiwa's disfigured face, he was so shocked that he couldn't follow through with the orders. Instead, he revealed Lemon's plan to Oiwa and showed her a mirror. Seeing her deformed face for the first time, Oiwa was horrified. She was overwhelmed by despair and betrayal. She stole Tokuetsu's sword and took her own life. With her last breath, she cursed Lemon's name, vowing to haunt him forever. Good. On the night of Lemon's remarriage to Aume, the ghost of the disfigured Oiwa appeared before him. Her once beautiful face was now a ghastly sight, her drooping eye and missing hair a testament to the cruelty that she had endured. A terrified and guilty Lemon quickly fled from Oiwa, but no matter how far he ran, he couldn't escape her hauntings. From that night on, Lemon was tormented by Oiwa's ghost. No matter where he looked, even in the very lanterns that he used to light his path, he would see Oiwa's face staring back at him. Her presence was inescapable, a constant reminder of his treachery and the curse that she had placed upon him. The tale of Oiwa becomes a cautionary legend, a warning of the consequences of betrayal and the enduring power of a vengeful spirit. Her story is still told today. It's a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind beauty and the price of deceit. Or lack thereof. I went into a restroom in an Arabic restaurant, and I came out of the restroom in an old building. I lived it when I was younger, but still scares me and my dad a lot. We don't know what happened. It was a long time ago and my dad didn't look for it for more than a moment when he saw me. I'm from the south of Minas Gerais. My uncle has a spare parts store and he needed to go to Sao Paulo to buy some stuffs. He didn't know Sao Paulo good enough though, so he asked for my father to go with him. We went together. My father used to go to Sao Paulo, so, it was easier. Okay, after a long day walking on one of the busiest streets of Sao Paulo, 25 de Marco, we stopped at an Arabic restaurant so I could go to the restroom and eat something. I have 26 now, but at the time I had 8 or 10. I don't know exactly. We entered the restaurant, my dad put me in the restroom and waited for me in the outside. Now is the problem. When I come out of the restroom, I was at a complete different place. It was a lobby from a building old and tall. What the fuck was going on? In one moment, I was in a restaurant, and now... So I went back in, shuttered the doors, tried to get out of there again, and nothing. Same place, lobby, and was creeped out. Didn't know really what to do. Think I'd try to do it about 3 times, go back to the bathroom and try to go out. I don't know if it's a trick of my mind, but I remember of a man, a receptionist. He was sitting on a chair. I tried to talk to him and tell him about what was going on, but he didn't answer me and just ignored it too.
So I decided to go to the street and look for a restaurant. I was tempted to go across the street. If I did it, probably won't be here though. But I kept the same sidewalk and I turned left. I walked a little more and reached the restaurant. Some details are a blur in my head, but the moment I went out of the bathroom and how I stopped at the restaurant, I don't know if it takes time or if it was fast. My father says that I came out on a different hallway and took the wrong side. The door of the restroom is sided to the hall, and my father was looking at it and did saw me. Found the restaurant, some pictures from inside of it. It seems like a normal entrance to the restroom. Nothing complex and hard to access. I don't know if I was if I was at 7 Alem, a Brazilian urban legend, or the Matrix glitched with me. Raful is the name of the place, on 25 de Marco, popular place in Sao Paulo. I looked on Google Maps to find out the building, but nothing comes to my memory. Was she saying goodbye? This experience happened in November of 1995. On Thanksgiving Day, my godmother was rushed to the emergency room because she wasn't feeling well. Once at the hospital, things went downhill fast. She was admitted into ICU, put on life support to help her breathe because she was having trouble breathing on her own. Well, my mother and I stayed with her until late that evening. Decided to go home and get some rest so we could go back to her and get there by morning. Once we were home, I decided to sleep in my mother's room, in case the hospital called with news. At around 2 a.m., I woke up to my dog growling this low growl. So I just nudged him, thinking that he was growling in his sleep. A few minutes later, he started again, but this time he was sitting up on the edge of the bed staring into the living room. Well, my dog got louder and louder until he woke up my mom, and we both got up and saw nothing. Calmed my dog down and went back to bed. Maybe 10 minutes later, I could hear footsteps in the living room. But not normal footsteps. These sounded like they walked by dragging one foot behind them. Both my mother and I were just sitting up in bed looking into the living room, hearing the footsteps, but seeing nothing. As I was getting out of bed, I heard a noise and the sound of somebody dropping something on the table. But still, I saw nothing. The dog was going crazy at this point. When I went to turn on the light, the phone rang. It was the hospital informing us that my godmother, my mom's sister, had just had a stroke and was in a coma. The news was heartbreaking, and when my mom hung up the phone, we headed to the hospital. It was about a 30-minute drive to the hospital, and neither one of us spoke a word. My mind was on my grandmother, and just what happened at home right before the phone rang. Once we arrived at the hospital, we got out of the car, and there was the strongest smell of roses in the air. And there were no roses to be found. We both smelled those roses all the way to my godmother's room in the ICU. Then the smell faded away once we entered her room. The doctor came in and informed us that the test revealed that the stroke caused major swelling in the brain. And because of that, she had damage to her brain stem and was brain dead. The next day, she was removed from life support and passed away. Now, I can't explain what happened in those early morning hours. Some say she was saying goodbye. Others just don't know. What do you think? Something's not quite right with my new cat. About 6 months ago, I adopted a cat from the local shelter. He instantly captured my heart with his sweet demeanor. However, my husband was less than thrilled about the adoption. I hadn't really planned to bring a pet home that day, and I often visit shelters just to spend time with the animals. Fast forward to now, and my cat remains a loving companion. He purrs, plays, and behaves like a typical feline. While it's amusing to see a cat enjoy belly rubs, there are moments when his elongated neck gives him a peculiar appearance. I want to emphasize that my cat has never displayed any aggression towards me or my family. He simply behaves differently. One morning, I found him perched on the top shelf of the closet. He was showcasing his agility. However, the following day, I discovered paw prints on the ceiling. It was in the hallway. Little dirty cat tracks. On another occasion, I opened the freezer to find a frozen deceased bird. It was waiting for me, like an unexpected gift. He's strictly an indoor cat. There's no pets indoors, and the windows are equipped with intact screens. Occasionally, I hear the sound of cat fights and later find him muddy and bloodied, with no evidence of how he managed to escape or return. All doors are locked and our motion sensor cameras failed to capture any activity. While I adore my fluffy companion, I've noticed that several neighbors have reported their pets going missing. Initially, it was just 1 or 2 cats, or rather, cases. But now 15 families from my children's school have lost their pets, alongside a few more acquaintances from work and family friends. A few nights ago, I got up to use the bathroom and thought I saw my cat sleeping on the living room floor. However, he appeared enormous, with disproportionately large head and paws. When I turned on the hallway light, I blinked a few times and saw him again, just my regular cat. He was all curled up like a little croissant on the rug. This morning, or last night, depending on how you look at it, I heard a sound that I can only describe as a tiger's yowl. It startled me awake, and I'm not even sure if it was real. Then this morning, one of my colleagues mentioned that her golden lab returned home, but in the photo, at least the one she shared on social media, he looked off. His body and head seemed slightly disproportionate to me. He didn't resemble the dog I remembered from before his disappearance. While she assured me that he was as sweet and well-behaved as ever, something about it feels unsettling. So, giant 17th century woman? ? Hi all, I wanted to check the vibe of the Reddit before I opened up the whole experience. I could remember this when I was very young. The event was so wondrous to me, I remember it more vividly than my age at the time. We'll say no more than 6, but maybe younger. I'm 34 now, and I remember it as if it was yesterday. In the middle of the night, I sat up to go to the bathroom. However, when I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my room. Instead, I was on a small wooden floor in a pile of straw in the middle of what appeared to be a Salem witch trial-era kitchen. I remember sitting there in awe, wondering if I was in a dream. Everything was just real to be one. I could smell the straw I was laying in. I was old enough to describe it as the daily stench of living in the past. And across from me was a giant woman with a black seas apron and hat and everything saying something that was not in English. And I mean giant. I felt like a noise in size comparison. I remember sitting there gasping, but when I blinked, I was back in my room in my bed. I remember being dismissive and trying to go to sleep, but I couldn't. I was just too wired. And somehow to this day, I've never had the same experience. Never told anybody about this experience until now. Now I'd like to think of myself as a man of science and logic. I don't necessarily not believe in the paranormal and supernatural. I just think that there's an insurmountable likelihood of such things being fake or religious, rather than real and tangible. Religiously, I'm at most a deist, so I'd like to believe that it's unlikely I'd give this experience to go up to spirits or demons. I'm at the point where if it chooses to believe, or if I rather choose to believe that God exists, where do I fit that? What else is real? Demons, angels, hydras.
The thought's overwhelming, and I'd say that may be why I've sat down and given it a serious thought. I reach out today because while I was working on a project, I had YouTube running in the background. It auto-played an episode of the Y Files. He sort of mentioned why, he mentioned that this event happening to thousands of people. I wanted to reach out to see if anybody had actually also expire. He's the same thing I did, or was it said for entertainment purposes? I haven't even decided if I was going to take it seriously, but the idea that even one other person's experienced the same or similar intrigues me a little.
Ask Reddit.
Not seen specifically, but experienced. I worked as an overnight security guard of a large office building. I always got the sense on rounds that you were being watched or followed when I did rounds, even though the building was empty. Occasionally, sitting at the guard station in the main lobby, you'd hear people walking around or even whispering. And twice I'd seen people, actual people, not anything paranormal lurking around the exterior in the middle of the night, which is still sort of lent an air of unease. The worst feelings were always in E-Suite, which was largely dark wood paneling and super plush carpet, so it felt dark and unnaturally quiet. I and another guard who had to do an overnight would get in the habit of shutting the doors to each of the offices on our passes through the executive area, because it was so uncomfortable feeling. But we all reported as often as not to our next set of rounds that some or all of the doors had reopened themselves. And to be clear, when you did an overnight, you were the only person there, the only guard on shift. And entry and exit require badge swipes so you could verify if there were people in the building. So one night while on rounds, the creep factor was extra high and I shut all the office doors. When I went around a little over an hour later, some of the doors were opened again. I walked into each office with an open door, shined my flashlight around. Seeing nothing, I would exit and shut the door again. On the second to last office, I thought I heard a noise in the room, so I called out, "Security! Anyone there?" Perfect stillness. I shined the flashlight around, catching sparkling reflections off glass-faced cabinets and the computer monitor, making it hard to see in the dark. But nothing was in the room as far as I could see. I took 2 more steps in and panned around the room with my flashlight and looked behind the door to make sure no one was hiding there. I walked around the desk and looked under it as well. All clear. I was holding my breath and my grip in the mag light was like I was going to club someone. As I exhaled, I heard another noise like somebody was walking into the main hallway. So I stepped through the doorway out of the office, and as I did that, an alarm clock on the exec's desk blared to life, making a loud, angry buzzing noise. I'd spun to confront the noise and almost smashed the alarm clock with my flashlight before I realized what it was. Once I did, I turned off the alarm clock, went back to the guard station to reevaluate how badly I wanted to work this job. It's easy enough to explain any individual piece, and sure, the alarm clock could have just been a fluke, though some cosmically spectacular timing. But I could never shake the bad feelings in the building. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Sweet dreams. The Haunted Classroom. In a quiet town in China, there's an old school with a mysterious reputation. The school, once a bustling hub of student life, had a rarely used classroom that was said to be haunted. The legend went that strange phenomena occurred in this classroom, frightening anyone who dared to enter. One evening, a group of diligent students decided to stay late to study for their upcoming exams. Desperate for a quiet place, they ventured into the rarely used classroom. The room did have an eerie atmosphere. Dust-covered desks, faded posters lining the walls. As they settled in, the lights began to flicker, The students exchanged uneasy glances but decided to just ignore it. They needed to focus on their studies. However, as the evening progressed, the flickering lights became more frequent, casting unsettling shadows around the room. Suddenly, one of the students noticed something strange on the blackboard. Mysterious writing appeared as if an invisible hand was scrawling messages. The words were chilling. "Leave now." And, last but not least, "You are not welcome." The students' hearts pounded in their chests as they read the ominous messages. To make matters worse, ghostly whispers filled the air, echoing through the classroom. The whispers were faint at first, but grew louder and more menacing. "Get out," they seemed to say. The students could no longer ignore the strange occurrence. Panicked, they gathered their belongings and rushed to leave the classroom. As they reached the door, it slammed shut with a deafening bang. The lights flickered wildly. The whispers, they turned into anguished screams. Terrified, the students pounded on the door. They were desperately just trying to escape. In a final desperate effort, they managed to force the door open and fled the haunted classroom. Gasping for breath, they ran down the dark hallways, not daring to look back. The chilling experience left them shook, and they vowed never to return to the cursed room. The story of the haunted classroom spread throughout the school, serving as a warning to others. Though the exact origins of the hauntings remained a mystery, one thing was certain. The spirits within that classroom did not welcome intruders. The legend of the haunted classroom became a permanent part of the school's history, a chilling reminder of the supernatural forces that could lurk within the most ordinary of places. Coming home from school. I figured I'd share some of my personal experiences. I wouldn't say that these are the most exciting stories out there, but I hope somebody enjoys reading. For as long as I can remember, there have been weird things happening around my house, but nothing nearly as malicious as this aside from one other time. I have two others that involve this quote-unquote occurrence, and I'll tell you about those almost like a mini-series, if you find them interesting, of course. This particular story happened quite a few years ago when I was in middle school. My brother used to have a drum set in his room upstairs for years. It wasn't abnormal to hear my brother playing them from down the block at times because they're so loud and the sound would travel around my neighborhood. I had just gotten off the bus and I was walking home from school, all the while hearing my brother practicing. I had my earphones in and I could still clearly hear him playing before I even reached the house. I went along with my usual routine, unlocked the door, walked inside, sat on the couch, listened to music and relaxed. About 15 minutes to 20 minutes, I finally get a text from my dad asking what me and my brother wanted for dinner. My dad worked late, so it was normal for us to be home alone for hours. I took my headphones out and I walked upstairs. Once again, the whole time clearly hearing the drums as loud as ever. I opened the door and they just stopped playing. I didn't think anything of it because the drum set faced the doorway, so whoever sat there could see me open it and walk in. I was looking down at my phone and I began to speak, but as I look up, I realized nobody was there. I walked further into his room to check to see if maybe he left the TV on, or maybe even his radio that he kept next to the bed. Well, neither of them were on, so I decided to walk all the way back to the room where the drums were. Standing behind them, and I checked to see if the drumsticks were still tucked away in their pouch, and as soon as I saw that they were, I felt this intense feeling of dread. I was in total fight-or-flight mode. Felt like something wanted to hurt me and that I was the furthest end of the room against a wall. Best way to describe that is like a looming dark was cast over my head. I ran out as fast as I could across the room, down the stairs, and back into the porch. I obviously realized I was home alone, completely confused and scared. I've only felt that sense of utter dread a few times in my life, and I didn't tell anybody about what happened for months. I was so scared nobody would believe me, till the next time something odd happened with the drums, and I wasn't the only one to witness it. Thank God. Let me know what you think, or if you've had something similar happen. Deceased grandma played a prank on me. My grandma passed away in June of this year. I hadn't seen her for several years, unfortunately. My brother and I inherited her house, and we decided to sell it. In August, I was planning an improv workshop, and I had created an event on Eventbrite for ticket purchasing on August 15th. I double-checked this that morning, created an associated Facebook event, and posted it, checking links once again that everything was set up correctly. That afternoon, I went to Grandma's house to clean, take out outlet covers for painting, start power washing the exterior, all the lawn general stuff I was working on to get the house ready. When the sun started to set several hours later, I smelled a familiar smell in the house of Grandma that I hadn't before. It just reminded me of my childhood time spent there. I also started to feel uneasy, like that feeling just before you get on a roller coaster. You know the one. I decided to take a break and I sat down to check my phone. Well, I had several comments and messages that, well, the ticket link on the event was like, apparently, didn't match the Facebook or the description. Somehow paranormal, maybe. The Eventbrite date had changed to September 16th instead of August 15th. I would have chalked it up to my own error, but September 16th was my grandma's birthday. To add to that, there was a running joke that she had because she was old and, well, her words weren't exactly precise back in the 1930s, or rather, records weren't as precise, so her birth certificate was messed up and incorrectly listed her birthday as September 17th, even though my great-grandma had insisted that it was the 16th. The doctor at the time had put down the wrong date, and it was never really corrected. So my grandma always said that she had two birthdays, the official and the unofficial. I was able to go home and went and corrected the Eventbrite date, and due to how the calendar selection is set up, it would have been pretty difficult for me to go to the wrong month and the wrong day to make the whole incorrect selection for my event. Especially when I double-checked everything. It could, of course, be a coincidence of some sort, but the birth date thing was a bit too much, especially considering that it was the same day I spent a large chunk of time in my grandma's house. The house just closed last Friday, so I wanted to share this little story that was totally in line with my grandma's sense of humor. And the improv workshop went pretty well. My grandma always supported my love of comedy. Ask Reddit. I'm gonna start this by saying that I'm on the fence about paranormal stuff. I'd like to think that there's something there, but I'll also go through about every single logical explanation I can first. I'll do my best to put stuff down to normal incidents, you know? Anyway, my old family home was a little bit off. Like it generally had a heavy air about it, no matter how homely we tried to make it feel. You always felt at least a little bit unwelcome. We lived there 12 years and it never felt like home. It was a pretty old house. 2 100-plus-year-old terraced houses knocked together in West Yorkshire. So creepy-ass coal cellar included, although for some crazy reason we only had access to one half. The other half was walled off with a single brick sort of knocked out for ventilation. On a night, I'd be laid up all night listening to the sound of a person walking up and down the landing. It wasn't my parents, as I knew that their footsteps were, well, it wasn't those. It wasn't my younger sisters, as the footsteps were far too heavy. They'd move along the landing from the top of the stairs,
stopping outside of my room, then walk back to the landing. It used to creep the fuck out of me as I could never see a shadow of anybody stood outside my door either. You'd hear voices and bangs in the other rooms of the house when no one else was in them. Oh, not the neighbors moving around or sounds of the house settling either. The scariest thing that ever happened was one night. Not long after we got our first family dog, I'm sat in the living room with Dad watching TV. Now, the two houses knocked together part is important here. That's because of this. One half of the lower floor was the living room. The other half was the kitchen and dining area. There were sort of entrance doors for both halves by the front and back doors, so you could walk a full circle around the downstairs, going past both external doors. We were just chilling out. The dog was vibing, sprawled by the radiator underneath the front window. All of a sudden we hear an almighty bang, the sound of the back door slamming shut and rattling. Because of the location of the door, we even felt the vibration. A couple of seconds later, our dog goes ballistic, barking at the hallway. I go to see what's going on, and the front door is wide open. There's nobody on the street that could have opened the door, and nowhere sounds like they could have run to hide without us seeing or hearing them. Go to check the back door, it's all locked up with the chain on and everything. Creeped me out for a good while, and I refused to be home alone for a couple of weeks after. Well, if you're making your home look homely, possible ghost car. I have no other explanations. I'll start with saying I was 17 years old and completely sober. Maybe drank alcohol 2 times in my life and was never a believer of anything paranormal, quote-unquote. I always thought stories I heard or read were the fakest thing in the world. And grew up with parents who talked down on anything paranormal or any ghost stories in general. I was driving my girlfriend at the time home to her dad's home to her mom's house in a pretty... I was driving my girlfriend at the time home from her dad's house to her mom's house. Okay. On a pretty desolate back road. Not much traffic on that road whatsoever. Especially at night. And there's only 2 houses on this road which are spaced out pretty far. This road has a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. It's pretty much 100% straight for about 1.5 miles, and then there's a 90-degree turn. That's marked well. This particular night I'd been driving on the road for probably 3, maybe 4, 3/4 of a mile, I guess. So I checked my rearview mirror, which I normally do multiple times while driving, and I saw some headlights behind me, probably 1/4 mile back. I didn't think much of it, but the lights were getting brighter and closer at a pretty good rate. I was driving about 40 miles an hour and kept my speed. Before I knew it, the headlights were right on my tailgate and it looked as if it got the other lane to pass. The 90-degree turn wasn't too far in front of us now. I thought, holy shit, this asshole's about to pass me with a turn coming up. I saw the headlights in my driver's side mirror now, and I started looking out the window to see who it was. Like, who's driving like that? Flip him off because of a stupid move to pass there. But there was absolutely no vehicle that passed me. No more headlights, no sign of any sort of vehicle being there. My girlfriend had seen this happen as well. She told me to stop at the 90-degree turn and turn around thinking that maybe the car crashed in the ditch or went off the road. I turned around, drove back that way. Went really slow, looked on both sides of the road, and there was no sign of any vehicle, no tire tracks, no smoke from a crashed car, absolutely nothing. I had goosebumps the rest of the night. I still think about this moment frequently. I've told a few people that story, but mainly keep it to myself because I think it sounds nuts. I still can't explain what happened that night. It still gives me goosebumps to this day. Has anyone else had any experiences like this? Out of the corner of my eye. I was debating on whether to post this or not. I believe the more attention you give something, the more likely it is to manifest itself. I eventually forgot about it, but it creeps into my mind every couple of days, and now I'm genuinely curious. I try to be as logical as I can when I have an experience or something out of the ordinary happens to me or around me. I always look for an explanation, mostly to calm myself. Every once in a while, I'll be sitting at my computer desk and notice something out of the corner of my eye. I always get a little rush of nervousness, and when I do, I always can tie it to something, like a shadow from the ceiling fan or my reflection on my turned-off TV screen. When I do notice something, I don't particularly rush to turn around to see what it was, since it happens enough to where it doesn't really concern me for whatever reason. But this time was different. I was on PlayStation talking to a friend when it happened, and I turned very, very quickly to my left. A little context: to my left is my living room, the TV facing me, the love seat couch facing towards the TV, so its back is facing me. I see what appears to be a figure standing looking at me and quickly falling, but falling to its side. So the couch is covering it when it goes down, blocking it from my line of vision. Now, this was only for a split second, but I still remember very vividly the description of this figure. It was a girl, maybe 4'8", maybe something like that, wearing a white sleeveless dress with very slim arms. She had what seemed to be a plague doctor mask on, with a Native American headdress on top of it, mainly just the feathers. When I saw this, I went dead silent as the biggest fear I've ever felt came over me. My friend on PlayStation kept talking, and I didn't say anything because, like I said in the beginning, I believe we can manifest things, and I did not want that to be the case. I never give these types of things the attention they deserve, but I knew I had to walk over and check it out. As I walked over, the fear got bigger and bigger. I kept telling myself nothing should be there, but also that something was there. When I got to the front of my couch, where it should have been, nothing was there, and it was almost confusing because it felt like something was at least, should be there, right? Didn't talk about it in my apartment, but mentioned it to a couple of friends, and they are split on this. What gets me is this super scientific description that I just couldn't really make out. I don't have a connection to anything, or that it was wearing, or not even games I play or shows I watch. Has anybody seen something similar or had an experience like this? People predicting their own death. I've been very intrigued by this phenomenon. I've had two people I was close with, unrelated individuals, who predicted their deaths fairly accurately, within a few weeks of the event happening. One example was my friend who was 35, who just talked casually about dying soon and alone without a wife and kids. Never seemed to bother him, but like it was more of a statement of a fact. Sounds familiar? He told me the last time we hung outside at work, and he said he was glad that he got to know me and I was a good dude. No terminal illness or anything. Died a couple of weeks later in a car wreck. The other was a friend of mine that was 28. He one day looked at me and told me that he didn't think he would make it to 30. No medical conditions, no dangerous lifestyle or hobbies, run-of-the-mill career and uneventful life. Died about 2 months after his conversation to a brain aneurysm. Died about 2 months after this conversation to a brain aneurysm. Fast forward to now, and I think I understand how they felt, though my situation is a bit different. For about the last year, I, a 29-year-old male, have been having similar thoughts and feelings. Things like the fact that I won't be around much longer. I'm not afraid, which is weird, and I'm not depressed or anxious. No history of it. It's just this feeling I have. Super strong and hard to shake. Long story short here is I should have died when I got sepsis and I got into my bloodstream 4 months back. Now, next week, I'm undergoing surgery that requires me to be put under general anesthesia. Granted that this is generally a safe thing to do and millions of people do it yearly without harm. And again, I'm not nervous, but it feels like this is it for me.
almost like the end of the chapter or closing of a book. I didn't just start thinking about this because of the surgery coming up. I'm sure that's what you're thinking. It is not. I hope I'm not right, but just in case, I'm writing this for my wife and kids, separate letters, just to, in the event of my passing. I will mention these feelings to my wife in the letter, but not to my kids. They're young still, under 10. I'll make sure that they're, just loved. I'm almost as skeptical as they come when it comes to paranormal things, along with religion and such. But some things are hard to ignore. I'll try to remember when I wake up to comment here. If not, well, yeah. If I forget, just check my post history. Anybody else ever have a loved one or somebody close to them predict their death within a reasonable margin?
Ask Reddit. When I was a child, both my parents went to work early, so they would drop me off at my grandmother's to eat breakfast and go to school from there. My grandmother died my junior year in high school. I started coming straight home from school then. During this time, my mother started complaining that when she would get home from work, the receiver on the phone, an 80s-style corded push-button phone, next to her bed was left off the base. I wasn't using the phone, but she would insist I must have. It was because the phone was hung up properly where she left for work. So one day I got home a little bit early. Now I need to pause and tell you about the layout of the apartment. From the front door, I looked directly into the living room, the dining room, the door to the kitchen, and the short hallway that led to my parents' bedroom and my bedroom. There was no other door. The windows were old-fashioned. They were narrow basement windows with screens. We were on the 3rd floor. Anyways, as soon as I walked in the door, I clearly heard footsteps in my bedroom. I dropped my school bag and foolishly ran to the bedroom. It wasn't far and took only a few seconds. I got to the bedroom and no one was there. However, I immediately noticed that the receiver of my phone on my mother's bedside table was on the floor. It was placed so that the cord to the base was stretched out as far as it could go. I later tried to replicate the placement by shaking the table, tipping the phone, etc. I could never get the receiver off the base. When I finally resorted to knocking it off the ringer I'm going to go with, it would fall on the table or next to it. The only way I could replicate the placement of the receiver where I found it was to carefully stretch the cord, place it, and then hold it for a few moments. I couldn't have gotten to that spot by accident. When I found the phone, I hung it up and it immediately rang. I answered it and it was my dad. He asked what was wrong. I asked him why he asked. He said that he had called and apparently just before I got home and somebody, who he thought it was me, answered the phone. But I didn't say anything apparently. He finally hung up and had been trying to call back and only got through after I hung up the phone. I've never figured out what happened. I definitely heard footsteps and I'm just as certain that there was no one there. But no one went by me. The window in the bedroom weren't disturbed and my parents had left too much stuff under the bed. So basically nobody bigger than an infant could hide in that spot. Also after this, my mother never found the phone disturbed again. I'll take that as a positive story. Ask Reddit. Around a year ago now, I moved into a new apartment. It was in a nice area, had a good amount of space. At first glance, nothing was wrong. Very soon, I think just a couple of days after moving, that place started to feel really off. I had this unexplainable dread. It felt like I wasn't welcome, as if the apartment itself just hated my guts. Often I couldn't shake the thought that I was just being watched. My mental health got pretty bad too. I already had OCD and developed an eating disorder due to stress quickly after moving in. But I wanted to make it clear that my mental illness and the neurodivergencies don't make me see or hear things. They also don't make me delusional in any other way. I think paranormal stuff is cool, but I don't really believe in it. Most of the time, there's a good, at least what I consider to be a logical explanation for everything. The feeling of not being welcome and being watched persisted the whole time I lived there. My weirdest experience was when I saw clear as day a shadow-like silhouette of a man in the hallway. His upper body and head were clearly visible, but down from his mid-torso it was a blur. He was there for a second or two, and then he just vanished. I still remember how he just fucking stood there, a bit hunched over, kind of a side view, head tilted a bit toward me. Very human stance, like the guy had just had a lazy posture. I recently asked one of my friends who had once visited me in that apartment if he noticed anything odd there, not specifying anything more. He just said, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that place was haunted and felt weird." He's not really one to dwell on paranormal stuff. I don't think he likes horror or anything akin to that. After around half a year of living there, I moved out. My new apartment, that's in another city, and honestly a lot shittier in terms of size, environment, and such. But I'm very much okay living here. It's because it's a relief to not feel that dread constantly. Quickly after moving, I recovered from the eating disorder I developed in the old place too. So that's great. I'm kind of hoping that place just had some invisible mold or something that just made me go nuts. Godspeed to whoever lives there now. Hope they don't see the Shadow Man. Mold is invisible until it's visible. So are other things. The Secret of the Yamamba. Once upon a time in the dense forests of Japan, a Buddhist priest was caught out in a fierce storm. The rain poured down in torrents, and the winds howled like wild beasts. Seeking shelter, the priest stumbled upon a lonely hut, its lights flickering warmly against the dark, stormy night. A kind old woman answered his knock and welcomed him inside. She offered him food and a warm fire to dry his soaked robes. The old woman was hospitable and warm, but as she served the meal, she gave him a strange warning. No matter what, do not look in the back room. The priest thanked her and tried to heed her warning, but his curiosity was gnawing at him. As the old woman stepped out to gather more firewood, he could no longer resist. Quietly, he approached the door to the back room and peeped through a little crack. To his horror, he discovered the room filled with half-eaten corpses. The sight made his blood run cold. Realization dawned on him. This kind old woman was not as she seemed. She was a Yamamba, a mountain witch who lured unsuspecting travelers into her home only to shred them to pieces for her next meal. Panicking, understandably, the priest knew that he had to escape, but he had to be clever. As the Yamamba returned, he quickly composed himself, thanked her for her hospitality. He pretended to be unwell from the journey and asked for a place to rest. The Yamamba, unsuspecting of his discovery, showed him to a small room where he could lie down. As soon as she left, the priest devised a plan. He quietly gathered his things and created a dummy with his spare robes and belongings. He placed it just under the blanket to make it look like he was asleep. Then, with the storm still raging outside, he slipped out the window and into the dark forest. He ran as fast as he could, not daring to look back. The howling wind covered the sounds of the departure. By the time the Yamamba realized his absence, the priest was far, far away, his quick thinking and swift action saving him from a grisly fate. The story of the Buddhist priest and the Yamamba spread far and wide, a tale about the dangers lurking in the guise of kindness and the importance of cleverness and courage in the face of true horror. Something was under my bed. Either way, it happened sometime in 2013 when I was 19. I had my room in the basement in my dad's house. It was late at night and I laid there on my bed in complete darkness. I needed to sleep because I had school the next day, but I suffered from insomnia back then and I felt too energetic to fall asleep. I laid there for a good while with thoughts swirling around in my mind when I suddenly heard some kind of noise. I opened my eyes, but as I mentioned before, it was completely dark. I started to think that I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again, scratching. From there, it went on, getting more and more intense, and I quickly realized the noise was coming from underneath my bed. My eyes widened and panic spread throughout my body. It sounded as if somebody was frantically clawing on the floor. Did I leave one of the cats in here before I went to bed? I thought, trying everything to rationalize the situation. But I already knew not even a cat could make that kind of noise. Then I felt something like a scratching and punching against my back from underneath my mattress. The best way I can really describe the whole thing is to imagine some poor soul being trapped inside of a coffin, desperately trying to break out. And like I was on top of that coffin. I was paralyzed by the shock of it all, not knowing what to do. After I'd been lying there for a good while with the scratching and punching still going on, my fear eventually turned into some kind of rage. I jumped out of bed and ran across the room, turned on the lights. Then I threw myself on the floor, looked under the bed and yelled, "What do you want from me?" Nothing was there. The scratching had stopped. There was no one in the room except me. Somehow, I just managed to fall asleep after that. A couple of months later, a friend of mine from school moved into our house. She rented a room for my dad on the top floor. After she had been there for 3 nights, she came to me in the morning and said that she'd had the craziest thing happen to her during the night. I could almost feel my skin turn pale as she told me the story of the exact same thing that had happened to me. The scratching, the punching against the mattress. I knew for certain that I'd never told her about my experience. We were both really freaked out when I told her the exact same thing had happened to me 2 floors down months earlier. Hopefully no more. Hide and seek with my friend's doppelganger. There were around 7 of us. I once invited my classmates after school to play a game of hide and seek in my college that my dad used to teach at. They didn't have their own building, so they rented 1-2 level of an office building, so there must have been a history to it. There were still college students around, so we decided to play in an area in the far end of the building. We chose the seeker, then we started the game. Since there's just a limited space where we could play, we decided to all hide together in one room. It was a rarely used computer room at the end of the balcony hallway. The others hid under the tables and even above them. Since every table has a separate thing for privacy, we sort of keep them hidden. So, me and my classmate Kurt did the same. We both went under the table and there was another classmate hiding in front of us facing us, so we could all see each other. Kurt went under the table with me and we're giggling the whole time curled up. So he's covering his face, sort of like in a sulking position. He was weirdly pale, and by the way, he was brown-skinned, so I asked him to quiet down, but he wouldn't listen. I was shaking him, trying to make him stop. He kept giggling until a seeker found all 3 of us. After we got found, we went out and stood up, and there we saw our confused classmate, Kurt. He was confused as to how he was found by the seeker under the table sitting beside me when he was actually on top of the table curled up and was not sitting with me. We were all confused, so we looked under the table where we hid. There was no one. I asked our classmate hiding in front of us if he had saw quote-unquote him hide with me. He confirmed that he saw him giggle in a sulking manner. Both couldn't see his face, but the rest of the appearance was all exactly like when like the Kurt that we knew. We asked the seeker how he saw everything. He said that he never saw anybody on the top of the table, but underneath the table where me and Kurt was. After a moment of realization, we ran out of the room and just went as fast as we could. They went home, and I stayed in the room where my dad and his co-teachers are. After I told them what happened, they told us what apparently a student from some past college who took her life at the balcony in front of that room where we played in. This was the closest encounter I had with something paranormal. I had a few more, and I always couldn't see their faces, which is better, I guess. It's still so unreal to me. I always think of how something like it is possible. Makes me feel somehow glad that I was not the only one who saw it. The Braided Girl. At the Chinese University of Hong Kong, the legend of the Braided Girl casts a dark shadow over the campus. Under the cover of night, by a dimly lit Chung Chi canteen, stories of a sinister presence circulate amongst the students. One moonless night, a group of daring friends decided to uncover the truth behind the chilling tales. As they approached the canteen, the usual hum of the campus fell into an eerie silence. That's when they saw her, a girl standing alone, her long braid swaying slightly in the breeze. "Who's there?" one of the friends called out. His voice was trembling. The girl turned slowly, revealing a face devoid of features, a blank canvas of skin beneath her braid. A cold dread gripped their hearts as they realized they were facing something not of this world. The legend came rushing back to them. A mainland girl from the 1960s who tried to escape to Hong Kong with her lover. Their journey ended in blood and tragedy. Her spirit left to wander the campus, seeking solace, or perhaps revenge. As they watched in horror, the girl took a step forward, then another. The air grew colder with each step that she took. The friends stumbled back, their courage dissolving into pure fear. Suddenly the girl stopped, her head tilting as if listening to some unseen whisper. "Do you want to play?" she asked, her voice echoing with an unnatural calm. Without waiting for an answer, she began to drift toward the woody lane near the old train tracks, her figure slowly dissolving into the darkness. The friends, paralyzed with terror, finally found their feet and fled. They didn't stop until they were safe within their dormitories, their hearts pounding with the night's encounter. From then on, the woody lane was forever known as Single Braid Road, a place where the past and the supernatural intertwined, and every night as the darkness fell, the campus held its breath, wondering if the braided girl would return. Weird-ass encounter on my college campus. To give a little background, I go to UNCA, which is located in the Appalachian Mountains. Creatures such as bears and possums are often spotted walking around the campus, which kind of makes the college experience more exciting, especially when you're walking around at night. So one night at around 11 p.m. I decide to go outside and walk around the track field that's adjacent to my dorm building to clear my head and stuff. Keep in mind that I've done this plenty of times before. I've had no weird experiences until that night. So I started walking laps around the track, and by the time I made my third lap, I came up to this part where to my right's a steep slope with bushes covering it. Getting closer to it, I start hearing what sounded like something moving in the bushes on the slope. I would have had to really taken notice of it, or
Rather, if it weren't for the fact that it sounded like footsteps. Like usually if it were a small animal, the noises it'd make while moving through bushes would be lighter and more scattered. So, I immediately came to the conclusion that I was probably facing a black bear. I should probably have my first encounter with one now. But as I continued to stare into the bushes, I saw no movement whatsoever. The footsteps sounded like whatever it was should have been on the slope, and yet I saw no black mass moving through the bushes, nor any bushes moving really around at all due to the movement. Something that I also noticed was that the footsteps sounded very human, and they were at a consistent slow beat. So at this point, I'm freaking out because I have no idea what the fuck is walking or crawling through those bushes. So, like the white dude I am, I decided to yell out, "Hello, anybody there?" As soon as I said that, the footsteps stopped. This deafening silence lasted for about 10 seconds before they resumed again. But this time they sounded like they were getting closer, and yet I still saw no signs of movement. Scared shitless, I finally gathered the courage to bolt the fuck out of there and just got to my dorm safety. Again, I have no idea what it was, but never really saw it. All I know is that it was something big. I've heard enough stories to know that there's definitely weird creatures like wendigos in Appalachia. Not sure if that's what was stalking around in those bushes. What do you guys think? I didn't know that saying hello to things was a white person thing. I think that's an every person thing. Or a less than scared person thing? Strange. Flying objects. I've been staying in the basement of a very strange built home with my friends living upstairs. They would hang out in the basement for movies and laundry, but always got a strange vibe. Shortly after I started making myself comfortable downstairs, I had the dry erase board rip off the fridge into the floor. One strip of magnet stuck to the fridge and the other on the board. It happened at times that felt like I had upset something. A few nights ago, a friend was over while we were just catching up on one of the windows, and they flew up to the floor. What? One of the windows flew off and to the floor. It was like somebody had kicked it in and there were no damage or anything. We laughed it off, put the window back in the tracks, and went about our business. I was very shaken, though. The night after that, I went to turn off a light in the spare storage room area, and as I opened the door, I heard pitter-patter and I saw a shadow figure run to hide in a corner. I distinctly felt a hand press on my leg 3 times one night. One of the cats meows like a young girl yelling out hello when they're in the shadow room. And only then walks out like he's shaking off something every time. I hear a ball bouncing at night and footsteps. Lots of other house noises that are too confidently fitting to be random. I've been sick and I felt death in my back for a while, about 1.5 years ago or so. So when I began to get healthy again, death split and each entity took over a room in my old apartment. I was being physically bullied, gang-stalked, and people who weren't well-informed cast black magic on. I began to encounter spirits in my apartment often. At least 2 portals had been opened. And I should note that right before the old apartment stuff, I died there. My soul didn't want to be let go. Since then, I can see and hear things others don't. I even gave birth to a ghost baby. After an abortion, I felt a ball of energy come out of me like I'd given birth. I even had a gush of I don't know what comes after, but like a placenta. Messed up stuff. I don't practice magic, but I'm learning about the occult and tarot and astrology and numerology and spirits and demons. Could I have brought this entity here? I saved it, but clearly it wasn't enough. I need help, I need protection, and for it to be released. What should I do?
This just happened. First off, let me explain a few things. Even though I'm married, my partner works nights, so I'm home alone from roughly 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. each day. I sleep alone. 2, my bedroom is on the ground floor. I live in a rancher, so there's 2 windows in my bedroom, one directly at the head of my bed, so there's no headboard to my bed. So this window is directly above my head as I sleep, if you can picture that. Now, with the colder weather, I've been sleeping with, both bedroom windows open, basically, and 3 instead of mulch for flower beds, and all these small red pebbles when we walked up can audibly hear each footstep. The flower bed wraps around the house. It stops beyond my bedroom window. For the past few nights, I've awoken out of a dead sleep to the sound of someone or something walking on these pebbles outside my window. I haven't been sleeping with a TV sound maker or anything else that could really make noise. No AC, no heater, no nothing. So when I go to sleep, it's completely quiet aside from the chickens outside. As I leave my window at the end of my bed, open about 5 inches, I distinctly remember hearing a branch snap outside my window and the sound of walking on the pebbles 2 nights ago. This happened roughly around 3 a.m. as well. So, just now I woke up out of a dead sleep to a cat angrily snarling outside of my window. I don't know how it registered in my brain so quickly, but I woke up out of a dead sleep, turned around to face the window, pulled open the blinds, and not 2 feet away was this cat, just staring off to the left, just snarling like it was being provoked. Now, I have a cat. She's indoor only, small, can't really reach either bedroom window. She was not even in the room with me when this happened. After I yelled at the outside cat to go away, I went searching for my own. She was asleep on her bathroom rug. But this really isn't normal cat hunting behavior. I've had many cats in the past, mostly outdoor/indoor. And while hunting, they don't necessarily angry growl. They really only do that when they're either fearful or they're being provoked. So that makes this much stranger. And the fact that after I yelled at this cat, it just kind of lost focus on whatever it was and just turned and slowly walked off. It didn't run like it was scared or fleeing. It just simply stopped, turned toward me, looked at me, turned away, and slowly walked away. Pretty classic cat action. Some opinions in this. I've tried 2 r/dream based subs. Maybe here's the right place to ask. Also, I've wrote this about a week ago. As of last night, things escalated. I had a quote-unquote conversation with my IT in my dream. And when I ask it to just leave me alone, it says it's not going to happen. Apparently, I'm going to need some help and advice. And apparently the narrator thinks that it, in capitals, is IT. Have you ever had such dreams? First, English is not my first language, so excuse me if there's mistakes. Okay, no problem. I, a 35-year-old female, have had some strange reoccurring nightmares. I'm jumping from dream in dream, almost like Inception, but it's always nightmares. It looks like a dull dream with everyday stuff, until something bad and stressful happens and I quote-unquote wake and it's again a dream. The longest I've been waking again is 9 times. When I found an easy to calm myself and wake up normally, my brain used the few seconds confusion to stress me again. When I found a light bulb switch not working, his giveaway is a dream. My brain started to show me it's working. Every step I take, my brain adapt, so it would get it to the moment I'm stressed. This is a little bit harder. What's interesting is these dreams happen in first minutes after getting asleep. When the human brain isn't supposed to be in REM, it's about 20 or 30 minutes max. The thing is, I can't find what is causing that. There's times it happens almost every night, and then it stops for months and starts again. So far as I know, it's not caused by food, stress levels, medication, and level of tiredness, and it's not caused by blood pressure or sugar. As in, lately I'm checking them regularly. I'm not having any other sleep-related problems, and in normal nights I get nice sleep. I have no problems getting to sleep in general. Important is, as I have depression and social anxiety, also I suspect ADHD, but still not diagnosed. Is there somebody experiencing this? Everybody's an undiagnosed something or other, I will say that. A dream that wasn't really a dream. I was about 13 or 14 when this happened, I think. For context, I slept in the basement in my twin sister's room right next to mine, sharing a wall. My parents and brother slept on the third floor. I was asleep as usual, and the dream started out with me trying to fall asleep in the basement living room. That's because there was a demon in my room. My twin was in the living room drawing and writing on a piece of paper. In the far corner there was another demon. It looked like a shadow, but with very pale limbs and only about 3 feet tall. It looked at what my sister was drawing, and it was like a sketch of the entity with the name Anne scribbled all over the paper about 100 times. This was a very lucid dream, so my first thought was something's very wrong. I need to go upstairs and get my parents and wake up the real world. For some reason, I believed that there was things upstairs on the main floor that could hurt me, so I didn't want to go alone. My brother was sleeping in my sister's room in the dream, no idea why, so I decided to go wake him up and have him come with me to go get my parents to wake them up, or rather me. Sorry if this is confusing. As I walked into the room, my brother immediately woke up, and before I could say anything, the demon that I thought couldn't leave my room came in, started grabbing me, repeating the phrase, "I will always be here for you." It had no face, just a mouth. Its skin was so pale and thin I could see its veins. It had like 6 arms, too. I immediately woke up, and it was 3:53 a.m. I sat in bed terrified until 3:56. That's when I heard the footsteps of my twin sister running upstairs. I have no idea how I managed to fall back asleep, but I was too scared to leave my room. In the morning, I asked my sister why she ran upstairs in the middle of the night. She told me that she just had a really bad feeling and something was really wrong with the energy in her room. She was terrified after I told her about my dream. After that night, the weird things happening in her house really picked up. The shadows, things flying off counters, my dog acting odd, the knocking on the walls, doors opening, door handles jiggling, footsteps, scratches, etc., etc. Oddly enough, my sister and I were the only ones to really witness these things. Ask Reddit. In the 80s, there was a derelict hotel near where I lived in East London called the Galleons. Terrifying place built in the 1800s with gargoyles, the lot. Look it up. All the kids used to dare each other to go to the 3rd floor, bang on the corrugated iron blocking the windows, and run down in almost total darkness. One day in school, on holidays, about 6 of us were over there messing around for hours. I'd literally searched the whole place with the help of a stolen workman lamp, the kind with oil and a flame. We found nothing. The place was empty. It was trashed after being vandalized for decades, probably. My younger brother, who was 13, joined us later on in the day, and he had never been inside, so me and my friend took him in to go to the dreaded 3rd floor. The only way in was through the cellar, which let in daylight. Once you got to the ground floor, it was totally dark. I suggested that we sit on stairs for a minute to let our eyes get used to the dark, as the oil lamp barely gave a sort of orange glow. As we sat there, we heard footsteps coming down the winding wooden stairs from the floor above us. There was no mistaking the stairs were creaking, and the clump was someone walking down the stairs. We shit ourselves and then panicked and ran down the narrow staircase back to the cellar. In the panic, my friend dropped his lamp as it fell down the stairs, came to spilling oil, which ignited and caught the stairs alight. We didn't look back, just wanted to get out. Scared shitless, the whole gang ran across the field. I forgot to mention this godforsaken place sat alone in the Thames as a disused dock. And to the bus stop, which luckily had a bus sitting there. When the bus pulled away, we went to top deck and looked back at the hotel. Smoke was bellowing from it. We all went home and spent the night terrified that the police would knock at the door and it was a listed building with historical value. The next day, we decided to go back to see what damage that we had caused and if it was even still standing. To our astonishment, it was, and it was there. Those stairs were on fire and the place was majority wood over 100 years old with rubbish everywhere. Should have burnt down. I'm 54 now, and this is the only thing that's ever happened to me that might convince me of the paranormal. We had searched that place top to bottom, and there was no one in there. The hotel's now renovated and open. One day I should book a room on the 3rd floor.
My toddler is seeing a ghost child. I've always been a believer in the paranormal, but when spooky things happened, I could always rationalize them as a trick of the light, echoing footsteps from the neighbors, rats in the walls. That was until my family moved into our current home. We've been here for 3 years and the activity's been few and far between, till the last couple of days. For context, we live in a very old house on what is most likely First Nation sacred land in outback Australia, and I found what I think is a quartz spearhead in the crawl space under the house shortly after we moved in. I've heard very clear footsteps, so clear that when I was in the shower, I opened the shower door expecting my husband to come in, and similarly, while in the shower, something knocked on the door and I yelled out to my husband to come in, but he was in the games room with headphones on. I felt things brush up against me, warm spots in the house. My toddler's toys have started making noise out of nowhere, and I've seen things in the corner of my eyes. My toddler's also begun sleep talking, which isn't surprising, since my husband also sleep talks. But hubby heard him talking to something through the baby monitor at 4 a.m. When he went to investigate, toddler was asleep and the talking stopped. So, the other day, my toddler and I are playing with Play-Doh on the dining room table. That's when a tub of Play-Doh fell off the shelving unit. No windows were open, nobody was near it to knock it over. It was pushed off. Nothing could explain this other than that it was pushed off. I can handle a little ghostly action, but that freaked me out. And this brings me to today when my son told me that there's a ghost dada and a ghost baby. Baby could be an infant to a toddler. It's just my sort of L.O. calls this little kid. L.O. Little one. Maybe. And that the ghost baby hides in the Play-Doh. He also said ghost dada's orange. I tried pressing for more information, but he wasn't interested in answering questions about them. He doesn't seem to be scared or worried, but I'm about to have a panic attack. My mom brought me sage, or at least a sage stick a little while ago. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. So what should I do? There's only one person I know of that people refer to as Orange, so I find that to be interesting and strange. Weird thing that happens during Halloween in our basement 1 or 2 years ago. I know this sounds fake because it happened during the days that led up to Halloween, But this is definitely real and it shook my family for a while. Although it's not very scary and sounds like the beginning of a trash horror film. Settle down, sir. Around the second week before Halloween, the cameras set up in my basement detected activity. So did our motion sensors in the middle of the night around 12 p.m. Night. We would later call the police and notify them that there may be an intruder in our basement. Our camera didn't show any movement, however. The police officer would enter the basement to find that the area where nobody was there, and then we just went to bed. The occurrence would happen again at night. Same thing happened, except later in the night around 1 a.m. Basement camera's motion detection caught something. We'd call the police again, and nothing would come up. So, context here before I continue. We use an Apple home system, and we have an Apple TV. If anyone is ringing the doorbell, or if there's activity in our living room, the camera footage will pop up on our TV. In this case, every evening and night, the basement camera would show detection and footage on the TV, but we didn't see squat. It always popped up on our screen 2 to 3 times a day. It was on October 31st, Halloween, that my parents stared, becoming fearful. I'm going to go with started. Being the heavily religious Hindus that they are, they stuck Siri HomePod downstairs to play the Hanuman Chalisa, or our version of warding off evil downstairs on repeat. The activity never came back again. I can go into the basement without fear now, thankfully. The strange thing is that our house is brand new. It was constructed a mere 4 years ago, so nobody had lived here prior. Additionally, we have experienced zero paranormal activity prior to this. Nowadays, me and my family laugh it off and I have a story to tell people. But it was pretty scary. And it was my first paranormal experience. I really wish I knew what was happening in my basement. Thankfully, it was a was rather than an is. Not everybody can say that. Babysitter coming to me in dreams. So for some background, my mom had me when she was still in high school. She was newly just turning 18 the day before she had me. She had a best friend a couple of years younger who was 16 named Mindy. I grew up in the same rural town in Texas as my parents, and graduated from the same school, but recently moved away. Mindy used to babysit me around a lot. That was when my mom was at work, as well as my dad at the time. Mom worked fast food and was trying to finish school. Dad was a volunteer firefighter. I was only a baby, so I didn't really, ever actually remember Mindy since I was too young. So for more context, I was born in '95. I was definitely too young to remember Mindy. Mindy passed away one night when she was driving home. According to my mom and grandma's accounts, it was raining heavily on this night. And for context, the roads in my hometown are very narrow and twisty. They have tight S-curves that can be tricky to navigate, especially when raining. Mindy's car hydroplaned and she overcorrected, skidding off the road and over the guardrail into the creek below. She was gone on impact when the car rolled into the creek. And here's the creepy part that I don't understand. I've had dreams ever since I was a teenager about a woman coming to me, asking about my family. If we were all okay and they were just asking me how I'm doing. She's called me by the name in these dreams and always said with a sad, "Oh, Kristen, you're beautiful now." I still have them sporadically. She looked young, vibrant, but sad and worried. When I described to my mom the dreams of the woman, when I described her as a young, thin blonde with a high, squeaky voice, Mom instantly said, "That's Mindy." It's just wild. Like Mindy reaching out to me from beyond all these years later in my dreams when she musters her energy to make sure that I'm okay. I'm 28, almost 29 now. And again, I have no memories of Mindy aside from what my family told me of her, and, well, how close her and my mom were. Whenever I go back home and go over to the spot that she passed, where her cross still is, there's just almost a sadness that washes over me as well as a chill. I've only seen her in my dreams.
My haunted house. I live in Mobile, in an area known as Spring Hill. It was a point of high ground for the Native American tribes during the fall, and later home to about a dozen plantation-like homes. Think big 150-year-old live oaks, etc. My home's on a lot, and it was cut out of one of these homes, but it was built in the 1980s. We bought and moved into the home after Katrina. The first few months were pretty much normal, other than hearing somebody walking on the stairs when no one was there. Then, at about 3 a.m. one night, I heard a huge crash, like a giant glass picture or a mirror falling off of a wall kind of crash. I got up, looked all over, and it was nothing. A week later, same thing. My wife even heard it as we both woke up out of a deep sleep. It happened about another 12 or so times, I'd say. It got to the point where I quit even getting up, but I decided it sounded like something heavier falling on a big glass coffee table or something. One day when talking about local neighborhood issues with the next-door neighbor, I told him about the crashing glass table noise at 3 a.m. to see if he had an explanation for it. Maybe some factory doing something or a train or something I didn't know about. He looked at me a little bit weird and said, "Well, that's how it all happened." I asked him how, like, what happened, and what he was even talking about. He explained that a number of years before he moved into the house, the owner was a doctor. And he was his good friend, too. The former owner was very obese, well over 300 pounds, and couldn't get up and down the stairs very well. So he typically would sleep on the couch in the living room. Then one night at 3 a.m., he had a massive heart attack and collapsed dead into a big glass coffee table, shattering it to a million pieces. None of this had been disclosed to me about the house. Nada. Some of the other older neighbors were able to confirm this later. I acknowledged this presence in the home, and a few cleansings later, it eventually stopped. But still occasionally hear somebody walking down the stairs, and apparently, daughter died soon after of anorexia, but wasn't in the house at the time of her death. Maybe it's her in the stairs. My grandma's house. Back when I was around 13 years old, I was spending the night at my grandma's and also had to help watch my two cousins. I think they were around 7, maybe 4 years old at the time. I've always hated being in that house. Granted, both of my grandparents have depression and the house in general is filled with dusty antiques and lacks sunlight. So those factors could definitely play into the negative energy. Regardless, I've always hated the overall vibe of that house. Even when I was a child or a teen, I always picked up on the feeling that something just wasn't right there. Felt like I needed to watch my back if I was alone. I would often get a sense I was being watched. That night my two cousins were acting up and weren't going to bed. I was laying on the couch facing toward the kitchen. My grandparents live in a trailer home, so that way I could see directly down the hall and the doorway into my grandparents' room and the bathroom. And I was just kind of staring off into space and sort of just waiting for kids to tire themselves out and fall asleep themselves. Suddenly, I saw a tall shadow figure move across the hall from my grandpa's bedroom to the bathroom. I was scared shitless, but I didn't want to freak out my little cousins. So I turned my back away from the kitchen, squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to look back in that direction, and prayed I would fall asleep. That was until my 7-year-old cousin asked, "Who is that man over there? Is that Grandpa?" I wanted to panic so badly, but I purposely acted very dismissive and quickly said, "No, but it's time you go to bed." They fell asleep soon after. When I first saw the shadow, I thought I might have been seeing things. But to have my 7-year-old cousin see a figure without me mentioning anything beforehand confirmed what I saw. It really shook me, and I'm also certain the figure was not my grandfather. The figure looked to be around 6'5". It was tall and slender, while my grandfather's only around 6 foot, with more of a heavy build. I also asked him and my grandpa if they got up in the middle of the night that night. They both said no. While I'm not 100% certain as to what I saw, I am open to alternative explanations. This experience definitely still lingers in my mind and confuses my mouth. My great-grandmother. When I was 5 or 6, my mom and I lived in my grand's council house with extended family. My gran and granddad had lived there for years with 9 children at the time and a few grandchildren, and my great-grandmother for decades before I was even born. My great-grandmother had passed more than 10 years before I was born when my mama was quite young. My mama and I shared a large back room which doubled up as a sitting room and a playroom. One night I was sleeping in my bed facing my toy cupboard, which had no door, but was really like a pretty sheet which Mama had painted and nailed onto the frame of the cupboard, keeping my toys tidy. I remember suddenly opening my eyes to see a little old lady in the doorway of my toy cupboard. I wasn't scared, which in itself was slightly strange, as I felt the older lady was familiar and safe. She just appeared to be a regular little old lady with slightly strange clothes. Without moving her mouth, she said, "It's okay, pet, I've just come to see how you are. Go back to sleep." The words sounded clear in my head, and being 5 or 6, I said okay, and I went back to sleep. The next day I was playing in the garden with Mama, and I told her about what I had said and what I had seen in the dream. Mama, who was very close to her grandmother, looked at me and asked me to describe the little old lady. So I did. Mama looked a little strange and then changed the subject. Years later, we were talking about family with my big cousin Jimmy, who was living with Mama and I at the time. I was about 8 and Jimmy was around 15 or 16. And Mama told me that when I described that little old lady, I actually described her great-grandmother. Jimmy laughed and said when he had the same bedroom, he had her great-grandmother also in the same place as I saw her. There were only 3 differences. Jimmy knew our great-grandmother before she passed, albeit he was very young, but remembered her well. It was in the middle of the day when Jimmy saw her, and she just smiled at him without speaking. My mama got a really old-looking family photo, and in the middle of the family members, I knew looking younger was the very same kindly-looking little old lady. Additional note as Pet is used as a pet name by many people from Newcastle. I think Sunderland also, where my great-grandmother's family originated from as well. Light as a feather. I grew up in a rural area. Our house sits atop a small hill, quite a bit older and separated from the brick single-level homes, built closer together, closer to the country road. I was the youngest of 3 children and the only boy. Boredom was a constant for us, and in those days before the internet and cell phones, we came up with so many games and activities to pass the time. If you've caught my other story, hopefully you picked up on the fact that our home and the land around it had a sort of different energy than anywhere I've ever been. One rainy Friday evening, my aunt and her daughter came to visit, and while my aunt and mother played games in the kitchen, us youngsters began a night of experimenting with a book of myths and superstitions. We took turns, sort of turning circles and saying Bloody Mary, laying bread and water in front of a mirror to conjure up images of our future spouses. building a Ouija board, and some others I can't really quite remember. Nothing seemed to be working for us, and the last experiment in the book was called Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board. My aunt decided to join us for our last spell. Now, my aunt was every bit of a 200-plus pound lady, and the pretty much oldest of us was 12 and small for her age. My aunt laid down flat on her back on the floor and folded her hands on her chest, and my 2 female cousins, my middle sister and I, took our places at her side, while my oldest sister took her spot at the head. Each of us on the sides placed 2 fingers on each hand under my aunt's body, while my oldest sister read from the book. I don't remember all that was said, but I do remember after claiming my aunt had perished in a car accident, she began saying light as a feather, stiff as a board, and we all joined in maybe 4 or 5 times. My sister said with a voice I'd never heard before, "Lift her to heaven now." And just like that, with 8 little fingers, we picked that woman up over our heads. My aunt came out of her trance and became instantly heavy, and we dropped her 2.5 feet to the floor. She hit with a loud boom, causing my mother to burst in to see what was happening. The look on her face on shock and disbelief. Her eyes wide, she ordered her daughters in the family car and quickly left without her normal goodbyes, just gone. A couple of months before she would return to her house, we were no longer allowed to play those games when they visited. See ya.
I believe I saw a spirit. A good one. So I have seen and experienced spirits since I was a young boy. To this day, as I even type this, or even talk about, I get shivers for some reason no matter which experience it was. The story I will talk about in this post was recent, about a year ago to be exact. Here's some backstory. I lived with my 90-year-old grandmother. She lived alone for many years, but always had grandchildren come and go, staying for nights to sometimes years at a time. She's as strong as a bull. The last survivor of all of her family, besides her children and grandchildren. So this makes me believe the spirit has something to do with watching over her. My girlfriend, and we now live together and have a baby a year later, would always sleep over at my grandmother's apartment and spend the night with me in my small 10-by-10 bedroom. One night my girlfriend and I got into an argument in the upstairs room I slept in. I was pissed off, wanted to cool down. I decided to go downstairs and hang out on the couch, scroll aimlessly on my phone. I decided to not turn on the lights. I was cozy, relaxed, not tired at all. The way I laid on the couch, my line of sight was staring at the stairs of the apartment. These are the stairs that led to the bedroom and the bathroom. Or rather, bedrooms. As I was on my phone, I saw a bright light aiming down the stairs. I thought, oh man, my girlfriend wants to come downstairs and say sorry or hang out. Thought she was using her phone light to guide herself down the dark stairs. Then, what I was a glowing orb. Float down the stairs. Go about halfway down the stairs, stop for a second, then float back up and disappear. I wasn't scared, I was amazed. I felt no weird feelings. I calmly walked upstairs, confirmed my girlfriend never attempted to come down the stairs. I knew what I saw was no human anyways. And by the way, you said that you were the orb, so a little bit confusing on the storytelling portion. I'm assuming that you saw one, actually. So even typing out the story, I got the strongest shivers running down my whole body. Anybody else ever experienced something like this? Anybody know which restaurant? The Cursed Saloon of Dodd Street, the legend. Deep in the heart of Omaha's Old Market, whispers persist of a cursed saloon from the city's early days as a rough-and-tumble cowtown. The building, now a trendy restaurant, is said to be haunted by the ghost of Smiling Jack Mallory, a notorious gambler and gunslinger who met his demise within its walls. Locals say that on the anniversary of his death, which falls on Halloween night, Jack's spectral form can be seen stalking the building, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. Patrons have reported feeling cold spots, hearing disembodied laughter, and even seeing glasses flying off shelves seemingly on their own. Some claim to have caught glimpses of Jack himself, a shadowy figure with a Stetson hat and a glint of malice in his eyes. The historical connection. In the 1860s, Omaha was a booming frontier town, attracting cowboys, outlaws, and fortune seekers. Dodge Street was the heart of the action, lined with saloons, gambling halls, and brothels. One such establishment was the Golden Nugget Saloon, owned by a ruthless businessman named Jebediah Jeb Carter. Jeb was known for his crooked dealings and his quick temper, and often resorted to violence to settle disputes. One fateful night, a high-stakes poker game turned deadly when Jeb accused a young gambler named Jack Mallory of cheating. A gunfight ensued, and Jack was shot dead. His lifeless body slumped over the card table. Jeb, fearing retribution, bricked Jack's body into the saloon's cellar, where it remained undiscovered for years. The spooky twist. Legend has it that Jack's spirit, fueled by anger and a thirst for revenge, refuses to leave the saloon. He is said to be particularly active on Halloween night, the anniversary of his death. Some say he targets those who gamble or engage in dishonest behavior, while others believe he simply enjoys tormenting the living. There are even rumors that Jack's ghost can influence the outcome of games of chance, sometimes helping those he deems worthy and hindering those he despises. Every Saturday morning I went to an old cemetery. Was recently on a trip and traveled to an old cemetery. I went there to find a grave of a famous lawman from history. I know I'm being vague, but that's to keep my identity private. I went with my kid and we arrived early in the morning, just after dawn. The main cemetery gates were closed. They were also locked, but we were able to walk in using the pedestrian gates. The cemetery was huge. We used Google Maps to try and find the grave. Google Maps kept switching the location on us. It was almost directing us out of the cemetery. Then we'd start it over again and made us walk up to the center and then turn right again toward the side exiting the cemetery. Then we tried to find it using the plot and the section and the row number that we saw online. When I did that and popped up Google Maps, it showed me that I was basically standing on the grave, but the markers were wrong. Other people who had been into this, well, rather not into the grave, but been to the location of the grave, posted pictures online. Their pictures didn't fit the area that we're in. It was so weird. I'm pretty good about famous graves. I do it a lot, especially when I travel. Anyway, we had to be somewhere by 10 a.m., so I told my son, let's just walk back to our car. He started walking ahead of me, and I stopped one last time to look in the section that we were passing. I don't know what made me stop, but I looked down the row of headstones and said, no, this doesn't look right. By that time, my son was way ahead of me. He was still in the cemetery, but closer to the front gates than I was. I was walking down the main cemetery road behind him. Mind you, that nobody was in the cemetery, or at least we didn't see a single other person. And this cemetery wasn't that close to the main roads where you'd hear traffic. I was walking and looking straight ahead, and all of a sudden I hear footsteps behind me. It's like somebody was walking up behind me. I immediately thought that there was either a cemetery worker or a guard. I turned around, asked them about the grave, and no one was there. This was full daylight out by this point, not some weird middle of the night hearing ghost kinda, none of that. I was startled by the fact that nobody was there so much that I sprinted ahead to catch up to my son to say, let's get in the car and go. Is it the Hat Man I've been seeing for 15 years? I figured this is one place I can talk about this without sounding completely crazy. Probably. I'll preface this by saying that I grew up in a household that was equal parts traumatic and spiritually active. My mom was very sensitive to the other side, and so ghosts, spirits, shadow people, etc. were normalized everyday occurrences in our house. We always had shadows that would run past, just out of the corner of your eye. But when I was 15, I encountered a different type of shadow. My bedroom had 2 doors. One to the main living area, and the other to like a Jack and Jill bathroom. The bathroom door was directly across from the head of my bed. One night, the summer I turned 15, I woke up in the middle of the night because I felt like somebody was in the room with me. I was a very light sleeper at the time. Thank you, trauma. I opened my eyes to see the outline of a tall man, as tall as the door frame, walked from the living room door to the bathroom door. There he leaned against it and seemed to fold his arms, and I could feel him watching me. It was a very cold feeling, almost clinic, but with a darker edge. If that makes any sense. Clinical, I believe you mean. This happened often. Every time it was the same routine. Some nights he felt angry, some nights just cold, and some nights downright deadly. But it was never a comforting feeling, which contradicted what everybody said to calm me down, that it must have just been somebody looking to protect me. Anyways, I'm 30 now. I've moved houses at least 7 times, and I still occasionally see him watching me. So I finally decided to look into it. I found stories of the Hat Man, and people connecting him to childhood trauma or moments of high negative emotions. I thought back and I realized he started appearing right after one of the most traumatic things I've experienced to date. And even now, he seems to pop up when I'm going through it, as they say. But I don't see that hat, and I can't remember ever seeing him with a hat. Everything else is pretty spot on. I just want to know who my spiritual stalker is. What spoke to me from my parents' room? This happened a few years back when I was a sophomore in high school, probably 2017. My family and I had just moved to a new place and were renting a house. On the day this happened, my parents were out of the house running errands, leaving my brother and I at home. We were both upstairs in our rooms right across the hall from each other. While in my room, I heard the garage open. I thought my parents had come up, so I went down the stairs to check the garage. Nothing. I went back upstairs, back into my room, and began to hear dishes move in the kitchen. Again, I walked out of the room, looked over to the stairs and into the kitchen to see if my parents were home. Nothing. I walked back into my room after this, and a few minutes later hear a voice in the house. I walked to my room door, opened the door, and see my brother standing right in front of me. He also was coming out of his own room. We both told each other that we had heard our parents and began walking down the stairs. Halfway down, we were having a conversation, more than likely arguing about something kiddish. But my mom's voice calls my name. For context, at the bottom of the stairs was the door to my parents' room. They had left the door to the room open with the lights off. It was pitch black, and my brother and I instantly go quiet and look into the room. While remaining on the stairs, a few seconds pass and we hear my mom's voice again. Only this time it said my brother's name. Not a moment later, my brother and I bolt up the stairs and lock ourselves in the room. I instantly call my mom and tell her that somebody was in the house. Luckily, both her and my dad were at the grocery store just 5 minutes away. This is the first and only time, hopefully, that something like this has ever happened to me. My first thought was that it just was something paranormal. The voice was so clear and human-like and matched my mom's voice that I really believed it was hers. If it wasn't hers, I definitely believed it was an actual person. But Of course it wasn't. She wasn't home, and neither was my dad. And looking back on it, I never really liked that room. It was way too dark and unsettling. So I still wonder what spoke to me and my brother from the parents' room. I experienced time distortion as a child. This happened when I was about 7 years old. I never really gave it another thought until recently when my mother reminded me that it happened, and how we were never really able to explain it. I was in summer school, and during one recess, I was playing on the playground with this girl. I had sort of just become close to her. Usually when recess was over, a loud bell would ring and signal that it was time to go back to class. On this particular day, the girl and I were lost in our little world of make-believe. We didn't hear the bell ring, and eventually we noticed that we were alone on the playground. The weird thing is that there were yard duties on site, so an adult would sort of corral the kids if they didn't immediately respond. But that day, there was no adult to tell us to go back inside. No kids crawling on the monkey bars with us. It was just empty. It really felt like the playground had just vacated after a few minutes. We figured that we wouldn't be in huge trouble if we made our way back to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, the teacher immediately yells out, "Where have you girls been? We've been looking for you." Turns out, 2 hours had passed from the time the bell rang to when we reappeared. We got yelled at for disappearing, but as a child, I never understood why I was in trouble. I never left the playground, so why was I getting yelled at? Looking back on it, I do have to wonder, did we disappear? Does this count as missing time? It really felt like that to us, that we had taken our recess as normal and nothing weird happened. The creepy thing is that both that girl and I was playing with and I experienced the same thing. There's no way that this is just hallucination. Well, at least coming from my brain alone. Kinda shook it off as one of those guess we'll never know kind of things. But now that I'm older, it really is one of the weirdest things I've ever experienced. I'm curious as to what you may think have happened. Did we get abducted by aliens, hence the missing time? Did we accidentally slip into a different dimension? Were the Fae trying to kidnap us? When we realized we were alone, it was totally the Oz effect. No noise, just eerie silence. Experience in a cemetery. So the other night, my boyfriend and daughter, 3.5 years old, and I were walking in the cemetery. It's a few blocks from our house. We drove because we wanted maximum walking time with the toddler. We planned to play Pokemon Go. We entered through the main entrance, and after a few steps, I started feeling nauseous and worried, anxious. Didn't know why, just ignored it. We wanted to check out the huge headstones toward the middle, so we head that way. We notice a car parked with its lights off. No front license plate, passenger and back doors just wide open. The man is halfway in the back seat. He's parked on one side of the big headstone, which ended up being priests. We walked through and the guy noticed us. He closed the doors that were open, and then went around the driver's side and got in the car. Sat there and just watched us. So we veered away from him and went down a different path. My daughter all of a sudden says, "They're so loud." Who? The rocks. They're talking to me. My mouth drops open. We didn't tell her anything about the cemetery or the headstones. She has no idea what they are other than big rocks. We ended up leaving as soon as we drove away. Well, yeah. My nausea also eased up. I told my boyfriend about feeling sick and he freaked out and explained EMF to me. Pretty creepy. We went to a store and passed the cemetery on the way home again. His car was still there. He left after we pulled down our street we lived on. We've had one other paranormal experience with her before, which I will post.
This was the second time that afterlife, ghost, spirits, or something exists, and it's confirmed for me. Later that night, she was talking about the rocks again, and said that they were watching us. I said, what did they look like? She said shadows. She said they looked like this, then proceeds to make a worried expression. Told me that they couldn't walk with us and had to stay by the rocks. Were the spirits warning us about that man? Or is there maybe something not so good at that cemetery? Biltmore Hotel. This past summer, I stayed for one night with some friends and family at the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables, Florida, or Coral. Very well documented haunted history. We happened to be staying in the most haunted room, the Everglades Suite, which also happens to be the 13th floor. The main ghost who is said to haunt that suite is Fatty Walsh, a mobster killed there in 1929. He's harmless as far as ghosts go, throwing the occasional ghost party and bringing the occasional living girl up to the room to show her around. We were hosting a party in the suite for friends and family. All throughout the evening, things kept happening. Heavy, normally hard-open balcony doors swinging open. Voices muttering in the empty hallway outside the room. But the most prevalent issue came after the party, when I was trying to sleep. The suite itself is 2 stories, and incredibly beautiful. I'd highly encourage you to look it up because it is gorgeous. The room I was staying in had the steepest staircase I'd ever seen in it. The thermostat in the room was above the staircase, so I would have to precariously stand on the edge of the floor above a significant drop to reach it and adjust the temperature. The first time I got up in the night, around 2 a.m., I turned the temperature down and got back to bed. It didn't cool down, and in fact, when I looked at the thermostat, it was set hotter than it had been before I adjusted it. So I got back up to readjust it. Rinse and repeat. This probably happened 5 more times before I gave up. I didn't sleep the whole night, kept awake by the hot temperature and the thought of a ghost messing with me. Now, I am a relatively attractive young woman, or so I like to think. Fatty Walsh's favorite targets for his haunting. Did I get harassed by a ghost trying to get me to take my clothes off? I don't know. But I don't think it's absurd for me to speculate. Fatty Walsh. There's a name. Daytime experience. This happened to me a few years ago when I was living in an isolated desert town in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. There's a large field behind my parents' house, about 4 miles square, lined on 3 sides with huge salt cedar trees. Sort of creates a barrier with only a few small breaks big enough for a person to walk through. The one side without the trees is a dirt path lined with power lines, and I would see the occasional car or maybe an ATV. I would regularly walk this path alone, though. I would do this, with my dog, a large German Shepherd, so partially alone. This particular day I was almost done, and I was walking along with the clearing to my right-hand side. I was headed back towards my parents' house. It's an isolated place, so there isn't a lot of noise, but I could hear the wind and the sound of my feet scrubbing along the dirt and gravel and the jingling of my dog's tag and collar. I'm looking straight ahead, watching my dog, when everything becomes eerily silent. No wind, and I even lose the sound of my own footsteps, like the air was standing still. The silence is deafening, and I begin to hear a ringing in my ears, and I turn to my right and I look across 4 miles square to the clearing on the other side. I see an extremely large silver cigar-shaped craft on the ground. My mind immediately begins thinking of all the rational things it could be. They all fall short. The longer I looked, the brighter it becomes.
as if it was illuminated from the inside to the point that it hurt my eyes and I was forced to look away. In the seconds that it took for me to look back up, it was gone, and in an instant all the sound came back and I could hear the jingling collar of my dog, the breeze like the air was moving again. The ringing was also gone, but what came next was an overwhelming feeling of dread and fear, and the feeling that I just saw something I wasn't supposed to. Whatever it was, they saw me too. I literally ran back to the house. That was really my real first experience witnessing something unexplained. But since then, I've had several others, and they've all been accompanied by the feeling of not only do I see them, but they see me too. Any advice or suggestions or experience with things? Saturday night, my boyfriend and I and his friend went to a Halloween party. Once we arrived, I had this weird gut feeling that I just couldn't shake. We were told there was a bonfire and it was outside. So once we arrived, we found out that the rest of the friend group went down to the creek. Our friend, let's call him Mark, he went down before us. We stayed by the house for a minute and then followed like 5 minutes after. On the way down, my gut feeling got worse. I kept going even though I had a feeling. We were there for maybe 10 minutes when I finally looked at my boyfriend and said that we needed to go back to the house. My gut's telling me that we shouldn't be down here. That's what I was saying. So we convinced the friend group to go back to the house, and it's about 8 or 10 of us. We walk back up. Nothing bad happens. We all drink and have fun. My boyfriend and I decide to head home. It's 12:30 a.m.-ish. I had a little bit too much to drink, and well, we get home and go to bed, and our friend Mark, on the other hand, got a ride home a little bit later because he wasn't ready yet. 1:30 a.m.-ish. He got home probably an hour or so after us. Now, this part didn't involve me. Mark was asleep on the couch in the living room by the front door, and well, he woke up because he thought he heard me and my boyfriend whisper for him. He got up and walked to her door, and it was closed. He called her names, no reply. We were passed out. He goes back to the couch and lies back down, and then there's 3 loud knocks on the door. On the second knock, my boyfriend's dog barks, and on the third, he runs and hides behind the wall in the other room. Mark gets his phone out of his pocket, and it's 3 a.m. Then there's 3 more even louder knocks. My boyfriend's dog's still hiding. Mark and my boyfriend checked the doorbell video the next morning from 1:30 till 4. Nothing. Not even a gust of wind. I talked to a friend of mine today about this experience. She said it's a thing that we don't speak the name of. I was trying to get his attention and that it may have possibly followed him home that night. Just wanted to see if anybody had advice or something. Childhood encounters. However, throughout my life, especially between the ages of about 8 and 18, I've experienced many odd and unexplainable things in my home. Some memories include: one night I was playing Xbox in my lounge, and my kitchen is visible if you turn around when facing the TV. On this night, I know for a fact I was not tired and I went to stretch, and when I did so, I could see a lady in a white Victorian dress, black hair, standing in the corner of the kitchen just watching me. I stared for maybe 10 seconds, and only when I looked away and back was she gone. This moment, I'll never forget. Furthermore, often there's a chair outside in her courtyard and I walk past. I used to often see a little girl just sitting in the chair, but when I look again, she's gone. Also, one night I was having a dream of maybe 5 people were standing around my bed, and I felt a pinch in my back that made me wake up. And the same 5 figures were standing around my bed in the exact same locations. However, they were all pitch black. Furthermore, my brother's told me of many experiences that he's had in his room at night, ranging from sleep paralysis and seeing figures by his door. Till this day, I refuse to sleep in his room or enter his room in the dark, as I always get a bad vibe from it,
There's also been numerous times where my family would be sleeping and I would sound like a glass is being shattered in the kitchen. Our parents even used to blame us. But then they also saw that nothing was broken and that there's nobody even near the kitchen. There are other smaller events, but all these combined used to make me sleep with baseball bats. I used to be so scared. Only once I began researching into ghosts, poltergeists, and the paranormal did I gain some understanding and learn to just let whatever happen happen. I believe that as long as I do nothing to anger any spirits, they wouldn't really try to harm me. I have often had a great fascination toward the paranormal and feel as if I could sense things around me that some people can't. Also, take note that the house I live in is fairly modern, so these incidents or figures showing couldn't be explained by the history of the land or something like that.
I think my best friend visited me in his way to the afterlife. I grew up with this amazing guy. I won't say his name for anonymity purposes, but over time he just became an older brother to me. He was super close to my family. He had a magnetic personality and could light up any room. He had an uncanny ability to make any stranger feel at home with him. He was truly loved by so many people. A few years back, he was attacked on the street and ended up in a coma. One night while he was in the hospital, I believe he visited me in a dream. In the dream, I was grown up, living in a beautiful house. I had one son who was working on his homework in his room. I heard a knock at the door, and when I answered it, it was my friend. Outside the door was white, like the type of bright white that you see when your eyes are trying to adjust when you step into the sun after being in the dark all day. I remember let him in the house, I guess, to talk. Well, in my dream, it was like nothing happened. He told me he couldn't stay for long, but he wanted to stop by and say hello. He touched my shoulder, looked into my eyes, told me that he was proud of me. That's when I remembered what happened. He then told me that he was okay, and I would be too. I woke up uncontrollably crying. The next day I learned that he was brain dead, and he wasn't coming back. I don't think I ever felt a pain that deep in my life. It was the type of pain that takes away all of your strength and your ability to function. The only thing that got me through was the memory of that dream. Part of me said it was just my brain's way of coping, but it felt so real. Like he was telling me he would be okay. This is beside the point of the story, but his kindness in life helped hundreds of people turn their lives around. His warmth gave people a home when they had none. He dedicated his life to bettering those around him. In death, his organs saved the lives of 7 people. He was truly a gift to humanity, and I feel so incredibly lucky to have known him. Yes, Gecko. Rest in peace. Can my dead grandfather be cursing his own family years after his death? My maternal grandfather died last April of May 2013 due to diabetic complications. My grandma died years before him already. After his death, his children, Mom and my aunts and his uncles, 6 in total, subdivided their inherited land into 6 equal parts, just small lots, and they live in each. Years after, the eldest was experiencing financial difficulties. He was a public vehicle driver and was not earning much money, so he decided to sell his inherited piece of land. He had a vivid dream of my dead grandfather telling him that if he really would sell the land, my grandpa will give them a sickness or disease. Unfazed, my uncle pushed through. Well, it's just a dream, he thought. Sold his land. A few months later, he had a mild stroke. Same with my grandma back then. Ended up having his left side of the body paralyzed. Around 4 or 5 years ago, the 5th sibling had a stroke too. Got his head operated on, went back home, but died the next year. The 6th,
the youngest sibling, also had financial difficulties. The pandemic plus health. He sold his land last year. Last March, he had diabetic coma and died. The fourth sibling was found having a seizure or unresponsive by his coworkers. He was rushed to a public hospital and needed a stroke. Half of his body got paralyzed. He was responsive and talkative when he woke up, but after 2 to 3 days he died. He had sold half of his lot last year due to pandemic-inducement unemployment. The second female sibling's husband got into a bad motorbike accident this morning. He hit his head really bad. He died at 3 p.m. at the hospital. My aunt said that last night her husband blurted out his intention to sell my grandpa's old motorbike, which their son, my cousin, bought when Grandpa died on Facebook. Are these just coincidences, or is my grandpa being, possessive of his earthly stuffs? Or is there something fouler afoot? What is that saying? Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times? My deceased grandmother came to visit my father as he was dying. In 2015, my father went through a bad alcohol withdrawal mixed with pneumonia, which sent him to an intensive care unit unconscious. At the time, I was 16 years old and I was trying to accept the fact that I had to say goodbye. I stayed in the hospital next to him each night until he passed. One day, my 2 aunts, or his sisters, came by together to say their goodbyes. I greeted them at the hospital entrance and escorted them over to my dad's room. Here's where things became unexplainable. As my aunts entered the room together, they both stopped dead in their tracks and looked at each other. Tears were rolling down one aunt's face and the other one just awestruck. "Do you smell that?" one said to the other. "Yes, I do. It's her." Now, I had zero clue what they were talking about. It kind of freaked me out watching my aunts just stop and stare at each other, communicating seemingly without words. I finally asked, "What's going on? What are you guys talking about?" They explained to me that they could smell their mother's perfume. It was a scent that wasn't produced anymore, and something they remembered from when they were children. I did smell a scent as well, but I figured it was one of the nurses. Once they explained to me how the scent was their mother's old perfume, the smell vanished. After acknowledging the smell, it went away. The 3 of us were immediately skeptical. One of my aunts, the crazier one, subtly walked near, the nursing station, I guess you'd call it at the time, and see if they had a similar perfume. Nope. There was no explanation we could think of, besides the fact that my grandmother's spirit was in that room visiting my passing father for a moment. The fact that they both stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and knew exactly what the other was thinking is what gets me. It's not like one mentioned it to the other and a type of placebo effect occurred. Instead, they had the same reaction at the same exact time. That's the key to the story that makes me believe. I think I had a close call with something I'm assuming was demonic. Someone explain. This happened near the end of my middle school years. So, the thing about me is, 1, I'm autistic, and 2, I'd go to extreme lengths to study. So I started studying my classes and school events early morning. Like, that early to point I'm a literal fossil if I keep it up. And my parents were fine with it, as they said, "You're fine, just don't take it too far, okay?" And this was the maybe 6th time that I did that since I was paranoid and not graduating. So here's what happened. And this is the part that made me speak about this here, so I turned off my computer for a bit to take a break and drink some water. Just instantly, there was this thing. Can't tell if it was humanoid, but I know I saw something. It was standing a few feet behind me. Now, my house is laid out like this is my living room, which is where I was studying, and has 2 entrances.
One on my left to my parents' bedroom and the other behind me, which leads to the front door and my room in the guest room. It was like peering from the corner which led to the garage and laundry room. And also, I was dang terrified, and I saw enough horror movies to know that when you see something like that, run and ask questions later. So I did into my room, locked my door, maybe did like a chair barricade and just waited for 30 minutes. When I came out to check that spot, nothing. Just felt so uneased. And the next day I tried my own investigation into it, and I eliminated the fact that it was an intruder because I locked all the front and back doors, and as for the spirit or possible demon, I don't know. But I did know the thing was simply observing like it was studying me. Me being in a military phase at the time assumed it was probing. If you don't know, it's a military tactic that you send a small group, not enough to drag attention, just to check things out. Make sure everything's all clear for the others. I need some serious help. If you got any advice, please let me know. And have a good day. Thank you, Drive Through. Haunted Trailer in Southwest Virginia from 1984. As a child, my family moved around a lot. I never knew why until I was an adult and realized it had much to do with my mother's ADHD. Maybe she was running from something, but my older sister says that she was protecting us. So anyway, we moved nearly 30 times before I graduated high school. In many of the homes that we lived in, I saw things that only I could see. This one place is among the most remarkable. I was 14. It was 1984 in summertime. My family had just moved into a single-wide trailer in a large trailer park. Immediately I began to see and hear things. It took me a few days to realize that they were paranormal. I would lay in my bed at night and hear loud growls coming from underneath my bed. From my room, I would also hear my mother in the kitchen and smell food cooking in the early hours, pans clanking and such. I'd go into the kitchen, the lights are off, and no one's ever there. And this happened many times. Everybody in the house says that they experienced this at least once. My mother would wake us up in the middle of the night with the door wide open, screaming, "Leave us alone, please, just leave." And this would happen a lot. I remember my aunt coming over to take care of us. It was because my mom was in the hospital. She made us all sleep together in the living room because she was scared. The most terrifying experience was one early morning. I was wide awake and laying in the bed with the room door wide open. Everybody was asleep and I could see down the hall into the kitchen. I saw a short, dark figure with a hunched back rise off the kitchen table and slowly walk down the hall toward my door. When it reached my door, it stared at me briefly and turned away. I was terrified and I was gasping for breath. It was just so dark with no features. I believed it to be a woman, but I'm not really sure. Anyway, we moved shortly after, and this is the only house that we lived in that everybody saw things. Usually it was just me. Should I do something, or is it innocent? So I grew up in a house that was very active. I saw and heard things many times over the years. I have lots of stories to share, and if anybody was interested, I'll tell them, but since then, I've been told that something or someone's attached to me. I've had experiences in every place I've ever lived. It doesn't really scare me. I've just kind of become accustomed to it. My fiancé does not feel the same way. He hates it. He's very unnerved by pretty much anything he experiences. I had her son 6 months ago. He very often watches and laughs at something nobody can see. We've always just assumed it was either my brother who passed in 2007 or my fiancé's dad. That's who our son is named after. My fiancé's been hearing things in our apartment since we moved in.
At least once a day, he will yell to me in another part of the house to ask what I just said. That's when I hadn't said anything and wasn't even listening to music or watching anything. I usually laugh it off and tell him that he's losing it. But it's been more active lately. This morning, he called me after I left for work, said that her son's car seat, which was sitting on a shelf and shoe rack and the coat rack thing that we have in our kitchen, saying that it fell and landed completely upside down. We do have a cat, but he was eating at the time on the other side of the kitchen. This car seat has been sitting on this shelf for like a week, and also, it would have been really strange for it to just suddenly shift and fall after that long of sitting stable on the shelf. Normally, I wouldn't think anything of it. I would just move past it. But the fact that it's my son's car seat kind of has me nervous. Should I sage and cleanse my apartment? I know it's close to Halloween when the veil is thin, so to speak, and both of us have lost a pretty significant number of people close to us. Am I overreacting, or should I be worried for my son? Always valid to be worried for your son, but just sage it. Spiritual Guide. Around 3:50 something in the morning, I was driving my roommates home from their late night shift at work. As we were about to cross over the city line, I saw a very small black and white kitten on the side of the road. Ran into the bushes on the median. As it was a busy road, I naturally jumped out of the car and attempted to catch it to take it home so I could, save it. Now here's where things get weird. As my boyfriend gets out of the car to help me look, the clock strikes 4 a.m. The bushes move and then the kitten is just gone. On top of all of this, it's also a full moon tonight. This just so happens to be a harvest moon as well. Not only did I happen across this black cat in the first place last night, it was also during the witching hour on the night of a full moon harvest. They say the witching hour is where the veil between the physical and the spiritual is the thinnest. Could I have possibly met a spiritual animal guide that seemingly vanished as soon as the witching hour was complete? I even went back about 10 minutes after we all got home with some canned cat food to see if I could lure it out. Searched for a good 30 minutes and couldn't find anything. As I was about to leave, I felt a sort of spiritual presence in my chest, as if it wasn't the last time I was going to see this kitten or creature or spiritual being. And then another thought came to my mind, that maybe it'll actually find me one day. I've attempted to catch many animals before, and have both succeeded and failed, but I've never had a feeling quite like that one. Could this have possibly been a spiritual guide? Even if it was just a normal cat, there seemed to be a certain energy about it. Can't quite place it. Coincidences don't usually come in threes, while again had me thinking maybe this was something more. What are your thoughts? Do you think I may have actually met a spiritual guide? Definitely seemed to be a supernatural experience to me. My husband's mysterious creature encounter. My husband worked shifts one morning around 5 a.m. He had just left our bungalow to walk to the bus stop to catch the first of 2 buses to work, being summer. And it was very bright for the time of morning. He told me he had just collected his thoughts, thinking about the tasks that he had to do that day, the list of groceries that I'd asked him to get from, above and then way off. He heard a rustling of leaves from a tree behind a wall of garden. Thinking it was a squirrel, he looked up and he told me that he thought he was seeing things. What he said he saw was a small black-bodied, sleek figure walking or running on 4 skinny legs resembling a monkey with a long rat-like tail. It looked like the head was round with pointed ears on either side of it.
My husband couldn't see the creature's facial features as it moved with extreme speed. When it hit the ground, it scurried away from him, but he said he swore he saw what he thought was a wing. In the brief time, he saw the creature airborne, which appeared to be pinned back to the side of the creature's body on the near side to him. My husband is practical. He's a no-nonsense man who's somewhat skeptical about the supernatural and the paranormal, although doesn't disbelieve altogether. He was slightly reluctant to, tell me in case that I would think that he was, in quotes, having me on. We discussed the incident that night when we got home. He had already texted me about it and I was intrigued. I did ask my husband if I could have, been a large bat, perhaps, but on talking about it and thinking it through properly, we concluded it couldn't have been a bat. This creature that my husband saw had 4 legs and a rat's tail. We walked that route all the time, to get out of the estate and to the shops before, and since the incident, we've never seen a creature like that. We're both natives to London, and we're unaware of such creatures even existing. So we're still trying to work out what this creature could have been. Still cannot figure out what my 3-year-old saw. This happened late in December 2019. My wife was in the hospital after a C-section. She was having her second child. My elder one is a girl who was 3 at the time. I spent most of the time in the hospital during the day but I did used to come back home in the night with my 3-year-old, so our routine wasn't exactly disturbed. That's while my mom-in-law stays at the hospital with my wife. At nights, it used to only be the 2 of us at home, and my daughter wasn't too happy that her mom wasn't around. I let her sleep with me in one of her spare bedrooms. I'm slowly falling asleep with my child cuddling up next to me. They're fast asleep. Then she lets out a terrifying, blood-curdling scream that I've never heard from her before or after. She sits upright and holds me as tight as her little hands can, shaking in fear. I ask her what happened. Between sobs, she says that he's standing right next to the bed beside you, Daddy, and he wants to take me. I asked her who. She says, Sam. I cuddled her and comforted her to sleep and stayed awake the night just in case she got frightened again. She was terrified to sleep because she was convinced that he'll come back. The next day I asked her in detail what it was. She said it was a thin, very tall man wearing a hat with scrawny, long fingers. They were standing beside her bed and making grimacing faces at her while extending his claw-like fingers. It was as if to touch or to hold her. She also said that when she screamed and I woke up, the shape disappeared. She says that it lives inside the house, but it's scared of Daddy. She knows no one by the name Sam, by the way. She spoke about it for a few days, and then I gradually purged it out of her mind by telling her and convincing her that her friend Fredo ate him and pooped him out. So he's gone for good. And by the way, Fredo's a big green frog that lives around the house that she considers her friend. She's got good style. Elizabeth, my friendly little spirit who follows me between houses. I have had quite a few experiences with the paranormal, all of which are from one spirit, Elizabeth. Elizabeth made herself known to me about 3 or 4 years ago. I'd always felt a presence in our basement, but I've never heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. She decided to make herself known by turning on my brother's electric razor, which requires you to push it in and twist it at the same time to turn it on. My brother and I were in separate rooms, with the bathroom between us. Both of us witnessed this. The second time she made herself known was in my apartment. I had a doggy door for my puppy that you had to push in to make it ring. I had my back to it, and I had 4 friends in the living room connected to the room the bell and I were in. The bell went off, so I turned around and my puppy comes running out of a completely different room. My friends said they watched the bell push inward and ring all on its own. That night we decided to use a spirit box, which my friend brought over and we never really used. That's how we learned her name was Elizabeth. I gave her permission to stay as long as she didn't harm me. So those around me, well, those two, pets, or my property, not harming any of those. There were a few other times in the apartment, like she decided she wanted my chips and slowly moved them off the table in front of me. Or when she wanted to watch a YouTube video I'd paused so I could shower, which scared the shit out of me when it suddenly unpaused while I was in said shower. Most recently, she knocked a few things over, mostly small crystals or papers. She also frequently unpauses videos that I pause. I think she enjoys watching my YouTube with me. Does anybody else have a little silly spirit that they let hang around? If there was, it would be pushing the chips away from me because I'm eating far too many of them. Next story. Very strange thoughts about ghosts. Did we come into existence purely to exist? To experience pain and suffering as well as joy and miracles, both good and evil? Are we the ones in purgatory? What if aliens are really with us keeping an eye on our planet? Or these celestial beings creating miracles? Good always overcomes evil because the universe is something good, not bad. We do have angels, but we also have demons. It balances out. I wonder if these angels and demons are actually the aliens. What about ghosts and anything paranormal? Things that we can see that are apparitions, movements from another dimension maybe. Sometimes they intertwine with our dimension. Like the imprint of their memories actually left behind as where their hearts were and where they died. What if ghosts are legitimately the aliens? But why do we even see these apparitions at a certain time of year most of the time? Because of the alignment of the universe. How October celebrates the living dead, and how on that night you can experience paranormal phenomena because the fabric of these two dimensions are at its thinnest at that time. Sometimes they can appear, and other times they just don't. I don't know why, but maybe only some places are haunted. Does something have to happen in order to become haunted? And as for the bad, why can they also engage in our dimension like the angel and ghosts? How is it that we can play a Ouija board and we can experience those things? Is it because our minds are reaching out to the beyond and that they're on the same wavelength as the thin fabric between the living and the dead? Maybe that's why crazy things happen. Why do ghosts decide to show up all of a sudden? Is it because they're visiting their old dimension and when you come upon them, they just know you're calling them in their realm? So maybe they go to our realm and answer 2D questions. My mom bought a haunted picture at a yard sale. When I was around 15 or 16, my mom went to a yard sale and found a picture of an older woman from the 1800s. She brought it home and showed it to me when she got the chance to. And as I inspected it, I saw a bit of print on the back. Some of it was damaged, so I couldn't read the full text, but from what I could see, I determined that whatever had been written on there was German. All in all, it was very cool. But the woman in the picture wasn't exactly as cool as the origin of the piece itself. She seemed angered and kind of sad, making me feel a bit bad for her. To me, she appeared to be rather bitter, maybe even lonesome, something which tugged at my heartstrings. A few years passed with the picture residing in our kitchen. The family went through some hardship, and then all of a sudden,
I was in my 12th grade year of high school because of COVID and learning from home and all that jazz. I had to do online classes and only got 2 days of, in-person school, you could say, leaving me with packets upon packets of work to do for basically every class, which I was taking to do at home now. Because of my workload due to COVID cramming, I had to stay up late and do homework, and then I had the last hour of my night, which was usually like midnight, like 1 in the morning, to work out. After my workout, I would come to the kitchen to get some water. One night while I was filling my glass, I felt a gust of wind behind me. Even though the windows were shut, I began to get the sensation of anxiety, along with feeling very unwanted in that part of our house, especially while being around the picture of the woman. Scared, I quickly chugged my water and ran to my room, and after that night, I had experiences like that regularly in our kitchen. After a while, I told my mother about it, and she said that she felt like her yard sale find had a lost spirit attached to it, explaining that she had felt a presence in the kitchen for quite some time. Have you asked the time in a dream? So, I've always read about stories of people having strange encounters in their dreams when they ask for the time of maybe even the date. Thought about it a lot over the years, wondering about strange and scary encounters that could possibly be when doing that. And also noticing I've never asked anybody that I remember in my dreams the time or date. I'm very interested in dreams, and when I was a teen I would have reoccurring dreams over the course of maybe 3 years. Would also play the same dream out, but each time it would basically have more things added to it. Anyway, a few months ago I was having a little nap. All I remember of this dream was I was outside surrounded by hills and a bit like a yellow brick road type of pathway through these hills, and to the side walking through the path was a medium-sized white painted wall with a girl. Had some kind of a face I don't remember seeing. Standing next to a bald-headed man sitting on a fold-out chair with his head directly touching and facing this white wall. So I said to this girl I wanted to know the time. She said that you can't ask that here. I turned to the man facing the wall and put my hand on his shoulder. I asked him for the time. Well, his head started to turn and I could feel my whole body panicking. As he fully turned and looked at me, the horror of his face was awful. His face was white as a ghost, but blacked out eyes with black liquid pouring down his cheeks out of his eyes. I knew I needed to wake up, and I could feel the panic going through my body. I was literally shouting my brain to wake up and open my eyes. And eventually I did, but as they were opening and closing rapidly, I didn't know for how long, but I forced myself to keep them open, and the adrenaline I felt in my body is indescribable. I've never experienced anything like that ever before. So I'm just curious if anybody else managed to have a dream where they've asked the time or something weird and something strange happened. Someone knocked on my door, and my family heard. I was just chilling in my computer today. Whoa, inside of it, huh? It was 11 a.m. when I heard 3 loud knocks that it even shook the floor. My room was added to the back of the house on top of a wooden porch area, so the reverberations are crazy. We always knock on doors before opening or wait for them to open. But because my desk is right next to the door, I quickly got up and peeked. But I only saw my mom laying on the couch looking over at my 11-year-old sister and 4-year-old cousin on the other side of the house about 50 feet away. I go out and I ask, "What's up, you need something?" She answered, "That wasn't you? I saw you peek out and ask you the same, but you were wearing headphones. Wasn't to hurt me." To which I responded with, "Nah, stop lying, did you hear it too?" I asked my sister and cousin and they said yes, and it was very clear. Because my mom is involved in the Catholic Church and events and such, she immediately got really scared. She pulled me aside and revealed to me people have been telling her at church, including priests, that they can sense something in her. I'm very skeptical of this, but she thinks that we're either being haunted because she's done witchcraft years ago or something that doesn't like us is cursing us. She told me some experiences that she had too. Said that she didn't tell me earlier because she thought it would get me scared. Hearing this made me realize maybe I did hear footsteps when I was alone in the house in the basement last weekend. And maybe I did hear a voice when I kept waking up rolling in bed Tuesday. Maybe the constant banging and scratching right outside my bed and the headrest at night aren't raccoons. But as a skeptical person, this is just having me excited for stuff to happen. I feel like I shouldn't be. I wasn't scared because it was 11 a.m., but if somebody knocks on my door at 2 a.m. when I'm drunk gaming, I would have shit my pants. I have a stuffed animal that always gives me nightmares when I sleep with it. Is it haunted? I have a stuffed dog named Doggy. I got it when I was 4 years old. And for context, I'm 24 now. Doggy went with me everywhere, and I would always hold him when I fell asleep. He was my best friend. However, I think when I was 6, I had a horrible dream that I still remember to this day. I was in a black room with a red halo glow on the horizon. All of a sudden, a very loud, dark male's voice booms out. "You are going to hell." It was my first dream that scared me so bad I couldn't sleep by myself for a long time. I want to say that this is when the nightmares started, but I really have no idea. I just know that from then on, every time I slept with Doggy, I would get some of the worst nightmares I've ever had in my life. I stopped sleeping with him because even my tiny child brain couldn't tell that there was something really not right. I would start sleeping with my tiger instead. Tiger never gave me nightmares. But of course, I wanted to sleep with Doggy. He was my best friend. However, every time I tried, I would get a really bad nightmare again and get too scared to sleep with him. I tried at different points over the years to see if it would happen again, because I can't accept that my favorite little buddy is capable of causing me such mental pain. But it happens every time. Even the fur over his eyes has shifted, making him look angry. Can't push his fur back into place, and it's sort of stuck like that. Can't find any information online of anybody else who's had any similar experience. So I wanted to see if anybody else has a similar experience because I literally feel crazy. I don't know if it's just me or something paranormal. Also, if anybody can help me save my poor Doggy, I would really appreciate it. There's got to be some kind of stuffed animal taxidermist that can straighten him out. I am sometimes visited at night. As the title states, I am sometimes visited at night by apparently nothing but definitely something. To explain, the events occur strictly at night while I'm trying to fall asleep, particularly when my wife is at work. She works a very late second shift, and this is what happens. I'll be trying to fall asleep when out of the blue I feel the blanket compress along my back. It's as if somebody was crawling into the bed with me. The sensation progresses from my feet, all the way up to my neck where it just stops. I can feel the compression of the blanket for as long as I stay still, but if I roll over or climb out, it goes away. Usually for the night, but it does return on a rare occasion. I feel no hostility from whatever it is, and it doesn't feel particularly female, though I have no idea why. I have no reason to think it's female aside from my gut telling me that it is. I have no dead lovers. I don't think it's sleep paralysis. When it happens, I become 100% lucid. I have full control over my whole body.
It also only happens when I open my eyes when this happens, and I've never seen anything, even when I've gotten the nerve to roll over and face whatever it was. This has happened to me for at least the last 6 years, but possibly longer. My family and I did previously live in an apartment that was very haunted, and the driving force for our leaving was several instances of finding scratches on our infant son in the morning and knowing that he couldn't have scratched himself through his pajamas. But that's another story entirely. The thought of something having attached itself to myself or my wife seriously freaks me out. But I know it can happen. Even though I haven't felt any hostility since we left the apartment, it still freaks me out. What if it's the same entity just biding its time? I don't know. And that's the worst of it. Fact-checking stories behind alleged hauntings. So I finally broke down and watched some Ghost Files with my friend last night. I've been avoiding it forever because the host reminds me of assholes who used to bully me in middle school. That was because I believed in ghosts. And while it was entertaining, I think they need to be a bit more respectful around the idea of very real, verifiable children who really got murdered. Anyway, they were supposedly at a haunted hotel, and one of the stories was about a sex worker who used to lock her daughter in a room while she saw clients there. The daughter apparently died under mysterious circumstances or something, but both of them were known for, well, they were known rather by nicknames. So there is no further historical information, including whether they even existed at all or if the story was simply made up. Which did get me thinking, why has nobody gone through the records of the hotel to see if anybody matches the profile? Like a single woman habitually renting the same room with their young daughter. Then simply cross-check with the birth and death records from the area. It's possible the hotel registry hasn't survived this long or something, so that couldn't actually be done. But it sounds like nobody's even tried. They could all just be going around repeating the story when no such person ever, or really any kind of presence at the hotel existed. I mean, they have rooms specifically decorated as though still occupied by the sex worker and her child who may or may not have actually even existed. Do any of you look through historical resources to try to find or work out identities behind certain hauntings? Have you ever heard of somebody doing this? Do more serious and reputable paranormal investigation teams than the ones trying to entertain on YouTube actually do their research? Probably not. I can see death. Sorry, kinda long. The first time I ever saw death was when I was 7. Before moving to the US, I lived in my aunt's house with my aunt's family, mom and sister. The house only had 3 bedrooms, so my mom, sister, and I shared a room with one bed. One night after watching a movie, I woke up to something I'll never forget. As I opened my eyes, I saw a shapeless figure on the upper corner of the room. All of a sudden, I began shaking, crying, and screaming in fear all at the same time. Even though I was afraid of what was before me, I just couldn't look away. I began pulling on my mom, screaming at her to wake up and to look. She couldn't see anything. I don't remember the rest of the night. A few days go by, and my mom's boyfriend at the time came over to watch a movie. In the same room where I saw that figure, we all sat down, my sister and I on the floor, my mom and her boyfriend on the bed. About 30 minutes into the movie, we began hearing a loud snoring sound coming from my mom's boyfriend. My mom began trying to wake him up, but it wasn't working no matter how hard she tried. After a few seconds, my mom's boyfriend fell on the floor and began spitting foam from his mouth and shaking uncontrollably. We call 911, he's taken to the hospital where he died. I promise this is all going to be relevant.
Soon after the funeral, we had a pastor come into the house to pray over it. My mom told him what had happened. Well, to me, a couple of days prior to her boyfriend's death, not expecting it to be relevant. He then walked up to the room where I saw the figure and was shocked. He explained to my mom that what I had seen was the angel of death, and that explained why he died in that room. Although I don't see the figure often, when I do, something bad always happens. I've been seeing it again recently, and all I can do is wait for something to happen. Met a young girl that doesn't feel human. Earlier this spring, me and a friend were in Naples, Italy. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m. when we were headed home to our hotel, a girl between 9 and 12 years old danced up to us and asked for a cigarette. She did this all in perfect English. We told her that we didn't have any cigarettes, and she followed us with, "Do you have a lighter?" I did have a lighter on me, and I gave it to her. Weird. The fact that this was a literal child didn't cross my mind even once, and I, to be completely honest, would have given her a cigarette too if I had one. It felt like she could have asked for anything and I would simply comply instantly. Felt like she was in total control. After she received the lighter, she said thanks and danced along further up the street. During this whole interaction, I had the feeling that something isn't quite right. Especially after she moved on, I said to my friend, "Yeah, that was a spirit or something. What the fuck was that?" My friend totally agreed. Both me and my friend are not very superstitious or spiritual, and we both sat up until early morning just talking about this experience. Both of us began crying somehow after she left, and it all felt really weird. Really can't explain what that was, but it was like a rush all through my body, and both me and my friend are still to this day convinced that she wasn't human. Also, she had a boy with her, even younger, but he didn't say a word. I don't know if this makes any sense at all, but it is what it is. Anybody here experienced something similar to this? Think about it pretty much every day, and I just can't let go of the thought that this was something out of this world. Depending on what country you're from, that is not uncommon, but you're not supposed to give them anything. I think the fire's worse than the cigarette almost. The Ancient Wise Woman on the television. I was 14. My mom and I lived a typical council estate flat in West London. It was Saturday morning, or maybe 2:30. We're about to go to bed after a night of watching television. Mom turned off the television, which is important to remember later. Went into her bedroom to put something away. I was lying on the sofa with my kitten, Katie. But wide awake, I sat up getting ready in my wheelchair to go to bed. Suddenly it was like static in the air, but there was no noise, nothing but silence. At this point I was totally alone in the living room as Katie had just wandered out into the hall. I just happened to glance at the television and I saw it was glowing with a beautiful white light, and in the center of the television, a really ancient old woman was staring directly at me. Her face ran with lines, her hair was long and straight, her eyes were filled with so much goodness and wisdom. It was as if she saw right into my soul. I was bathed with a strong kind of tranquility and calmness I'd never felt before. This is not to say that I wasn't surprised by the event in general. Called out to Mom twice as suddenly she just came to the beautiful pure light disappearing along with the ancient wise woman that was static once more in the screen and is black. My mom came out of her room a few seconds later, not even hearing me seconds before or noticing my alarm until I told her what I've been telling you. Mom's always been slightly skeptical where the unexplained is concerned. That we come from a family of healers, and she's had her fair share of unexplained events in her own life, so it didn't really faze or surprise her too much. Throughout all of this, I didn't once feel threatened or menaced in really any way, especially by that vision of the wise woman.
I've always remembered her with curiosity. In fact, I have sometimes wished that she would come visit me again. Cheers to that. See ya. Am I being haunted? Okay, so it started Sunday night, which is 10:09, and my dogs were on high alert and kept looking out the windows. So I decided to let them outside. My house is set up so you go through one set of doors to get from the main house to the 2 added-on rooms, then another set of doors to get to the backyard. When I was letting them out, the door to go outside was open and the lock on the back position was keeping the door open. I was a little confused because I'd been the last person to touch the door and I know for sure that I'd closed it. I definitely know I didn't leave it locked how it was. I was nervous, but I continued on with my night. I went to sleep around midnight and I woke up at 2 a.m. to my dog going nuts barking at something in my room. Naturally, I looked to see what she was barking at. I saw a figure in my room, and so, like a kid, I hid underneath my blankets and I started to cry. Since I was half asleep, the figure didn't register in my head as anything other than danger. So I can't explain what it really looked like, just that it was tall. For the rest of the night, I couldn't really sleep because I was so anxious. I told my mom and my sister about it, and they assumed that it was just, it was fine, I guess. Some of my friends said maybe it was sleep paralysis, so I went on with my day, still a bit uneasy though. Now last night I was still anxious, so I slept with the lights on my TV on, and thankfully I slept fine and no mysterious figures woke me or my dog up. But when I woke up for work this morning, one of my evil eye bracelets had fallen off, so it didn't even break. And no, it didn't slide off my wrist. It's fully intact, and the only way it could have came off my wrist was if it was unclasped. Even if it was unclasped, how was it so easy to find when I woke up? I toss and turn a lot, so for me to just find it laying there in my bed was so weird. Like it wasn't even on the ground. It was neatly underneath me. Not sure what I encountered. I thought about posting this in the Skinwalkers subreddit, but I'm not sure if it really fits there. And truth be told, I'm not so sure what this was. Maybe a mimic or a ghost. Maybe somebody out there can tell me what they think. This happened several years ago. My sister and her husband were on vacation for a few days and asked me to dog sit for them. They have quite a few dogs. I agreed, as I have dog sat them for a number of times now, before then and since then. The first night I stayed over that week, their rather elderly yellow lab Lacey started to get a little agitated. It was about 10 p.m. Thought maybe Lacey was nervous because it was close to bedtime. My sister and brother-in-law just weren't home yet. So as I mentioned, Lacey was elderly and going blind and deaf. Thought she might be having some separation anxiety. I tried to reassure her, and I figured that sticking to her usual routine as much as possible would help calm her nerves. She usually slept in their bedroom, so I was trying to sort of coax her in there to go to bed. I said, "Come on, Lacey, go lay down." At least I said something similar in a calming tone several times. After the final time, I heard a voice repeat back to me, "Go lay down." It was a man's voice, and it was crystal clear. It was so clear, in fact, that for a second I thought maybe my sister or her husband had come home early. But then I realized that I heard, or at least I would have heard, the garage door open. They always use the garage instead of the front door to go in and out of the house. Plus, the other dogs would have lit up with barking and excitement if they had walked in. I looked around, and no one was there. Like I said, I've dog sat for them many times, and this is the only time I've ever experienced anything like that. To this day, I don't really know what it was. I'm not typically a believer in the paranormal, but I can't explain it. My experience with precognition and premonitions. I've never shared this with anyone, and I think it's about time. About 20 years ago, when I was 13 or 14 years old, I was very close with my grandpa, who was much more like a father than a grandfather to me. It was a holiday. It must have been either Father's Day or someone's birthday. The family was gathered at his house, and at the time I was obsessed with filming everyone and everything with my camcorder. So, there I was in the living room recording the party, and as I focused the camera on my grandpa, it happened. Suddenly I felt overwhelming dread and fear. I knew he was going to get sick and die. I felt as if I was receiving this information through a type of sense that we don't know about yet. Just the same as if I were smelling something and recognizing the odor, or like when you see or sense light when your eyes are closed. I just immediately received this information that I absolutely knew without a doubt was true. I was so shaken I put my camcorder away and I didn't say a word to anyone. Within a year, my grandpa became very sick. He was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. He died within a year and a half of the premonition experience. I remember I still prayed and hoped he would beat the cancer, but I knew the truth. Many years later, I told my mother I knew he was going to die. She told me that she knew it too. What if she had the same premonition that day? I've had many other precognition experiences since then, but none of them have shaken me to my core like with my grandpa. Personally, I feel that premonition is something inherently available to every consciousness. It's just a different type of sense that we don't understand yet. It truly felt like I was simply receiving information as if through a sense.
Ask Reddit. I was camping with my cousin in the high Sierras, west of Mono Lake. It was an overcast night with no moonlight, possibly the most pitch-black outdoors I've ever experienced. My cousin had one of those LED light-up frisbees, so we decided to go have a catch on the beach on a tiny lake nearby. It was the equivalent of running around playing catch in a sensory deprivation tank. Absolutely wild. You couldn't tell who or what you were playing catch with. So the frisbee comes my way and it's way over my head. He tossed it like a Hail Mary, not knowing I was maybe 20 yards away. I chase it down in a sprint, hoping I don't trip on anything. I jump up, catch it, and land with planted feet in rocky sand. The footsteps didn't stop immediately. I heard 2 more so close that they could have been mine. Something else was chasing down this light-up disc. I couldn't see a damn thing since I had been focusing on the only source of light. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing from sprinting, and I froze. Nothing moved for a solid 30 seconds. My cousin yelled out to me and I just started running towards his voice. I found him and we went straight back to the campfire for the rest of the night. That's all that happened. I didn't see anything, but I have to imagine I was probably maybe arm's length from a bear who could see me, but I couldn't see him. A bear makes the most sense, but I couldn't hear or smell anything that would say that it was definitely a bear. The footsteps were so heavy it wasn't a coyote. I'm choosing to believe it wasn't a mountain lion because that's just a little bit too close to escaping certain death for my taste. And a bear isn't. And a bear has an interest in frisbees. Putting point on paranormal on this one. Ask Reddit. My ex-girlfriend passed away years ago. Before she passed, me and my brother lived together. My brother had a big pit bull named Max. Max was an awesome dog, and she was a big animal lover. She knew Max very well. I immediately moved out, and he had got that girlfriend who had a kid and needed the space. Okay, so that's established. Of note, my ex-girlfriend had long blonde hair. She was in her 30s and she was buried in a pink sweater. That's one way to wear 'em. A few months after she passed, my brother took them all on vacation, asked me if I could watch the dog and feed him. I said, yeah, of course. They kept him crated, and the crate was in his girlfriend's daughter's room, kind of a big basement room. I hung out with the dog and eventually had to leave, so I put him back in his crate. I felt bad, but I had to. Before I left, I looked up in the sky and I said, Meg, if you're still around, please keep Max company. He's going to be lonely. So I go home, my brother comes back, whatever. A few months later, I'm talking to his girlfriend in her 30s, and we're talking about ghost stuff. She tells me that her house is haunted. I'm like, no way. I'm there all the time. I've never seen anything. She explains to me that it seems to happen out of nowhere. She hadn't seen anything, but her daughter, who was around 5 or 6 years old, told her that sometimes, when Max is barking or freaking out for whatever reason, her daughter tells her that she sees, in quotes, a lady about mommy's age with long blonde hair wearing a pink sweater who calms down the dog. I'm pretty sure I invited a ghost in their house, but I'm damn happy that I did. I wish I could have seen her. Who's jumping in my bed? This experience happened in September in 2011. One day, I was sitting in my living room just watching television. I felt small shakes. I stopped for a minute and I thought that it could have been anything. I then noticed they got a little bit more harder, kind of like a rhythm. It clicked. My daughter's jumping in bed. So I walked down the hall to my room to tell her to stop. When I remembered she wasn't home. She was still at school. I opened the door and I saw nothing. I went back to the living room and a few minutes later, same thing. I walked again to check and still nothing. But this time I noticed my bed was messed up like somebody was jumping in it. This didn't scare me at all. It actually kind of brought a smile to my face. It happened on and off until my daughter got home from school. For a few days after it would happen, I would just kind of tell a friend about it and he didn't really believe me. That was until he was there when it happened. I told him, I told you so. He laughed and said, well, at least whoever is kind of having fun, huh? So days later I had a friend over and had a recorder and took some EVPs. When we listened on playback, you could clearly hear her young girl giggling. Never found out who she was or anything, but she made her presence known. She liked to play hide and seek and, at least with some things too, liked to run up and down the halls. But as quickly as she came, she left. She brought a peace in the house though, and I think that she enjoyed her company. I just hope she found whatever she was looking for. Knowing that death was coming. I think that my cousin, but kind of close like a brother, think he knew that he was either going to die or that something bad was going to happen. I'm 31 now. 12 when he passed, but just 17 years old himself. He was a professional motocross player. He was riding overseas since he was a baby. He had won countless awards and titles. He had so many trophies that he had to just take the plaques off. He was a hard worker and was getting ready to leave to go to America to make millions, alongside Brett Metcalf. Excuse me, I don't know how to say that. He never made it. There's a freak accident that when doing practice runs, he went over a jump. When in the air, he must have lost consciousness, and when he fell, the bike landed on him.
He would always be safe and use protective gear, but even that wasn't enough. He smashed all of his teeth, broke his ribs, and tore off his aorta. The paramedics said that he should have died on scene, but my Nana was hours away from him. I know that he held on for her because when she got there, he passed. Cleaning his room, a note was discovered. It had him saying that he couldn't shake the feeling of something bad happening. Then my family found out that he took out a life insurance policy. A 17-year-old. Now there is a huge memorial cup, and that would be in the motocross shop that other motocross folk would compete for. It's such a beautiful tribute. I want to talk to him again. I have so many questions, but mostly I just want to say thank you for being such an outstanding young man. What are your thoughts? Do some of us have this ability to predict trouble or possibly death? A strangely wholesome story of mine. I'm not sure how long ago this dream exactly happened. Maybe a year, maybe more. Regardless of when it happened, it's interesting and quite wholesome. My grandfather died a good few years ago. Since I was younger at the time, I had scarce memories of him. Eventually, details faded and I couldn't even picture him in my head all that well. When I think of him, I would just sort of think of a weird type of blur that can occur with a lot of fading memories. Anyway, one night I had a dream. In this dream, I was in the living room of my grandparents' house. I was sitting on a sofa. The room was filled with a very warm and calming light, which I remember gave me a feeling of peacefulness. When I looked up, I saw my grandfather. He was sitting in his chair where his hospital bed was when he died. No hospital bed or equipment in sight here. He looked healthy and completely fine in all ways. And this is where the sort of memory haze comes into play. Despite my lack of memory of him, I could picture everything so clearly. Every detail, every part of his person was clear. It was instantly recognizable to me. No words were exchanged throughout the dream, and it was almost completely silent. No ambience to it or anything. He gave me a look and a sort of a strange smile. It was the type of smile where you could interpret this as like, it'll be a while before we meet again. That kind of smile. A mixture of happiness and sort of disappointment. After this, the dream ended. It lasted maybe a couple of minutes at most, but it impacted me differently. I stopped doubting stuff like this and seeing it, and it's filled me with a sense of hope and happiness. Good. I think I saw my great-grandfather when I was little. When I was around that age of 8 or 9, my grandmother invited my sister and I to have a sleepover at her house. To summarize, the day was like any other time with my grandparents. We went shopping, played soccer in the backyard, drew in the patio with chalk. Nice. And overall, we had a good time. When the day finally came to an end, I had to go to sleep. I didn't even think twice about it. I was exhausted after a long day of playing with my grandmother and my sister. I slept in my uncle's old room down the hall, while my sister slept on the couch in the living room. All was normal until I felt somebody in the room. I've always been able to pick up on people's energy and tell if somebody in the room's with me. I thought that my sister had had a nightmare and was going to talk to me about it. So I rolled over to make contact with her. But what I saw wasn't my sister. It was a very tall man who was staring at me. His arms were crossed, and overall his body posture was very angry and upset. At first I thought it was my grandfather, but I realized almost immediately afterwards that the man in the doorframe was much taller than my grandfather. I got out of bed and I walked over to this figure to find out that this absolutely wasn't my grandpa. This man's face was completely different.
The way this man glared at me scared me so much I ran right through him screaming and crying to my grandmother. Flash forward a few years later when I was around the age of 12. My grandmother went through a whole box of vintage pictures explaining who they were, and she got to one photo in particular. Immediately, the young man in the photo caused me to have a flashback to that sleepover. When I asked who it was, she started crying and said it was her dad, that he had died very young.
False alarm. Hard lesson. Bought and occupy a home with my wife, and we've lived here for 18 years. Raised 2 daughters and, well, 2 stepdaughters that have grown up and moved out, raising a son and a daughter that are well on their way as well. All 4 have told me that they thought this place had spirits, or some kind of, as they put it, issues. Never for a second did I believe this was anything other than scared children overreacting to media or something. My stepchildren had indicated previously that they thought a woman had hung herself in the basement and would watch them when they were down there. And again, me considering myself to be sensitive to this type of thing, simply dismissed it as previously stated. So, everybody was gone one day and I was working on fixing up a room in the basement. I was stripping a concrete floor so I could coat it with epoxy. It was going to be awesome. That stripper's pretty gnarly, so I had an appropriate PPE. I had a good mask and good gloves, etc. Came out of the basement room for a minute, pulled off the mask, and take a break, and immediately felt weird, like I was being watched. Maybe my mask wasn't sealed well enough. I don't know. Gave it a minute to let my brain relax if needed. I always have a very high-powered and expensive flashlight in my hip pocket. That's just how I am. Pulled out of my streamlight and started flashlight-focused inspection on my surroundings. Over my head was the cavity surrounding my main floor bathtub. Next to the tub sat my youngest daughter's kitten. Curious, but just watching me working. Man, false alarm. At least I'm sensitive to a cat watching my ass. No redeemable lessons here, folks. The man from the burnt house. I was about 6 or 7, and we were on a school bus going home. We stopped to drop off my best friend. The assistant was sort of undoing the safety clamps on my friend's wheelchair to get her off the bus, and there was a loud commotion from the house next door. It is worth me mentioning that we all knew the area well, and we all believed from my friend living next door that the house was abandoned for many years. It was creepy, burned out, and grimy on the outside, and the garden was so overgrown with weeds and tall grass you couldn't see a path. The gate was almost off its hinges. The commotion came from a very dirty, unkept, deranged-sounding man who suddenly just appeared out of nowhere. Started to run at the open bus. He had something shiny in his hand, and he was ranting insanely. The back was down as the assistant and the driver were about to put my friend on the lift in her wheelchair to take her to the front door. The man tried to get on the back of the bus via the lift, but obviously the bus was full of young disabled children. The driver and the assistant weren't really letting that happen. They quickly raised the lift and shut the doors, and the man, frustrated by this, went around the side of the bus and banged loudly on the windows, scaring us very badly. We had to stay locked in the bus until somebody, probably a neighbor, called the police. Now the really creepy thing is by the time the police arrived, there was no sign of the man at all. It was like he disappeared as fast as he appeared. The police looked for him in and around the house, but they didn't see anything of him. Spoke to the driver and assistant for some time and waited for my friend to be taken to her front door. That was when we finally drove away after that, rather. We never did find out who the man was, but I can still remember the incident like it was yesterday. Something evil in my house. I have OCD, and every night I check things in the house. Not important, but all you need to know is that I stand at the end of the hallway for a while before going to bed. That's because I keep having to recheck said things. My husband told me of a dream that he had. Has me really freaked out. He isn't religious in the slightest. I'm very new to my relationship with God, so this was very bizarre to hear from him. In his dream, he was in something else's point of view, and it wasn't him. He was standing in our bedroom with his arms out directly to the side. All he knew was that he was terrifying, apparently terrifying looking. But he didn't know anything else about this point of view. At the end of the hallways is me checking the things as I usually do. He's watching me, waiting for me to turn around. He does remember something about the flies being present leading up to this point of view. But he's struggling to remember the details. He woke up from his sleep and immediately felt the need to pray and went back to bed. He told me this next day, and it has me shook. He doesn't get scared much, and he got chills when describing it to me. He's 6'6", and he's seen worse stuff in person. I genuinely don't believe a dream would scare him this bad. There's no jump scare, no inclination of anything bad happening except for the feeling of evil. Almost like he felt the evilness of, I don't know what it was. But either way, I pray it's nothing. Also, would like to note that we moved into this house 7 months ago. Our life has been flipped upside down since. Ask Reddit. I lived in a share house for a while. One night I was sitting with one of the housemates and he started to tell me that whenever he had pictures taken of him, there would be tiny little white dots that would cover him. Not just on his skin, but also across his clothes. He proceeded to show me many examples of this in his phone's gallery. And sure enough, at first the pictures looked normal, but when he zoomed in, he was covered in these, tiny white dots like he had described. When there were other people in the pictures, he was the only one with these tiny white dots on him. He also added that this was only ever occurring when he had relapsed on drugs. Didn't have to be high at the time, but during that time period when they would appear. I was obviously skeptical that this was anything odd, so I decided to test it for myself. I asked one of the other people living in the house to take pictures of us. We stood together, and in some pictures I'd make sure my arm was across him. And sure enough, when zoomed in, there was hundreds, maybe thousands of tiny white dots only on him. Almost like they were sitting out in front of him on both sides of his skin and clothes, but not a single one of them on me. I was getting a little bit more concerned at this stage, so got him to change his shirt and put on one of mine. I got a wet cloth, wiped down his arms, and then had another housemate take all new pictures. Didn't matter what I did, there was always the dots in the picture, and only ever on him. His theory was that it was his dad who had passed away and was telling him that he needed to change his life. That happened about 8 years ago. I still think about that night often, as it was by far the most unexplainable thing I've witnessed. Anyone with a good explanation for this phenomenon, I'd like to hear it. I'm a massive skeptic, but that night shook me up. I had a lovely encounter with somebody I don't know, and now I'm confused. I've been doing a lot, at least with my spiritual work. I've always had a very good intuition, and I've had my fair share of encounters with spirits. Lately, I've been even more in tune with myself and my abilities. I've been embracing them fully. It's been beautiful. Today I was doing my before-bed meditation, and I asked my spirit guides to come talk to me. I needed some help with my own stuff. Someone came to me, a very beautiful woman. We had a lovely chat together. She helped me a lot, and she was funny, and she was just so heartwarming. I asked her name since it was the first time that she came to me, and she told me her full name. I asked how her name was spelled, and she told me. I asked her would I find her if I Googled her. She laughed and said possibly yes. I thanked her, asked if we could talk more later on, and she said that she'd be here, but at least whenever I needed her, apparently. Because I'm a curious person, of course, I Googled her. The first thing that popped up on my screen was an obituary of a young woman who had died just last month. There was a photo of her, and it was the same woman I just spent time talking to. They were helping me with my own issues. I'm completely blown away. This makes no sense at all, and at the same time, I'm 100% sure it was her. I live in Europe, and she lived in the US. Her obituary was so spot on with what I felt from her. We even had the same hobbies and interests. I'm absolutely trying to contact her again just to ask more questions. Has anybody encountered anything like this before? I'm also confused, but in a good way. I like that kind of confused. Wife's soul, I think, floated in front of me. I used to live in an apartment with my newly migrated wife. Interesting terminology. I didn't know at the time, but she was very ill. One night in particular, before we knew she was sick, we were sitting in our living room and this glowing orb, it was like sort of lightning in the middle. It was almost bluish white, not like lightning. I just have never seen anything like that before. She looked at me and I looked at her and we both said, "Do you see that?" Our son was on the floor and it just kind of floated above him, like bounced around and then it just left. 4 months later, she officially had a stroke multiple times. And as I think back, I think she had had one then. A couple of weeks after that we had this unexplained opening and closing of her baby gate, like this strong wind that went past it. I think it was her. She had bypassed brain surgery for a serious genetic disorder. And I know that she's not the same person anymore. I think that the first stroke was last night. That was the night that she died or left us. I'm not crazy and I didn't make it up. What I do know is the person that she is now post-brain surgery. That's not whom I married. The orb was not dust. It happened at night. I don't have any images and I didn't take them. I was scared shitless. We moved the following month. I just want to get other people's take on what happened to us. Could it have been her soul? That one's kind of brutal. Motel paranormal experience. Seeking advice. I grew up in a very haunted house with lots of activity. My aunts, uncles and cousins, friends, siblings, and parents all have very interesting and disturbing personal stories. And now I'm questioning why I haven't shared any of those yet, but the point is I'm familiar with paranormal activity. Here's what happened to me 4 nights ago, and why I'm seeking help. I spent 3 days returning home from vacation. On day 1, myself and another drove about 10 hours to our first overnight destination in Sheridan. For some reason, I was feeling very down and depressed. I've been very stressed in my everyday life, and the thought of going back to that after a beautiful vacation was weighing over me. We booked a motel online quick at the roadway inn. When we arrived, the place was very clean. I was pleased to be there after a 10-hour drive. This particular place had a main room with a bed, a TV, a couch, a bathroom, and an additional door that led to another small room with a bed. I opened the door to the adjacent room and immediately felt a heavy, dark, and sad energy. I shut the door and said, "Nope, you can sleep in there." I
I've often felt energy in rooms I didn't like, so I shrugged it off after that and I chose not to sleep in there. Shortly after, I decided to take a hot bath. As I was taking a bath, I felt an extreme wave of sadness come over me. I began sobbing. I chalked it up to my feelings of depression that day, but it's definitely not normal for me. I immediately got into bed and tried to sleep. I was exhausted from hardly getting any sleep at all on the trip, so I was falling asleep quickly. Haunted trailer home. 0 years ago. That's a lot. I lived in a haunted trailer with my ex-wife and 2 daughters. It was an old, ugly trailer colored yellow with brown trim. Had a carport and a porch. The deck was falling apart, so we dismantled it nail by nail. The trailer was made in 1973. At first, things were fine, but after a few months we started to notice things going missing, like my Ambien and my left shoe. They would turn up in the oddest of places, too. Then the doors slamming, the toilet flushing even after I had my uncle, a plumber, replace the inside parts. One day, my oldest daughter at age 3 was having a conversation with something in her room. I asked her who she was talking to, and she said that our baby brother and he didn't come along until 2008. Then there was a shadow man that would just come out at night. One night I was on my desktop in the middle of the trailer, and I got up and looked toward the back bedroom, and I saw a cloaked, hooded black figure. It looked at me and then went further into the bedroom. I ran in there but found nothing, but now my ex-wife's sleeping. We would also notice a black smoke coming from the bedroom closet. We had a female friend who stayed with us when she had National Guard drill who pretty much noticed this activity herself. My mom was babysitting one night when we went out for our anniversary, and she said that she felt like she was being watched the entire time. After a while, we started talking to the entity and things like what's new or how's your day or, the activity pretty much stopped as long as we were like this. Eventually, we sold the trailer. Not sure if there's any more activity going on. Watch out for Ambien. It'll mess with you. Experience at Fort Zachary Taylor in Key West. Earlier this month, we visited the old fort in Key West called Fort Zachary Taylor. I believe I read that it was built in the 1840s, and it's an old earthworks fort with lots of brick, and most of the gun emplacements have been removed. But you can still tour around the fort in many of the area that the soldiers would have used, such as the barracks, the mess hall, the chapel, and the powder storage room, etc. Just off the chapel was one of the smaller rooms, which looked like maybe it was used as a cell. That particular room didn't have a description plaque, but most of the other areas did. My wife and I walked inside just to look around. It was all brick and was like 7 foot by 5 foot wide with iron bars over the window. When we stepped inside, we both smelled the smell of pipe tobacco. Like if just moments before we entered, somebody had smoked a pipe. It was a very sweet tobacco smell. I knew it was pipe tobacco because I smoked a pipe every once in a while. And the thing is, the smell never faded while we were in the room. I looked around like, what the fuck is going on? Once we exited the room, the smell disappeared. There were hardly any other tourists around the fort when we were there, and there was an Asian family with kids all under 10. A couple of ladies walking around, Hispanic family, and a small kid. The thing is, no one that we saw looked like they would have been smoking, especially with kids around. Especially on a historical site like this. Indeed. Tried looking around to see if there was somebody nearby who would have smoked, but I didn't see anyone. I can't explain it, but we walked into a cell room that had pipe tobacco smell only inside that small room and nowhere else. What do you think it was? The Evil Eye. The Evil Eye. Many countries and cultures have rituals and folklore about the Evil Eye, differing quite a lot from each other. The origins I'm familiar with are that of the Spanish and Irish traditions, especially those Irish families who've had their roots in natural magic and healing. In Spanish popular culture, the evil eye, or mal de ojo, is prominent throughout history as a curse, sometimes a folklore tale to scare children. The curse can be cast by malevolent glare. The subject of the curse is usually totally unaware of its existence. It is believed that to give the evil eye is to curse a person with ill fortune and injury. Others believe that it's a supernatural force, and the caster of the curse should be cautious. That's because the effects can be cast or reflected back to whoever wishes to harm others, especially innocents, so it's likely to backfire. In the past, old Irish families in particular, those who believed in natural magic and healing, drew the symbol of the evil eye in the heart of the home, the kitchen, covering it with a rug. Also, the children's bedroom under the bed to protect the household from evil deeds and thoughts. The talisman color is known as the bead and is traditionally blue. Light blue has more potency. The color blue represents good karma, positive energies, and light blue is stronger. It's the color of the sky and also symbolizes truth, so it protects with more energy. Ouija board experience. One night, me and my coworkers decided to play with the Ouija board. We did it outside of work. We talked to a girl named Quinn who said she was a demon. She seemed pretty cool till towards the end of talking to her, and we decided that we needed to head home because it was like 2 a.m. But she wouldn't let us say goodbye until we promised if we ever used the Ouija board again that we would talk to her. About a week later, the plans that we were just sort of worked on caught fire. Or not the plans, but rather the place. So a few days after that, we go to the lake and use the Ouija board again and asked for Quinn. We asked if she started the fire, and she told us that she did. And then it seemed like Quinn got scared or overpowered because the board started acting up. It spelled Zozo, and then started counting backwards. We quickly said goodbye and moved the planchette to goodbye as well, and about 2 weeks later I was driving to my friend's house. I should mention that the friend was a girl and I was seeing at the time, and she was cheating and using me. I didn't know this at the time. I guess Quinn knew because she seemed mad, protecting and jealous when me and my friends mentioned the girl's name the first time we used the Ouija board. So on the way to her house, I hydroplaned and flipped my truck. I had to add the Ouija boards in the truck. Some people driving down the road stopped to help get the door open, and I climbed and got out. When the cops arrived, they made sure it was okay and said that I had to write me a ticket just because of the accident. I don't have the ticket anymore because this happened about 4 years ago, but the address site of the accident was Route 666, Virginia. Pope John Paul II. My great-nan, who died in the late 90s at the ripe old age of 100, told me that, well, me and my parents, this story when I was about 4. I've never forgotten it. My nan, her daughter, also confirmed the events from her perspective. 13th of May, 1981, the day of the attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II. My great-nan and nan lived together in London. My great-nan retired and was at home. My nan was at work. When my nan got home, she casually asked her mother how her day was. She responded, "Fine, but I've had the Pope in here today." Now let me get this straight. She was anything but senile until her last day, never in a home. A mother of 6 kids, survivor of the Blitz. She was sound of mind and tough as nails. Anyhow, my nan asked her what she was talking about, and she repeated and added, "Yeah, he was stood over there in the corner covered in blood. I told him to leave twice, and when I looked back up from my knitting, he's gone." My nan was genuinely concerned that she had lost the plot. Alas, a few moments later, my nan put the TV on, breaking news.
Pope John Paul II had been shot. I also wanted to state that my great-nan had not been watching TV. She knew absolutely nothing about this, and she absolutely wouldn't make something like this up. They were both Christian, but Anglican, not Roman Catholic. To this day, I have no idea why she saw him before he was shot. Why he came to her. Kitchen sounds. This happened many, many years ago, when I was a newborn and this story was relayed to me by my parents. Now, on to the story. We lived in a small 4-room house in Riverside, California. Multiple times a week around 1:30 to 2:30 in the morning, you could hear someone walking from the living room to the kitchen. Several times they would run out and turn on the kitchen lights and the footsteps would stop. No one could be found. One night it started up again, and this time they didn't pay attention to the footsteps. All of a sudden there was a huge bang in the kitchen. It sounded as if somebody had fell against the refrigerator. A few days later, my dad was speaking with the landlord and described what happened. Come to find out, the house we lived in had been inherited by our landlord from his mother. He said that she had passed away from a heart attack, and she was found slumped against the refrigerator in the kitchen. And at the same house, my dad was working graveyard shift. My mom and we were with my uncle and my mom's brother. We heard noises around the back door in the kitchen. It was around 1:30 to 2 in the morning. So, hearing these sounds, my uncle goes to check it out. Nothing in the kitchen. So he opens the back door and steps out. As soon as he stepped out the door, he heard a blood-curdling scream. He said it sounded as if it was right behind him. He noped the hell back into the house and into the living room. I think I experienced a mimic. I'm really confused and I want to know what I truly experienced that day, because even typing this experience brings me goosebumps. This happened in the summer of 2019 during the morning of, I believe, July or August. I was on vacation with my grandma, my grandpa, and my 2 younger siblings. It was a Friday morning, and around 9 a.m. my grandma told me that she would go to the shopping area with my grandpa and 2 siblings. So that meant I would stay home alone in the house. The door of the house has kind of a curtain in it, a traditional Greek curtain that makes noises when someone enters the house, or even if outside there's air. My grandma usually leaves this door open during the summer because it's already too hot and we already close it during the afternoon and night. The door of the house was closed that day by my grandma. I didn't want to open it at all. I remember being in that one section of the living room that the door cannot face. I was making some TikToks and scrolling through the app when suddenly I heard the door opening and the curtain making the noise it makes when somebody enters the house, and I heard footsteps behind me. I guess my grandparents or siblings were home already, so I called out to the back facing the door. "Grandma, you come already? Y'all came home?" Nothing. I turned back and I saw the door was never open and no one had entered the home. I remember being physically ill and I came to the realization. Ask Reddit. One day, my parents were pushing my elderly Nana in her wheelchair. She was about 90 at the time. Nana was telling my mom, who's her daughter, about my mom's sister Karen. They had a friend who lived in Spain. She had been found dead at the bottom of the stairs, and a lady's daughter was suspected of her murder. Shocking news, in a kind of trivial way, as we didn't know the dead lady or her daughter by anything by the name. Well, fast forward 2 years, my mom and dad are sat in the pub. They get a call from Karen. She proceeds to tell my mom about her friend being found dead at the bottom of the stairs in Spain.
Her daughter is a prime suspect. My mom says, "I know, Nana told me." Her sister goes silent. My Nana had been dead 18 months at this point. Karen says, "What? How? She died last night." My mom goes pale and passes the phone to my dad, who is only hearing one side of the conversation so far. My dad is as skeptical as they come. He believes in nothing, no religion, no ghosts, zilch. My mom tells him to tell Karen what Nana had said happened to her friend. So my dad tells her exactly what he heard had happened 2 years ago, except it only happened a few hours before, and it was the exact same circumstance. My dad to this day just shrugs and says, "Well, all I can say is it happened, and I can't explain it." The young girl. Once when I was around 8 or 9, I saw something that I will never forget. My family and I lived in a house in northern central Virginia. It was located near multiple Civil War battlefields. This particular morning was pretty much just like any other. I didn't have school, and my mom asked me to go get the mail for her as she was very busy in the kitchen. I walked outside and I started descending the porch stairs. That's when I saw somebody across the street standing off to the side. She looked around my age, and she had pale skin and curly blonde hair with thick ringlets on either side of her face. She was wearing a white sundress with a pink ribbon sash across the waist with a matching ribbon bonnet and a white slipper shoe. The dress had puffy sleeves and her hands were hidden by the skirt of the dress. I couldn't see her face as she appeared to be looking down at the ground. I got excited thinking a new friend had moved into the neighborhood. I was going to go introduce myself, but I just brushed my teeth and thought I had toothpaste around my mouth, and I looked down to wipe my mouth, looked up, and she was gone without a trace. I found out later that I'm not the only person who had seen her. 2 kids down the street also had seen her in their yard and described her perfectly. I'm 24 now. Just found out 2 or 3 weeks ago that my younger brother's friend also saw her one night while driving on our road. He also described her perfectly. The fear and panic in his voice evident. Help! I keep hearing footsteps in my house. Hello, my name is Isabella. I'm 18 and I live at home with my dad. This happened about 10 minutes ago. It's 3:10 a.m. and I'm typing this. I heard footsteps and rummaging downstairs. It was very loud at first. Thought it was my dad, so I went to go downstairs to see what he was doing. But when I opened up my bedroom door, I could hear him loud and clearly snoring and asleep in his bedroom. My next theory is that it was my dog getting into the trash again. I turned the corner, my dog is sleeping. I then assumed that somebody broke into my house, so I went downstairs, grabbed a knife from my kitchen. I did a walkthrough throughout my entire house and didn't find anybody, and none of my doors were open or unlocked. My house has always had spirits in it, but never a poltergeist. I've always seen spirits. A couple of examples are when I was 8 years old and went downstairs to sleep in the couch in the living room. This lady entered my house dancing and then disappeared in my dining room. Of course, little me was scared out of my mind, ran upstairs to see my dad. Another example, last year I was laying on my couch in the family room. Different room. There's a big glass shelf on the wall and I saw eyes looking at me, which would have been too high for my cat to get to, or my dog. Does anybody know what this could have been? Haunted apartment building, 2009 to 2011. I moved into a very old apartment building back in June of 2009. Found it through an ad in the paper. Nothing happened at first, but after living there for a short time, weird stuff did start to happen. First of all, the apartment next to mine was empty for quite a while because the former tenants had trashed it very badly. I would hear noises over there like somebody was in there. For example, one day I was sitting at the computer desk and my cat was sitting next to me. There was this weird cupboard built into the wall with a dresser-type drawer down below it. The other apartment had one exactly like it on the other side of the wall. I all of a sudden hear the drawers on the other side of the wall opening and closing. Cat heard it too. It's because her head turned toward the sound at the same time mine did. This went on for a while, and I called the property owner to see if he or his wife were over there. Nope, they were out of town that day. When they got back, they went in there to check on the things, and nobody had apparently been in there. The door was locked. I heard footsteps and loud, I guess you could say pounding on the enclosed porch when the door was locked, and one time the timer on the stove had been activated and was going off all by itself. Very creepy place. Didn't stay there very long. I moved in September of 2011.
Paranormal. This happened many, many years ago in our old home. This experience was recounted to me by my wife. I was out of town on business. It was a Saturday morning. My wife was pregnant with her first daughter and was home alone. She had been in the kitchen cleaning up and doing all the dishes for breakfast. She completed her tasks and heads into the bedroom to change. A few minutes later, she walks back into the kitchen. Every cabinet door from top to bottom was standing wide open. She swears that none of them were open when she left. She went through and closed all of the cabinet doors and decided to no bed at the house for the morning. She heads over to her parents' house. She explained the story to her mother, her dad, and her brother. She and her brother come back to the house. They stayed for a few hours, but nothing happened. That was the only time that anything like that had happened, and to this day we can't determine how this happened.